Live from Boston here at the track at New Balance. I'm Trevor Fulkerson joining you here on runnerspace.com. It's day number 2 at the New Balance Indoor Nationals. I'll be joined later on this morning by Kate Van Buskirk as well. We'll have a great time kicking things off here on day number 2 with the multi-eventers. Going to start with the pentathlon 60-meter hurdles, as you can see for the girls there. We'll have the boys pentathlon high hurdles to follow. We'll move through some 800s, the 400 qualifying, and have a great time with that. We'll have the 2 miles later on as well before kicking it back off to some other members of our team. We'll look forward to welcoming Kate Van Buskirk shortly, but these multis always get a little bit of the, well, we'll say the focus in the morning when they're able to be the first ones to kick things off. Sometimes it can be a lonely endeavor, certainly, the multis. Outdoors, 2 days, of course, just 1 day here indoors for the pentathlon. Again, we'll have the girls to start 4 heats with their hurdles here. And if you're not familiar, although I assume if you're watching here, you probably are, that we'll be racing the clock and get points, add all of those up again. Just 1 day here in the pentathlon. And it changes things a little bit. You'll find once you get more and more familiar with the multis, heptathlon outdoors, of course, for the women, but they will, well, there's some folks who are better indoors, some folks who are better outdoors, especially on the guy side, seeing the throws and just the different advantages. But always a fun time with the multis, always a fun time here at New Balance Indoor Nationals. And again, day number 2 already kicking off with some great action yesterday. And certainly one of the highlights we'll see later today with Quincy Wilson, Olympic gold medalist, finishing up his high school career. So plenty to see today. But here in heat number 1, we'll have Mara Sequo, Stella Purdy, and Anna Keeney. And part of the fun thing when you do join us early here, you get to see, well, all of the action from the pentathlon and really get to know these athletes. This is a place where coaches can come and see an athlete perform an entire pentathlon. And it's interesting, I will say, from perhaps a coaching perspective, I think outdoors you kind of get a little bit more of the, well, like I said, you get the 2 days, so you kind of see how the athletes respond. Now, many of these athletes, of course, are used to doing so many different events, but in the U.S. here, we don't always see athletes do the multi in their high school career. So as a fan of the multi-events, personally, it's great to see over, I don't know, the last 10 or call it 15 years, more and more opportunities for athletes to do the multi in their high school career. And really, pentathlon kind of feels like just a busy day at the track for these gals and young men as well. Used to doing, as I said, multiple events. So again, we'll have 4 heats here, 4 sections, I should say. But again, I like to say the multis, it's so psychological, right? You get again, college coaches are getting a chance to see this. You see the young ladies. We talk about the camaraderie in the various events. Multi is certainly one that is high on that list when you see, well, when you spend a lot of time competing against each other. Yes, there's rivalries, things on the line, but still, I get to know everybody. And I like to say the stars of tomorrow, we get to see them today. That is certainly true here at the New Balance Indoor Nationals. And if you've been with us on Runner Space before throughout this season or seasons past, or even some of the bigger meets you've seen here at the New Balance Grand Prix, or some of those pro meets, college meets, high school, of course, as well. But this track here at New Balance, if you're not familiar, literally spitting distance from the New Balance headquarters here in Boston. Last year's champion was Janie Ford from Alabama. Boy, what a decorated career she had. That was a good battle between her and Yulia Masluskaya of IMG Academy. Ford now, of course, over there at Vanderbilt. Just took the SEC title as well. She's had an incredible indoor season. And see her this week in the NCAA championships as well. So how about a perfect example, I would say, of the stars of tomorrow. And if you follow along here at high school, you get to really know the history of these athletes. Again, Janie Ford's a good example. Yulia Maslowskaya of IMG Academy, who's been successful over these various nationals over the years as well. And an opportunity for our young competitors to come out here and see folks not just from their state, their region, but of course across the country. So this is where the best, you'll hear multiple times, we'll say top 5, top 10, top number 1 in the nation, whatever the case may be. But this is really where the stars are aligning and coming out to play. So we'll prepare now for heat number 1. Again, they will have time in between their events to recuperate and recover. But back to, I would say, the recruiting side, or even just a high school coach. It's always so impressive to see the athletes that are able to start to figure out the multi early on and the mentality of it, going back to the psychology or the mentality of that multi-event. So, Mara Sequo of New England Elite Track Club here. You can see the start list on your screen. Stella Purdy of LAC, Anna Keeney of Middle Tennessee Athletics. And away we go for our first race of the morning. Really good start from Anna Keeney here of Middle Tennessee Athletics. Remember, they're racing the clock. And we can see just 2 finishers there. Did Sequo have her issue on the far side? So, first race of the day is completed. 8:90 for Anna Keeney, Middle Tennessee Athletics. Competes for Ravenwood High there in Brentwood, Tennessee. And that is going to be just off her PB of 8:89. So anytime you can get close as possible to that personal best, well, that really bodes well for the remaining events. This should be another good one. Adrian Bowden of Demon Running Club here. Deja Duncan of Bloomfield, TC. Natalie Farrell of Hamburg, New York. And Ava Welsh of Lakeview, Minnesota. Mentioned Anna Keeney, who we just saw comes in as the athletic U.S. number 1 national leader. So that's what I mean when I say the stars have a line. The junior off to a great start there in section number 1.
Lane 4 from Bloomfield Track Club, Deja Duncan. And lane 6 from Hamburg, New York, Natalie Farrell. And lane 8
opportunity for not just, again, the multis don't always get the chance to do the multi, so you might have a really, really high-level meet or multiple competitions throughout the season, but not able to compete in the full multi. We'll keep an eye on Deja Duncan here. She's headed to A&M. Bowden, Duncan, Farrell, Welsh. Section number 2 here for the girls pentathlon. Far side, Adrian Bowden of Demon Running Club. Well, absolutely burning it up on the far side. Adrian Bowden, 8:57. That's going to be the fastest time now of the day, setting the new standard. You can see the confident running for Bowden. 8:57, 9:09 for Duncan.
Just over 1,000 points.
Not far off her 8:51. So again, 1,000 points there, 1,002 points. That's what matters. We'll add up all those scores. Deja Duncan, 9:09 for 891 points. But you can see Bowden again, 8:57 compared to her 8:51 PB. That is always a good sign. We can get that close to your personal best. Kicking things off here with the hurdles.
Next up, E3 of 4.
And it talks about how the indoor and outdoor versions can certainly be different. Yes, we have the shot put. Yes, we have the 800, but skews a little heavier towards the sprints jumps, I suppose you could say, indoors. So the speed, explosive athletes are really going to thrive here. So we move now to our penultimate heat. Section number 3, Sydney Schoenbeck of St. Johnsbury Academy, Harper Gibson of TNTC, Annalise Aguilar of Milton, and Erica Gargano of Demarest. Away we go. Good start across the board. And perhaps now with a slight advantage, Aguilar of Milton. Here she comes, pulling away over the final hurdle, and it will be just north of 9 seconds. Annalise Aguilar is going to take this one as we see the time. There it is, 9:08. Schoenbeck, you can see 9:34 there for second. So still the fastest time. Adrian Bowden of Demon Running Club, Screaming Demon indeed, was really moving on that far side there. Anna Keeney, our only other athlete under 9 seconds thus far. Remember these athletes coming back from last year. Anna Keeney was 12th in this event. Deja Duncan was 10th. Ava Welsh, 8th. So that'll take us now to section number 4. Ella Michelich of Minisink TC, Naomi Chopin of Quebec, Sydney Love of Tampa, and Marley Berkeley of Signal Mountain TC. Final section here. First heat of the day for the girls' pentathletes. It's Michelich, Chopin, Love, and Berkeley, and Noemi Chopin of Quebec moving well, but with a battle on the near side here, Marley Berkeley, it's going to be close and give us 2 more athletes under that 9-second mark. Noemi Chopin is going to take it 887, worth 937 points. Marley Berkeley, Signal Mountain, 891.
And then you can see the compiled results there on the left side.
So we can compile the results now. And again, it will be Bowden with the fastest time of the day, 8:57, as we take another look here. We'll stumble out of the blocks. As you can see, that battle goes all the way down to the line. Chopin getting the nod by 0.04, but Marley Berkeley here be one to watch as well. These athletes, they get to know each other so well over the indoor and outdoor season and over the years. Berkeley with a good run, very close to her personal best as well, just a couple of hundredths off her 888 PB. So good marks across the board for our early leaders here, which will add up to 5 events later on today. Bowden leads the way, 1,002 points, 65 points back. Naomi Chopin with Anna Keeney there in third. Remember that not all these athletes have really been at full tilt for the multi just yet. So on to the boys now. So you can see in Section number 1. This will be a good battle between a couple of our favorites coming in. Mac McFarland of Middle Tennessee Athletics goes in 2 there. Gunnar Benedict's Malvern Prep Track Club in 4. Brody Foster of Knoxville and Joel Moreland of Morgantown. Mac McFarland's run 8:49.
16 competitors, 4 in each heat. And in heat 1,
So McFarland down there in 2. Gunnar Benedict's of Malvern Prep Track Club in PA here. Definitely going to see a lot of regional athletes, but obviously athletes from across the country as well. But the Northeast certainly very well represented. Benedict's right there. He's run 8:41. That came just about a month ago. So he is in fine form as well. But again, what you'll see is a lot of these athletes have competed in all of the events. Benedict's is a good example. All or most of the events in this pentathlon. He's a 6'6" high jumper as well, is Benedict's, but they may not have done the full pentathlon. So gives you an idea of when we start adding up the scores. Well, you might not see them on the descending order list in the pentathlon, but their individual marks, of course, are what got them here. Away we go. Brody Foster of Knoxville with a good start. So too McFarland on the far side. But this is Brody Foster perhaps with a step now. Here comes Gunnar Benedict's. Well, Benedict's kicking things off very quickly. Again, came in with an 8:41 PB. He finished 3rd. Those PAI SAA Championships. Benedict's 8:36. That's a new personal best. And a great way to start for Benedict. McFarland behind him, 8:43, and a personal best there as well. Brady Foster had a quick start. He's not too far back, 8:45 for 3rd. So 0.02, well, that's 5 points on the tally. Brody Foster, again, had a really good start. A couple of Tennessee athletes there. So he faded a bit at the end. But Benedict's leads the way, 8:36, as we move now to our second section. It's going to be Marcus Myhan of Centerton, Winston Schroeder of IMG Elite, Ryan McCormick of Natick, and Gavin Gatier of Memphis University School. Winston Schroeder just 16. Always worth noting. Some of the youngsters, and of course we're so used to hearing about the wunderkinds like Quincy Wilson and others, but anytime you got young athletes that are mixing it up with the big dogs, always fun to see, and especially at a national championship. What a way to throw your hat in the ring. Well, Gatier has raced sparingly this year, just a handful of events, but he's competed in the decathlon outdoors, 69.81 his PB from the decathlon last year. So he could certainly bring that prowess indoors here as well. But that will remain to be seen here in section number 2. It's a good start for Winston Schroeder of IMG Elite. Well, that Elite tells you everything you need to know. That is going to be quick for Winston Schroeder. Another athlete who hasn't really gone full tilt this indoor season. He will take this section, 8:05. Marcus Myhan, 8:31 for 2nd for Centerton. But Winston Schroeder of IMG Elite. Big PR for him as he kicks off his 5 events. With a really good start. 8:28, his previous personal best. So coming in and just absolutely annihilating those hurdles. 969 points for him. 905 for Marcus Myhan. Of course, you can follow along with all the results on Athletic Live and see the multi-table for yourself as we move now to section number 3. That 805 from Schroeder is the leader here, of course. But anytime you start knocking on the door, that 8-second barrier really starting to get a lead. We love our barriers in track and field, literal barriers here, I suppose, with the hurdles, but time barriers as well. count out McCormick there. He was fourth. He's second overall, though, in the nation thus far in that pen. So, we move now to section number 3. Ken Whitmer of Morgan out of Utah. Simon Tanday of Lexington Elite TC. Nathaniel Johnson of John J. East Fishkill TC. And Akeem Beatty of TNTC. Third section here. Good start from Johnson, but now here comes Simon Tanday of Lexington Elite TC. The battle all the way to the line. It was a good start for Johnson, but a bit ungainly over the top.
That puts it in second slot. And then Nathaniel Johnson, 821.
Simon Tanday is going to take that one. 820 Johnson, 821. So right there, you go back and forth. Simon Tanday comes in having competed a ton this season. So watch out for him as he sets a new personal best here. Well, that's what this is made for, these championships. Setting personal bests. Iron sharpening iron as Tanday gets the victory there. And we move now to our fourth and final section. Winston Schroeder of IMG Elite continues to lead, 8:05.
In lane 2, we have our current U.S. number 1, Tyson Struve from St. John's Prep. Lane 4 from IMG Elite.
This will be our final section of the boys' pentathlon high hurdles. We'll move quickly to the outside of the oval here at the track at New Balance. Such a great facility. Meet management always does a great job, of course, at these national championships as well. But we'll move to the 800 meters straight away. After the conclusion of these high hurdles, we'll have the middle schoolers and the freshmen to follow. So, plenty of track action still to come. But this now, our fourth and final section. Tyson Stroop of St. John's Preparatory TC, Sean Messina of IMG Elite, Stone Strokin of SBR Jaguars, and Calvin Chilton of 924 Athletics. Well, Chilton looks to be a non-starter. But away we go here to close things out in lane number 6. Stone Strokin absolutely smoking these hurdles as he's going to take this one. Ran an 8:12 personal best at the end of January. We'll be just outside that 8:32. You can always kind of tell. I won't say always. You can often tell the athlete likes that result or not. Of course, we always want more, but 8:32 not too far off his 8:12 best. But Stone Strokin will set himself up as Tyson Stroop comes through now for second. Winston Schroeder by far the quickest here on day number 2 in the pentathlon for the boys' high hurdles. We'll return to them shortly. 4 events remain for both the girls and the boys in the pentathlon.
And next event on track will be boys middle school 800 meters.
Well, you can see the lineup here now. We will, the boys middle school 800 meters, talk about getting a national championship and an opportunity to not just race great competition, but race a great track here as well. It's just something in the atmosphere. I always talk about how I love indoor track for all of its quirks because you feel that energy. Everything is so condensed. It's 200 meters. You feel the crowd more often, your coach perhaps giving you splits, whatever the case may be, and it's tight curves, short straightaways. Really got to fight for position, and perhaps no more true than in the 800 meters. We'll take a look here at Armand Mazzetti, Jasper Falk, Darren Childs, Liam Rios, Sebastian Olsen, Brady Becker, Evan Rodriguez, Reed Brown, Kasai Rice, Noah Lefko, Michael Gale, Dylan Miro, Braden Millar, William Wormis, Franco Rodriguez, and Isaac Ubaldo Mora. That is the scheduled lineup here. They will, of course, run them in that double alley waterfall. 6th, 7th, and 8th graders.
Set at 2:09.
Section 1 of 3 to be contested. So final instructions Again, if you've been with us, really going back to December, this indoor season's been a busy one here at the track at New Balance. Well, this is where we let the anticipation build, I suppose. Here we go. And again, sometimes the middle schoolers, hey, how could you not be a little antsy here? Totally understand. To the line, not on the line, as one of my favorite starters once said. And away we go cleanly now here in section number 1 of 3. Again, so much of this is about positioning. Get to that pole position. You can see out in front. Question now becomes, do you burn that energy a little too quick to get to that position? Of course, you are racing the clock, but you stay clear of the field and stay out of trouble, as it were. So perhaps a bit quick. Isaac Ubaldo Mora of Mason, Texas, the 8th grader with the quick start here. And 53-2. Just a day ago in that 400, so coming back for the double. Ubaldo Mora leading the way still. Boy, it's busy on the track. You see our next competitors on the outside there, but don't get confused. Lots of bodies here on this 200-meter track. 60 point for 400 meters. He settles in after that very quick 27.6 200 meters. 60.1. Ubaldo Mora has some company now. May have gone out a touch hot. That's part of racing, figuring it out. Remember, just middle schoolers here can be easy to forget. But Reed Brown, Kasai Rice, and others biding their time as they come up now and pass, in fact, Isaac Ubaldo Mora. Still running strong there in the black kit. In second is Mora, trying to find something to move past into this 200 meters. 133 at 600. Ubaldo Mora leading the way. He led early. Reed Brown of Oklahoma City, the 7th grader, now fading. Credit to Isaac Ubaldo Mora. Thought he may have gone out a little bit too quick, but he, having set a PR yesterday in the 400, is going to come around and take his section of the 800 here as well. Well, a confident move early on that race. Went out in 27.6, but he finishes strong. 31.1 over his final 200 meters. 2:04.47 for Mora as Reed Brown hangs on for second. 2:08.20.
there for Isaac Ubaldo Mora. Heat 2 of 3. Again, Laser says at the time you need to win a day, which went right now to 2 and again, on that record, 159.18 action by Hudson Dahl. So Laser at 2:04. And just like we saw in the last heat, these boys are getting after it. And just like the last year, we see 27 for our leader, as John King from Pentathlon Overview, California, and then a nice gap back for third, fourth, and fifth. Two to go, right at 58 there for John Kane, 58.23 for Kane. And then Michael Strayback from California, 52. And then that Axton Alvey from Harvard, Kentucky, in third.
Section number 2 finishing up. John Kane of Bala Kinwood out of PA. He's got his hands full here for Micah Stredbeck out of California. Third place coming up with his challenge mounting now as well. Into the home stretch. It's a short one here on the 200-meter indoor track. Micah Stredbeck is going to take this one. That'll be our fastest time. 2:03.31 for the Californian. Stredbeck, as John Kane of Bala Kinwood hangs on there for second, representing Pennsylvania. And with the conclusion of our second section of 3 there, we welcome into the booth now my compatriot, Kate Van Buskirk, Olympian for Canada. Welcome to day number 2, Kate.
Thank you so much. Really excited for this. Thanks for taking those first few sections. And again, the excitement is going to continue to mount throughout day 2 here at New Balance Nationals. It's always a fun time at the fastest party on the planet.
I like that. It is a party. We talked about that energy indoors. It's really contagious. And as we take a look at section number 3 here, where we'll get your input on all these different distance events. We'll have the 2 miles later, of course. Those 400 is going to be a lot of fun too. But for now, the middle school 800 will conclude on the boys' side of things. It's going to be Henry Bartle, Brant Rogers, Delano Rogers Jr., Pedro Rodriguez, Brantley Blair, Will Buckley, Nathan Jerbergs, Cody Lamb, Mateo Lindenmeyer, Conrad Schwass, Keanu Lawson, Langston Bickert, and Gunnar Hammett.
Well, we've seen some fast times already, and the time to beat is going to be 2:03.31. Got a series of high-performance athletes here. Just one 7th grader in the field, that is Brant Rogers. And the rest 8th graders as they make their way around the top of the track. It's Hammett looking for the advantage at the cut-in here, Trevor.
Yeah, you start to see they know what they have to do, and so they come around a bit more conservative. 28-2. We saw some quick starts on those first couple of sections, but Gunnar Hammett of Williamsburg out of Virginia, Langston Bickert of Motor City Track there as well. But confident running from our leader, Gunnar Hammett. It's hard to remember sometimes these are just middle schoolers.
I know, they're running with so much confidence and swagger to sort of the display of athletes, much their senior, as they come through that opening 400, just under 58. And so, you know, you talked about how it was a bit of a slower opening lap, and I think that's some of the maturity showing itself here in this this third and final section, the fastest. Just behind the wave lights, though, so they're going to have to do some work here.
Gunnar Hammett, though, has the chops. He's gone 156. His personal best came about a month ago on the circuit of New York there, but he has his hands full. Langston Bickert of Motor City Track right there with him. It was a measured first couple of laps. They came through in 58-2, 129 at the bell for Hammett and Bickert.
And look at the advantage here. Those two duking it out well ahead of our trailing trio of chasers. But going to the outside now, and Trevor, this is not something you want to be doing on this track. It is a fast track, but having to swing wide into that home section, not something you want to have to do. It's going to be a battle right to the line.
Short straightaway. Bickert, though, making the most of it. It will be sub 2 by a mile. Langston Bickert with a new meet record for Motor City Track. Detroit Speed coming out and showing out as Bickert takes down Gunnar Hammett. 157.5 for second, 157.30 for Langston Bickert, 27.8 on his final 200.
So meet records for our first and second place runners, Bickert and Hammett, and a new number 6 in the state of Virginia for Hammett as well, with that 157.53. Those two, as you mentioned, Trevor, well under that 2-minute mark. What a performance. This is why it's the fastest party on the planet, and these guys are showing their chops in fine form here on this Friday morning.
Saw a couple close finishes before this third and final section, but you can see that they were taking it all the way down to the line. And as you said, Kate, it's tough to pass on that curve with the bank and just the tight curve. It's just you run out of space so fast, but Bickert made the most of it. We'll go now to our first section of 3 here for the girls' side of things. It's going to be Chloe Jeffcoat, Jewel Baker, Ava DeVow, Tessa Mako, Brielle McDonald, Erin Prather, Harper Henderson, Ava Wells, Lauren Martinez, Leharda, Megan Mullaney, Elizabeth Hull, London Dancy, Lucy Lingle, and Ella Hanishi. Modest start for our first section here. Sometimes we don't always get, Kate, the middle schoolers. I'm always so impressed with the opportunities they have to run and all the depth of information that we can see on their various results. But the truth remains that some of these athletes just haven't raced a lot and haven't necessarily shown what they can do. So sometimes we'll see a big PR here at Nationals, especially from the younger athletes.
Absolutely. And again, brave running up front. It takes something special to be capable and confident enough to take that charge from the outset, but that's what we're seeing on display. And again, like, just these runners getting the opportunity to compete amongst some of the best in the country on one of the fastest tracks. It's a really special thing. And now an overtake, about 68 seconds there through that halfway mark, Trevor.
Elizabeth Hull now making her move of Pinone TC. London Dancy of Track Sharks was there, still holding on in second, 68 mid through that first 400. And again, more even measured running, 33-34 for Elizabeth Hull. Building up an advantage though, but there's certainly there's a benefit to being that clear of the field going into the final 200.
Absolutely. And, you know, this is really interesting because a lot of these athletes will have put in the training, done the work to get themselves to the fastest party on the planet, but not necessarily have run the times to seed themselves into one of those faster sections. I love seeing this bravery down the backstretch. Hull completely solo, but again, running so brave, so strong, no holds barred. She is going for it with less than 100 meters to go, Trevor.
The battle here is for second as London Dancy tries to hold off the rest of the field, but Elizabeth Hull is in a class of her own. She will set the standard here out of section number 1. The Pinone TC coming over from Illinois is Elizabeth Hull, number 22 time in Illinois. 2:19.67 to kick things off. London Dancy does hang on for second, 2:21.36 here in section number 1.
And getting herself under that 220 barrier is a big deal. You can see her just looking pretty comfortable there, taking the hip numbers off, trashing them, and then I'm sure going for a cool down. Again, we'll see a number of these athletes back in action through some of the longer races as well as some of the relays throughout the weekend. But hands on the head, I'm not sure if that's because it hurts so good or it hurts so bad, but regardless, phenomenal time to set things up here in that opening section. We have 2 timed finals yet to go for this middle school girls 800.
Well, off and running quickly now with that standard having been set in section number 1. Kiyomi Fuertes lines up here in section number 2. Alexa Robluski, Sydney Brown, Emma Pham, Zoe Bernice, Stella Hahn, Kinley Haig, Miriam Wajid, she's one to watch. Bryn Waters, Janelle Jones, Jaya Rogers, Mia Fry, Elizabeth Grogan, Emma Aldana, Huelga, and Amelia Baisley. Keep an eye on Wajid. She kind of likes going out to the front, sometimes a bit of a longer distance athlete, but it's a family affair for her. She could be one even if she settles into the pack here.
Again, that time to beat out of section number 1, 2:19.67. All of these gals very capable of breaking that 220 barrier, and it is Baisley off to a quick start, looking to keep things moving here. Amelia Baisley of St. John's. She's just a 7th grader, but again, running with maturity of an athlete far her senior, really stringing things out, and this is what you like to see. I mentioned this yesterday, Trevor. I've done a lot of pacing in my days, and having a pace setter like this in the race is a big difference maker. 104.61 through that opening 400.
Amelia Baisley. Well, confident running, as you said, from her, but daughter of Kate Baisley and some Canadian representation out in front, but there is the confident running here into the final 200 meters. It will be Baisley taking the bell and firmly in second. Now moving up into third, there's Wajid.
Well, and it's not every day that you get to represent the Rock, so I'm going to give a shout out here to Kate Baisley and her daughter. Newfoundland's pride and joy coming up on to 100 meters to go. And, you know, they are hardened folks out there in Newfoundland, in Canada, and we are seeing that on full display. The cavalry coming from behind. But Baisley now in a league of her own, and she is going to cruise her way to a win here in the second of three sections of the middle school girls 800 in a brilliant time there. What a run.
Just 12 years old, folks. 2:12, 33.8 to close. And you mentioned some other races coming up later. Well, how about day number 2 here after running her first mile ever yesterday? 4:53, just 12 years old. Talk about a double. That is going to be one to watch. Amelia Baisley, remember the name.
Absolutely. Look to her for some future superstar action. Only 12. Again, Father Peter, Mother Kate. They are superstars in their own right, and they have done well with this youngster, and she has done well on this day 2 of New Balance Nationals indoors. And if you can believe it, we're moving forward right away into our third and final and fastest on paper section of this middle school girls 800 meter.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to say, Kate, as we get an opportunity to take a breather here as we'll line it up once again. But I think Baisley's a good example of what we just saw. The mark coming in, the seating wasn't necessarily representative of what she's able to do. This meet record is worth noting, just 2:11.74 from Grace Smith of Chino Hills in 2024, so she was not far off of a meet record in section number 2. But quickly now we go to section number 3. Kate Ferris, Sloan Grondick, Martina Rodriguez, Vian, Eva Takuchi, Madeline Sarur, Arabella Smith, Athena Pluchos, Leah Yorick, Molly Mako, Madison Hobbs, Jane Eller, Brianna Riley, Alexander Frazier, and Aubrey Burt. That's your lineup here, and it's going to be close through the first 200 meters.
Close indeed, and a quick opening lap there, just under 30 seconds, I believe. Again, time to beat 2:12.63. And that was a 30.55, courtesy of Alexandria Fraser out of IMG Elite. We've heard lots of excitement from them already this weekend. Surely more to come, but a tightly packed group as they round the top of the track here in the second lap of this middle school girls 800.
Starting to string out now. They will be coming through right around 64 mid or so. As we said, Frazier was up there, but now fading and stepping off perhaps. Jane Eller of Jenks America Track leads the way here, but right on her tail Molly Mako, Brianna Riley. It is still very much anybody's race. As you said, 2:12, that time to beat from section number 2, gearing up for a fast final 200 meters.
And I like this out of Eller. She was just under 65 seconds for that opening 400. That's about what we saw in the last section as well. That sets you up really well for a fast finish. And as I say that, approaching the bell now, there is a lead change as Mako takes to the front. Again, you always expect there's going to be about a 1 or 2 second drop off in the second half of an 800. But Mako knows exactly what she needs to throw down. You see those pace lights just starting to elude her, and she's got company with 100 to go.
Mako owns a 2:14.5 personal best, company and then some, as Mako is going to fade to second here. You can see Jane Eller had the lead. Molly Mako made her move, but taking the tape is going to be Jane Eller, 2:12.44. Boy, it doesn't get much closer than that. Baisley was 2:12.63, but it is going to go overall the win to Jane Eller. What a run.
And a well-timed kick there. She really held back some of those reserves for that final 100. Love to see that. Knew that she didn't have the advantage going into that backstretch, but came away with a big final 100 meters to take that win. And to your point, Trevor, just about 0.2 of a second ahead of the time set down by Amelia Baisley out of section number 2. So she will take second overall, Will Baisley, as we move right along now to our next race. This is our freshman boys 800.
Big PB there for Eller as well, about 2 seconds. What a time to do it. This will take us to the boys 800. The freshman Hakeem Dasher going to line up down there wearing hip number 1 here in section number 1. Landon Valentine, we have Nicholas Masson, Desmond Sullivan, Ashton Duane, Lincoln Schuyler, Markel Houston, Tyler Robinson, Landon Sleer, Pierce Wilson, Abel Caravalli, and Gada Kirwani, with Ulrich Swan rounding out the field. Well, again, understandable to have a couple of nerves, and this is where some words of wisdom from our starters. Take a deep breath, back to the line, try it again.
Sometimes just shaking out those nerves makes all the difference on this start. You can see a little bit of movement there, and again, you cannot tell me that a mid-distance race, especially indoors, is not a physical event. The elbows going up, these athletes are allowed to protect their space, especially because you see those two alleys that they're running in. They're going to have to run a little bit blind on the outside for this opening lap and then cut into lane 1. Again, this is section 1 of 3, and this is interesting. Often we see the pace start to pick up a little bit at that cut-in. It looked as though it slowed a bit as they approached that opening lap. That was, Dasher, I believe. That's Robinson, pardon me, 28.77 for that opening lap. Record in this event, 156.30, and that goes to Caleb Winders. We've heard so much from him. That was set 3 years ago now, Trevor.
Back in 2023, so we will keep an eye on that as we continue to progress here. Hey, I certainly think that throughout the day and the whole weekend, we're going to see a lot of meet records. So as we come through here, it's still very much anybody's race. 59.6 through 400 meters, but some tight running. Contact sport indeed, going 3 wide now, making the move out to the front. This is going to be a very hot 200 meters once again. Well, I said it before, I'll say it again and again, Kate, but here we come, gearing up for the kick.
The pride of Butler making his move and throwing down a huge third lap there. Again, I love to see that brave running up front by this freshman. That is Sleer with a 29.61 lap to break this thing open, and he has cracked it wide open down the backstretch. The cavalry coming, but he is completely solo right now and likely to take the win here in this opening section. Throw it down the gauntlet.
Battle is for second in section number 1 as Landon Sleer of Butler is going to take it and dip under that 2-minute barrier for the first time in his career. 2:02, his personal best, absolute coming in. What a big personal best coming here. 1:59.6 with a 30.0 final 200 meters. Pierce Wilson ends up in second at 2:02.08.
Well, that is a great reward for our winner, Sleer, to get under that 2-minute mark. Enormous third lap there, 29.6. And again, that made all the difference. If you're watching from home and you are a fan of mid-distance racing, this is how I recommend you run an 800 if you are looking to throw down a great time. And he is rewarded with that as we move on to section 2 of 3 here in our freshman boys 800.
Going to be Ryan Patrick, Gavin Aguilar, John Ensley, Eitan Goldberg, Ethan Towery, Mateo Penner, Alonzo Bautista, William Clark, Arjun Garlapati, Griffin Hobbs, Liam McBride, Corone Thompson, Aiden Darlington, and Matthew Pham. So the strategy and the reps, let's say, Kate, as a middle distance runner yourself, more and more reps, the earlier and earlier you can. The middle schoolers up through now the freshmen here, but look at the long strides of our leader. He will come in safely with a great tangent as well, coming through right at 27 seconds or so to take the lead here in section number 2. They're racing each other, but racing the clock, as you can certainly win in place out of any section. That's Corone Thompson of Motor City Track.
Yeah, and a big opening lap there, 27.81 to your point, and he's pulling along Hobbs just behind him. You see some bumping and rolling in the back of the pack there. This is where you want to stay out of trouble, that indoor track. Trevor, I gotta tell you, as someone who's 5'10", that was always my undoing, just trying to find your space on this really tight turn. You see athletes swinging wide there into lane 2, but someone who is staying absolutely out of trouble is our leader, Thompson, who continues to pull the pack along in a very swift opening 400 meters of 58 flat.
Thompson coming back from the 400, ready with a busy weekend. He'll settle into second now as they will gear up for the final kick. Thompson trying to hang on. He took it out early. It didn't seem too ambitious, but he has some work to do as Liam McBride now of Iron Sharpens Iron is going to come through at 1:28.9 for this final 200 meters. Can he pull away? William Clark hot on his tail.
And again, all the credit to our early leader for taking things out, making it honest, but now it is a duo up front. McBride and Clark working hard against one another, and it is the Iron athlete, Iron Sharpens Iron, Liam McBride with the advantage. He'll hold on for the win. Another sub 2-minute clocking for our first and second place athletes, but this is why we run the race. We don't just run it on paper, because McBride 1:58.54 is going to just outlean Clark at 1:58.89, and then Sleer still holding on from that first section with a time of 1:59.60.
1:58.54 for McBride. And once again, a battle all the way to the line. Came in with a 2:01 personal best, so another athlete dipping under that 2-minute barrier. As I say, we love our barriers here in track and field round numbers, I suppose. And that'll take us now to section number 3. So away we go. It's Sebastian Leyva, Fahim Outland, Leif Gustafsson, Salvatore Skelfo, Avery Rand, Landon Revzinski, Judah Teveld, Brody Gibbs, Calvin Davis, Ryder Kent, Aditya Ashok, Hudson Dahl, and Chance Anderson. Stringing out early there, as you can see, this the section to close things out, as came through in 27.4. So gearing up, and as you said, Kate, going a little bit wide on the outside there. You have to make that decision. Do you make the push? Well, look at the infusion of pace. We saw Chance Anderson come through at 27.4, came through at 57.0 for that 400 meters, trying to run away from Hudson Dahl, Calvin Davis et al. This is Chance Anderson out of Texas out in front.
Oh, I love to see this. Anderson taking his chance indeed. Absolutely going for broke here as he approaches his bell lap. He knows exactly what he needs to do to solidify himself at the top of that pack. Again, time to beat from section number 2, 1:58.54, and he is well on track, pardon the puns, to get himself there. A 27.62 third lap there, Trevor.
Coming back from that mile already is Chance Anderson, so his legs are warm, let's put it that way. He knows the track, and he knows how to cross the line first in this 800 meters. Keep an eye on that time. Very, very quick for Chance Anderson. Rockwall Heath, Texas, 1:54.24. That is a meet record as he takes the victory by a wide margin and takes down a very, very solid meet record. 1:54.24 for Chance Anderson. Take a look at the finish.
What a performance there for Anderson, on a mission from the start, and with 100 to go, he knew that he needed to just keep going to the arms. The form is so strong all the way across the line. You can tell that he wanted it, and he got the job done. Better part of 2 seconds he took out of that former meet record, courtesy of Caleb Winters from back in 2023. What a run there for our freshman boys 800. New meet record, new number 3 all-time in Texas, 1:54.24, courtesy of Chance Anderson.
Anderson, as you said, number 3 Texas mark this year as he takes the win. And, well, we have not been devoid of drama in the early goings here, folks. If you perhaps overlook the middle school or freshman races here, well, don't make that mistake throughout the weekend. There are some really, really good races, and as I say, the stars of tomorrow today. Well, today continues with the 800 for the freshman girls now. It's going to be section number 1 of 3 here. Emma Genovese, Catherine Brochu, Cecilia Davidson, Hortense Salalt, Hayden Eagle, Savannah Forrester, Alvia Blankson, Anna Blodgett, Francie Tidd, Maya Penzek, Sophia Ditchert, Elizabeth Cronin, and Gideon Bradford. That's your lineup here as we begin to string out quickly already in the first 200.
Great opening lap there for Penchek of the Carolina Cavaliers, 31.62. 2023 was an awfully good year, Trevor, for New Balance Nationals indoors. That was when the record was set for this event, 2:12.63, courtesy of Addison Moore, who was running unattached. We've already seen one freshman record go down. Can we see another here with the girls? Again, 3 heats here. Penchek continuing to lead and doing it in style. She had a really swift opening lap and now completes 400 meters, in 1:05.43. So dropped off a little bit from that pace, but she has continued to hold advantage and pull some fast runners along behind her.
Well, the energy can be contagious for those meet records and great races as well. Maya Penzek of the Carolina Cavaliers competes high school level for Cuthbertson, that great program there in North Carolina, as she will try to hold off the charge. You can see them coming on strong behind, but will the lead be enough for Maya Penzek of the Carolina Cavaliers? 1:41 with 200 meters to go, coming in with a 2:20 PB this indoor season, trying to hang on out in front, kicking off these freshman girls 800, but here they come for our leader. Penzek going to try to hang on.
It's been to the advantage of the rest of the field that she took things out early, but look at the move now, swinging wide with 100 to go. This is going to be a lead change. I believe that's Blankson now of the DC Cadets. 2 phenomenal programs, Cavaliers versus Cadets, working their way towards the line, but it is going to be advantage to Alvia Blankson, the freshman, and it's going to be tight at the line. It was a blanket finish for 3 athletes, and I believe at the end, out of Knoxville, Tennessee, the lead, I believe, went to Gideon Bradford at 2:18.26 with that big 33 flat final lap.
Gideon Bradford coming from way back, 2:18.26. Going wide here. Tough to do on the indoor circuit, but timing it absolutely perfectly. Hayden Eagle comes up for second. Alvia Blankson on the inside there hangs on for third, but such are the vagaries of the indoor track that anything can happen in that final stretch.
Absolutely, and again, a well-timed kick there for Bradford to take the win. That's the kind of racing style I always employ, Trevor. I loved a kick from behind, and I just wonder if she maybe caught the other competitors off guard a little bit. It looked as though there was a bit of a let-up at the line. That's why you always say you run through the line, not across it. Imagine that finish line is 10 meters past where it actually is, and you'll often be rewarded.
That's the time to beat now as we move to section number 2. Mackenzie Kurgat, Annika Kindorf, Georgina Harrington, Naomi Ukiwa Ebeleme, Claire Jenkins, Avery Parks, Naomi Akakpo, Malekak, Leilani Levy, Addison Batista, Isabella Daly, Alexandra Scapatici, and Meriden Algi round out the field here. Good sized field, not overly cramped, I would say. 13 athletes scheduled to take the line.
Yeah, that's about as many as I would want in an indoor 800. Again, they'll start in those 2 galleys, one on the outside, one on the inside. They'll run the better part of a full lap before cutting in, approaching that completion of the 200-meter circuit. And as I mentioned, records have been thrown down all over the place in these early stages of this New Balance Nationals Indoors 2026. 2:12.63, the record in this event. Time to beat after the completion of one section is 2:18.26. And Trevor, we got 4 girls under that 2:20 mark in the opening section. How many more can we get in section number 2?
Galleys, I love that, bringing the Canadian flavor to the broadcast here today. Never know what they're going to say for the Great White North up there, but we can all learn from each other, I suppose.
Well, you know, I've learned to say PR, not PB, but I'm going to bring some of that Canadian flavor. You better believe it.
Hey, we're an international sport, so don't get me started. PB is totally fine. It's personal best, personal record, whatever the case may be. But moderate start here with everybody still in it. You can see Isabella Daly, perhaps our hesitant leader for the Whippets TC. Mackenzie Kurgat out of Alabama there as well, running 2 wide now onto that backstretch. Naomi Akakwo in the mix as well. But this is tough on such a short race. You really just don't want to be running extra. Going extra wide here makes a big, big difference. And as you said, Kate, if you pass on the curve, you're going up and down the hill.
Well, you know, Trevor, my coach always said in a mid-distance race, if the pace is a little slow, and that's what we've seen, you want to be in the lead because at least you can control things. And we're seeing a bit of a lead change now as Harrington makes her way from New Canaan to the front. 67.51. I think she just felt out the fact that the pace was starting to drag a little bit, didn't want to get herself in trouble, knows how fast she needs to run to assert herself at the top of the pile, and she is doing exactly that with 300 meters to go.
2:18 the time to beat, but don't expect that to hold up for much longer. Georgina Harrington of New Canaan here in the freshman girls 800, the penultimate section. She's got a significant lead. As you can see, they're trying to reel her in now. 141 with 200 meters to go. She's run a lot of distance races this indoor season, but trying to find her stride here in the 800. Georgina Harrington out of New Canaan leading the way.
And the New Canaan athlete, I think, taking a page from the book of our freshman boys from that final section, really opening things up on that third lap. 33.81. It's been a measured output here for our leader, and she is going to drive her way towards the finish line for a win in section 2 of 3 of this freshman girls 800, and she will be rewarded with a 2:16 flat. Man, she made that look good across the line. There is a lot more in the tank for this young competitor, Trevor.
Huge personal best for her, first time under 220, in fact, as Georgina Harrington of New Canaan brings it home to the promised land. Leilani Levy second in 2:18.08, but that will be our time to beat now. Harrington 2:16.07. Section number 2.
Well, again, we got to keep our eyes on those record books because they've been dropping all over the place over this first day and a half of New Balance Nationals indoors. 2:12.63, Addison Moore's time from 2023. And we have a number of athletes here who are well capable of threatening that, Trevor.
So here we go, third and final section. Well, we talk about it all the time, Kate, but you know exactly what they have to do, and you can see no hesitation from our leader here. I think everybody feels the same tingle of anticipation knowing that they have to push past that time. They're certainly capable of doing it, but you have to take it out quick. That's exactly what's happening here. 30 seconds for the first 200.
That is a huge opening lap for Defoe, the pride of Quebec. And she has really broken this field wide open, just sort of challenging anyone to go with her. You see athletes swinging wide into the outside of lane 2 there, Trevor, almost into lane 3. That's not where you want to be, but our leader doing a great service to the rest of the field here.
Setting the standard is Lori Dufault as she comes through, trying to hold off, but some, well, let's say patient running behind her, gearing up for a fast second half, let's put it that way. Everybody's still in it. We've seen some crazy finishes already. Reese Love, Brooklyn Brown now gearing up here on the back stretch.
Yeah, really strong running by this trio up front. Defoe did a lot of that leading to take things out, and now the grateful recipients, I'm sure, in the form of Love and Brown, swinging around and asserting themselves at the top of the pack. It was a 67 opening 400 for our last section, 64 for this, and as they hit that bell, we're going to see 1:38 unofficially on the clock. This is gearing up to be a phenomenal final lap here for Love and Brown.
Maryland is going to be well represented throughout the entire weekend. Grace Love of Bethesda, Brooklyn Brown of Delaware Elite, our top two here in our final section of the girls' 800 meters for the freshmen. Grace Love of Bethesda came through, as you said, in 64.7. Brooklyn Brown was 65.06 in that first 200, but this is going to be our fastest time of the day and a meet record for Grace Love, representing for Maryland, 2:11.06 to take the win here for the freshman.
Oh, great to see another 2.5 seconds off of that meet record set back in 2023. A huge final lap for Grace Love, 32:31, that final circuit of this very fast track at New Balance in Boston. And Bethesda will take it home for, again, a new meet record, new US 26th this year. Fastest time out of a Maryland athlete, and this is where it all happened. Final 100 meters. Finding another gear, that's such a hard thing to do when you're under pressure from behind, but really swift turnover. And that is going to be, I'm sure, a phenomenal feeling. Love that the arms go up as she comes across that New Balance Nationals tape. And you know, these athletes get to take that home with them. You better believe that's going to be on the wall for a while.
That one's getting framed. That's what I was going to say, certainly. Taking the tape, as we like to say, a new meet record there from Grace Love. But shout out Brooklyn Brown as well. Top number 2 time in Delaware, 2:13 flat for second. Giving it her all and pushing Grace Love onto that meet record. Well, okay, we move from the middle distance down to the long sprints. And this is going to be one of the highlights, certainly, of this morning's action. Quickly into the blocks here. 45 heats we have, but we will move through those prelims, get our qualifiers, and what can you say? We've got Quincy Wilson. I mean, we'll talk about him. We've got 45 heats to do so, but this is the 400 meters now for the boys' championship prelims.
Oh, and this is a crowd favorite, Trevor. It's going to be a fantastic 45 heats, to your point. And every single one of these runners absolutely gunning for glory. Again, it doesn't matter if you are one of the slowest sections or one of the fastest. You are here to put on a show at the fastest party on the planet.
Talk about this bringing out the best in everybody. As you can see, fighting for it. Well, indoor 400 is a different beast. It's Josiah Smith, Miles Lyon, Brandon Kuhn, Preston Barnes as they battle out on the backstretch now, running really wide. Miles Lyons, Josiah Smith, Malik Rogers, everybody fighting in the final stretch here. Holding that inside line, kicking things off, going 4 wide from the outside. Can he do it? Boy, that was very, very close. 49-31 to kick things off for Josiah Smith of the KC Flyers Track Club. Brandon Kuhn coming on strong for Straight Smokin' Track Club. They were here just last week. 49-4 for him.
Well, Trevor, as they say, pressure makes diamonds, and we are going to see several diamonds turned out here. Mind well, Josiah Smith for that KC Flyers confirmed 49-31 under great contention from Kuhn, just over 1/10 of a second back at 49-44. 4 guys under the 50-second barrier in this opening of 45 timed finals.
Well, that tells you about the quality of this event. And it has been a good one in years past as well. Quincy Wilson will be looking for the 4-peat. So as much as he is lauded, it is certainly deserved. You can see our start list now for section for heat number 2. Braden Stevens, Nick Hirobin, Eturnum, Agbonitor, Cameron Hyman, and Jalen Jackson. Tell you, Kate, we talk about, personal pride on the line. Well, there's your club pride on the line. There's your state pride on the line as well. We see a lot of these programs, whether high school or club, that just show up over and over again. The house down there in lane number 2, that's one of those ones with a really deep pride of sprinting.
Absolutely, and you couldn't have said it better, Trevor. At the cut-in, every one of these runners looking to assert themselves, as you said, not just at the top of the pack, but at the top of the field for their teams, for their home state, and that is Cameron Hyman with the advantage at that 200-meter mark, 22:50, and he is leading. Hirobin behind him, but now pulling away.
It was close to the first 200 meters, but it's Cameron Hyman breaking through as he is going to take this one. Comes in with a 48.7 personal best that came early in January. Well, he will not leave with that personal best. 47.98, new PB there for Hyman, dipping under 48 seconds for the first time in his career. What a run. This is heat number 2, Kate. We are cooking.
Oh man, and that is why it's the fastest party on the planet. The excitement just keeps coming. And you know, these athletes have put in, again, so much work. Many of them started their indoor campaign back in, December, back in the fall, and they're just piecing together every element of their training to show up in their best way here in March at the track at Boston. And that's also got to feel so good, Trevor, as they prepare for their outdoor campaigns.
Well, that's a great reminder that this indoor championship is, of course, national championship, but we always have an eye towards outdoors as well. And when we talk about personal best, especially in the sprints, an absolute personal best bodes very, very well for these athletes looking into the outdoor season, as we have just 3 athletes here, ranks 2, 4, and 6. Kenny Asbury, Jason McCullough, and Noah Hospitalis with the time to beat, 47.98 from Cameron Hyman on that previous heat. Out there in lane number 5, as you can see, or 6 rather, coming in quickly under 22:01 rather for Hospitalis.
Hospitalis of Sprint Factory absolutely laying things down now. Again, brave running up front, bringing the field with him, but with 100 to go, he is starting to tie up, but he's done a lot of work. Can he hold on for that win?
Hospitalis of Sprint Factory, another Maryland native, is going to take this one. It will be just over, 48-43, let's call it. And New Maryland number 5, but boy, something in the water there in MD. As the Sprint Factory, indeed, he's the latest one to churn out of it. Noah Hospitalis comes in with a season's best to take heat number 3.
And I love to see that 47.98 from Hyman out of section number 2 holds in top position. There you see some of the history of this brilliant track here, this incredible facility, the track at New Balance Boston. You know, it's a fairly new facility, but it is just steeped in tremendous history and legacy.
Well, that's how you build history, I suppose, year by year, and have just great meets on this track at every level. 5 athletes here for heat number 4. Connor Earl, Nishant Tama, Michael Heberlin, Wade Leventis, and Suhail Benson.
And it's going to be a strong battle at the cut-in here. Again, you want to be in that pole position if you can at the lead, at the bell rather, knowing that you have to go around the top of that track. It is Tama with a 23 flat, just 0.07 of a second behind him is Benson, and it is those two with the battle into the final turn.
Benson's a 48.4 man at his best, but it is going to be Nishant Tama. Surprised to see Benson fade a bit there, but a fine and confident run. Really strong running from Nishant Tama of Monroe Township out of New Jersey. That's another pretty talented state, if I don't mind saying. 48.74 for Tama, taking the win here in heat number 4.
And that is going to be the 3rd best time on the day. Again, that 47.98, courtesy of Cameron Hyman, holding strong out of section number 2. And this is, again, why your personal best does not always indicate what you're capable of. Every one of these runners looking to put something special down here in March at the track at New Balance.
And some perhaps a bit more comfortable than others indoors. So we see personal best, well, as we say, Kate, on paper this, on paper that. They don't run the race on paper. Mark Johns here in heat number 5. John Froelich, Mark Macario, and Sage Noel Allen. As we will come into the break with Sage Noel Allen of ESST Track and Field taking the bell.
22.63 for our leader, the better part of 0.2 of a second ahead of the rest of the field, but now he's under some pressure down the backstretch. Again, these guys are taking up a lot of room on the track in the best way possible, and now it's a 3-man race towards the line.
Holding that inside line in the red is Sage Noel Allen, but on his outside was Noel Allen, who came through that 200 meters first. We'll see another quick time, 48.71 for Mark Macario of St. Augustine Prep. Sage Noel Allen does hang on for second, 49.02. It was really a 3-man battle there. such is the depth of these 45 heats. You might look at that and think, 45 heats, that's a lot. Well, there is not just quality, but depth as well.
Absolutely, well said. And there again, a great shot of some of the records that have been set, some of the heroes that have come through these walls in the past as we move on to our 6th section. And I gotta say, I am so impressed by Cameron Hyman, who holds on to that top mark at 47.98. He's the only sub 48 clocker on the day as we approach heat number 6.
This is David Barbero now in heat number 6. Carlos Rodriguez Novoa, Enrique Archie, Nick Coleman, Brian Rivas Jr. You know, they talk about the preferred lanes on the outside. Well, you still have to climb the hill before coming downhill. And everybody's running the same 400 meters, but in lane number 4, Enrique Archie of Workday Lane ETC is going to have the advantage here at the break, looking to take that pole position.
And an enormous opening lap for our leader. Absolutely asserting his dominance up front. Again, he knows what time he has to beat. 47.98, and Archie with a 22.48 opening 200. He is brimming with confidence, but under some pressure now as he rounds the top of the track.
49.4 earlier this season for him, but as you can see, it doesn't always shake out. And now going down back there in third, he put it all on the line, went out hard early, and unfortunately ends up paying for that. But Nick Coleman timed his move perfectly for the Saginaw Striders. As you can see there, 48.52 for Coleman to take the victory, and a tough finish for Archie, who was our early leader.
So the senior from Michigan, Coleman, takes top marks. 2 athletes under the 50-second barrier there. And it remains Hyman with that 47.98, the time to beat. And we are working our way well into the meat of this 45 heat race.
Well, how's this for a segue, Kate? 45 heat, 45.71, the meet record set from Quincy Wilson last year. So again, talk about the looming presence of the Olympic gold medalist. He will be here shortly looking for a 4-peat for Bullis. But on the track now is heat number 7. Damian Modi, Chris Campbell, Nico Pukert, Braden Thaxton, and Nicholas Bailey. All seniors. 5 athletes taken away on heat number 7, trying to beat that time from Cameron Hyman. It's Maryland, in fact, sitting 1-2 with Noah Hospitalis at 48.4. But the only sub-48 clocking thus far, Hyman, 47.98. That's the time to beat. And a good start on the inside. Well, we haven't talked about it too much, but riding that line, this is a danger in the 400 meters, Kate. Stepping on the line early could get you DQ'd.
Absolutely. And up at the front now, that is Thaxton with the advantage halfway through. 23.17 for Thaxton.
Braden Thaxton trying to hold off the rest of the field in heat number 7 here for Vandalia Butler. He is going to do it. The Ohio native comes through 49 low. He's got a 48.3 season's best, so Thaxton may have been looking for something a little bit quicker there, but 49.14. Anytime you dip under 50 seconds, you know, we get spoiled, Kate. We see Quincy Wilson running 45.7 and things like that. But a good reminder, man, if you're dipping under 50 seconds, you know, that is kind of that first barrier. But what a just a deep, deep field here at the New Balance Indoor Nationals.
I love that perspective. Really great point there that, you know, an embarrassment of riches, as they say, by way of depth here. And to have so many of these guys in high school getting under that 50-second barrier, it's a big, big deal.
Heat number 8 now. Jamison Warren, Julian Trelevin, Gideon Newton, Cameron Snyder, Patrick Logan. It's your lineup here. Quick start. On the outside is Cameron Snyder of Wizard TC trying to work a little magic. They will come around and fight for that pole position. As you can see, a very smooth transition through 200 meters and quick as well. But strung out here. Cameron Snyder leads the way.
Oh, Snyder looks so comfortable through that opening lap. That's what you like to see. Now he's got that head back a little bit. I'm sorry, but if Quincy Wilson can do it, anyone can do it. Throw that head back, go to the arms, make the magic happen.
And that is exactly what Cameron Snyder of Wizard TC is doing here. Almost under that 48-second barrier, but a new New York #1 time for the Wizard TC athlete. 48.05 to take the victory as Gideon Newton, well, again, Gideon Newton of Bullis TC, 49.58 for second.
And taking it from gun to tape is no easy feat, getting ever closer to that sub 47 mark. 48.05 for Snyder. 47.98 remains the time to beat out of section number 2, courtesy of Cameron Hyman, as we move on to our, where are we? 9th now of 45 sections.
Well, you said sub 47. You may have meant 47, sub 48, but you're not wrong, Gabe. We're going to see sub 47 at some point as well. So very, very
I'm just
good
anticipating,
top
Trevor. I'm just getting excited.
I like that. I like the optimism, but that's why we're tuning in. And that's why you can't tune away. It's not one heat later on. It is all of these heats as we look at heat number 9. It's Gavin Drake, Landon Wall, Jeremiah Mack, Jonas Frone. That's Jonas Frone of Archbishop Carroll. Again, you talk about programs that are always well represented. That DC squad is certainly on this. He will push hard to take that pole position. It's going to be Frone out in front.
And he is the youngest of the field. A junior is Frone against a trio of seniors. 22.58, that opening lap. Under some pressure now down the backstretch, but you see him finding his position on the outside of lane 1. That's a smart spot to be. As you said, they climb the hill and come back down.
Frone, Drake, Mack, Jonas Frone of Archbishop Carroll trying to hang on to the lead. He will do just that, come home in 48 mid, 48.54 for Frone, 22.5, 25.9. That's your split as Gavin Drake comes through for second. The Lone Star stayed 48.91.
Good close there by Drake, but Frone did enough to hold on. And again, you put down the work early days and you either fade a little bit or you are able to hold on, as we just saw. But no matter what, again, brave running is often rewarded either with a personal best, a season's best, or at least top marks in your section. And we are well into our sections here, 45 total, and on to heat number 10.
Alan Sultan the fourth, Elijah McLeod, Dustin DeCumber, Kinley Poole, and Jalen Anthony here in heat number 10. Still looking for another sub 48 second clocking, as you have said.
It has eluded all of our runners thus far, save for our winner of Section 2. But if anyone is on a mission, it is our leader right now. A big opening lap there, courtesy of Kinley Poole for Unity Track Club, 22.52. He's got to keep his foot on the gas now down that back stretch. You can see, again, these athletes swinging really wide. These guys take up a lot of room in the best way, and they are looking to put their mark down here at the track at New Balance.
Kinley Poole, Jalen Anthony, and Elijah McLeod there, as you can see, going too wide, but at the line, another very close. 48.01, doesn't get much closer than that for Kinley Poole of Unity Track Club. He's going to take this one. Elijah McLeod, sky's the limit. Hangs on for that second position, dipping under 49 seconds. Jalen Anthony there in third.
Well, I got to tell you, Trevor, I know what it feels like to come really close to that 0-0 barrier. And so 48.01 for Kinley Poole. And I believe we're just seeing maybe results from the previous section there. But Poole now with the second fastest time on the day thus far, 48.01. Snyder also in that 48 flat arena with a 48.05, courtesy of section number 8.
Well, let's give you some credit, Kate. I mean, you landed on the right side of it at the 5K at least. 14.59, baby.
Ah, that's so kind. Appreciate you.
Isn't that such a difference? We're track nerds, but that point 0.2, it makes such a difference, doesn't it?
Absolutely, and I know we're going to get underway here with our next section, but I got to tell you, I've also run 2:41 flat for the 1,000 for an NCAA record about 15 years ago, and I could not tell you how much I wanted to get under that barrier.
Well, there's always something to shoot for in track and field as we continue on. In heat number 11, it's a full field. Cody Miller, Tanner Linkhouse, Jason Rush, Braylon Anderson, and Brody Johnson, who will be our leader coming through for Wando TC. and leaving nothing to chance. Brody Johnson out in front. But as we've seen on that backstretch, Braylon Anderson of DeKalb out of Illinois gearing up for a final push.
Ooh, I like this timing for our leader and our chaser. 22.98 for Johnson. He's holding on now as Anderson tries to make a campaign towards the line.
Braylon Anderson will do just that as he comes through the line. First 48.22 for Braylon Anderson. Well, we'll talk about it again and again. 45 heats, plenty of time to do just that, but that straightaway is so short. I like to, you think of Quincy, not Wilson, but Quincy Hall winning the Olympic gold medal, coming back from nowhere is my point. You just don't have the time and the space to do that on the indoor track.
It's so true. You have to time that perfectly, choose your spots, and make your mark, as they say. We're moving again into the opening quarter of this 45 section event. Heat number 12 on the line.
Nathan Beckley, Caden Bronson, John Cody, Slim Kareem, and Griffin Backman. Your lineup here. And reminder once again, Cameron Hyman, well, we've said his name a lot, and deservedly so. 47.98. He leads the way. Our only athlete under 48 seconds thus far. A couple others at 48.0. So we will let things continue to shake out here and see where our top qualifiers will come. But Hyman leads the way. But here in heat number 12, 4 athletes. Good start there from Slim Kareem in 5.
Only 4 men in this section, all of them tightly packed. It's a blanket across the line here. Again, you want to be in that lead approaching the bell. And, ooh, a bit of a stumble there as, unfortunately, one of our athletes loses his footing and stumbles onto the infield.
And unfortunately, that's part and parcel of indoor 400-meter racing. Well, it was Slim Kareem who had the early advantage. We thought he comes hard on the outside now in the blue. Can he do it? Well, that's that short straightaway we were talking about, as John Cody will hang on, 49.32. He kind of bruised his way to that pole position for Team War and made the most of it there. Griffin Backman in second, also under 50 seconds.
Team War going to battle and coming away with a win. It wasn't a fast race, Trevor, but it was a well-fought battle, I will say. Sometimes you end up in these situations where you learn a lot just from having to go through those steps, having to go through that sort of traffic up front. So even if you don't come away with a season's or lifetime best, lots of lessons to be learned here at the track at New Balance.
Every race is a rep, and he wasn't too far off his 49.2 indoor best. So we move now to heat number 13. Corbin Weeks, Josiah Lindsay, Jameson Coleman, Drew Johnson, and Crew Brown. That's your lineup here. All seniors off and away in heat number 13. It'll be a close battle like we saw previously in a hotly contested pole position, or will it be a quick lead? Good start in the middle of the track for Coleman.
Well, again, these guys know exactly what they need to do to put themselves at the top of the pile. It's another tight contest at the bell between our leaders Coleman and then Brown just behind him. Less than a tenth of a second separating them. 22.5 for Coleman for Hoover Elite. And he is now going to be pressured on his outside. Can he hold on around the top of the track?
Jameson Coleman unable to hold on to that lead. Crew Brown. Now, Malapin TC is going to take it. Crew Brown, 48.29, as he comes through with a hard-fought win. That will be, our 5th fastest time overall. Crew Brown gets the win here in Heat 13.
Looking happy with it. Little nod to the camera there. We love some good showmanship, and that's what we're seeing on display. Again, I can't believe, Trevor, we're only 13 heats into this thing. We got a ton yet to go, and we've already seen some absolutely blazing performances courtesy of these young men.
Well, one of my favorites coming up here, as you can see our lineup. Keep an eye on Jaden DeLeon of the house. He's run some very, very quick times, including over 300 meters. Justin Titus here, Aiden Reese, Josiah Brown-Price, Jaden DeLeon, and Brendan Cutler Bullis TC there in lane number 4. Jaden De Leon, the house, who we mentioned, could be one to watch. Really smooth runner, built for the 400 is De Leon.
Yeah, and we're going to see him in action in those 200s as well. So a well-seasoned sprinter, and look at this performance. I talked about showmanship. Talk about putting on a show. This is a comfortable-looking opening lap, and that is a lot to be said for our leader. 22:09 with no one in his slipstream. When you can be almost the only person in picture in a 400, that is saying a whole lot.
Well, as I said, he's run some quick 300s this year and is very quick over 400 meters as well. 46.8 his personal best that came at the end of February. He is in fine form. Well, look at that. You said sub 47. Let's go ahead and put that one on the board. 46.96 for Jaden De Leon, and he is so smooth. Is he breathing hard, Kate? Not so sure, but he goes atop the leaderboard now.
Oh, it's so annoying how comfortable these guys look. When it is magic, it is magic. When you can throw down, you know you're in shape for it, and you come out with the confidence to be able to say, I'm going to put my mark on this thing, and then I'm going to walk away pretty smooth and comfy. That was a fantastic performance there, and we've got so much more to come.
De Leon was second outdoors to Quincy Wilson in this, the New Balance Outdoor National Championship. So De Leon, as I said, one to watch. He drops the hammer, lets everybody know what's going on. Tyson Hardy here in heat 15. Well, we'll get a breather here. Mason Dark, Denzel Kiseka, and Brody Pitt. But it just points out, Kate, this is not going to be a walk in the park. Quincy Wilson, as we say, looking for that 4-peat, and will have to be the odds-on favorite to do it. But guys like De Leon and others, not going to make it easy for him.
Absolutely. I love to see that. We've got two guys under that 48-second barrier so far. That is Hyman with 47.98 and now De Leon with 46.96. Again, just ramping things up into the meat of these 45 sections of our championship 400 prelims.
So away we go in heat number 15, having just seen the fastest time of the day in our first sub 47-second clocking from De Leon. But here, Hardy, Dark, Kiseka, and Pitt will do battle. Tyson Hardy, just a 10th grader down there in lane number 2, but he'll have his hands full, as you can see, pretty even, sliding down now, and there he is taking the pole position, Brody Pitt out of Oklahoma.
23:06, one of our slower opening laps, so he's going to have to do some work down this backstretch. He is keen for the task and under some pressure now from behind, but still looking smooth with less than 100 to go.
Brody Pitt out of Broken Arrow, Oklahoma, will straighten out this final finish and take things under 49 seconds. 48.83 for Brody Pitt to take heat number 15. And he's a 47.4 performer at his best. So, yeah, you'll see a little bit of the frustration. We see the highest of highs and perhaps the lowest of lows as well for some athletes that were looking to do more.
And, you know, again, you talked about getting the reps in. I think, Trevor, this is just kind of adding to the full inventory of your ability as an athlete, is getting into these championship races, maybe not running the time you want, but getting that experience amongst some of the best competitors in the nation, and just, again, adding that to your repertoire of work.
Well, another favorite coming up here, we have Michael Pelosi, Jake Brown, Casey Kinsley. Keep an eye on lane number 5 in that distinct Bullis jersey, although they have a lot of jerseys over there, don't they? Cameron Homer in 5, just a junior still, was a part of so many of those records last year and has been one that's pushing on Quincy Wilson. And is he next in line, Kate? Cameron Homer, Bullis TC, keeping the tradition strong, but he's got work to do here.
Tradition is the word. What a brilliant crew that is, out of Bullis, comes through with 21.96 for that opening lap. Homer, as you mentioned, just a junior, but he is being pushed along every day in training by that phenomenal program out of Bullis, and he is looking to put his mark on this thing.
Homer, third in this race in the final a year ago, third outdoors as well. He's a sub 46-second performer at his best. 45.8 his outdoor PB, cruising through 47.58. No problem for Cameron Homer of Bullis to take that one.
Again, look at the confidence, look at the swagger, look at the composure. This is what champions are built of. coming from a program like this, again, day in, day out, you're training, you're competing with the best in the nation, the best in the world in many cases, and a 47.58 wins by almost a full second, and to do it that comfortably means that when he is under some pressure, he is going to run so much faster.
The whole Bullis crew takes this very seriously. We saw them get DQ'd in the 4x2 last year. They won the 4x4. They have the last couple of years. So talk about depth. Again, it's not just Quincy Wilson. We'll talk more about them. Heat 17 now. Elijah Copenny, Keanu Edwards, Caleb Bigwood, Seven Garcia, and Brody Gallion.
Time to beat 46.96, courtesy of De Leon of the house out of section number 14. And again, a really tight battle between all 5 of these athletes as they approach the bell. It is going to be advantage up front for Gallion with a 22.37.
Brody Gallion out of Nebraska. Seven Garcia trying to be lucky on the outside for Hackensack Track Club. Caleb Bigwood. But as you can see into this final stretch, Gallion is going to fade and will go under 48 seconds yet again. Seven Garcia, 47.68. Caleb Bigwood, good run there in second, 48.19. But Garcia adds another athlete now under 48 seconds.
And just putting the hands up is Garcia there, saying there is more in the tank here. Another big performance for him. So he is going to sit in third in the compiled results right now. We have 4 guys under 48, but we are moving on to some magic here. Absolute brilliance on the track, Trevor.
A golden glow in heat number 18 here. We have Ross Bush, Troy Hurd, James Uphouse, one and only Quincy Wilson in lane number 5, Josiah Wade out there in 6. But Quincy Wilson, what can you say for the Bullis athlete? Olympic gold in Paris on the 4x4 and the 3-time defending champion. Kate, clearly the favorite coming in.
Well, you know, I had the absolute pleasure of being on the call 2 weeks ago when this man took down the national record in the 500, running 1 minute .22 at the Circuit Philly, and he is absolutely in a league of his own every time he steps on the track. We talk about the depth, but look at the confidence, the swagger, and the strength of this young man. We've watched him develop over the years. He's the meet record holder. He's a, as you said, Olympic gold medalist, and he has thrown down a 22 flat opening lap.
How many high school sophomores pick up a Olympic gold medal on their summer break? But Quincy Wilson did just that. Still just a senior, still in high school, I should say. A senior now. He's headed to Maryland next year. Well, dropping the hammer and letting everybody know he is in fine form as if they didn't know already. 46.51 for Quincy Wilson. He's one of the highlights of this entire meet. And talk about breathing hard again. Run in the park, a jog, a walk, I don't know, Kate, but Quincy Wilson, will certainly see him trying to defend his title.
Absolutely. Again, this is why he is an Olympic gold medalist. This kid has just not been under pressure amongst his compatriots, amongst his, classmen. He cannot find competition. He has to go to the Olympic stage to get someone fast enough to run with him. He's the meet record holder at 45.71. We're going to see him in action all weekend along with his teammates. Another set of absolutely stellar work there, courtesy of Mr. Quincy Wilson.
Well, I think De Leon and Homer and some of these guys might clip that there, Kate, and give themselves a little extra motivation to take down Quincy Wilson. We'll see what happens. But that's what's so fun about it. Wilson, as you said, 45.71 last year. We had Andrew Salvadone, who was right behind him at 45.8. So we have got a mouth-watering final shaping up here, but plenty more heats to come. And heat 19 here, it's Owen Traeger, Justin Greathouse, Flynn Arnold, and Lucas Corrado. How do you follow that up from Quincy Wilson? Go out there and do your best, I suppose, as we have in Heat 19.
Well, Trevor, mouthwatering indeed. Whet your appetites, folks, because we are going to continue with the spicy, tasty action on the track here. Down the backstretch, big opening lap for Flynn Arnold of Real Training, 22.76. Flynn
Arnold going to take it all the way through. We've seen some athletes get out in front and just fade in the final 100, but no such case for Flynn Arnold. 47.95, another solid time as we see another sub 48 second clocking.
So that's going to make 6 strong now. in the sub 48 club here on day number 2 of New Balance Nationals Indoors 2026. And Arnold will set himself in 5th overall in the compiled results. We've got 2 sub 47 clockings courtesy of Wilson and De Leon, and I would imagine we're going to see a few more as we continue working our way through these 45 sections. We're not even halfway through, Trevor.
Well, and again, it shows the depth. I mean, top 8 advanced by time. Just the top 8 from across all of these 45 heats. So you really are racing the clock. You can't cruise. You can't let up. You can see heat number 20 there, Parker Lewis, Max Handler, Simeon Donaldson, Cameron Tucker, Chandler Jones. That's your lineup here in heat 20 of 45. Quick start on the outside there already for Cameron Tucker, Robinson, TC.
Yeah, Tucker looking really good around the top of the track here, approaching the cut-in. You can tell just how comfortable these athletes are. Their body language says everything. He's almost looks like he's putting on the brakes here, and for him to be able to do that with a sub 23 opening lap completely solo is no small feat.
Well, he's clear of the field is Tucker, but not by much. The Robinson athlete out of North Carolina here comes in, as you said, looking very confident. Coming around the bend. The battle now maybe for second. But it is all Cameron Tucker out in front. Clean running form, pumping the arms. And he will take this one. Another athlete dipping under 48 seconds. Very experienced athlete. He's got a 47.2 PB from outdoors. Goes 47.9 here in North Carolina. #1 time to take the win.
Yeah, that's got to feel so good. So adding him to our list of sub 48 performers, make that 7 now total. And again, as you mentioned, only top 8 on time going through that final. So they know exactly what they need to do. They know that they have to run all out, no matter the competition, to put themselves in contention for that final. And that is swagger rights across the board if you make that final.
Exactly. Even making the final is such an incredible feat. As we look to heat 21 now, Joel Connor, Ozias Tulloch, Adam Nyarko. 3 athletes here, and that's a good call from Mr. Official. I'm glad they called that back. You can see the blocks that slipped from Joel Connor of Sprint Factory there in 2.
Yeah, green card to the field, so that's a good sign. Means there's no disqualification, but you could see that block absolutely moving itself back on the track there. So this is another opportunity for these runners to get some of that top-level experience. Looking like he's going to try to replace it. In fact, looking like he's maybe walking off the track, Trevor. We're going to wait for some confirmation. Finds another set of blocks. And, you know, this is the kind of thing that can happen at that top level, at the World Championships, at the Olympics. Every once in a while, you see something like this. And to be able to, again, get those reps, go through the experience of just having to refocus, settle back in, and regain your composure after a malfunction. It's going to, like I said, add to the inventory of experience for each of these competitors.
I like that, inventory of experience. Yeah, we talk about, you know, again, you've competed at the highest stage, of course, the Olympics and World Championships, and you see the composure from those athletes. Well, it's happened before, right? That's not your first go around, and that's just part of the game. So back and now away cleanly. Second time of asking Joel Connor, Ozias Tulloch, and Adam Nyarko, as they are pretty even through the first 100 meters here, smooth running. But somebody will have to assert themselves, perhaps Nyarko on the outside for Calgary.
Love to see that. Nyarko absolutely taking control of this thing, unbothered by his competition. Well, what competition? Yeah, not even in camera right now. So a wonderful opening lap there. 22.67 for the Calgary, Alberta exponent.
So the Canadian leads the way. Nyarko, as you said, with nobody in picture, as he is going to be well clear of the field. But of course, they race the clock in addition to their competitors in these heats. So coming through, it'll be just over 48 seconds for Adam Nyarko. And he gets the win here in heat 21.
Yeah, probably wanted something a little faster, but looking really good and smooth. Again, having to do it the hard way from the front, leading that race gun to tape, and just trying to make it a very fast time trial, if you will. And comes away with a strong time. Probably, again, not quite what he would have liked. That is going to put him 13th overall in the compiled results. He is tied with Galian of Atkinson, but a strong win.
I'll underscore your point there, Kate. I think you're right. He was second at those Canadian championships that he ran outdoors last year, 46.3, multiple times under 47 seconds. So perhaps a touch disappointed due to his own very high standards. But we move on. Heat 22, Riley Cole, Camden Killian, Miles King, Adric Evans. That is your lineup here in Heat 22.
Moving well on the outside there in lane number 5 is Evans. He's going to be looking for a pole position, but he's under some threat here, Trevor, from his inside. Holds on to the advantage as he cuts in towards the line. Another opening lap of 22.94, so sub 23 clocking there. He's going to have to, again, keep his foot on the gas pedal if he's going to solidify himself in a position for that final.
Adric Evans of Royce City, Texas, will hold on and, in fact, extend that lead as the Lone Star State also well represented. Texas speed certainly on display as well, but it will be Adric Evans taking it 48-41. And you can see, talk about their own high standards while shaking his head a little bit, saying, hey, the win is nice, but I wanted to go quicker.
Well, you know, if
sub
you
47 guy at his best.
That's right. And if you can't do it by yourself, you better hope that you're in a fast heat. So much of this comes down to how well stacked the rest of the competition is behind our leaders. Keeping that pressure on, making sure that these runners are staying honest from the start. So we are moving on to our 23rd of 45 sections. We're finally halfway through here, Trevor, and we have seven guys under 48. And again, only top 8 on time make it through to that final.
So deep in this boys 400 meters. That bubble time is 48.01, as you said, but certainly will take quicker than that. It's Hunter Kane, David Brooks, Mikhail Allaire, and Ryan Henninghaus on the outside now with some company from Allaire of Laval. And those two duking it out to the line. Henninghaus with the pole position.
Very tight contest here. Henninghaus, as you mentioned, with a slight advantage, 0.2 of a second over Allaire from Laval. 22 and change for both of these guys, and it's going to remain that order as they approach the final 100. And this is exactly what I was talking about, Trevor. You want competition. It makes you faster. Pressure makes diamonds.
Iron sharpening iron here in Heat 23. Henninghaus is going to take it for Roman Catholic TC, number 3 time in PA, 48.29 for Henninghaus, as he takes the victory and holds off Allaire, who comes through at 48.54.
48.29, and New Pennsylvania number 3. He looks happy with it. Good to see that. So that is going to slot him back down the list here. As I mentioned, only top 8 make it through, and we have 47.98 as our second best time. 7 athletes under that 48-second mark.
Well, and happy he should be. A new PB there for Ryan Henninghaus. As we continue on, this will be Marcus Mabane, Ben Lako, Jaden Taylor, and Levi Campbell. With just a lone junior. The rest seniors. Marquise Mabane down there in 2, moving well. So too on the outside, Taylor and Campbell duking it out. But look at the start on the inside there from Mabane.
Yeah, again, taking up a lot of room on the track in the best way. Finding his way into 3rd now, and it is going to be a tight battle with the top 3 at that cut-in. 22.64 for Taylor. He'll hold the advantage over Campbell and Mabane, but it is going to continue to be a strong contest down the backstretch, finding room on the outside and gritting his teeth into the final 100.
Jaden Taylor holding off that charge, and the longer you can hold off the charge, well, the harder it is for the athlete to pass behind you. We'll have another 48 mid-clocking here, but Jaden Taylor did well to hold the line there around the bend as he comes through for Coastal Georgia and takes victory in 48.46.
Again, so hard to read the body language, but that does not look like necessarily a happy response. Taking the win is a big deal, but running fast is what matters. 48.46 is not going to be enough to make him through to that final. He looks a bit disappointed, but again, had to do it the hard way by himself up front.
So 48.01, still that bubble time. We'll have Austin Nunez here, Ray Enwa, Kyrie Bonner, and Dylan Carey. And away we go. On the outside, Dylan Carey of Wando TC with the early advantage, trying to make sure he sees nobody in this race. But down on the inside, Austin Nunez of Drive Phase Track Club will have something to say about that. He will take the break first, and it may be Carey sliding down, but those two are going to be step for step.
It's so hard when you have to chop your stride a little bit there, like we saw with our second runner, Carey, having to just decide, I'm not going to be able to put myself in the top position here. I'm going to have to slow down a little bit in order to run the shortest line, but now pulling ahead of the rest of the field and unleashing a huge final kick.
Dylan Carey coming down from lane number 6 is going to time that one right and take victory here. And again, we talk about everything in relation to those top 8. Well, let's be fair, 45 heats, everybody looking kind of for their own battle. Yes, you want to get into the qualification, into that final, of course, but as we've talked about, try to catch as many of these PRs or season's best as possible, Kate, but everybody has their own goals, let's put it that way.
Absolutely. And again, just the opportunity to show up at a professional setting at the high school level is a big deal. Again, not a professional meet, but it's got that air, it's got that quality, and it's going to, as I said, add to the collective inventory of performances across the board for each of these runners.
Here in Heat 26, we have Brennan Ingram, Kahari Halstead, Malcolm Brown, Cameron Bowser, and Bryant Williams. And it is worth noting, last year, the last man in was Cameron Homer, who ended up third overall, 47.83. That's what it took to qualify last year, 47.83. We might see something quicker already with the depth just over halfway through, Kate. This is a deep, deep field as we see Bowser coming through here to take the pole.
Oh, and Bowser again looking so comfortable. Again, annoyingly comfortable, I'll say, only because I'm very jealous of the ease with which these runners take to this track. And he's got a large amount of daylight between himself and the rest of the competition, but now some pressure on into the top of the track.
That's Malcolm Brown of St. James Academy TC, who was trying to make his push, but the long strides of Cameron Bowser are going to bring it home just over 48 seconds. So he'll be a touch outside that bubble time of 48.01, but 48.10 for Bowser, and he did well to hold off the hard-charging Malcolm Brown to finish his second in 48.42.
Yeah, really impressive performance there, courtesy of Bowser. That puts him 10th in the compiled results. As you said, we have several heats yet to go, so that will not qualify him for the final, but a valiant effort, a really well, hard-fought run there for Bowser as we approach Heat 27 of 45.
Well, and he knows New Balance. He'll have his eyes set on outdoors. He was just outside those finals, but he ran his 47.06 personal best to finish 10th and be just outside the final. Last year outdoors did Cameron Bowser. We look to Heat 27 now. Jaden Pillard, Matthew Waltman, Wendell Childs Jr., Cole Irwin. That's your lineup here. And a bit of fiddle-faddle there with the blocks once again. But we continue marching ever onward. We'll have, of course, the girls 400 prelim set after the conclusion of the boys here, and then the championship 2-mile. That'll be a fun one, as we saw those 5Ks yesterday, but the distance action will continue. Heat 27 now away.
Well, Trevor, I gotta say, marching on from Fiddle Faddle may be my favorite quote of the day so far. Well done. And it is no Fiddle Faddle on the track right now. A really tight contest across the board here at the cut-in. It's going to appear to be lane number 3 with the advantage, but he is not without company, and the big man to his outside, Waltman with the pole position, but Childs Jr. now looking to make something of this down the back stretch, and he's going to pull away from the rest of the crew.
Wendell Childs running like a grown man as he is out in front for Straight Smokin' Track Club. Once again, if you've been around, you've seen the Michigan-based squad come out here to the track at New Balance and absolutely make the most of the trip, as I like to say. 48.27 for Wendell Childs Jr. He's going to take it. That's not far off his 47.8 PB. Fine run from him here in Heat 27.
Well, sir, you are on fire today with the quotes. I'm loving being on this call with you. Thanks so much for that, Trevor. And again, running like a man was Childs Jr. We are into the back third now of our 45 sections of this championship boys 400-meter prelims. Again, an embarrassment of riches. Can we believe that we've seen so many phenomenal performances and times, and it's just the start of day 2 here at New Balance Nationals Indoors 2026.
Live to entertain, Kate. As we continue on, 5 athletes here. It's Ryan Foley, Jack Garner, Sir Braxton Sprouse to you, Liam Kinkin, and Braylon Miller. And pretty even through the first 100 meters now. On comes Liam Kinkin of South Mech.
And a big opening lap there for our leader. Again, not holding anything back and putting his name on this thing. Kinkin out of South Mech, 22:41. That is a very quick opening lap. It's one of our fastest so far. He is on a mission. You can see him just bearing down now, but no one in sight as he approaches the final 50.
For South Mech, Liam Kinkin is going to come through very quickly. No shame in that. 47:55. Top time in North Carolina, and a top mark here to put himself into the top 8. Well, it's been a minute since we've seen an athlete slide back into that top 8 just because of how deep it is. But Kinkin is going to assert himself and now put himself in a qualifying position.
Yeah, unbelievable performance there. He is going to be top 8 easily, 3rd overall in the compiled results. We now have 8 guys under 48 seconds, so it is going to take something special to make your way to that final. Again, just top 8 on time will get through, but Kinkin in a comfy spot there, number 3 in the compiled results. But man, we have so much racing left to go.
Well, that's exactly it. We talked about Cameron Hyman for so long in the early goings of this. Ran 47.98, our first under 48 seconds, but he sits on that bubble now. 47.98 is the 8th fastest time compiled here in Heat 29. It's Colton Smith, Georgie Bertini, Christopher Velez, Robert Young, and Carl Dufresneau. And it is Robert Young of Western Central TC leading the way.
Yeah, the senior, again, in a fairly comfortable position, but I love to see the train starting to build behind him. He is the conductor, and can the cars continue turning things down the backstretch? He's in a very strong position there, Young, but Dufresneau definitely keeping the pressure on.
Chugging along is Robert Young into the home stretch with a full head of steam as the battle is for second. And it will be Robert Young. Was there ever any doubt? He comes through after a 22.5, 200 meters, as you said, 48.81 time performance from him. And the senior will take Heat 29.
Pulled away really nicely there, kept his composure, went to the arms. The form looks strong, and over half a second advantage over Velez on the, what are we now, the 29th section of 45. My goodness. Heat 30 on track now.
I was going to say, I'm not a math whiz myself, but you said back third a little earlier, and I had to get out the abacus here and double check. But now this will be the back third. Is that right? Heat number 30.
Are you calling me out on numbers, Trevor?
I'm calling you at it. Exactly. Tristan Frank, Carter Dunstan, Khalil Gorenstein, Robert LaBarbera, that is your lineup here for athletes. Well, again, the biggest difference, you mentioned the 800 meters. Yes, it's a contact sport and tight quarters, certainly, but for these 400 guys, they're used to the 4x4, I suppose, and having a little bit of company, but indoors is such a different race than outdoors in the 400, not staying in your lane the whole way. You really have to fight for every position that you have.
Absolutely. It's a different calculus being mounted, and it is a duo up front now, and a big swing on the outside by LaBarbera, trying to assert himself at the top of this track, and it's going to be a difficult battle to the line here.
That's the advantage of having the inside lane. Gorenstein holding it around the bend, but unable to hold it all the way to the line as Robert LaBarbera will come through. 48.68 for first here as he holds off Khalil Gorenstein of Benjamin Franklin TC. A spectacle that was all the way to the line. LaBarbera gets the win.
And a new New York number 3 with that 48.68. It's not going to be enough to advance him to the final.
Whoa, that was a big difference there. I was going to say a slight adjustment on the blocks, but he moved it up 3 or 4 notches, it seemed to me. Marcus McGill lines up down there in 2 here in Heat 31. Monty Logan Hay, Wayne Roberts Jr., Jaden Wilson, and Mikkel Smoot.
A strong start on the outside. Oh, and it looks like a hamstring pull there. That is unfortunate for Wilson out of lane number 5. And Smoot now running by himself on the outside. He's going to try to find pole position here, and he's going to be under some pressure. A big opening lap here by our leader, Smoot and McGill, taking things out just over that 23-second barrier through the opening 200.
Mikkel Smoot of the Gary Steelers forging his way ahead. As you can see now, Marcus McGill of Crescent out of PA in the lead. The powerful strides of Marcus McGill. They were 23-1 through the first 200 meters. They'll be just a touch under 50 seconds. And take this one, McGill, for PA with the win in Heat 31.
So again, Trevor, it's just a reminder, and no shade to any of the athletes who have done the hard work amongst good competition, but when you only have 4 guys to start, one of them pulls out, unfortunately, with injury, it is so much more difficult in these heats to keep that pressure on and really push to a top performance when there's only a few competitors. So some of this is the luck of the draw. A lot of it is the talent, the preparation at the fastest party on the planet here at New Balance Nationals Indoors 2026.
And hey, he came in with a 50.00 indoor personal best, so he at least dips under that 50-point mark. But we always want more in track and field. That's certainly the case. And as you said, the depth is just astounding. When you look at these results, you see, okay, a top 10, top 20 time in the state. And you think about that. Again, we're spoiled here, but I mean, if you're one of the best in the state, really, really impressive running. Great opportunity here. Our outside competitors quickly off now in Heat 32. It's Randall Ruff Jr., Ryan Ohl, Javier Kerr, and Nasir Andrade lining up in Heat 32.
Great battle on the outside there between Andrade and Kerr. And it's going to be Andrade in pole position going through that opening lap. Another one of our sub-23 clockers for that opening 200. 22.81 for Andrade, and Kerr now trying to mount a challenge around the top of the track.
Nasir Andrade trying to hold off the charge as going wide is Kerr. And the 2 white jerseys coming through first. But Javier Kerr of Glenville is going to take it 48.72. As you said, right at 23.0 through the 200 for Kerr. He came through second, but ends up first across the line. 48.72 for Kerr.
Really well-timed effort there for Kerr. It's about effort distribution. You want to time that kick, not hold too much back because you never want to have any regrets about not being at your best on the day, but making sure that you have a little bit in the reserves, in the tank for that final stretch. And it feels so good to win a race, no matter whether it's a prelim or a final. It is a big deal to say, I won my race here at the track at New Balance.
Heat 33 now. Kamal Ryan, Simon Young Link, Elliott Lightfoot Jr., and Logan Posey.
And talk about a man on a mission on the outside there. That is Posey trying to hold on to the top spot, but he is going to be under some contest coming into the opening lap here. It's going to be a very strong push by Ryan for a decisive lead, 22.68. That is a swift opening lap, the better part of half a second ahead of the competition.
Kamal Ryan of Dudley TC will go into the home stretch in the lead, but not by much, fading as he's feeling the fatigue. The battle coming on now for second. It's going to be close, but Ryan will be out-dipped by Logan Posey, 49.71 to 49.79. Link just dips under 50 seconds there at 49.99.
So Posey again with a great finish there. Ryan, I think, may have just shot his shot a little too early. Looking pretty comfortable, but then under pressure right at the line. And this is, again, where that competition makes all the difference. You got to run through the line, not to it. So we now enter our 34th of 45 heats of these championship boys 400-meter prelims. Top 8 on time, making it to that final right now. That bubble time is Cameron Hyman's 47.98. It's going to take a sub 48 clocking to get yourself through to the final, and we are well underway now with this 34th section. Pascal Maga, Pearson Ledford, Sean Hadley, Sheldon Simpson II, and Brandon Jordan, the 5 competitors in this field, and out like a shot in the night. A huge opening lap here, courtesy of Sheldon Simpson II of Windsor Track Club, 21.98 opening 200, and he is absolutely cruising away from the rest of the field here. Tons of daylight between him and his competitors, but he is starting to tie up and feeling the effects of that very swift opening lap.
The 400 is tough no matter what. We talk about it at the club and youth level all the way up through middle school, high school. Look at that, catching up with him, as you said. So tough, but it's Sean Hadley who ends up for the Blazing Bobcats. Blazing indeed, 48.98 for Hadley. Sheldon Simpson does hang on for second there, 49.12. It hurts no matter what, Kate. It's a tough event.
Ooh. Especially so if you're being chased down. Again, I applaud the bravery of our leader, taking things out fast and just taking a chance, but unable to hold form there with that fast-charging Hadley on his outside. Again, these are all great experiences that are going to make every single one of these competitors better in the long run.
Onward we go now, and as we look at Heat 35, it's Jalen Hubbard, Sebastian Ruth, Miles Cash, Jordan Waller, and Carter Sola. Bubble time, 47.98. Cameron Hyman still hanging on there as we see a quick start from Jordan Waller of Archbishop Carroll.
You've mentioned it already, but another stellar program who has just turned out some absolutely dominant athletes over the years here at New Balance Nationals, and he's going to be in the lead right around that 23-second mark, 23.04 for the opening lap for Waller, and he has got to keep cruising. He knows it, and he is putting down some work on the backstretch.
Jordan Waller of Archbishop Carroll trying to keep himself completely clear of the field and looking light on his feet into the home stretch. It's going to be Jordan Waller. Keep an eye on that clock, 48.73 make it for Waller. The junior for Archbishop Carroll out of D.C. He takes that one well out in front of the field. Sola, well-beaten second, 50-10.
Yeah, and again, really strong effort distribution there for Waller. Opening lap, 23.04. Second lap, 25.69. You expect about that 1.5 to 2 second differential between those two, but you want to distribute that effort as evenly as possible, and I think Waller did a great job of that, coming away with a 48.73.
And something we've mentioned only once or twice, Kate, is stepping on that line. You know, it's a testament, I would say, to just the experience of these athletes. I'm so impressed because at just the high school level, running on that indoor track with the bank is a real challenge, and it's maybe we'll see more of that in the 200, I suppose, but even coming around in the 400, it's so easy to just slide downhill a little bit. We're taught to ride that line, not run extra distance, but it's so easy to just let the momentum get the best of you and step once or twice inside the lane. Just haven't seen a lot of it, which is good to see. Ethan Roche here in Heat 36, Elliot Gehring, Nathan Murray, Ross Stevens, and Thomas Daniel Tent.
And Steven looked as though he was going to hold on to that advantage, but again, having to clip his stride a little bit. As to the outside, it is Tent of Border City Athletics Club, 23.03, his opening lap. And the senior now under some pressure as it is a 3-man race around the top of the track.
One of the closest ones we've seen clustered up here now into the home stretch. As you said, it was Thomas Daniel Tent, but Ross Stevens, Nathan Murray came on really strong, and they will take victory here. Stevens will for Temple out of New Hampshire, 48.75. Nathan Murray comes up for second, 49.09. Bubble time remains 47.98.
Well, like I said, Stevens had to clip his stride a little bit as he was overtaken at the completion of that first lap, but finds another gear to bring things home in that sub 49 second clocking. A really nicely timed race there for our winner of our 36th of 45 sections.
It's Antonio Steele, Prince Thompson, Joe Licata, and Jack Larson here in Heat 37 of 45, trying to see what it'll take. It was 47.83 a year ago to make this final, just the top 8 advancing by time. Well, Quincy Wilson was the fastest qualifier last year, as he currently is here today. Don't expect that top time to be challenged, but we slide down here. Jack Larson now settling into the lead.
Yeah, Larson looking pretty comfortable, again, on a mission. You can tell from the body language, from the way that they're holding themselves on the track. They know what they need to get done, and he is absolutely going for broke. Huge run here out front.
Going for broke indeed. He will have a challenge behind him, but as we've said time and again, won't be enough real estate in that home stretch, so it's going to be Joe Licata, Jack Larson, 48.17 for the win. Not far. Again, such an impressive time, Kate, and we just, we don't want to gloss over these impressive times. 48 low indoors for the high schoolers. So impressive, and yet the depth is such that that's not going to even make the final.
Well, again, it's a good problem to have, Trevor, to your point. When you can run 48 teens and not make it through to the final, it just goes to show that these guys are stepping things up year after year, meet after meet. It's wonderful to see. Tough not to make that final, but again, great performances all around.
So away we go in Heat 38. Sean Parham, Giovanni D'Amico, Oliver Gachelian, and Luke Roner.
Tough spot to be in on the outside there with an open lane in number 4, and it's going to be a battle between lanes 3 and 6. That's D'Amico with the advantage out of Philadelphia, 23.19. His opening split just 0.03 of a second ahead of Roner.
This one will come down to it, as you can see. D'Amico trying to hold on there. Luke Roner, the Bowling Green. As we said, everybody hurting in the final 50, the final 100. A couple more under 50 seconds here. D'Amico's going to hang on. 49.48 for the Pennsylvanian. Luke Roner, Bowling Green, 49.69 for second. Well, we continue on with the denouement of this 45 heats here in the 400 meters. Anything can happen. 47.98 the bubble time, but just as we say, you can win a timed final out of any section. Well, you can qualify out of any heat. And we'll look now to 39 of 45. Blake Weller, Sean Sobin, Derek Lyons Jr., Austin Smith, and Rory Yanone.
Well, Trevor, you know that I love a good French word, but denouement is awfully fancy, and I believe that we are going to see some guys taking you to task on that term a little bit. Denouement means leveling down. These guys are leveling up, and it is going to be a big push from the front. Again, Archbishop Carroll, it's not just how fast they run, Trevor, it's the way they run these races. They are running with the professionalism, again, of athletes well beyond their years.
Such pride there in D.C. on the sprints and the national records we saw last year in the 4x2 and the depth and just the athletes that they put on the college scene and beyond. So impressive. Archbishop Carroll is going to take this one, continue to represent. 48.33 for Austin Smith of Archbishop Carroll. Yeah, I had 2 quarters and wanted to put them together for a 50-cent word there, Kate. So I figured I'd maybe a loony and a toonie to rub together there. But, the back end of the 45 heats total, not that they can't run fast.
Oh, I love that you're speaking my language, and the strong Canadian contingency appreciates that Looney Tooney reference. But again, like I said, Archbishop Carroll, they just teach their athletes how to run a race, put down some fantastic times. But again, the differential between that opening and second lap, really, really tight. That's what you like to see. Not too much of a denouement or a fall off there between the first and second laps of that 400. But we are on to, well, into the real meat of this thing. 40 out of 45 sections now.
Brody Smith, Darley Philogene, Ben Burns, Lance Greenlee, and Charles Dallas That is your lineup here, and on the outside, good start, but look on the inside as well. Lane number 2 working hard, Brody Smith of Sabre Track Club.
Not much left to determine our finalists, and again, these guys battling it out through the opening lap. It's going to take a sub 48 clocking to get yourself through that final. Right now, bubble time is 47.98, courtesy of Cameron Hyman, but it's Greenlee with the advantage, 22.98 for that opening lap.
Greenlee has company. Charles Dallas of Go Far TC trying to reel him in here. And in the final stretch, it will be Greenlee able to hold off all challenges. 48.21, so not far off. Now, we get so used, Kate, in track, a few tenths. Well, it's not really that close. I mean, that is not that far off of a qualifying time, but just outside, as you can see, the battle of the home stretch here with Lance Greenlee getting the job done.
I love that Greenlee was able to hold on to form. He felt the challenge on his outside. Again, that makes him run a little bit faster, but doesn't get overwhelmed by it, holds his composure, comes away with the win. And again, a really fast time, 48.21, only sits him 14th. I say only overall in the compiled results. Again, a very impressive performance. And we are into our final 5 sections.
Heat 41 here off quickly. Ryan Martin, Embry Wazak, Brendan McCabe, and Julius Kinsler on the outside there. The advantage in the white top, lane number 5 for Immaculate TC. Brendan McCabe leading the way.
Yeah, McCabe, again, a strong position, holding his form on the inside, 22.42. So about 0.2 of a second ahead of the rest of the field. He's looking really strong, dialed in. Again, going to the arms. You can see the difference in the composure between our leader and our chaser. And that is going to reward him with a big pull away into the final 20 meters.
Brendan McCabe of Immaculate TC conceived that he could win this heat, and he did just that. 47.92. He'll put himself into the top 8. What a run from Brendan McCabe.
And he likes it, rightfully so. Big performance there for McCabe. That's going to sit him 6th in the compiled results. Again, top 8 on time will make it to that final, and he has absolutely asserted his name into that contention right now. Bubble time now is 47.95. Man, we've got 2 sub 47 clockings, and then a whole slew of athletes trying to keep themselves in the mix, as it's going to take, again, sub 48 to move on to that final.
Well, we said just a mouth-watering final on deck. Quincy Wilson going for his 4th win in a row since his freshman year. Absolutely dominant. Jaden DeLeon, Cameron Homer, and others will try to knock him off that track. Heat 42, Jack Sir goes in lane number 2. In 3, it's Krithik Ram Saravaнаrej. We have Eli Klein, Damani Roberts, and Cameron August. Really fast start on the outside there between August and Roberts. Those two pushing one another, around the top of the track and into the cut-in. It's going to be a really tight battle between them. An advantage will go on the outside there to August, 22.09. That is a fast opening lap. Cameron August leading the way, but Damani Roberts, just a sophomore for KTC out of Kentwood, Michigan, the Kentwood Track Club, trying to surge past. Can he do it? Coming downhill, slingshotting past Cameron August, our early leader. Damani Roberts is going to time this one just right. Will he sneak into the top 8? Yes, he will. Bubble time was 47.95, 47.94 for Damani Roberts. Well, he will be the most nervous man for these final 3 heats, but for now, he's top 8.
Oh, well said. Absolutely. A nervous few heats left to go here, and you can see what it took out of him, but dipping under that 48-second mark, that was a big run courtesy of Roberts. And this is why, again, you run through the line, not to it, because a 100th of a second is keeping him in contention right now. We've got 2 47.95 clockings. And if you are looking at the live results, that means that we have question marks next to the names of Cameron Tucker and Flynn Arnold as we await our final 3 sections to see who's going to make it through to that final.
So will it come down to the 1,000th to decide our final qualifiers, or can we see in these final few heats somebody go faster than 47.95 and give us a clear answer. Lex McCurry, Cameron Anderson, Amir Duff, Joshua Gallion. That's your lineup here. Look, it's the smooth running of Amir Duff. He'll take the pole.
Oh, looking so comfortable up front and definitely in charge. Large and in charge is our leader. Duff comes through with a 22.63 opening lap. Gallion just under that 23-second mark as well for the opening 200, but it remains Duff with a big campaign towards that line.
The Duff man out in front, Amir Duff of St. James Academy TC. Zero questions about that. 48.25 for him as he will take this one all by himself. Gallion 49.61 for second.
Yeah, again, that's such an impressive result. More than a second ahead of the rest of the field. And if you can do that by yourself, you better believe that once he's under some pressure in his future competitions, he's going to run so much faster and surely well under that 48-second mark.
Our penultimate heat now, 44 of 45. Aiden Burney, Rodney Glover, the two teammates, in fact, down there in 2 and 3 of Riverdale Baptist TC. Jadarian Moore and Cortez Williams. That's your lineup here. Bit of a stumble out of the gate for Jadarian Moore.
I was going to say, they know exactly what they have to do, and it's a 5-man section down to 4. Every single one of these guys dialed in and trying to keep things rolling around the top of the track now as they approach the cut-in. It's going to be awfully tight. You use that word slingshot. I love that. And there you see, again, the clipping of the stride. That can absolutely unrail someone's momentum when you have to pull back like that. But advantage to Williams, 22.61. Only 500ths ahead of the competition, but now pulling away around the top of the track.
Williams worked hard to get that pole position, so important as his competitors never recovered from checking their stride. As you said, tough to come back from that. We'll see Williams come through in 50.53. It perhaps was a bit hot coming out, 22.6 for those athletes. But that happens sometimes, Kate, when you really fight hard to get to that pole position, and it just sneaks up and jumps on the back in the last 100 meters.
Well, there's something to be said for wanting it too much, and I think that's what we're seeing a little bit here. Ooh, and a hard fall there between the two teammates. That was an unfortunate outcome there, and we're hoping that he's all right. But this is why, again, it was already going to be a small race. 5 down to 4. One athlete, unfortunately, goes down. Now it's only 3 runners. It's really tough to run your best when you're not under that pressure and when you've had such a cagey physical result in that heat. But we're on to our final one, Trevor. I can't believe we've made it through 45 sections.
The final heat indeed. It's not over till it's over. Could we see one final qualifier, or will we have a toss-up there for that 8th spot? As you said, Kate, 47.95 the bubble time with 2 athletes there. We'll have to go down to the 1,000th. Haven't delineated that just yet. But Caden Osterhout here, Marion Barnett, Eli Treese, and Alexander Kenny. That's your lineup. Lane 3, Marion Barnett out in front.
Yeah, really nice piece of running there by Barnett. Again, holding that pole position, looking comfortable under some pressure. This is what we like to see. A good campaign being mounted on the outside, and Barnett is going to have to work hard to hold on down the backstretch. Moving to his outside, Thorold Elite Track Club, Alexander Kenny saying something about this.
Kenny settling into second now, biding his time. He tried to make a move. He would have had to do it on the bank, but that is the advantage that Marion Barnett will hold over the field. It will not bother our top 8, which means that 47.95 will be the final qualifier here. Not far off that 47.8 that it took to make the top 8 last year. But the question is Cameron Tucker or Flynn Arnold. And Kate, it's listed as Cameron Tucker there in 8th. Above Flynn Arnold, equal 8th. We'll have to go down to the 1,000th. One of many reasons I'm glad I'm not a timer.
Absolutely, and those guys are going to have to wait to feel the to hear the final results. But Barnett does a really good job of holding on. Thorold Elite out of Niagara does a great job of keeping the pressure strong. But man, what a final this is setting up to be. Every one of our finalists sub 48-second clockings, and you had to run 48 faster than 48 even to be in the top 10.
Quincy Wilson tops the leaderboard. As you can see there, he ran 46.55 last year to qualify. 46.51 here. Talk about consistency. Can he get the job done? Last year, it was the rivalry with Andrew Salvadon. They went back and forth on some records, back and forth on some races as well. He pushed him on. So that will be a very, very interesting final. We can't wait. Cameron Homer will be in the mix there as well. So we move quickly now to the girls' prelims. And as we continue on here, we saw 45 heats for the boys. It's going to be 32 for the girls. Delaney Shoemaker, Natalie Ray, Fallon Suriban, Sydney Chadwick, Elise Brediger. That is your lineup in Heat 1.
And unsurprisingly, it is Chadwick out to a very comfortable and dominant early lead here. 26-13 for the Union Catholic exponent, and a ton of daylight between her and the rest of the field. Now, has she timed this properly? Is she going to be able to hold on to this enormous advantage with less than 100 to go?
We'll talk about the programs, the squads. Union Catholic out of New Jersey. They've turned out a couple of fine athletes in the recent years, Sidney McLaughlin and others, but it is going to be UC taking this one as Sydney Chadwick comes in the 54.7 PB this indoor season and will run 55.77 here. So, you know, what do you think? 10 heats or so? We'll kind of start to get an idea of where we're at and what it's going to take to advance, but the junior sets the standard there in heat number 1.
Oh my gosh, and does it by the better part of a second and a half over the rest of the field. So 55.77, the standard has been set, as you said. Record in this event, 53.02, that goes back 2 years ago, courtesy of Faith Franklin, and that's going to be a tall ask, but again, so many of these competitors willing and able to take that challenge on.
Franklin now over there at Vanderbilt. Some injury problems, but seems to be up to speed now. As we see heat number 2, Caitlin Cole, Riley Earl, Kaylin Ivy. Thin field here, but can still be quick. Lane number 3, that's Caitlin Cole, moving well for Speed University Track and Field.
Well, now overtaken from her outside. Cole looked to hold that pole position and just fading a little bit at the line. So Ivy of Courageous Track Club with a 27.06 opening lap, about 0.2 of a second over the competition. Again, you see her swinging wide to the outside of lane 1. Again, trying to take advantage of every step of this very fast banked track at New Balance Nationals.
So we continue through, and it will be a clear victory here. And we, again, only 32 heats, I suppose, as we said. Kaylin Ivy's going to take it 56.50 here in heat number 2.
Excellent piece of running there for the Courageous Track Club exponent. 56.50. So in the early days, we have 2 athletes sub 57. Sitting in third right now, Elise Brediger at 57.40. But like you said, only, what is it, 30 sections left to go? 29 maybe?
I like to say we take them one at a time. This will be Corey Ema in 2, Isabella Spillman, Ellie Beck, and Melise Brown.
Well, Brown looking really confident and strong on the outside. Again, she's running a little bit blind there. In 4, no lane 5. So having to do it the hard way from the start, but making it look relatively easy here. Look at the power and the drive. Such an athletic runner. And Melise Brown is going to take the advantage by a full second over the rest of the crowd in the opening lap there, 26.40. And just having watched her teammate from Courageous Track Club take the win in the previous heat, I'm sure that that is buoying her towards a strong performance here.
Melise Brown, the senior out of Courageous Track Club out of Michigan. Coming all the way over here to contest these championships in Boston and making the most of the trip. Certainly this is Melise Brown who's going to take it.
Well done by Brown, ever close to that sub 56 mark, 56.16. That's going to put her in second in these early days in the compiled results. Again, top 8 will make it through on time to the final. Got several sections yet to go, but the marks have been set early on here, and we are going to keep that party rolling. Again, this place just steeped in tradition and history, and making sure that everyone knows about it. Trials and triumphs. Look at that. That is about the epitome of track and field, isn't it, Trevor?
Highest of highs and sometimes the lowest of lows. That is how it goes in such a quantifiable and unforgiving sport. But these young athletes finding out firsthand what it takes to make it to that next level and even compete on this very competitive level. Well, here we go. This is Samia Onyekwere-Busey of the house, Ariana Henry, Lauren Kropo, and Molly Weitzman. And Onyekwere-Busey for the house, another great squad here. They represent always so well in the sprints.
Absolutely, and 25.83 for that opening lap for Onyekwere-Busey. Looking pretty dominant, but now under some threat. Again, you like this level of competition. Two have separated themselves from the rest of the field, and it is Kropo having to run the longer distance.
Well, the battle step for step here. And to the line, it's going to be very close. Onyekwere-Busey had the lead and was in control. And she will hold off all challenges. 56-23 to take the victory there for the House Running Club. And look at this finish.
Yeah, for sure, Trevor. You have to imagine that Kropo's undoing might have just been that she ran that longer distance. She's running more than 400 meters by a decent amount, and when it's only a 2-lap race, when you're talking about 56, 55 seconds, those extra steps make a big difference. So I'm sure that our leader will be grateful for the challenge. Again, both of these runners better for it, but it is going to be, again, as you said, the nod to Onyekwere-Busey.
That'll take us to heat number 5 now. Jola Strayhorn, Sophie Owens, Ryan Gadlin, Skylar Maxwell, and Anaya Davis. The heat track on the outside. A couple of sophomores in here, mixing it up with the more experienced athletes, but we've seen it at every level. You can be young, you can be in an inside lane, an outside lane, experienced, inexperienced, no matter at all. The clock doesn't lie. Heat 5 of 32 here to qualify our top 8.
The clock doesn't lie, but the ages showing through here. Love to see this. Again, as you mentioned, we're seeing a lot of strong performances from our juniors, from our sophomores. And we should just say that only 3 of our finalists from last year have graduated. So we are likely to see a very strong repeat from 2025. But a big opening lap there by Davis of the heat. Again, just a sophomore, 26:09.
Davis of the heat track club into the final stretch here, absolutely bringing the heat, as she will be so quick. 54.99. That's going to be our fastest time by a wide margin. So certainly heating up as Anaya Davis takes the win.
Wow, a new number 3 for Georgia. She's got to be really pleased with that. We talk about, you know what, it doesn't matter how much you're under that barrier. If you're under it, you can say that I am a 54 runner. Doesn't matter that it's 99. Who cares? You are no longer a 55-second athlete. And it's going to be, as you said, a huge win there for Davis. That is the time to beat after 5 sections of 32 in this championship girls 400 prelim.
Well, first time under 55 seconds for her. She's a sub-60-second 400 hurdler outdoors as well. She won that Junior Olympic Championship in the long hurdle distance, did Davis. So it's great to see her continuing to progress. We may see her in that final. Julia Carswell, Bridget Courtney, Peyton Buchanan, Calista Rash, and Alondra Rodriguez line up here in heat number 6 of 32. And the outside lanes already asserting themselves clear of the field.
Yeah, it's really a 2-race-in-1 situation with that trio on the outside. It's going to be tight at the cut-in. Again, difficult. You have to really be physical about this in order to hold your spot and find your line. Rodriguez, Rash, and Buchanan tightly matched now into the back stretch. It is Buchanan with the lead, 25.88 for that opening lap.
Buchanan holding that inside line for as long as possible, but now this is Calista Rash of King George, as she saunters home to take the victory here. As always, we'll keep an eye on that clock And that will be under the bubble time for now, 55:29 for Callista Rash.
That's going to be the second fastest time of the day thus far. King George putting herself in the top 8 at the moment. New Virginia number 3 on the year. And again, looking pretty comfortable about it. Love to see that, congratulating her competitors and making relatively easy work of these prelims.
So crown her the winner of heat number 6 there, Callista Rash, 55:29. As she sets a new personal best. And again, that's an absolute PB. So it's a fast track here. And it's a challenge indoors, certainly, but fast track. They're making the most of it. Last year, you mentioned 2025. Sydney Sutton of Bullis took the victory. Well, talk about the stars of tomorrow. She's running at Florida now and a 400 hurdler in her own right. So many great battles from Sydney Sutton. She's going to be one of my favorites to watch at the collegiate scene. But that's what we get to see here, is some of the best in the country before they really make it big.
Oh, such a great point. This is really the setup for those collegiate superstars. And again, already some Olympians amongst this crowd, which is hard to believe when you think about we're only in high school. And I say only with all the respect in the world. These competitors, again, running with the maturity beyond their years.
So away we go in heat number 7. Bailey Hamilton, Serenity Johnson, Kayla Riepe, Princess Komara, and Victoria Porter.
And in these early days, that bubble time now is 56:45 to make it into the final. Strong campaign being launched on the outside there. This is going to be a big opening lap. Victoria Porter, 25:99 for the Oklahoma Cheetah Track Club. And she is the conductor of this very fast chugging train.
So leading the way with 100 meters to go now, as you can see Porter out in front. But here comes the challenge. And in the final stretch, it is going to be Princess Komara who rearranges those train cars, if you will. 55:23 for her as she puts herself now among the leaders.
Absolutely, second best time on the day thus far for Komara. Again, a brilliantly timed push there. Held onto the back of our leader and then slingshotted around into that home stretch to take top mark. She will win by a comfortable margin, almost a full second over Victoria Porter, who did a lot of that early work.
Well, and let me correct what we said earlier, Kate. The winning time from Sydney Sutton last year was, in fact, a meet record. So 52:75 is that meet record. First time we've seen a mark under 53 seconds here. The New Balance Indoor Nationals taking down that previous 53.0 from Faith Franklin. As we move now to heat number 8. Ella Lustig, Sophie Estroms, Michaela Kremers, Michaela Poland, and Willow Mason.
And appreciate that confirmation of the record. Again, as you said, getting under that 53 barrier, what an accomplishment. And she did it in style last year, our winner. But we are into our 8th of 32 sections. And at the bell, it is going to be Mason with the advantage, 25:51 for Michigan Saginaw Striders.
Willow Mason out in front, out of Saginaw, Michigan. Holding the line for now. The challenge coming from Poland and others, but out in front, the Saginaw Striders. The junior leads the way. Willow Mason comes in with a 56.5 personal best. 55.6 personal best, excuse me. And she will be just off of that here. 55.95 to take the win.
Well, you can see what that effort was for our winner. 55.95 is going to be good enough to tie her for 5th at the moment in the compiled results, to your point, Trevor. And it's early days, but already, as we saw with the boys, well, the girls can match that easily in terms of talent and depth. And we're going to keep rolling right along here with heat number 9 of 32.
Yeah, Nevaeh Burns, one to watch here in 5. You see Skylar Carpenter there as well. And, you know, talking about the results from a year ago. They just keep moving quickly, but so many other great names in there. Sophie Rambo was second. We'll see her later on. Natalie Dumas was down in seventh while she had her breakout meet outdoor at the New Balance Nationals. So plenty of names to keep an eye on throughout the meet here. Kayla Burning, Nyla Lovelace Crump, Diane Clementson, and Nevaeh Burns with Skylar Carpenter on the outside. But as I said, Nevaeh Burns, Motor City Track, settles into the lead.
Motoring right along through a fairly comfortable opening lap there, 25.90 by herself. The junior making it look easy. There's a battle on behind her, but she is completely unbothered. Again, going to those arms, dialed in. I love that these athletes are giving all of themselves in the prelims just to get to that final.
If you're on that bubble, this is your final. And even if you're not, you still got to run. Nevaeh Burns comes in number 14 in the nation thus far this year and will put herself amongst our leaders. 55.53. That will put her fourth overall. And will it be good enough with 20 plus heats remaining?
No pressure. Again, to be fourth overall with 55.53, doing it completely solo. We know that there is so much left in the tank for some of these superstars who are making it, again, look easy, but doing the hard work up front by themselves.
And we will see, again, I mentioned she was number 14 in the nation. We'll see our national leader, Olivia Harris, later on. She's run 52.16, so this could really be something special as we have hyped up the boys' race, certainly, but this girls' race could be an all-timer as well. Malia Pritchett, Catherine DiPietro, Ciara Costa, Brianne Barnett, Zion Bullard. That's heat number 10 lineup here of 32.
Well, keep your eye on Barnett in 5. She made that final last year. Returning now as a senior is the athlete out of Baldwin, and she ran 54.97 in that final last year. Definitely looking to put herself in contention again and move herself up the ranks. And again, just making it look so smooth from the front. Trevor, look at this absolute time trialing by our leader, Barnett. She's going to open with a 25.63, almost a full second ahead of the field.
Number 15 in the nation thus far this year is Barnett. She's a sub-55 second performer at her best. Ran 54.75 to qualify a year ago, as you said, into that final. She may be feeling it a little bit now. Can she find a final surge in the final meters? And she'll do just that, extending her lead now, and she will keep an eye on that clock. 56 low was the bubble time. That will go even quicker now, so she puts her name atop the, or in the top 8, I should say, 55.93.
Yeah, and such a good point there. I mean, 55.93, such a great time, but again, only seats her 6th overall in the compiled results. It's going to be a challenge for her to make it through to that final, given the depth that we have. And again, it just talks to how much these athletes are leveling up year after year and how much excitement is shown here at New Balance Nationals indoors at the track in Boston.
This will be another one to watch as we have, well, there we go, a non-starter there. Krista Bird's in too. Maya Arundel. Yeah, see, I think they're throwing us off sometimes here, Kate. Let's just call it out. We've seen lane number 6 be moved down to 5 and things like that. And it looks like sometimes, which I've seen at the track here at New Balance, I understand why they do it, moving lane number 2 up a couple of lanes to give them that softer curve. But we have Krista Bird here. Maya Arundel of Bullis, just a freshman. Watch out for her in 5. And he had Joseph, also a freshman, outside of her.
Yeah, again, we applaud the efforts here by all of the folks working hard behind the scenes to make sure that these competitors have the best experience. And as you said, moving folks up from lane 1, lane 2 into 3, 4, and 5. So a small field, but I'm sure they'll be grateful for those slightly more gentle turns being on the outside of this track.
Well, Maya Arundel, a freshman, last year's an 8th grader, 52.99 outdoors, and she has been holding off, been running some relays, some 200s, some 300s, 55s, but this is really now time to unleash the beast here at Nationals. Coach Joe Lee letting her off the leash now, 400 meters here for Bullis. They can do it on the boys' side and on the girls' side as well. Could it be another Bullis winner in the final after Sutton last year? She goes to the lead early.
Well, it's a two-girl race, but that matters not. The depth is ever present. Arundel 26:02, 26:55 for Joseph. It's those two, but look at the speed being put down the backstretch rather by Arundel. She's really going to those arms here, trying to hold on to form.
Maya Arundel, as you said, holding her form here, knowing that the slightest margin can be the difference between being in the final or watching it from the sideline. She will come all the way through, and it will be under the bubble time. The 4-time in Maryland, her first 400 of the year. 55:81 for the freshman.
Well done. And again, I think it's important, you know, we're calling this sort of almost a professional level meet. That's so true. But to your point, just a freshman out of Bullis, and the standard, the level that these athletes hold themselves to is to be applauded. I just hope they can remember it's also meant to be fun. There are so many experiences that are going to be learned over the next several years for each of these runners, and I just hope they're able to really enjoy the fact that they are at the fastest party on the planet, putting on a great show.
Arundel, as I said, already with a great season. Her freshman campaign broke the national freshman record for the 300 meters, running 37:42. So the accolades already starting to pile up as we look now to heat number 12. Addison Sear, Eliana Daplin, Lauren Okonkwo, and Sofia Castaneda.
Really nice start on the outside there. Down the back of the track, Castaneda on a mission here. Again, lane 5 is open, so Sofia Castaneda running a little bit blind around the top of this track. She's going to be under some pressure from her inside, courtesy of Okonkwo out of Raleigh, North Carolina. But what a dominant opening lap here for our leader. Castaneda 26:39, again over a second ahead of Okonkwo, who sits in second.
Sofia Castaneda, Newburgh Track Club. Well, Oregon always with some great runners as well. No more for the distance perhaps historically, but you've seen some really, really good sprinters emerge out of the Pacific Northwest as well. And Sofia Castaneda is going to give us one of the quickest times here, 54:57, the fastest time, in fact, on the day.
What a performance. And again, just let it from gun to tape. That was a solo effort. She looks happy with it, and man, should she be happy. We now have two athletes under 55 in these heats. 54:57 for Castaneda. Nia Davis sits in second right now at 54:99. And we are only 12 heats into this 32 heat race for this championship girls 400 prelims. Huge performance there for Castaneda, and that's going to give her lots of confidence heading surely into that final.
No surprise for the senior, undefeated over high school competition last year, third at the junior U.S. championships, running her 53:16 personal best. So this is going to be, again, just a mouth-watering final with so many athletes, not just fast, but so close together. It'll be a lot of fun. Who will join her? That's the question. Sherry Jackson of Run You Express. Well, Sean Jackson started that club, and we've seen Shanti Jackson and now Sherry Jackson here. Chloe Weidbrock, Kate Toback, Chloe Elder, and Sanaya Robinson.
And a tight battle across the board here in lane 2. That's a very strong run by Weidbrock, but it is going to be Elder with the advantage at the cut-in, and Elder opening things up here, keeping the rest of the field honest. 26:55 for the Natick Track Club, a local, and she is going to enjoy all of the excitement here from a home crowd, surely cheering her on towards a hopeful final position.
Chloe Elder into the final stretch, knowing that she's racing the clock and will run herself into a top 8 position, 55:46. That's her number 5, but again, is it precarious, Kate? That's so fast, but with this many heats, you never know.
Well, these athletes know they just have to run, like I said, all out in every, you have to treat every prelim like a final. You have to treat it as if this is going for broke, nothing is guaranteed. We've seen some fantastic performances so far, but again, it's not always enough to get you through to that final. Now, the bubble position as we head into our next section right now is Arundel's 55.81.
Bang, bang, bang for our three athletes here. Liv Koperine, Carolyn Nordman, and Olivia Harris. Now, watch out for Harris. Oh, no. Is that a red card to lane number 5? Olivia Harris, a false start. Well, just gearing up to extol the virtues of this young woman and the U.S. number 1. The first big shock of the meet, Kate.
Well, that is a derailment of massive proportions. What an unfortunate situation there. You know, we talked about how this is sort of a professional level meet for it being a high school competition, and that's the other side of that card. You know, Trevor, you get great competition on the one side, but you also have those professional level standards to live up to on the other side.
It is an unforgiving sport. And boy, that just opened things up even more. Talk about how close these athletes are together and the quality and the depth. But Harris certainly was going to come in as the favorite, having run 52.16. But the world keeps turning. Carolyn Nordman comes through at 26.50, knowing she's got to do it all by herself now. That bubble time, 55.81. Trying to advance here as we sneak up on halfway through our heats in the 400-meter prelims for the girls. Caroline Nordman feeling it now for 8.59 elite. And into the final straightaway here. Caroline Nordman will take the victory. It won't tickle the top 8, but she will take the victory. And really the story, you have to say, Kate, of that heat there happened before the race. Olivia Harris, false start, walked off, and that was it. We'll try to get a look at it once again, but Harris, the favorite, gone.
So unfortunate, but again, them's the breaks. And it's, you know, I mentioned this earlier, sometimes you can want it too much. You just get a little ahead of yourself. Here's another look at that start, and you can see the twitch well ahead of the gun, and she knew it. That's the hard thing, Trevor. She knew it right away, and it's going to be a tough one to swallow, but she will be better for it in the long run.
Yeah, that one is going to sting. Now, in the grand scheme of things, as you said, we'll be all right, and especially as we look towards outdoors. That's the great thing about track and field, as unforgiving as it can be, there's always another opportunity. So we continue on now with heat number 15, Brooklyn Sailing, Kendall Anderson, Lyric Turner, Madison Brister Wesley, and Kinley Gibson here in our 15th heat. Already an early leader, it's Madison Brister Wesley.
Well, is there any surprise? She is absolutely in a class of her own. They're opening things up in 25.52. She was third last year in this final. Now a senior, a year more experienced, with another year of running under her. And again, the composure and the form unmatched in this section.
Comes in this year, 9th fastest in the nation, 53.76. She ran back in February, about a month ago. She seems to be in fine form and, well, perhaps buoyed a bit by the loss of Harris in that previous heat, knowing that she now will be considered one of the favorites and puts herself there 54.98 rather, to take the win.
Yeah, and that's going to add her to that sub-55 club. There are 3 girls in that club at the moment. Castaneda with the top mark at 54.57, but Bristler Wesley into second overall right now, 54.98. And again, that looks like it hurt. The 400 is going to hurt no matter what, to your earlier point, Trevor. It's just the bare jumps on the back. It's how much you can do to hold it off before it mounts onto your back in those closing meters. But a really nice piece of work there. And bubble time now belongs to Sydney Chadwick at 55.77.
Move to heat 16 now. Julia Ritchie, Penny Blumenthal, Cameron Bruce, Kennedy Brown of Bullis, and Daphne Georgiadis, Valley Project Track Club on the outside. But look at the quick start here from Kennedy Brown of Bullis, the junior. is Brown asserting herself well out in front. Kennedy Brown, part of that great Bullis squad, but she's got company. Daphne Georgiades running there in second. Now perhaps sliding by on the inside. This is the battle, so physical. Brown, though, just bullies her way forward, but it's not over yet. Georgiades into the home stretch, trying to go wide. Kennedy Brown defending the line. Georgiades is going to bring it all the way through and take the victory. What a battle. 55 mid there. Kennedy Brown and Daphne Georgiades. What a race.
Look, Kennedy Brown, I'm always a fan of that Bullis Track Club. They fight so hard and they know how to run a really strong race, but I am really proud there of Georgiades for coming back after a fairly physical last 100, having to sort of, again, clip her stride, find her room, and then coming across with all that composure. Look at the difference in form as they come across the line. Georgiades on a mission, gets the job done, and that is going to be a very strong performance for her. It's going to sit her in bubble position right now, 55.67 that time to beat as we head into our 18th of 32 heats.
Well, these last few heats have bumped Bullis out of any top spots as of now. Arundel, Kennedy Brown, Peyton Buchanan, all with fine runs, but not in contention here. Sophia Castaneda continues to lead the Michigan commit, 54.57 with 3 athletes under 55 seconds. Savina Steele here, Evangeline Mirtos, Anders Utz, Sydney Sherrod, and Emiria Arango as lane number 5. Sydney Sherrod of ATL Zoom Athletics is zooming indeed. She'll take the pole.
Oh, and she's under some contest now, about 0.3 of a second ahead of Arango, and it's going to be a battle between those two down the back stretch, but continuing to extend her lead. Sherrod zooming indeed, looking very strong with 100 to go.
Sydney Sherrod of ATL Zoom Athletics. Brazelton, Georgia is going to lead the way and take victory here. She's 55.4 at her best outdoors last year as a freshman, just a sophomore here. As the 10th grader, 55.37 will put her name atop the top 8, 6th overall.
Yeah, and to your point, a couple of sophomores there between Sherrod and Arango, showing that, again, age is but a number. These two running with great maturity and putting themselves in strong contention for that final.
Into the blocks now for heat number 18. Grace Manley, Jade Pinder, Jada Johnson, Sophie Rambo, and Riley Seiner. Well, Sophie Rambo now in lane number 5 perhaps is the prohibitive favorite after the ouster there of Olivia Harris. So keep an eye on Sophie Rambo out there in lane number 5.
Again, a year older, a year more experience. She was second last year to Sydney Sutton, coming in, as you mentioned, Trevor, one of our top favorites, and running with all of that strength and composure. Again, unbothered by what's happening behind her. This is 2 races in 1. Opening things up in a big, big way is Rambo with a 24.95 opening split.
Well, Rambo, you see the form there. She will have to be so confident coming back, as you said, as the runner-up a year ago to Sydney Sutton. And now with no Olivia Harris, so this one is wide open, but Sophie Rambo coming in. Number 4 mark in the country thus far at 53.17. She will be sub 54 seconds, 53.89 for a massive run. And the fastest of the day by far. Sophie Rambo put her name atop the leaderboard.
We knew it was going to happen eventually, but we now can confirm we are under 54 seconds in these championship girls 400s. What a run there. And to be able to walk away looking that comfortable means that there is a lot left in the tank. She ran 53.31 in the final last year, and she is surely going to put herself into contention for top marks here in 2026.
Just about 10 days removed from winning the 300 and the 500 at those state indoor championships there in Virginia, which not all states do, but she's certainly making the most of those opportunities. Well, last year it took 54.98 to qualify. That was Natalie Dumas, the final qualifier last year. But sub 55 seconds as we look now to our bubble time, 55.46. Lauren Signorello, how about that? Macy Sawyer, Amaris Pope, Nakira Hudson, and Kala Lanik, as we will eventually get into the blocks here in heat number 19.
Little reset there. Doesn't look like there's any charge to the field. And you know, Trevor, I used to have this experience when I was training for the top races of my career where I would have my coaches simulate what might happen if you do have to do a reset, if there's a delay, if there's a false start, if there's something like that that throws you off a little bit. This again adding to the total experience chart for each of these athletes.
Got to learn how to work through the anxious nerves, I suppose, as Nakira Hudson of Montverde Academy. That's another squad. Not quite as much from them the last couple of years, but some really impressive history, fast times over the years down there. In Montverde, as Hudson will go into the lead. And the Florida representative, 26 flat through 200.
Yeah, really strong opening lap for her, and she's going to need, again, to just keep pressing down that backstretch. Not any threat from behind at the moment. Montverde, as you mentioned, a very strong program, churning out some excellent athletes, and now in a total field of her own is Hudson.
No surprise, as she has a 53.2 personal best from a year ago and has run sub 55 this indoor season. Will it be enough? And a surprise, Hudson had to do it by herself. You've made this point, Kate, that iron sharpens iron, and the two athletes duking it out sometimes push each other on to better times. 55.75, she'll be out on the outside looking in. Certainly disappointed. So that will take us now to heat 20 of 32. As we have Rose Barabanov, Madison McClamrock, Paris Williamson, Naomi Jones, and Amari Allen. So as we look to heat 20 here, the bubble time 55.46. 55.46 for the top 8, but plenty of running still remaining. 53.89, our fastest time from Sophie Rambo, who looked so good, our only time under 54 seconds.
Well, again, the standard has been set, and Jones looking up to the task. Again, a little bit of traffic there at the opening lap. It's a battle for pole position. Jones holding it 25.92 for that opening lap, but she's under some contest now between Allen and Williamson.
Naomi Jones came through first for DeSoto Nitro Track Club, but Mari Allen, Paris Williamson, these athletes giving chase. But here is Naomi Jones clawing back. Well, it won't bother the top 8, but a fine run from her, number 16 time in Texas for Naomi Jones. And if you know anything about Texas speed, still a very impressive run from the junior. 56.57 to take the win. But look, normally, Kate, when you're beaten indoors, that's it. She clawed her way back.
Absolutely. Again, the composure. Look at the difference in form between our top 2. Our leader with that really strong shoulder action, just keeping her form across the line. No rotation, no wasted movement. And it's going to reward her with a win. Like you said, not going to bother the top 8, but 56.57, a fantastic performance. And we are well on our way towards that final heat 21 on deck of 32 in this championship girls 400 prelims.
Four athletes have dipped under 55 seconds. All 8 qualifiers did so a year ago. Stella Blanchard here at heat 21, Savannah Clark, Hope Edwards. That is your lineup. Just 3 athletes. Here's a quick start now from Savannah Clark.
Yeah, Clark with that enviable position in lane number 5. She will have had sight lines to her inside and outside, but not so at the cut-in, as she is well ahead of the field. Another very swift opening mark here for Clark of Jaguar Track. And like you said, a small but mighty field, only 3 competitors, and they're going to have to keep things rolling down this backstretch. The pressure is going to help.
Rolling indeed as New Jersey represents 1, 2, 3, but 55.02, the personal best for Savannah Clark. She'll have to run just about every second of that if she wants to get into this final. She will hold off the challenge and be a bit off of that 55 OPB that came earlier this indoor season. Perhaps some disappointment there to be above 56 seconds. 56.08. She does take the victory here in a hard-fought battle.
Oh, and awfully close to sub 56. She's got to be proud of the way she fought for that race. Again, I'm sure these runners all very familiar with one another, all being from the same state. And again, holding off that challenge to the outside, running really smart, running the shortest line. And then you can see her on the line of lane 1 on the outside. That is such smart racing. She is forcing her competitor to run the longer distance to her outside. There you see, that is the difference maker for Clark. Look at how composed she looks. Blanchard mounted a strong challenge, but under a lot more distress than our eventual leader.
Heat 22 now. Amelia Pusateri, Alicia Okonkwo, Audrey Sinclair, Kenley Ricker, and Sienna Rubio.
Nice to see a full field here. Strong running on the outside between Ricker and Rubio. And now on the inside, oh wow, look at this fast launch from Pusateri of Ohio Speed Academy. She's going to edge out the rest of the competition for pole position. 26.45 for that opening lap for Ohio Speed Academy. Okonkwo of Raleigh-Durham sitting in second at 26.68.
Well, Amelia Pusateri trying to claw back now, and here she goes. As, in fact, I believe this is Sinclair out to the lead. Yeah, lane number 4, Audrey Sinclair, back from nowhere, is going to come all the way through, and a good time for her, as it did not look like she was in it. 57.01 for Sinclair, so certainly not our fastest heat, but what a race that was. Multiple lead changes. You don't always see that indoor skate in an indoor 400.
Absolutely. Félicitations to Audrey Sinclair of Riverview from New Brunswick in Canada. She's a junior, and 57.01. Again, not an incredibly fast time, but you're seeing all kinds of speed endurance on display here. Being able to, as you mentioned, slingshot around the rest of the competition. I think she kind of caught them off guard. They weren't sure that that charge was going to hold, but it does. And she comes away again, not with one of the fastest times, but with a dominant victory.
Thought I turned to the wrong channel there for a second. Here in the French. Merci beaucoup to my cohort here. Kate Van Buskirk giving us a little international flavor. Mary Grace Raj here in Heat 23. Zadie Buckley, Taylor Blyde, Nisa Woods, and Rachel Stepp.
Another full field and another strong start on the outside by Stepp of Moon Township from Pennsylvania. And she is going to be very comfortably in the lead approaching the bell. No one else to speak of by way of competition in that opening 200. 26.52 for Stepp, and now the pressure is mounting from behind. This is a great campaign being launched by Taylor Bly and Nasa Woods.
Rachel Stepp comes in as a pretty solid 800-meter runner as well, sub 2:20 at her best. Even though she has a 55-second PR here as well in the 400 that came outdoors last year. So she'll be just outside of that, but does well to take the victory. Moon Township out of Pennsylvania competes for the Moon Area Tigers. And there's a fun visual for you. Little space cat, I suppose, a tiger on the moon. She gets the win here, Rachel Stepp does, in Heat 23.
She did such a great job of holding on to that front position. I think she felt the pressure down the backstretch. Look at the challenge being mounted from behind, but it is too little too late as Stepp maintains top marks here in this 23rd of 32 sections as we move into, again, sort of the meat of this competition. Bubble time remains Chloe Elder's 55.46.
Madeline Jensen here in Heat 24. Rebecca Schrader, Logan Lloyd, and Lillian Kota. Can anybody challenge that top 8 mark? The bubble time As you said, a 55-46. They all know exactly what they need to do, and there is no quarter given. It's going to be lane number 4, Logan Lloyd of Penn Charter, who takes the pole position.
Yeah, Lloyd looking really comfortable up there. Now she's under some pressure, but forcing her competition to swing wide. Schroeder on the outside, unable to make the pass. And again, if you're going to launch a challenge like this, you want to make sure that you have enough to carry you around the outside and into the lead before you hit that turn.
Well, Logan Lloyd in the pink top there of Penn Charter now has more than she can handle. In fact, as the lead comes from way, way back. And Lillian Cota of Watertown, New York, 57-80 to take victory there. But what a final run from her. That last, 60 meters or less, finishing very strong.
Patience pays off. Not wasting any extra energy, choosing her moment. She ran a little bit longer on the outside there, but obviously knew she had the chops to hold it, and she does just that. Really strong final kick there for Cota. Again, speed endurance on full display. See that brace on her leg, and, well, doesn't seem phased at all by whatever small injury that may be. She's going to come away with top marks, and we are now into heat 25 of 32 in these championship girls 400 prelims.
It's going to be Katie Golombowski, Adeline Greer, Maeva Scipio, Moriel Seeberger, and Olivia Hudson lining up in a full field here. Try to get under that 55-46 bubble time. Good start from Seeberger on the outside from Motor City Track.
Yeah, Seeberger looking strong and in control. No one looking to challenge her on the inside. It's a good move in lane number 2. Golombowski of Upper Darby Track Club. But it remains a very strong launch there by Seeberger, who's going to open in 26:42 for Motor City Track Club. It is a trio of juniors leading the charge here in this section, but look at the dominance. Absolutely running away is Seeberger.
She's run 54.7 outdoors last year at her best, sub 55, just a 56.7 season's best. She knows, though, she will have to be at her absolute pinnacle if she wants to get through to this final. And it's going to be close. She'll be just outside of that mark, but 55.74 would be a big season's best for Seeberger, and she did it all by herself.
Yeah, I don't think she could have done anything more to put herself in contention for that final. Again, the time is not going to be enough to be in the top 8. She is 11th in the compiled results with that 55.74, but she gave herself every opportunity to see what she was made of on the day, and a fantastic, dominant performance for Seeberger.
So that will take us now to heat 26. Charlotte Koskoon, Jayla Antrim, Adriana Rodriguez, just 3 athletes here into the blocks. And Kate, we talk about, mentioned Natalie Dumas, who, again, we saw in this final last year. Won't see her here this year, but outdoors was really her coming out party, winning all 3 of those events, the 400, the 400 hurdles, and the 800 in incredible times. Well, second to her in a couple of those was Sydney Sutton, but the point is these New Balance Nationals, indoors or out, can serve as the breakaway moment, the coming out party, if you will, for somebody who's making big strides.
Absolutely. We've talked about it before. It sets you up for the rest of your career, whether that be collegiate, professional, or otherwise. And again, look at this, putting on a show, throwing down the gauntlet. Rodriguez in a class of her own, Montverde Academy. We've talked about them over and over again, but the senior for that program, 26.16 with no one in sight down the back stretch.
It can be tough to do it all by yourself, but that is exactly what Adriana Rodriguez is having to do. Rodriguez coming through here. He's already run 54.7 this season, 55.89 here today. And you can see that look of perhaps slight consternation. At least when the breath comes back, it will be. But Rodriguez under 56 seconds, but just outside that top 8.
Again, gave all of herself. We have to applaud every athlete who goes from gun to tape by themselves trying to keep them in contention for that final. She will now sit 15th on the compiled results. It still remains Chloe Elder with that bubble time of 55:46. And we are, again, approaching the relatively near conclusion of these sections. It is so competitive, top 8 times. And some of that, again, comes down to just the luck of the draw, who's in your section, who's going to keep pressure on, what's the level of competition around you, and then just steely determination if you have to do it by yourself from the front. But we have a full heat here, 5 athletes on track.
It's Emma Finch, Kira Lekanidis, Ansley Jones, Julia Wallace, and Paige Evans. And look at Julia Wallace of the St. James Academy Track Club already out quickly in 5.
Not holding anything back. She's going to have some competition, though. She'll have the advantage at the cut-in. But entering that conversation as well on her inside is Lacanitas of Garden City Track Club. So 26.16 at opening lap for Wallace. But now she's got 2 other athletes keeping things spicy down the backstretch.
Lacanitas trying to keep pace. She's heading to Providence next year, but out in front we saw Julia Wallace with the quick lead. And you can see the challenge continues to come as you see Paige Evans of Lower Marion. Can they get there? Very, very close, but Julia Wallace gets the job done. 57-0. That was not an easy win by any means. Paige Evans just 0.03 back for second.
Love to see that. 0.03 of a second between first and second means, again, that it was spicy all the way through. There you see the challenge. Again, the shorter line being held on the inside. That's exactly where you want to be. In fact, this is a perfect position for Wallace. She knows she's got the challenge to her outside, but she is maintaining the shortest lap, or shortest distance, I should say, around the track. Really good fight by Evans. Just tying up a little bit there at the line, not quite enough to get through for the win. But we are moving on to heat 28 of 32, and again, bubble time still being held by Chloe Elder at 55:46.
What's the final percentage of heats that we're at here, Kate?
Oh,
Quick
don't
math,
make me
quick
do
math.
math, Trevor.
Camila Medina here, Charlotte Bedouin, Peyton Hightower, and Olivia Jones is your lineup. The 2 on the outside doing battle with Peyton Hightower, stepping her way to that lead position.
Again, absolutely on a mission. Really dialed in. Powerful, strong athlete. She's got company, but she's opened things up here. 26:26. Oh, do I love repeating numbers. She has thrown them down for us. 100 meters to go, and she's continuing to power away, finding another gear. That's such a hard thing to do at this point in this race.
She's run 54.5 this season, although don't get confused, that was an outdoor time, even though we're back undercover here. But still, ran the time, but we point out the difference, of course, within the indoor. She has run sub 55 indoors as well, so she's certainly capable, but it will be just, what, a 10th off of that bubble time. 55:56 for Peyton Hightower out of South Carolina, and that puts her 10th overall, just on the outside looking in.
Well, hey, keep your eye on this athlete because she is just a junior. She's got lots of running ahead of her, and to be, I think, relatively disappointed with 10th overall in the compiled results right now with a 55:56 is a good spot to be. We are surely going to see her making some finals in the future.
Well, we talk about a coming out party sometimes for these athletes. Sometimes it's the disappointment that launches them perhaps to greater success as well. Just part and parcel of just the sport and I suppose life in general. We got a squat to rise, as my old friend Zig Ziglar would say. Stacey Brentmore here on the Starek. Mariah Brown, Rhea Randolph, and Isabel Renders. That is heat 29 of 32.
Good battle on the outside between Renders and Randolph in 6 and 5 respectively, but it is going to be Randolph coming off the turn and into the cut-in. Absolutely dominant opening lap here, courtesy of Randolph. 25:47 for the Momentum Track Club, while keeping the momentum strong into the final lap here. She's under no contest, but looks like she might just be tying up a little bit, has to hold form and composure into the final 100.
Randolph leading the way out of New Jersey, representing West Orange here. As you said, a big lead that has now dwindled, but it won't matter. She will take the victory. How fast will it be? She comes in with a sub 55 second personal best, the 55.2 season's best. She'll be outside of that, 55.63. But this, when there's so much depth, we're talking tenths, we're talking hundredths. I mean, it is so close to that bubble time, and so unforgiving, that line. But good run from Randolph to take her victory.
Yeah, again, so hard to do it on your own, but love to see that dip. Again, giving her all of herself on the day in the competition, and we are into our final 3 heats now of these championship girls 400-meter prelims. Bubble time still sits at Elders 55.46, and we're going to need something special from these upcoming sections to crack into that top 8 and make the final.
So heat number 30. This is Laura Irwin, Zainab Doumbia, Aisha Wajid. Well, we saw Miriam Wajid earlier, the youngster, but just a 10th grader here is Aisha Wajid. Herself has been running quite a while. Annette McGrath, Dakota Evans, that's your lineup here. And Annette McGrath already quickly around, certainly wanting to take that lead position.
Absolutely, the junior cruising her way to the front of the pack for that opening lap. That was a 25.05 for the St. James Academy exponent. Dakota Evans, the senior, following swiftly behind, and then it's a battle on for the next 3, but these two absolutely dominating the field with 100 to go.
Annette McGrath of the St. James Academy leading the way, finding that extra little something into the home stretch. She will take the victory here, and we will look to the clock. Well, it can be close on the outside and close on the inside as well. She will sneak into that top 8, 55.38 for her as she now becomes the new bubble time.
Ooh, and again, a nervous few minutes I think it's going to be into our final sections here for McGrath. 55.38, fantastic performance there for her. As you mentioned, she slides herself into the top 8, edges out Chloe Elder, who held the bubble at 55.46, but nothing is guaranteed. She did everything she could, again, holding that composure, holding the form, doing the dip at the line, under no pressure from behind, and we'll see if that will hold into our final, what are we, Trevor? Final 2 sections.
I didn't even have to count on my fingers for that one. If it's over 10, I got to take off my shoes, to make sure we get it accurate. Penultimate heat here. Get to use that word in track and field. Kendall Hall, Chizu Onwukwe, Alexia Valle, Michaelin Rose, and Abria Thompson.
So 3 seniors and 2 juniors taken to the starting blocks, and they're away cleanly. Team War, Michaela Rose in lane number 5 with a good start. So too on her inside. Well, this is a great charge being mounted in lane number 3, courtesy of Onwukwe of Blazin' Raiders, blazing her way towards the cut-in here, Trevor. And she's going to be just edged out now after that excellent start from the outside by Thompson from Union Catholic, who's going to take top marks at 26.12 through the opening 200.
Kaylin Rose, one to watch as well. She signed to Arkansas out of Virginia. Good jumper as well. And mid-distance, all of these different events. So Kaylin Rose may have some strength here yet to give as they come into this final stretch. Remember that bubble time, 55.38, and it is indeed Rose who comes through very strong. Kaylin Rose is going to take it. 56.12 for the Virginia native here in Heat 31.
Really good battle around the top of the track. Again, a lot of traffic to contend with, but a nice final push there all the way by Rose. 56-12 will be number 6 in Virginia. And we are moving our way towards the end of these heats.
And we continue on here. Well, Kate, we were scheduled for 32 sections. It looks like we, again, some of the quirks sometimes of track and field, we may have added a 33rd. We'll explain that here shortly. But it looks like we are on heat number 32 now. This could be a good one. 55:38, the bubble time. Taylor Ambo lines up down there in 2. Asia Day Thompson, Carly Godfrey, Janae Coleman, and Noemi Howler. A couple of youngsters on the outside there, sophomores Coleman and Howler in 5 and 6. Away we go, the bubble time, 55:38, with Sydney Sherrod at 55:37. We saw Annette McGrath put herself in the top 8 there. Fastest time still, Sophie Rambo, 53:89 by a wide margin. But we look now at the race shaping up. Can any of the athletes here in heat number 32 advance? Good start here from Coleman.
Oh, Coleman looks smooth and under control. That is a big opening lap for her, 26:20 all by herself. House of Champions, champion indeed. And she's got a few meters gap now on the rest of the field. Howler trying to launch some opposition to this lead, but it is not going to be much as they head into the final 60 meters or so.
Janae Coleman out of House of Champions. Well, she will certainly have a bed in that house as she's the champion here and will be just outside of the qualifying. Little ways, 56:06 for Janae Coleman. And that is a fine run there in heat 32. And so we continue on. Well, we'll have the championship 2 miles to come, the boys and the girls. And, okay, you know, we had a great boys 400 prelims. Of course, we were looking at Quincy Wilson there. We saw the girls here. And unfortunately saw a false start credited to Olivia Harris. She was one of our favorites here, and it looks like there may be a protest as well. So, Kate, you can explain this is some kind of the quirk of track and field, but it looks like she'll get an opportunity to perhaps run under protest and sort it out later.
Well, that's what we're hearing from on-site. And of course, U.S. number 1, you never want to see one of the top runners go out. And so she has filed a protest. Looks as though she may have an opportunity as you're getting a good look at some of our behind-the-scenes folks, Cooper Knowlton and Dave Alfano, Trials of Miles. They are the engineers behind this entire meet. So kudos to them and the entire team here at the track at New Balance in Boston for putting on yet another fantastic event. Whether you're joining us live or online, we're glad to have you with us. And we did hear that Olivia Harris was likely to run by herself in a 33rd section, although, Trevor, I'm not seeing any indication of that at the moment as our officials are putting out some cones for our 2-mile races set to be next on the schedule.
Yeah, listen, Kate, we're used to kind of the hurry up and wait here, I suppose, as track fans and track athletes, coaches, whatever your role. This sometimes is, well, just part and parcel of the sport, but it looks like Harris is making her way to the outside lane now.
Yes, indeed. That is confirmation that we're seeing the U.S. number 1 getting ready to set in her blocks. This is a big, big ask, Trevor. She's having to do it by herself. But she is going to have the preferred lane there in lane number 5. Again, bubble time right now, 55:38. That belongs to Annette McGrath of St. James Academy Track Club. That is going to be the time to beat for Harris, who is in a essential time trial here to try to make her way through to that final. But that would be something special indeed, given that she is the fastest runner in the country this year.
Well, reminiscent of, what was it, 2016 in the women's 4x1, Team USA was able to do that run in and get themselves into the final and go on to win there. So, hey, anything can happen. I'd like to mention I'm glad I'm not the timer at these meets. I'm glad I'm not manning the protest booth either, because these are some tough calls to be made. I will say this, Gabe, we've seen it, 10, 15 probably plus years. It goes back to 2011 with the World Championships. Usain Bolt on top of the world, owning all the world records, and he's the heavy favorite, of course. They changed the false start rule. He false starts, and they toss him. Well, it is what it is. I mean, that is just the nature of the beast, and, they didn't change the rule or do anything crazy, but it makes it tough. We want to see the best athletes out there, but the flip side is if there's an opportunity to run under protest, it's better to run, figure it out afterwards. We don't hold things up. Again, they sort it through and see if she's going to advance or not. But, we thought it was, a nervous couple of heats there for our bubble athlete. How about now for Annette McGrath? And wondering if she's going to be overtaken here by what would certainly be faster than 55:38.
Well said across the board there, Trevor. And I got to say, as someone who is, well, I won't age myself, but I appreciate the throwbacks to 2011 to 2016. I remember watching all of those races, and yes, great points made about, those rules. The rules are the rules, as you mentioned. Them's the breaks. But here we do have an opportunity to hopefully get another one of our top performers into the final.
Well, now they're making her wait. So if we're going to run, let's go ahead and run. I understand we have to sort everything out here, but Harris, you got to keep your composure, and I'll give her credit. The junior seems pretty, let's say, relatively calm here. I mean, it's a tough thing to do. You have to close everything out. And again, this will be our final 400 meters, and now it looks like Harris has someone inside of her, so it looks like Krista Bird of Smyrna. So not sure the full story there, Kate. There's always something going on behind the scenes, but regardless, at the end of the day, you got to do it on the track. So if neither athlete runs faster than the bubble time, then the whole thing is a moot point. But again, you have to think that Olivia Harris, coming in number one in the nation, 52-16 this season, would be one that is able to get in the top 8.
Absolutely. Likely to get it done no matter what. Krista Bird, nice for Harris to have a little company, although we're seeing maybe a resetting of the blocks here. Bird from Smyrna, and another delay. But again, that is championship style racing. So Bird, I believe, comes in with a 58:33 best. Certainly outside of the ability on paper for Harris, who, as you mentioned, that 52:16, what a dominant run that was. And she is going to do all she can to get herself into that final.
Well, the potential opportunity here now for Olivia Harris, who was credited with that false start, running under protest here at the very, very end, our added heat 33. We saw that replay. My gut says I don't know if they're going to overturn it, to be honest, but maybe there were extenuating circumstances, perhaps noise from the crowd, although she did walk off, pretty accepting of that red card. She comes through quickly here. Harris trying to get under the bubble time to perhaps have a chance into the final.
Yep, very swift opening lap, 25:28. Again, she's measuring her performance. She knows she's going to have to do it alone. And she's dialed in. This is, again, comes down to composure, comes down to just holding your form and maintaining momentum as she rounds the top of the track. It's going to be close, Trevor.
So here comes Olivia Harris. She's had to get warmed up, get the false start, get re-warmed up, and sit around for a while. Well, the time, no problem. 54:15, a modest run by her high standards, and that, of course, will be one of the, second fastest time overall, only to Sophie Rambo. But we'll let the drama unfold and see what the powers that be decide for the fate of Olivia Harris, but at least she has a mark on the board, and now you can go argue your case in front of the tribunal, as it were. Let's take one final look here, all by herself, Kate.
Oh, and to throw down a 54:15 absolutely solo after all that drama, having to regain composure and bring it home like this. Look at that, letting up across the line with an easy second fastest time of the day, 54.15 for the junior. Great to see her in competition. And again, we will wait to see what happens for that final.
Well, after all of those 400-meter championship prelims setting the stage for some great finals, we will catch our breath and move on to the 2-mile championships now. And Kate Van Buskirk and Trevor Fulkerson going to hand it off to Mark Davis and Michael Twist and allow them to take it away from here on day number 2 of the New Balance Indoor Nationals. Take it away, guys.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the afternoon races here. We just finished up our 400-meter prelims, and we're now getting ready to head in to our unseated sections of the boys 2-mile. Well, we were getting ready to go there, but false starting in the 2-mile, which is an odd thing.
Got to get those jitters out, you know. When you're standing around watching the 400, you have a little bit of excitement coming into this. So these 2-milers, they just need to calm down, get ready to go. And there's a replay there. We looking to see what happened there. Our officials are talking to the athletes. Looks like it's going to be a green card, but we're waiting to see what card the official puts up. And it is green, so we will stay intact. Our entire field will try again here. Section 1 of 9.
All right, we are underway here now. Section 1 of 9 in the boys 2-mile. Kaufman, Dunn, Tress, Yegan, Hauser, Wood, Smedley, Falk, Galvin, Silva, Heelman, Collins, Rutherford, Boopert, Youssef, Kendrick, Bem, and Kazier. Big field, 18 athletes, and we're only in Heat 1.
Heat 1, we're going to see a lot of 2 miles here today. A lot of these athletes doubling back from that 5K last night, which that's a tough double. You know, you run the 5K, uncharted territory for a lot of these athletes running 5K on an indoor track, and now they're going to come back, they're going to run a 2 mile today, and they're going to see what they can do doubling back. We'll also see some of these athletes back in the 1 mile later in the meet. Early stages here out in 35:01 for 218 meters. Patrick Gregan, the Weymouth Track Club, your early leader here. Our entire field ahead of the pace lights. Believe those pace lights are set at 9:20. Waiting for confirmation on that.
9:24.
9:24.
You were very close.
I was close.
Yeah.
Tough to eyeball it on a 2 mile here, but we are running the full 2 mile here at the track at New Balance for the championship boys 2 mile.
So 200-meter track. We're going to be getting splits of basically 218, 418, 618, and so forth. So we'll kind of guesstimate a little bit about what those actual splits are, but through 400, about 106, 107. So they got after it fairly good, but again, you want to establish your position. It's a big crowd. You definitely want to make sure you got some room.
Big crowd. And as we were saying last night during the 5K, a lot of these athletes are used to front running in their home state. They'll go to the front of the race and not look back. For a lot of them, this is the first time that they have company running at such a fast pace. And you have to adjust your strategy. You have to be aware that you are competing against the best of the best here at New Balance Nationals Indoor.
Yeah, I mean, I would assume that coming into this meet, they would hopefully get a little bit of a practice in running some groups. They're obviously coming in from their respective state meets, where maybe they got a little bit more competition than they normally do during the indoor season. But we were speaking yesterday, Serenity, Douglas and I, about some of these athletes, don't really have much of an indoor season. I mean, we're talking about athletes that come all the way from California, Arizona, some of those Southwest states that don't really have big indoor seasons. They just simply go to invitationals and compete, get that one time or possibly race twice to get that qualifier time to actually get here to the nationals. But so some of them aren't quite as experienced in indoor as, say, the northern states or certainly the Northeast, where they're running on an indoor track sometimes twice a week.
Absolutely, yeah. Some of these athletes are going to have significantly more experience with an indoor track. Some of them, this will be their first experience running on a banked indoor track.
Well, and certainly running in this type of beautiful facility, I know there's some nice facilities around in the country, but this is certainly one of the, if not the best. And some of these athletes, it could be a little intimidating. You never know.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw the New Balance Grand Prix, the number of records set at that meet. We know it is a fast track. These athletes know it's a fast track, and they're taking advantage of it. Elias Wood of Portland, he's flying around the track right now, 34 mid on all of these laps.
Yeah, that looks like about a pack of 5 there that is trying to pull away from the larger group there. That includes Galvin, Youssef, Rutherford, and Dunn. So those are your front 5 here in Heat 1. And we got approximately a mile split. It looks like it might be around about 4:35. So not too bad there for an opening mile here in the 2 mile.
And they look fairly comfortable at this stage in the race. 2 mile, it's a long way to go. Some of these athletes typically race the mile. They're stepping up in distance. Some of them are cross-country specialists, so this is a little bit of a step down, but so far the field looks very comfortable. No one really straining too hard, and it's still anyone's race. This is very early in this 2 mile. 35:41 on that last 200. Elias Wood of Portland still in control. Sean Galvin of CBA comfortable in second. Going to keep an eye on him. CBA athletes, they are known for that kick on the last couple laps, so we're going to keep an eye on him as we come up. 6 laps to go.
Yeah, they're just wrapping off 35 point pretty much every lap. Nobody's making any big moves or surges to kind of break things up.
Andrew Youssef of Vero Beach, Florida. Again, one of those programs that has not seen that much indoor action. In fact, looking at his profile, he has no indoor times since January of last year. So he's run the 3200 outdoors, but this is his first indoor race in a long time. But he's looking strong, staying very comfortable.
Taking a look at Bailey Kendrick, Grant, Alabama, making some big moves right after we were talking about how nobody was making any big moves. He came all the way from the back of that pack of 5 and now has slowly worked himself up into the front of this event here with 800 meters to go.
Doing a great job of running his own race. If you look at his splits, he's been pretty consistent throughout this race. Wasn't panicking. He was out at the beginning of this race in 13th. So he said, you know what? You guys do your thing for these first few laps. And now he's in control of the race and the pace, looking very comfortable up front, and now opening up a little bit of a gap, a little bit of daylight between him and the field. That's Bailey Kendrick of Grant, Alabama. Now you can see him straining a little bit, but that's all right. We are inside the final 3 laps. Still ahead of the pace lights, 9:24 for the 2 mile.
There goes Sean Gavin. Oh, sorry, that's Elias Wood actually making that move around Youssef. Looks like he wants to try to reel back in Kendrick.
He's got to put himself into position here, and he's doing very well with that. Inside the final quarter mile now. Bailey Kendrick, Andrew Youssef, both moving well together.
So Elias Wood has eaten up almost all of that distance that Kendrick put on.
Coulter Folk of Swift Current Selects currently running in third. Andrew Youssef currently in fourth, but this is going to be a 4-athlete race as we hit the bell. At the bell, we are now picking up the pace, winding up the kicks. Currently moving well from third. Coulter Folk of Swift Current Selects wide and by, now into the lead. Coming into the final 100 meters, Coulter Folk of Swift Current Selects, the senior, timing the move perfectly. Sitting mid-pack for a lot of this race. Now he is alone by 20 meters at the line. A monster kick to take the win in this 2-mile run. Coulter Folk of Swift Current Selects closing in 29:17, 9:14:50. Coulter Folk of Swift Current Select. He will be your current leader. Going all the way from Canada down to Boston to take the win of Section 1. No, and you know what? It's not a bad strategy to win a race, but closing in 29, I would think that he has a little bit more left, and when you're in Section 1 of 9, I don't know that you can afford to have anything left if you want a shot at setting a time that will withstand the test of time. 9:14 is fast, but we have the fastest athletes in the country assembled for this championship boys 2-mile. You know, as an athlete, I like nitty-gritty racing. You know, turn off the lights, turn off the clock. Who's across the line first? At the end of the day, that is all I care about. This could be a 10-minute race. I don't care if it's a good race, it's a good race. That said, a lot of these guys want to close out their season with a PR, and there is no better way to run a PR in this 2-mile than to just knock off the even splits. But they're not even paying attention to the lights right now. They're saying, you know what? I want to race. I want to run. And you see that bunched up pack. If you didn't have those lights, I don't know if we'd appreciate how fast this pack is going out and saying bunched up. I mean, we talked about this is 218 meters. They're 34.90. So they're better than 32 seconds on that first 200. That's smoking in a 2-mile. And they're still bunched up. you say not wanting to get trapped on the rail. We've seen athletes go all the way out into lane number 3 here. That is a lot of extra distance in a 2-mile. It really, really adds up, especially we've seen races decided by a few hundredths of a second. Over 2 miles, it really adds up to be running that extra distance. No. We're very early in this race. We're still ahead of the pace lights for almost our entire field. And I would say the athletes that are in the back quarter of this race might be in the best position to go ahead and win this, because right now they're staying comfortable, they're staying out of traffic. Staying out of trouble is huge. Stay comfortable. I would say keep an eye on hip number 4 for the Patriot Athletic Club, Jackson Mysick. He looks comfortable in that pink singlet, running right with the pace lights, now finding a gap on the inside. He's on the tail pack of this race. But again, out of trouble, staying the rail, running the shortest distance out of anyone in this field besides our leader.
And there you see again, like you mentioned, athletes now all the way out in lane 3. Looks like they're starting to get a little antsy. I mean, it's pretty bunched up. The lights now have caught up to them. That may be kind of that panic moment where they're thinking, wait a minute, those leaders were slowing down a little bit too much. Let's get this thing going, guys.
Yeah, you can see them trying to pick it up now because they see those lights starting to get ahead of them, and they know they need to finish in front of that front light to take over the outright lead. And when we talk about the extra distance that you're running on an indoor track, it's not trivial. Look at where the white start line is in lane number 3. That's a lot of extra distance that you're running each lap. I mean, that's 10 meters per lap. That's a lot.
So now our new leader from Glendale, Arizona, Colin Foley, leading over McLean and Morrow. But again, it seems like every lap, or maybe every other lap, starting to kind of shift a little bit. It's definitely stringing out as they started picking things up a bit. Again, they were running some 35s there, right around a half mile, and now they're starting to run some 34s or low 34s.
But they still look comfortable running these 34s. Now we're coming up on the 1 mile split. Try and get it right at the line. We are 4:38 unofficially at 1 mile. But we're now behind the pace lights. Someone's going to have to make a move if they want to actually take over the outright lead from Coulter Folk of Swift Current Selects. He was 9:14.50. And at that halfway split, he was running a little bit quicker, but we did see him close very well on the back half of the race.
So it looked like we had there for a little bit a pack of 4 breaking away: Foley, McLean, Templeton, and Clancy. And now they've been caught by that pack again, and now it's turned back in, it looks like, to a pack of about 7 or 8, and pretty much everybody in line, everybody now in lane 1, strung out over about 50 meters.
Coulter Folk was officially a half second faster at halfway. And we've really slowed it down. So it's who in that bunched up pack wants to pick up the pace. That last 200 was 36.36. That is our slowest lap of the day so far. So we're talking about those pace lights that are ahead of them. The pace lights are really pulling away. These athletes are looking at winning this section, but they do have to keep an eye on those pace lights. Coulter Folk setting them at 9:14.50, and the pace lights are now ahead by 50 meters. It's going to take a big kick in this final 800 if we want to see the outright leader.
Yeah, I mean, for some of these athletes in these earlier heats, thinking that you're going to get a time in the top 10, top 15 overall is probably asking a lot. This is their most likely final race of the indoor season. And some of them may have been just basically told, look, coach tells them, look, for your confidence going into the outdoor season, let's get a good win today. And, maybe you're not going to be too worried about the time that you're going to run, but control the race, have a good kick, and go out on a win.
Absolutely. A win is a win is a win. But now moving to the front, Noah Clancy of Royal Pines. The senior is in control of the race, but it was only a 36 again. Everyone in the 2 mile, they always think that, I have the best kick of the field. Every single one of those athletes in that front pack says, I'm the best kicker. I am certainly going to run 28 or 29 on this last 200. But they can't all be right. They can't all be the best kicker of the field. And now we're coming into the final quarter mile, and we are about to figure out who has the best kick of that field. And I would certainly keep an eye on hip number 14, Henry McLean of the Boston Comets. He's been staying out of trouble. He's with the lead pack, and now he's starting to wind it up, trying to find that gap on the outside. Now boxed in just a little bit coming around this turn. And I think that the pace lights are all but gone here. I don't think we're going to see our outright leader. Now we're just racing for the win. John Templeton of Clemens, North Carolina, a 32 on that lap. He is your leader down the back straightaway. The field kicking behind him. Templeton being rewarded for the bold move. He is now clear of the field by 5 meters coming around this final turn. 2 in pursuit, but it is John Templeton of Clemens, North Carolina down the final 20 meters. He will take the win of Section 2. 9:22.45, but that is only good for 5th place.
Wow, 30.65 on that last lap with a 32 prior to that, and really a lot of that 32 on the penultimate lap was a move that he made in the last 100 of that. So if you really look at his last 300, he's got to be very, very close, if not just under probably about 45 seconds for his last 300 to take that win, and that's how you win races.
Absolutely, it's how you win races. But with there being that many sections of this event, I don't know that you want to have that good of a kick in your legs if you want to have a shot at the podium. Because we've seen crazier things than someone winning out of one of these slower seated sections. Put the time up, see where it'll stand, and maybe you have a shot at the podium. Shot at being an All-American. And before we went on air, I checked out the merch for the All-Americans. They have some pretty cool stuff. If you become an All-American here, you do get rewarded for it.
All right, coming up here next is Heat 3 of 9. Again, the pace lights will be set at 9 minutes, 14 seconds for the full 2 miles. And you can see, it's interesting in the camera shot there, how far back that 2 miles actually starting from the start line. Those other runners closest are running that waterfall for the first 300 meters. But it just seems like those are athletes waiting for the next heat, but really they're all in that same heat.
Yeah, I mean, that's just one lap running all the way out in lane number 4. That is the difference. So when we talk about running that extra distance, that is what happens when you run the extra distance. It is that much worse to look out into lane number 3 when you're bunched up.
In this field, Heat 3, Rodriguez, Schools, White, Taylor, McGuire, Curley, Vanoy, Weston, Henshaw, Hansen, Mohammed, Kuhn, Sandoval, Daniels, DeLuise, Bratton, Rounds, Bat, and Barrera. 19 athletes in this heat.
Looks like a cross-country race out there. All the athletes bunched up, except for our leader. He's really saying, you know what? I want to go for it. Muhammad of Chomp City Track Club. I have to respect the confidence early here to go out that quickly. Say, I'm going to stay away from the traffic. I'm going to stay out of trouble. And we'll see if he's rewarded for it at the end of this race. That first quarter mile, he's looking very strong. He's settling into the pace. 34.81 on that last 200 meters. The field catching back up to him, saying, you know what, I got to stay calm. Let the field catch back up. Now we got to see how he responds to that pressure coming from behind.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if they allow Mohammed to continue to control this race from the front, if they're content with that, because if he just went out really fast and starts to slow things down again, they may just decide they don't want to keep going back and forth with slow, fast splits. It looks so far they're allowing him to stay up front and control this pace.
And you know, he's doing a good job of controlling the pace. So he's slowing it down. That was a 35.22, but no one has even tried to go around him as he slows down the pace. And that's a very viable strategy in the 2 mile. Go out quick, make people think that you're the big dog in the race, then slow it down and say, all right, now I am controlling the pace. I'm going to kick as soon as I feel someone go around. I think Muhammad has a very good strategy here, front running. 35.48, again, slowest lap so far. We see the pace lights catching up, and it's still Muhammad controlling the race and the pace.
Yeah, that entire pack now is fairly bunched up. You have a few stragglers there in the back. But again, they're about the top 10, top 12 are all within about a second or two of each other. So if you make a move at any point, you're not going to have to do too much to get yourself up into contention. The only problem is if you do that at the same time when 3-4 other athletes are doing that, then again, next thing you know, you're out in lane 3 trying to avoid tangling legs.
Exactly. In this type of race, when it's this crowded, you really are rewarded for being the first athlete to make a move. When you decide to crank up the pace, it takes a good 5 meters before anyone can respond to that. So if you time that right, you can really open up a bit of a gap. They're still letting Muhammad control the pace. Moving up on the outside, that is Gavin Daniels of Gainesville Track Club. And now he is just off the shoulder of Muhammad. Muhammad responding well, still holding that lead, controlling the inside rail. If anyone wants to take the pace from him, they're going to have to go around, and finding a gap on an indoor track when there are this many athletes, it's tough.
Should note the 9th grader, freshman that's in this field, Ryder White, Oregon Distance Project. Definitely coming from the land of runners out there in Oregon with the history. And he's holding his own in there with the sophomore Gavin Daniels, but several seniors that are up in here. But Ryder White, Oregon Distance Project, the lone freshman that is in this heat.
I really like that move by Muhammad. Let a couple guys go around, let them take the pace duty. Now Muhammad is comfortably in second place. We are through the first mile of this race, and we are picking up the pace. We are really cranking it down now. You see how much further ahead of the pace lights we are. We ran a 33.05 on that last 200. Ryder White, the freshman from the Oregon Distance Project, is now setting the pace. Muhammad letting him get a little bit of a gap on him, saying, you know what, I did the pacing for the first half of this race. You can take it now. I don't need to be in front of you until we cross the finish line.
This is a bold move very early for a young athlete. So you kind of wonder if it's a little bit of nerves or if it was planned. But he's definitely going to have something in the tank here at the end with still 6 laps to go or over 6 laps to go to be making that kind of a move, running 2 back-to-back 33s to drop a 66-400 in the middle of this race for a freshman in a 2 mile is pretty bold. We'll have to see if this was something that was planned, that he knew he could do, or if it was just kind of a panic move to get the race going.
We did see Ryder White run the freshman mile. He ran 4:23, so we know that he has good closing speed. He's run 15:02 already this season in the 5K on the track. He has the strength. He's also run 8:45 in the 3K this season. So I trust him to make this move. The question is, does Muhammad have enough left to keep chasing him like this and make something happen in the final 1,000 meters?
Well, and you even look at those 5 athlete chase pack. They're all thinking as well, look, those 2 guys are not that far ahead. If they slow down at all, or we get a little bit of energy, or if this starts to get down the last 200 to 400 meters, if they can stay within 10 meters at least of Muhammad, and now that 5 that I was just mentioning is down to 4, so all 4 of those athletes have got to think they're not completely out of it.
No, this is still anyone's race here. There's a lot of running left. Ryder White, Muhammad, Gavin Daniels, your current top 3.
So the last 2 laps, 34.5 and 34.2, so it slowed it down a little bit, or at least White did, and now Muhammad comes around White to once again take the lead.
The race IQ for Muhammad this race has been incredible. Just making the right move at every opportunity. I'm very impressed. And this is his only race of the weekend that he's scheduled for, this 2 mile. So he wants to take this opportunity and he wants to make sure that he wins his section. And he's going to do it in a pretty good time if he keeps this up. We're now inside the final quarter mile, but Ryder White is closing very well, as is the chaseback. That chaseback led by Arjun Bhatt of JR Tiger Elite.
This is going to be a great time for Muhammad. His personal best, 9:20.17. It was set in November of just last year here. Now he's got a lap to go at 8:37. He's going to destroy his personal best. He's not going to break 9, but he's definitely going to be running a very fast time here.
And look at how comfortable he looks coming into this final 100 meters. To have run this quick, this far, and now he finally looks like he's actually sprinting. A very impressive race by Muhammad. Again, making the right decision at every point. Muhammad of Chomp City Track Club, the senior, will now be our outright leader out of Section 3. Number 1 in the air, Muhammad, your leader here, 9:09.71. That is the fastest time from North Carolina this year. Ryder White rewarded for his effort, and Oregon number 1. We're in Section 3 of 9. That was the 18th fastest time in the United States of America.
Very impressive. Again, I can't say enough about, Ryder White and being a freshman, making that type of big move, really making the race, setting the race up for Muhammad, and then still being able to hold on and hold off, another junior and senior in Phatt and Weston. It's pretty impressive. Kid's got a good future ahead.
I mean, all these athletes really, really bright futures coming up. I'm very excited to see where they go. both in and out of the sport. Even just going around the venue and talking to the athletes in between the events, I am always impressed by the athletes here at New Balance Nationals Indoor. A great group of kids, very proud of all the hard work that they've put in over the years, and they're being rewarded with some big performances.
So we're going to look at a pace of 9:09 with the lights in this heat. So again, it's going to slowly keep getting faster and faster throughout the heats until we get to that championship seeded race. And big, large pack, 18 runners. Dennehy, Moss, Cardenas, Bird, Gills, Johnson, O'Brien, Tuck, Egan, Gosling, Webb, Marshall, McGinnity, and that is Beeson Tuck, Greenville, South Carolina athlete, the senior, picking things out in a very comfortable 34.53. So they're going out a little bit more conservatively than our first two heats. First three heats, for that matter.
Yeah, Muhammad, like we said, was out in 33.79 before settling into the pace and letting the field catch back up to him. And now this field, we're just going to run smooth 34s. So another very viable strategy. Let's just run an even pace, 34s all the way around. You hold that, you're going to run a pretty good time.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's right on that pace of right about 9 minutes, which, you know, that's kind of the barrier for your standard distance runner running the 2 mile is that 9 minute barrier. It's very similar to the 4 minute mile. 4 minutes for a high schooler being a little bit more challenging than, say, a 9 minute 2 mile, especially these days. I mean, back in the day, you would maybe have 10 athletes breaking 9 minutes in a major invitational or major championship, and now you get 15, 20, 25 in any random invitational around the country at any given day. So that 9 minute barrier is not quite the barrier it used to be, but for some of these athletes still trying to improve.
Ooh, some contact there in the back of the pack. You know, when we talk about staying out of trouble, that is exactly what you want to avoid. Not only does that take a little bit of energy physically, but mentally saying, I just got tied up, I don't want that to happen again, that certainly impacts the strategy in the race. But yeah, as you were saying, you know, the times are getting faster and faster. We talk about trackflation, the track's getting faster, the shoes are getting faster.
The shoes are definitely getting faster, yeah.
But I think a lot of it comes down to these athletes are putting in the work, they're making the right decisions, you know, treating themselves like athletes, you know, eating the right things, going to bed. That's the thing that makes the difference between being a part of the pack and leading the pack.
Yeah, and I definitely think the education of training is so widespread. I mean, back in the day, you would have the history coach, you know, got talked into being the cross country and distance coach, or some local dad of one of the runners got asked to take over the coaching of the local distance team. But now, even those people are so well educated from the internet and from various resources, digital resources, about how to train athletes better. And so as a whole, you see distance runners now much more aware of what it takes, how to eat, as you say, how to eat right, how to train right, how to recover right, how to hydrate properly, how to construct the training phases that an athlete needs to go through to really get the best out of their training and racing.
Absolutely. And when I was competing in high school, I feel like every coach had their secret sauce. No one wanted to share what they were doing. And now it feels like coaches are willing to talk a little bit more. They want everyone to rise because a rising tide lifts all ships. I work a summer camp every year out in the Poconos called Running Works. It was originally put together by Marcus O'Sullivan. And he would talk about the type of training that he does with his collegiate athletes and how important it is to go easy in the workouts, the threshold work. And now you see all these athletes, the double thresholds, going a little bit easier in the workouts. And like you said, it's not the history coach or history teacher coaching you anymore. You now have guys that are dialed in on the science, the lactate monitoring. People know what they're talking about now, and it's paying off. Look at how fast all of these athletes are running. The training has really shown in the past few years.
Very consistent running here by our leader, Beeson Tuck, Greenville, South Carolina. Every single one of his splits has been basically within a second of each other. So that's very efficient there with Matt Gosling just off of his shoulder. And it seems like now that last lap of 33.94 by Tuck has definitely pulled him and Gosling from Council Rock North away from the rest of the field there. And that is Caden Bybee, who's caught a little bit there in, as they say, no man's land, but he's trying to catch up, back up on the shoulders there, Gosling and Tuck. He was definitely kind of left the pack, but didn't quite go with Tuck and Gosling when they went. But now it's 3 runners, pack of 3.
We're about 2.5 seconds ahead of the pace right now compared to our current leader, Muhammad of Tromp City. And these athletes are not backing away from the pace. That lead trio, all looking strong. It is still anyone's race in that lead trio.
Now that's Gosling taking over. Tuck running a 34 that last lap. Looks like Gosling wants to try to maybe get those splits down into the 33s.
Now this is where it's going to get interesting, because we've talked about the pace lights. We're really about to see what effect it has on these athletes, because they've been racing each other because they were out quick enough that they couldn't even see the pace lights. Now the pace lights are coming back into view. We're about to see if they're willing to race the clock as well. And they're staying ahead of them. They are responding to seeing those pace lights come into view.
So you can see Tuck there now gave up that lead for a little bit. He was controlling things until Giles and Gosling took over there briefly, but now Tuck looks like he wants to be back in the lead.
And if you want to keep track of all of the splits so you can see exactly what they're doing on each lap, you can go to live.athletic.net. That is live.athletic.net. We have all of the splits. You can see exactly what all these athletes are doing each lap. You can see, all right, now we're falling a little bit behind the pace. So not only do you have the visual aid of the pace lights, but you can also see the exact clock so you know exactly what the athletes are doing.
Well, it looks like Gosling and Giles did not want to have anything more to do with Tuck going from the front to the back to the front to the back. And they're starting to get things going here in our final laps here of Heat 4 of the boys 2 mile.
And those lights now pulling into the lead. So that means that our leader, Muhammad of Tromp City, is leading this race at the moment. Well, we did see Muhammad close in 32. So if these athletes continue the trend of closing quickly on the last lap, which here it is, they will take over the lead, and now we're pulling back in front of the pace lights.
There's Giles making that move now. As soon as the bell rang, Gosling kind of shaking his head a little bit. His shoulders are starting to roll. May not quite have enough. And Giles going into that final turn. Looks like he's got just enough space between him and Gosling to come down and take Heat 4, the boys 2 mile. Points to his name, to his bib number. That's right, that's me. I won. I'm the winner.
9:07.80, your new leader. Matt Gosling, 9:09.95, so he'll be in third. That means Muhammad will be in second, his 9:09.71. still good enough to hold on to second as we finish section 4 of 9. And we will continue the trend of setting those pace lights at the current leading time. Don Giles of Fort Collins, Colorado, US 15. We are not even halfway through the action here in the Boys Championship 2 mile, and we already are inside the US 15. And we have a lot more in store.
Pace lights will be set for 9:07 for this heat. All right, here we go. Heat 5 of 9. Slawinski, Mello, DeVoe, Coos, Hill, Burns, Williams, Johnston, Flores, Robbie, Abamer, Zirin, Collins, Tuck, Reith, Reynolds, Flakowski, and Thibault. And it's interesting when looking over, saw another long-haired blonde runner getting ready to line up, and I thought, is Tuck running again? And in fact, Tuck is running again. Definitely looks like his brother. So the brothers did not get seated together. Maybe they'll have a little bit of challenge amongst themselves about who's going to run faster in their individual heat.
But you know, I like having the brothers separated. Let them each have their own race. They probably train together all the time. But give them their own stage. Let them demonstrate what they can do alone. And right now, Tuck right into the lead of this race, well ahead of the pace lights, saying, you know what, I saw what my brother did. Now it's my turn. His brother, 9:13.12, is currently in 4th place. And that is U.S. number 28. So you know there's going to be a little bit of sibling rivalry here. Tuck maintaining that pace, but sliding into the lead. That'll be Ryan Reynolds of Little Miami Track Club. So we can look ahead a little bit, and we can maybe start thinking about this top-seeded section. We're going to have a little bit of an interesting show here with the pace lights in our top-seeded section. The first 16 is going to be paced at 4:25, and then we're going to pick it up a little bit. The last 1,618 meters will be at 4:25, so slightly faster on the second mile. And there will also be a second set of white pace lights that will be set to the current U.S. number 1. To have a venue like this that has the capabilities of saying, you know what, we're going to have 2 sets of pace lights, we're going to give the athletes what they want. Some of them are looking to, run the top times in the nation. Let's let them take a shot at it.
Yeah, I mean, definitely got the talent here to look at doing that. A lot of times that might be sometimes in coordination with the athletes, the coaches, but definitely they want to set something here, not only for the athletes to try to achieve, but certainly for the crowd here to get excited about.
Absolutely, and a lot to be excited about in this venue. We have some great field events going on as well. If you want to check in on those, live.athletic.net, and you can check out all the happenings around the venue. You guys will see the pentathlon wrapping up later today on the track. The girls' pentathlon will be at 1:35, give or take. But Jackson Tuck holding strong up front. Again, we saw his twin brother put up a great effort in his section, and he was rewarded. He's currently in 4th place overall.
Well, the viewers can't see this, but I'm looking off to my left there, and his brother Beeson is the only athlete that stayed around after that last heat. And he's clearly keeping an eye on his brother Jackson out there as he's running.
Cheering on his brother every lap of the way here.
Yeah, we can see him, the viewers can't, but we can see him yelling at Jackson as he's coming by, giving him some words of encouragement. Maybe, all right, let's go. Okay, let's go now.
And for those of you following that battle, Tuck was 4:34 at 16:18. Jackson Tuck, 2 seconds faster. So this sibling rivalry is going to come down to the very end of this race.
I tell you what, as a former high school coach myself, you can't help but think about high school coaches out there that, you know, they're at the disposal of whoever happens to live within the town that they're coaching. And you don't have any control. You're not, well, private schools can somewhat kind of recruit. But for the most part, most town schools have whoever just happens to live within the town limits. And so the idea of actually getting one really good athlete is pretty impressive. But the idea of actually getting twins and both of them being very good runners has got to be, you know, one of those lucky strokes that coaches dream about. Getting 2 runners that happen to be very, very talented. And again, Tuck leading this field. Reynolds, Johnston, Thibault, Kuss, Collins, Slowinski. That's all the chase pack strung out about 10 meters behind Jackson Tuck.
Jackson Tuck continuing to lead this race, still ahead of the pace lights. He ran 9:13 back at the Mondo Elite High School Invitational for 3,200. He took 8th place. And at the A6 Sound Invite, he was 5:20 through 2,000 meters. So we know that he has a good mix of the foot speed and the endurance. And he's been maintaining the pace in front of the pace lights. I think we're going to see something interesting with this lead quartet as we come into the final 3 laps.
Again, those pace lights set at 9:07. Pretty much right on that pace, it looks like. But again, we keep talking about these final 200-meter laps that some of these athletes have been running. Even if they get just a slight bit behind that, they can certainly make that up in the last lap. But again, that pack of 4, Tuck, Reynolds, Johnston, and Kuss.
It almost looks like Jackson Tuck is saving something for the final kick. He said, you know what, I've done a majority of the leading. You guys go. Go right now. I'm going to make my move when I am ready. So even though he just slid back to 3rd, I wouldn't count him out just yet. I think that he's ready for a big kick. Look at how smooth he's going around the track. He just looks like he's floating right now. I think that when we see him hit this turn, I think we're about to see him go.
Well, I tell you what, it's almost a mirrored race from how Beeson ran. Led all the way, allowed Giles and Collins to get a little bit ahead, and then he turned it back on. But I tell you what, Reynolds and Johnston are opening up a little bit of space there.
But it's early. It's early to open it up. We still have a full lap left. Jackson Tuck was 34:28 on that lap, so just a little bit faster than he's been running. But this is it. This is where the move has to come. He can't sit any longer. Johnston looking very strong into the final turn. and he is off. Look at him go. Smooth around the turn. Good arm drive. Now off the turn, he's coming down the stretch, and he is digging deep. Tuck with the late move. Like I said, he was going to wait, but he waited a little too long. Johnston will take it.
Isaiah Johnston, Surrey, BC, so one of our Canadian athletes from the Vancouver area, takes heat 5 of 9. Very solid time there, 9:04. So we're starting to, as they say, flirt with that 9-minute mark. And we still have heats 6, 7, 8, and then our superseded heat 9.
And 9:04.10, that will be our new outright leader. So that's basically 34 seconds per lap. Jackson Tuck, a big kick of 30.72, but he sat just a little too long, ran out of track at the end there, 9:05.08. He's in second. Ryan Reynolds of Little Miami Track Club, he'll be in third place at 9:05.27.
Johnston's, no slouch here. Looking at his times that he's run this year, his personal best ran 4:15 for the mile indoors, which is very impressive. 8:46 PB outdoors for 3,000 meters, and his personal best 9:15 outdoors. So he's definitely, and he's only a junior, so we still got another year. And actually in Canada they have the 13 years, so he's got 2 more years at the high school level to continue to improve. As we are underway here in heat 6 of 9, Elrod, Bartlett, Bland, Green, Blankenship, Cloud, Salazar Jr., Reeves, Sirios, Riffy, Johnson, Kerr, Ellis, Lawson the fourth, Keller, Brown, Taff, Bailey, and Joyce. Again, 19 athletes. Every one of these fields so far have been 18 and 19 athletes. So I hope you're used to running in a crowd, because you got one when you're racing right now.
Absolutely a big crowd going around the track. And as we move on to the back half of these 2 miles, mark to keep an eye on will be that 9 flat barrier. Breaking 9 would be inside the U.S. top 10. And I think we're going to see that here in this section. I think this is the section where the athletes are just going to go to the front and they're not going to look back. And we're seeing that already out front in this race. Blankenship going right to the front. Very comfortable up front for Blankenship.
But again, even though the times are getting faster, they're going out more conservatively as we progress through these heats. That opening 200 for Blankenship, right around 36, so at least he went out comfortably, and now he's settled into the lead there. Took a 33 to take that lead.
But I liked the look he did over his shoulder. He said, you know what? I want to make sure that anyone's going with me. I don't want to just go to the front and waste energy if no one's going to come. If you guys are going to sit, I don't need to go that quick yet. But now he feels the guys behind him, and he's cranking it up. 32.77. It's not slow.
No, he wants to make a race out of this early. Going 33.29 and then 32.77. It's definitely making a statement here, but it is very early, 12 laps to go. He's increased his distance away from those pace lights, which are set at 9 minutes, 4 seconds for this heat. And as a runner in the back of that, in that chase pack, are you thinking, wait a minute, we can't let them get that far ahead? I mean,
I wouldn't panic just yet. We're still early into this race, but it's got to be in the back of your head. These guys are getting away. But the other thing that has to be in the back of your head is, hey, we're still ahead of the pace lights, so we're not going slow. Even though those guys are getting away, this is not a slow pace, so we're okay. They're going to come back at some point, or at least one would assume they're going to come back at some point.
I think that's a very good point, because we were talking about the benefit or the non-benefit of those pace lights. In this instance, it is definitely a benefit because it's letting you know, okay, it's okay if these two win out. Because either they're going to have it and there's nothing I'm going to be able to do about it, or they're going to come back to us. There's plenty of race still left to here because right now I'm still running 9:01, 9:03, 9:04 pace, and if that's what I'm supposed to do, then I'm just going to do my race. And as they say, run your own race.
Exactly. Got to run your own race. And Blankenship doesn't have that many races to his name this indoor season. He's only raced 3 times. So this is going to be an interesting race for him. He ran 8:33 in the 3K, and he ran 4:19 in the mile. So we, again, know that he has that good mix of speed and endurance. And he's still running smooth 33s around the track. If he continues to run these 33s, we will see a pretty good race. He can go sub 9 here. He'll be right around 8:56 if he continues this pace.
That'd be quite a statement early on here with still 3 heats to go to get a time well under 9 minutes. They've got, it looks like, about 40 meters on the rest of the field. But again, that field, you know, they were told 9:04. They see the lights. They're just staying on that pace. They're not trying to really make any moves at this point. And again, we also need to, of course, talk about Dom Ellis there from Cincinnati, Ohio, who's holding on to Bjorn Blankenship. And he's just not letting him go no matter what Blankenship's doing, dropping 33s after dropping some 32s.
And now the move from the chase pack. Pretty good move. Brandon Cloud of 6 Mile moving into the lead. He sees those pace lights now slipping, and he's saying, you know what? Hey, guys, these lights are at 9:04. If we want a shot at doing something, we got to stick with them. We got to go with these pace lights. And you know, one of my favorite parts of watching these distance races is occasionally you'll see the athletes turn to one another and start yelling at each other in the middle of the race. Say, hey, we got to go. And you see a little bit of that talking happening in that chase pack, saying, guys, don't make me do this myself. Andrew Brown making a good move. Brandon Cloud, Andrew Brown at the helm of the chase pack. And they are running about the same pace as Blankenship and Ellis. So it's going to be an interesting final 1,000 meters coming up. I do think this chase pack has a shot at getting back into it. That was a very aggressive first 2K for Blankenship and Ellis.
It is. It's still impressive. They're still holding about 40 plus meters on this field, almost close to 50 meters over this field. And with 4 laps to go.
But Cloud did just have the fastest last lap of the field. So Brandon Cloud at the helm of the chase pack is beginning to reel in our leaders. But there's only 800 meters to do it. And we got to make up about 60. So we really got to start kicking in that chase back if we want a shot. 34-64, Jordan Blankenship of Bend, Oregon. Now Brandon Cloud slowing down. That was a 35.05. So if everything holds where it is right now, it's going to be a 2-man race when we come into the final lap. 3 laps to go when we cross the start-finish line.
Still Blankenship and Ellis there well out in front. You can see a little bit of laboring there on Blankenship's face. Not sure if it's just a style. Ooh, he just kind of looked over his left shoulder there.
And now here's where it happens. Brandon Cloud, again, fastest last lap of the field. Brandon Cloud trying to close down the gap, trying to bring the chase pack with him. That chase pack is moving well. You can't see it now, but now they're within 50 meters of our leader, but just 400 meters to get it done. Blankenship and Ellis still up front, holding strong. Ellis with the advantage, 7:54 at 28.18, 34.68 on that last lap. Owen Johnson, 32.48, leading the chase pack. That chase pack is picking it up. The chase pack is working very hard, but we are coming into the bell lap. This is going to be an interesting finish. We have just 200 meters, but the chase pack is now trailing by just 30 meters. Dom Ellis of Cincinnati, Ohio, on the last lap. He is trying to maintain the quick pace out front. Owen Johnson is with the pace lights, now about to pull in front of the pace lights. Owen Johnson in third, closing hard. We're inside the final 100 meters. Dom Ellis of Cincinnati around the final turn, and he'll be off the turn with the lead. He is alone on the home straightaway. Owen Johnson, a massive kick, but it will be Dom Ellis across the line. Owen Johnson trying to kick for second. Dom Ellis, 8:57.55. Our first athlete, sub 9 minutes. Owen Johnson closing in 61 seconds. What a final 600 meters for Owen Johnson. He'll take second in that section, second overall, but he's going to close in 1:33 for 600 meters at the end of that 2 mile. Saved a little too much for the end. So Dom Ellis of Cincinnati will run that 8:57 and be your new leader, a U.S. number 8 mark. Owen Johnson, U.S. 12 at 9:02.19. Blankenship rewarded for his efforts, a U.S. 15, the fastest time in Oregon this year.
Yeah, you just saw it right when I was mentioning Blankenship earlier there. It looked like he just started to labor a bit. It seemed like it was just a little bit too much there, leading that field for so long in the latter stages. And with about a lap and a half to go, even had a little bit of a stumble into the infield. And Ellis just had way too much there at the end. But like you said, Owen Johnson ran so well from so far back in the final 300 meters or so of that race to get himself into that second place. 10th
to second on the last mile of that race. I got to respect the move there. Just saved a little too much for the end.
All right, 7 of 9 here in the boys 2 mile underway. Tomlinson, Surface, Robin, Jerman, Farmer, Fastrup, Steineman, Johnson, Messler, Crooks, Stevenson, Jochum, Reitnor, Hurley, Haggart, Wilcox, Opperman, and Ronfelt. Luke Surface running yesterday in the mile. First lap, 34.55. Kamari Ronfelt. Reitnor in second, Fastrup in third.
And as we mentioned before, if you want to follow the field events, go to live.athletic.net. You can see the live updates, see what marks these athletes are jumping, because man, oh man, is competition heating up in the boys pentathlon high jump, which we will see that pentathlon 1000 coming up. We talk about the different strategies here, going for it from the go. I like the strategy. Kamari Ronfelt of Purple Track Club. We've talked a lot about the historic programs that come through New Balance Nationals, indoor and outdoor. Purple Track Club, one of them. We see them consistently at these events. Just knowing you're part of such a historic program gonna make you feel good when you step on the track. You know, there's a lot of athletes before you that have gone through that program. That program has worked for a lot of people. Why not me?
I think we need to point out the 8th grader in this field, Luke Surface, who won the middle school mile yesterday, age 14, ran a 4:23.65 for an 8th grader.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure he was wearing sneakers during that mile, no spikes. He just said, you know what, I'm going to save the legs for the 2 mile. I'm going to wear some sneakers. So I'm excited to see what he can do here. I think that his legs are going to be feeling fresh, and he's going to be ready to go.
Kid's very, very impressive.
He's not running slow right now. He's running 33 seconds per lap. So don't count him out yet.
And his personal best in the mile, that wasn't even as fast as running 4:23. He ran 4:19 just about a couple of months ago. So 4:19 for an 8th grader.
Not slow.
That whatever high school he's from, whatever town that is, that high school has just got to be going, my gosh, I cannot wait until this kid gets in.
We talk about the hot pockets of running. Raleigh, North Carolina has some very, very good running. A very extensive trail network. Just having the ability to train somewhere that is that welcoming to runners, it certainly pays off.
So Xander Reitnor, Thomas Jacom, Kamari Wanfelt. Those are your early leaders, all juniors leading this field. We also have a sophomore in this field, Adam Haggart, Charlotte Country Day. So coming up on that mile mark there, looked like right around about 4:26. 4:25, 4:26 for the mile.
If I'm Luke Surface, I'm happy that they went out like this. They went out a little bit quicker than they probably intended. And I'm sitting mid-pack. I'm an 8th grader. I have nothing to lose. There's no pressure being an 8th grader in this race. Because you're saying, you know what, if I do well, people are going to respect it. If I don't run the best race of my life, no one's going to knock me. I just won the middle school mile last night. So I think Luke Surface is in a good spot right now. And I think the amount of pressure that is on him is the right amount. I'm excited to see what he can do here. He's currently in 12th place, 34:20 on that last lap, which again, not slow.
Well, he just moved up a couple of places there in the back there. We can see him on the camera now. Again, all eyes impressed with this young man, Luke Surface. And again, he's a champion already. So there's confidence there.
Confidence.
This isn't a normal 8th grade runner happen to be running with a bunch of high schoolers, seniors, and juniors. This is a kid who's coming in here going, look, I've already won a race. Have you guys won a race yet?
What have you done lately?
What have you done lately? Yeah. And he's slowly just passing people one by one. Now in 9th place.
Again, we've talked a lot about race IQ already this meet. He was in 18th. He started this race in 18th. He said, you know what, I'll go out and last. You guys, you do whatever you want to do up front. I'm running my own race. And to have that level of race IQ as an 8th grader, my oh my, is the future bright.
Meanwhile, still leading this field, Xander Reitnor, Huntertown, Indiana. Getting ready to come up there on 4 laps to go.
We see those pace lights obviously set at the winning time, which is currently 8:57.55. Dom Ellis of Cincinnati, Ohio. He closed quick, 30:51 on the final 200. So again, if we continue that trend of closing quickly on the final 200, we could still see these athletes overtake those pace lights. Brennan Robin of Legacy Track Club now in control. 33:55 in that last 200. And he is holding strong up front. Again, another athlete that's decided to run his own race. He was 11th place on the first 2 laps. Now he is in control. And convincingly so. Like, looking very, very comfortable. He's moving quick, but he's comfortable about it. Slowly moving up on the pace lights. Again, he needs to finish in front of those pace lights. Those pace lights will finish right at the lead time. Robin now about midway up on those pace lights. I think he's in a good shot to overtake it. And it'll be the bell lap up front. Looking very comfortable. About to pull in front of the pace lights. Down the back stretch.
Chasing those lights. Chasing the time. Going into that final turn. Now coming down the home stretch here. Taking heat 7, Brendan Robin.
Now keep an eye on Luke Surface. He could overtake the U.S. #1 for middle school. He owns that time at 9:16.53. Luke Surface looking to reset the U.S. 1 for middle school. Brendan Robin of Legacy Track Club will be U.S. #8. And our new leader at 8:56.93. And Luke Surface, what a 2 days for the 8th grader. Meet record last night.
9:07.43 for an 8th grader.
For an 8th grader. So his PR, or season's best rather, of 9:16.53 was U.S. #1. And he just showed up and absolutely destroyed that. To do that double, to last night run the mile in meet record fashion, and then come back and run another U.S. #1, you got to be happy with the way your middle school career ended.
And again, I've seen seniors that can't handle running back-to-back days, 2 distance races, maybe a mile and an 800, maybe an 800 and a 2 mile, but to run a mile and then come back and run a 2 mile, as we see Surface coming across the finish line there, very, very impressive in a 24-hour period for that young man, for the very young man at 8th grade, to run both those very, very fast times. Comes out with a win and comes out with a very fast personal best at 9:07.43.
And it's only going to get faster from here. This is section 8 of 9.
And those pace lights set at the previous mark of 8:56. As we'll take a look here at heat 8 of 9, Spangler, Weber, Longpre, Free, Reese, Sackle, Sorrow, Lopez, Landez, Bellet, Spritzer, Pont, Barbie, Workman. Some of your top athletes here in this heat 8. These athletes just missing out on making that seeded section. So definitely some talent involved in this heat.
I don't know that that's a bad thing for some of these athletes. We know that top seeded section is gonna go out aggressive. And if you're the type of athlete that is used to front running, maybe you get into the slower section and you say, I'm going to go to the front of this race. There's not going to be any traffic in front of me. I can open up my stride. I can run fast from the front. We could see a winner out of this section. Nothing's guaranteed. So I say we keep an eye on Workman. He's working hard up front, but he is ahead of the pace lights. We know at the very least you got to be in front of those pace lights to win this.
Fermansky, Barbie, Free, Schmidt, Sorrow, all in the mix here. The entire field, again, nice and close here in the opening stages of this heat.
Workman still in the lead, but now the pace lights are pulling ahead. Again, all of these races have finished very fast So as long as you keep those pace lights in your sight in the early stages, it's okay. But now the field is saying, hey, what are we doing? Let's pick it up. And moving into the lead, Anthony Sorrow, Gonzaga Eagles track club out of Washington, D.C., will take over the lead, and he is slowly working his way back up to the front of those pace lights. You don't want to make a big jump here. If you see the pace lights pulling away, you have to keep an eye on the lap counter. You have to say, hey, there's a lot of race left. Don't jump too soon, because if you sprint to get back in front of those pace lights, they're going to come back on you. They will be a thing of your nightmares.
Already taken a little bit of a peek at our seated section after this in comparison to some of the times that have now already been run in the last 2 heats and what could possibly be run in this heat. All eyes will be on Johannes van Meerten in that final heat, coming in with a season best of 8:52, which is not too much faster than the last 2 races that we've already seen. So,
but we're on a very fast track.
We're on a very fast track.
To consider fast track. The crowd is just unreal. We have the crowd really going. If you're not in the building, let's paint the picture of what's going on for the folks at home. We have Devontae Ford. He's a 400-meter hurdler. He is on the infield with the microphone. Serenity Douglas also with him. They are getting the crowd hyped. When the bell rings, the crowd has been losing their minds and really propelling these athletes forward. So between the track and the energy in this building, I don't know that PRs and season bests matter that much. You got to do it on the day.
Well, it's Friday here in Boston, Mass. A lot of folks go ahead and start the early weekend. It's, as they say, St. Patrick's weekend here in Boston, and Boston is arguably, if not just downright, the best place to be for St. Patrick's weekend in probably in the country. Again, arguably over New York and some other places, but I tell you what, this is a great weekend to be here in the city, and Absolutely. It's a great weekend to be here in this beautiful building here at the track at New Balance.
Absolutely, and a great complex. So for those of you at home that have never been to this complex, we have the track at New Balance, and we have an entire complex of restaurants, New Balance stores, a concert venue, and they're actually showing the races live downstairs in the restaurants and in the concert venue where Packet Pickup is. So everyone in the vicinity here knows that it is New Balance Nationals Indoor, the fastest party on the planet. And speaking of fast, we're under 4:30 at halfway, and we're cranking it up. So those base lights, a little bit ahead of the athletes, but again, not that far. Anthony Sorrow looking to close in on the front of those pace lights.
Yeah, as you said, I mean, I think if you ever get a chance to come down here and walk around, it's like its own little inner community city. I mean, obviously it's all New Balance and all these buildings, and you have the basketball arena and the ice rink and everything, but even all the businesses around here, they're really part of this kind of tight-knit community around here, and it's become a place to come and hang out for the nightlife. Even if Absolutely. You're not here to do anything New Balance, to come down here and enjoy some of the restaurants down here directly underneath us. And there's all kinds of events that are going on down here all the time. So it really is kind of a really great place. It's a little bit on the chillier side out here today. We had some really nice warm weather a few days ago, and it's cooled back down a little bit. We had our false spring a few days ago, but it's still beautiful out.
It's indoor track. It's got to be freezing outside. Or what are we doing? This is the right weather for indoor track. Anthony Sorrow of Gonzaga Eagles Track Club out of D.C. Some contact there in our lead pack of 5. Everyone stays up on their feet. But the pace lights are now pulling away from our athletes. We really need to crank up the pace if we want to move into the outright lead. Because coming into this, we did talk about the potential to see a winner out of this section. This last 800 meters is going to be that deciding factor. And unless they have some aces up their sleeves, I don't think our winner is going to come out of this section. Brooks Barbie of Royal Pines, the junior, who's the first to make a move and say, hey guys, green lights are way ahead of us. And he is going for it. A very early kick, and the field really stringing out now. You can see the amount of pace that has been injected. It's tough to really feel the pace when you're watching at home because these athletes look comfortable. So until you see them stringing out or until you see that they're catching back up to the lights, it's hard to tell just how fast they're running. But that was 34.0, their fastest lap in quite a bit. Brooks Barbie of Royal Pines setting that quick pace. Jonah Montagnese of Quakers Track Club, very smooth. Reminiscent of Craig Angles there with that form, just floating up, not even looking like he's working for it. And now we're inside the final quarter mile.
Meanwhile, in contrast, you see Barbie leading the field, but definitely it looks like he's breathing a little bit harder, and he's working a little bit harder for sure. The arms are pumping a little bit more as he's trying to pull away from the rest of the field, possibly pull away.
But Jonah Montagnese of Quakers Track Club, I think that this kick is about to be wild. Brooks Barbie of Royal Pines, again, like you said, working really, really hard for it. And unless he is a 100-meter runner, those pace lights are gone. Jonah Montagnese of Quakers Track Club trying to make it happen. Coming around this final turn, coming off the turn, trying to run down the pace lights, down the final straightaway, coming to the line. It'll be quick, but not quick enough to take over the outright lead. The winner of Section 8 out of 9. A monster close to run 8:57.39. Brooks Barbie, U.S. number 9. Jonah Montagnese of Quakers, the fastest time in New York this year, 8:58.04. And look at the final lap there. Our top 3 athletes all sub 30 seconds. Again, saving a little too much there. And because of that, we will see our leader still be Brennan Robin of Legacy Track Club at 8:56.93. Brooks Barbie of Royal Pines will be second at 8:57.39. Dom Ellis of Cincinnati, 8:57.55. He will be in third. Our top 3 athletes, US 8, 9, and 10. And we still have our top seeded section to come, which will be the 14 fastest athletes in the country. See the results there of Section 8 of 9. Our athletes walking off, talking to their coaches. I love these shots of around the venue. What a beautiful, beautiful venue. Occasionally they're showing you the corridor up on the 400 level. That's where the New Balance Hall of Fame is. A lot of history they have compiled there in the hallways from the BAA, some stuff from the Milrose Games, some stuff from the Harvard track meets. A lot of cool history made its way into this building, including the record boards. I really love the record boards. When you walk into this building, all of the records that have been set in this building are up above the entryway. And there's just something incredible about coming up the steps, walking in, and seeing, hey, this venue is something special.
Well, you see a lot of indoor venues in cities, and it's just not quite as open feeling as you have here. You can see the large windows everywhere. It brings in a lot of natural sunlight, and it just really makes it seem bigger, as opposed to some indoor arenas where you just feel like you're kind of like confined in like a dark space, and you're coming out of like a casino at 2 a.m. in the morning, when you finally leave the building. But here, it feels like an indoor kind of arena.
Absolutely. Big, wide open venue. And a lot of space to warm up to. There is a warm-up track. Mark, I don't know if you made your way up there, but there's a warm-up track where the athletes actually have the opportunity to run on a track surface. They're allowed in there 90 minutes before their race. They're given an opportunity to warm up on that. And then where the throws are normally set up here, so if you've ever been to a normal track meet here, where the throws normally are, that is our paddock. And the athletes are able to do their strides. We don't pull them in too early. We give them the opportunity to really get their warm-ups done.
You can see right now here on the camera, these are our finalists in the 2 mile. We're just preparing a nice introduction for these final athletes. So you can see the official there giving instructions and the order of the introductions that we're going to have here for our seeded athletes in this final heat. So we're just pausing a little bit here in the action on the track while we get this lined up. I mean, this is a really kind of cool thing to have these athletes, the truly seeded, top seeded athletes in this meet now, really get their just due and get these introductions in to really make sure that the crowd understands who these athletes are and why it's so special for them to be in this final section. And hopefully they will then, in turn, put on the show that the crowd wants.
You know, when you give these athletes these introductions like that, it really just, I think, brings the energy up in the building, between the fans and the athletes, and it really encourages the quick times to happen. Now we see the athletes making their way to the top of the home straightaway. They're doing their strides, they're getting ready. That's a quick stride out there. I can't see the hip number there, but that is an aggressive stride coming into a 2 mile.
You can see them now there just off the right, getting ready to come onto the track here and kind of shake it out. They've been put over in that little corner area for a little while there, given instructions, and so now they're kind of out on the track and getting
these athletes
opened
look
back
ready.
up here. Yeah,
they look ready. I mean, how fast they are striding that turn, how comfortable they look. I know that we talked about the pace lights being set. I think they're going to be ahead of the pace lights the entire time this one. I think those pace lights are going to be an afterthought.
most of them now there on the back stretch, just waiting to get lined up here in the order they were told.
As we get ready for this top-seeded section of the Championship Boys 2 Mile, what a thing Trials of Miles has built over the past few years. I mean, to create all of these wonderful opportunities for these athletes to compete between the circuit and New Balance Nationals. Just an incredible thing that they've built. And now we are ready. That is Lucas Tanner out of Wisconsin. He will be wearing hip number 1, the senior, ready to go. You want to alternate these? Go back and forth?
Yeah.
All right, so here are our runners. This will be championship 2 miles. Right next to the line.
Lucas Tanner of Wisconsin, ready to run a quick one here.
Next up, we got Sam Levadier, Valor TC, Portland. Saw him running some cross country last fall. Very good athlete.
Up next will be Greg McGrath of Boston Jesuit.
Now, hip number 4, Kevin Gibson, Southern Umstead Racing Club.
And up next, out of Bend, Oregon, Clayton Jarrow.
And now we see hip number 7, Luke Nat, Christian Brothers Academy.
Coming up next from Atlanta, Georgia, Cameron Collier.
And now wearing hip number 8, Garrett Fott, Oregon Distance Project.
For Gainesville Track Club, Trent Daniels.
Next up, wearing hip number 10, Nathan Lee, Greenwich, Connecticut.
Out of Flagstaff, Arizona, Johan Van Meerten, one of our youngest competitors in the field, only a junior, but he is ready to run with the big dogs.
And now hip number 12 from De Pere, Wisconsin, Grady Len.
Wearing lucky number 13 for real training, Hunter Robbie.
And then last but not least, hip 14, Calvin Seitz from Jasper, Indiana.
I am very excited for this race. Nathan Lee has had quite the career. I remember him running back when he was in middle school, and they put him into one of the high school races, and he really rose to the occasion. And he continues to rise to the occasion every single time he steps on the track. At the circuit in Philly, he ran 9:01:59 by himself. There was no one with him the entire race. And at the Millrose Games, 4:10 for the mile. He was only 5th, but he does a little bit better in these distance races. I am very excited to see his final race of his indoor career. Also just committed to Harvard, so he will be back on this track.
All right, we are underway. You can see all the athletes, or the majority of them, all wearing the special championship New Balance outfits that they are given as part of making this championship heat. Again, Tanner, Levidier, McGrath, Gibson, Giro, Nat, Collier, Fott, Daniels, Lee, Van Meerten, Len, Robbie, and Seitz. We spoke earlier in that previous heat about Johannes Van Meerten. He is contemplating still the schools of his next career, but down to UNC, Oklahoma State, Oregon, Wake Forest, BYU, and Florida, all powerhouses in distance running. So still waiting to make that pick for his next step in his future.
And like we said, we're going to have 2 sets of pace lights. We're going to have the green and the white pace lights. Their pace lights are beginning to separate. Those white pace lights will be at the current U.S. number 1 of 8:46. And out well, that is Hunter Robbie of Real Training. Again, field stringing out, but everyone's still in this. Again, we talked about going out fast as a strategy, but for this many athletes to be ahead of the U.S. number 1 mark, that's an aggressive pace. I mean, 31 on that last 200. Now we'll see where they are with 13 to go. It is Friday the 13th, 13 laps to go. And in the lead, Hunter Robbie of Real Training, just behind our Rabbit. Do you know who our Rabbit is?
Getting ready to come down here to the 800-meter mark. Right around 2:08. Not bad here. Hunter Robbie still leading this field over Seitz and Van Meerten. Grady Len also up in there as well. Luke Nat, fun fact, he is committed already to the University of Virginia. Comes in with a 3,200 meter season best of 8:53.83. That converts to about an 8:55, so he's definitely got the credentials to be in the mix here.
I know that this pack is out fast, and for that reason, I'm going to say keep an eye on Nathan Lee. He is currently sitting towards the back of the pack, but he is right with those U.S. number 1 lights. I think Nathan Lee is running a very smart race here. The front of the pack is bunched up, and to be bunched up when you're running this quick That's tough. That's a lot of extra distance when you're sliding out into lane number 2. Again, we talked about it. Look at where the white starting line is. That's a lot of extra distance. It's about 10 extra meters per lap on this track to go out into lane number 2. So I really like where Nathan Lee is running.
Well, he's got a 157 in his back pocket for 800 meters so far this season. So pretty decent speed here if he wanted to unleash this possibly. So if he wants to be able to use that, it's got to be a little bit conservative in the early stages here.
And he's now moving up. Again, having to move wide, though, to move up. Problem with this crowded of a field of this many capable athletes. Typically when you see this many athletes start a race, they're not all going to be going that quick, but this field, they're all more than capable of running fast. So you have that bunched up pack.
And Merton now from Flagstaff, Arizona in the lead. We've been talking about him. He was recently finished second place at NXN. So he's definitely got some strength from cross country. And he's got the whole altitude thing going, which you actually kind of have to plan properly when you train at altitude, or quote unquote live at altitude, and then you come down to the sea level. You have to kind of time that right. You can't come too early and you can't come too late. That sweet spot is right in between about maybe 48 hours and about 96 hours. And if you can race in between that time, but once about 3 or 4 days pass, your body starts to make that adjustment again, and it can actually affect negatively your breathing as your body starts to then really adjust to that sea level. So while we wish he came here and enjoyed the city plenty in Boston, hopefully he timed that right and wasn't here for too long.
And our rabbit has stepped off, so our field is now alone, just racing, just pure racing. I love it, love to see it. Like you said, coming down from altitude, he doesn't look like he's that labored. He looks very comfortable, drowning in oxygen down here at sea level. So I think that that's going to play into his favor. Ben Merton of Flagstaff, Arizona, just a junior, but he is in control of the race and the pace out front. Again, I still think this is anyone's race here. The field stringing out a little bit more than we've seen earlier in the race. Coming in to 5 laps to go, 1,000 meters to run. Van Merton still in control out front. Calvin Seitz of Jasper, Indiana, the other junior in the field, is running in second. Are these juniors brave, or are the seniors letting them set themselves up for something in the last lap?
Well, I think, once you kind of get to that junior/senior year, there's a little bit of gray in between those 2 years. I mean, when you're talking about a freshman and a sophomore against a senior, that's one thing. But a junior against a senior, I mean, they've got this is their 3rd year in their back pocket in racing, and so they've definitely got the experience that they need. As Hunter Robbie now takes over the lead, he was leading early. And he's now making a big push here with still 4 laps to go in this field.
And don't forget, we saw Calvin Seitz last night run 14:21. So he is not fresh, but he is not showing that. He is looking pretty good at the moment.
Garrett Fott now right on the shoulder of Van Merton. And he's probably thinking right now, I can't let Robbie and Seitz get too far ahead. And so he does make that move. You can see Fott now passing Van Merton. Van Merton just starting to get passed one by one. But again, Seitz now taking over the lead with 2 laps to go. And you can see Robbie trying to dig in, his head's starting to bob a little bit. The arms are starting to move a little bit side to side.
Calvin Seitz, if he pulls this double off, the 5,000 taking second, and now flipping the script, taking first in the 2 mile, that is one for the record books.
Well, you got to figure, hopefully the lactic acid hasn't set in from that 5,000 yet, and it clearly hasn't as he gets ready to go into the final lap here. 8:15 with 200 meters to go, and he's chasing those white lights as Seitz goes down the backstretch here, and he's chasing the white lights, the number one leading time, 100 meters to go, and it is all him as he starts to pump his arms into the final turn and now into the final straightaway. Calvin Seitz, Jasper, Indiana, will absolutely crush this field in the championship 5,000. Oh my goodness, look at that time, 8:44.99. What an absolute spectacular time, chasing down those white lights in the last 300 meters of this race to just absolutely blow this field away to run a new U.S. number one for the junior from Indiana.
A U.S. number one closing in 28.81 after running the 5,000 last night, and I can't say this enough, only a junior. He's not done yet. What an incredible junior indoor campaign. U.S. number one now in the boys 2 mile. He was U.S. number 6 last night in the 5,000. Wow.
And it should be noted, not only is he a junior, he's only 16 years old. He's a 16-year-old junior. He hasn't even turned 17 yet.
The future is bright. Look at how he got it done. To see those white pace lights and say, you know, I'm going to go for it. I know I have the win secured, but I don't just want to win. I want to win in a U.S. number one. And he goes and he does it. That's incredible.
And again, like you said, running 14:21 last night in the 5,000, again, as a 16-year-old junior, getting second place overall, to come back and run as strong as he did. It wasn't strategic. It was just all power in the last lap and a half. Just absolutely impressive from that young man.
And, I mean, Hunter Robbie, 8:48.89. He'll be U.S. number 3. And the way that these athletes ran those times, I mean, again, go to live.athletic.net and you can see the splits. But looking at the splits, they were not that fast through halfway. 4:27 at 16:18, and then they just cranked. And that is the way to do it. An impressive run. And now we will have the boys championship pentathlon. So the pentathlon championship coming up. This will be the 1,000 meter run. Hyman Tandy of Lexington Elite.
Bib 2, Nathaniel Johnson, John J. TC.
From IMG Elite, Sean Messina.
And from SBR Jaguar, Stone Stroken.
From Natick, Massachusetts, Ryan McCormick.
Also from IMG Elite, Winston Schroeder.
From Tennessee Track Club, Akeem Beatty.
And now, Bib 8 from Knoxville, Tennessee, Brody Foster.
From Morgantown, West Virginia, Joel Moreland.
And from Malvern Prep Track Club, wearing bib 10, Gunnar Penedix.
From St. John's Prep, Tyson Stroop.
And from Middle Tennessee Athletics, wearing bib 13, Mac McFarland.
Coming from Centerton, Marcus Myhan.
And bib number 15 from Memphis University School, Gavin Katir.
And making his way from Morgan, Utah, Ken Whitmere. Winston Schroeder is your current leader for IMG Elite. Listen to this, 3,304 points on the day. He ran 8:05 in the Pent 60-meter hurdles, 7 meters 35 in the long jump. In the shot put, 14 meters 35, and in the high jump, 1 meter 87. Do you have a score? What does he need to do? How many seconds? Figure out the seconds for me. Just how many seconds?
So here we go. The pacing line is set for 2:30. Winston Schroeder is our overall leader from IMG Academy. And he's got 142 points on gun analytics.
That is Winston Schroeder of IMG Elite. He is currently in the lead here in the multis, again by about 142 points. That gives him in the ballpark of 4 seconds of breathing room. And he is going for it out in 29 in 44.
And now we're going to take it down to the track for an interview with Calvin Seitz, the winner of the Boys Championship 2-mile.
All right, Calvin, you were up against some pretty stiff competition. What was your motivation coming into today, and how did you just stay true to what you know how to do?
Well, you know, I had a talk with my coach last night, and our whole plan was just to stay true to our race plan. Great competition, but, you know, nothing we haven't seen before. I got to race a bunch of these guys in Chicago, so it was nice to, you know, be familiar with the competition.
And you were second in the 5K just last night. So to come back out here today, what was going through your head?
You know, hopefully run a little bit faster than last night. Wasn't too happy with the time, and you know, it was nice to get out here and be able to compete.
And that's exactly what you did. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, y'all, let's hear for Calvin Seitz.
Serenity Douglas there with your 2-mile champion. And back on the track, that is Winston Schroeder of IMG Elite. Like we said, he has about 4 seconds of breathing room, but he is not going to need that. He is in the lead through 600 meters in 1:38.54. So now let's take a look back to second place. That battle for second place, Gunnar Benedicts and Marcus Myhan, they're only off each other by 7 points. That is just a fraction of a second, and Marcus Myhan is currently leading in that race to take second. But Winston Schroeder looks like he's going to comfortably walk away with the win here. Nathaniel Johnson of John Jay East Fishkill Track Club, he is currently in 4th place. He's going to need to move up quite a bit here. A big finish here, looking to take that silver medal. Oh, slowing down there right before the line. That may have cost him the silver medal. But Winston Schroeder looks like he will comfortably take the gold. Ryan McCormick closing very well there, waiting for the official point totals. But Ryan McCormick, Nathaniel Johnson in that battle for silver overall. Winston Schroeder, your comfortable winner.
So it looks like they're 4,064 points for Schroeder after that 250 1,000 meters. Nathaniel Johnson does slip in for second there, 3,932 points, and just 14 points back. Marcus Mayan Centerton, Arkansas takes that bronze.
Watch that finish again, because Nathaniel Johnson, coming into the final few meters, he stopped before the line, and that nearly cost him the silver medal. You got to run through the line. Luckily, it didn't cost him there, but 14 points. My, oh my, that is not a lot of breathing room. That is less than half a second in the 1,000.
It's easy for us to sit up here and say that, but they've just done 7 events, and some of those guys are big boys, and they've been doing a lot of stuff, and they may just be a little bit tired there at the end.
Absolutely. I mean, the 5th event of the day, to still run 2:46 and score 798 points. That is not easy. And we should probably mention here, that was a new meet record. The meet record coming into today was 3,833 points. Winston Schroeder, Nathaniel Johnson, Marcus Myhan, all above that previous meet record. Winston Schroeder of IMG Elite, your new record holder, taking it from Jackson McKay. He had 3,833 points back in 2024.
Alright, so this is the first of 10 heats of the Girls' Championship team. I'll pass the lights for this first one.
And on the track now, this is section 1 of 10, the Championship Girls 2 Mile. Excited to see how the Championship 2 Mile goes. Boys 2 Mile, obviously exciting. Here in section number 1, Murphy, Snyder, Ajda, Tripp, Rudling, Donahue, Dudnick, Owen, Murphy, Schmidt, Starkweather, Higgins, Scooter, Boyington, Benz, Lambert, Geis, Gogshall, Jason, and O'Hearn. Your field for section number 1. And Margaret Tripp of Thornton Academy, the senior, going right to the front of this race, controlling the pace and looking comfortable. Staying smooth, which again we talked a lot about. It's very important to stay smooth. Very important to stay smooth in the early stages. And on the infield now, Serenity Douglas is with our champion of the pentathlon, Winston Schroeder of IMG Elite.
All right, my guy. You're already a 3-time national record holder. You got another one out here, and you're just a sophomore. What motivates you?
People telling me I can't do it and getting it done and proving them wrong.
Well, I couldn't believe that anybody would be telling you cannot do it. Okay, but what's next for you? You told me you have long jump.
I got long jump, shuttle hurdles, and 4x4.
Goodness gracious, they're working you over there at IMG Academy. Okay, then after all that, what are you going to do to celebrate?
Hopefully win another title in long jump.
Hopefully win another title in long jump. All right, y'all. Let's hear it for Winston Schroeder.
Winston Schroeder, your pentathlon national champion. A great performance by Winston Schroeder to take the win. 4,064 points on the day. Back on the track, this is the Championship Girls 2 Mile. Section 1 of 10, Margaret Tripp of Thornton Academy, the senior, leading the field. And we are ahead of the pace lights at the moment. The entire field ahead of the pace lights. They're set at 11:07. And again, that just speaks to the level of these athletes. A lot of very capable athletes here. 10 sections of very capable athletes. This was not an easy event to qualify for. These athletes had to run very quick to get in. And these athletes are showing that they are capable. As a matter of fact, to get into New Balance Nationals Indoor here in the 2 Mile, it took 11:10. That is very, very quick. We also accepted 3,200 times, so that's about an 11:05 or a 3,000 mark, which is 10:20:15. And if your state doesn't have indoor track, we took 10:40s from last year. Very, very quick times, and these athletes rising to it, showing that they're more than capable. Our entire field still ahead of that 11:10 qualifying mark. Margaret Tripp now sliding back to second as our new leader through 1,218 meters will be hip number 9, Kaylin Murphy of HP Distance. Margaret Tripp of Thornton Academy running in second. Matilda Higgins of HP Distance. Addie Rudling of Windsor Legion Track and Field. If you're looking for live results for any of the field events, be sure to head to live.athletic.net. We currently have the Championship Boys Long Jump, the Championship Boys Shot Put underway, and you can see those results at live.athletic.net. Kaylin Murphy of HP Distance injecting the pace there. Kaylin Murphy, followed by Margaret Tripp. Matilda Higgins. Higgins running a very smart race. Started in 7th, has been slowly floating up. Now in 2nd, Matilda Higgins looking very strong, but Kaylin Murphy of HP Distance is our leader as we come through the opening mile of this 2-mile run. $5:20.74 through 1,618. So another 40-second lap. A very comfortable pace for Kaylin Murphy. If we were to hold 40 seconds even for this 3,200, we'd run 10:40. So obviously 2 miles, add a couple seconds there, about 10:42. I think Kaylin Murphy would be very happy with that. And she will be back for the 1-mile championship. She's had a pretty good season so far. For 2 miles, she showed up at the circuit in Chicago, and she PR'd with an 11:19.47. She took 8th place there. Now she's running alone out front. Again, about 40 seconds per lap. If she keeps this up, she is going to smash her PR. And she's shown that she has the foot speed. She ran 5:16. And I should mention that at the Chicago circuit, she ran the mile in 5:17.82 and that 2 mile of 11:19. A tough double. She shows that she's a fighter. So I think that she's going to have a very good second half of this race. Even though she's alone, she's comfortable. During the 5K, we talked a little bit about the loneliness of the long-distance runner. These athletes are used to being alone while running. You do your training runs. You don't always have your training partner with you. Sometimes you're just alone on the trail, pumping out the miles in silence. You're used to running like this. And she looks comfortable with it coming in to the final 1,000 meters. Kaylin Murphy inside the final 1,000 meters. And we should keep an eye on hip number 15. Katie Benz of Sugar Hill, Georgia, is now running the fastest laps of the field. She was 40:43 on that last lap. Again, splits can be found at live.athletic.net. She's closing down the gap. Kaylin Murphy of HP Distance is running well out front, but she does not know about the charge that is coming from behind her. Katie Benz of Sugar Hill, Georgia, closing down the gap. The gap now down to about 20 meters. And Katie Benz is showing no signs of slowing down. Kaylin Murphy of HP Distance still in the lead, but that gap is shrinking. Kaylin Murphy of HP Distance gonna need to pick it up here if she wants to walk away with the win of section number 1. Katie Benz now entering the frame. You can see her there really closing down the gap. So on the last lap, When Kaylin Murphy was crossing the start-finish line, Katie Benz was crossing the 2-mile start. Now you can see that she has cut that gap to less than 10 meters. So she cut the gap in half on that last lap. Katie Benz of Sugar Hill, Georgia, is going to try and pull into the lead here. Katie Benz right off the shoulder of Kaylin Murphy. Katie Benz now wide and by. Katie Benz, your new leader. It'll be Katie Benz in control of the race. Katie Benz was 41.66 on that last lap. So she's slowing down just a little bit, but she's still running fast enough to take over the lead. We are still ahead of the pace lights at 11:10. Pace lights are about 50 meters back. So Katie Benz having the race of her life here, the senior out front looking to break the 11-minute barrier. Her PR came from Katie Benz's PR in the 16 is 5:15. And she's run 11:38 for a cross-country 2-mile. And she's run 18:19 for 5,000 meters. So she has the strength, and she's having that race of her life. She's on the bell lap, and she is flying. She is going to break that 11-minute barrier. Katie Benz of Sugar Hill, Georgia. A big kick inside the final 100 meters. Really opening it up on that last lap to smash the 11-minute barrier. Katie Benz, 10:52.61. That final 600, 41.97, then a 39.84, then 36.60, really cranking it up. Her coach has to be happy with the way that she really cranked it down on those last 3 laps. And we're just getting started here in the Girls' Championship 2-mile. That was section 1 of 10. An incredible weekend of track and field here in Boston. We're just getting underway with the Girls' Championship 2-mile, the replay of how Katie Benz of Sugar Hill, Georgia got the job done. 10:52.61. Our top 3 athletes all sub 11 minutes. Just the absolute joy in her face coming across the line, knowing, hey, I just won my race at the fastest party on the planet, New Balance Nationals Indoor. Results there for section 1 of 10. A lot of running still left to go here in the championship girls 2-mile. But we have a change of pace here. We're going to go and we're going to check out the multis. Our Pentathlon 800. Pentathlon 800. It has been an exciting day so far. Annalise Aguilar out of Milton will be wearing hip number 1. Wearing hip 2 from Lakeville will be Eva Welsh. 3 out of Tampa, Florida, Sydney Love. Whip number 4 from Middle Tennessee Athletics, Anna Keeney. Wearing hip number 5 from Bloomfield Track Club, Deasia Duncan. 6 from New England Elite Track Club, Mara Lyko. 7 from Tennessee Track Club, Harper Gibson. Wearing hip number 8 from Signal Mountain Track Club, Marley Berkeley. Wearing hip number 9 from Mini Sync Track Club, Ella Michelich, your current leader. Wearing hip number 10 from Demon Running Club, Adrian Bowden. Hip number 11 from Quebec, Noemi Droppin. 13 from Hamburg, New York, Natalie Farrell. 14 from St. Johnsbury Academy, Sydney Schonenbeck. Hip number 15 from Damaris, Nevada, Erica Organo. Gore Field for the Pentathlon 800. Ella Michelich, 3,022 points for Mini Sync Track Club. Adrian Bowden of Demon Running Club trailing by just 26 points. That is less than 1 second here in the Pentathlon 800. $3,022 points on the day. And it is going to be a tight race here. Keep an eye on Michelich and Bowden, separated by just 26 points. And I don't think we can count out Anna Keeney of Middle Tennessee, trailing by just 71 points. This is going to be a tight battle. Our top 3 separated by just 2 seconds in the scoring. That is a very tight race. We're going to see how this unfolds here in the opening 200 of this 800. Pace lights are going to be set at 2:18, and our field is ahead of them. Adrian Bowden of Demon Running Club out in 32:51. Like we said, she could win the whole thing here in the 800, but she is out very quickly. She's going to need to win by just under 1 second over Ella Michelich. And coming around, still looking very, very strong out front. Bowden is trying to run away with it here. Deasia Duncan of Bloomfield Track Club running in second. Marley Berkeley currently running in third. Adrian Bowden of Demon Running Club now falling slightly behind those pace lights. I expect to see about a 4-second positive split here. Bowden out in 67.80. And now we're going to come up on the bell. Remember, it's about the points here. So it doesn't necessarily matter who wins this. It matters who wins by how much. Marley Berkeley of Signal Mountain Track Club making a move there. Adrian Bowden still in the lead of this race. Charging around the final turn, it is a breakaway trio. coming around the turn, looking to run just over 2:20 here down the final stretch. A nice, strong finish across the line. Happy with the win, happy with the time here in this Pentathlon 800. Adrian Bowden of Demon Running Club, 2:21.97. Marley Berkeley of Signal Mountain Track Club, 2:22.44. Deasia Duncan, 2:22.70. So if we look at our scores now, Adrian Bowden of Demon Running Club will get an extra 797 points. So that'll bring her total to 3,793 points. That is a new meet record. Adrian Bowden of Demon Running Club, your champion in this girls' pentathlon. 3,797 points. Anakini of Middle Tennessee will finish the day in second, 3,667 points. Let's watch that final 800 again. Bowden, a smart race. A little bit of stumbling there. But here's how Bowden got it done. And what really propelled her to that win there was the first event, the 60-meter hurdle. She ran 8:57. That's 1,002 points. And now back on the track, we will go back to the championship girls 2 mile. This is section 2 of 10. The yellow, Alexander, Alvarez, Anderson, Armstrong, Artabane, Baker, Aldershot, Van Back, Bain, Barton, Batista, Bales, Beller, Belcher, Benz, Bashirs, Bird, Bishop, Guess, Boyington, Brennan, Bryce, Brugman, Buckingham, Boltlar, Bucksbaum. And that is our full entries. Got the wrong list there in front of me. My apologies. Isabel Sanders of Williamsport Area High School out in 38:42. Flannery O'Daniel out in second. And Serenity Douglas is trackside with our pentathlon champion from Demon Running Club, Adrian Bowden.
Well, congratulations on your win. What went right for you today?
Definitely my hurdles and just trusting the process, waiting, being patient with myself, and everything worked out.
And are you done for the day?
I was supposed to compete in the long jump, but it's going right now, so
You could go jump in. Maybe, do 1 or 2 jumps in.
I will compete in the 60 hurdles, and that should be all.
All right, congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, y'all, let's hear for Adrian Bowden.
All right, we are back to the 2 mile, girls 2 mile here. Heat 2 of 10, Isabel Sanders, Williams Point Area High School. A very comfortable lead here in the early stages. That's Flannery O'Daniel, Bentonville, Arkansas, heading up that chase pack. But they are about 20 meters behind Sanders in this Heat 2. Sanders coming in with a personal best 4:57 mile from this indoor season. She has run 11:09 for a PB for 3,200 meters outdoors. So she's definitely getting close to that 11-minute barrier in the girls 2 mile. Right now, she has decided that she wants to run solo from the front here. Coming up on 11 laps to go here in Heat 2 of 10. Should be noted once again that the final heat of the girls 2 mile will be our championship heat. So we're going to have to get through about 7 or 8 of these heats before we really start to see some of these faster times for the girls 2 mile. Saunders came through 800 meters right around 234, 235. Field fairly content in letting her go, though there seems to be a little bit of a move up there up front. Stella Kruger, Jacksonville, Florida now, thinking possibly we need to push this pace a little bit to reel Saunders back in. Struger with a season best of 11:04 for 3,200 meters from Episcopal High School in Jacksonville. PB for 3,000, 10:15.62. And herself has run 10:59.36, so under 11 minutes for 2 miles during last year's outdoor season for her high school. Slowly gaining a little bit more room on the field. Now it's getting closer to about 30-meter lead on this field as we get ready to come up on the halfway mark. Mile split right around 5:16, 5:17. So on pace for about a 10:30, which would be a very big PR here for Isabella Saunders. She can maintain that pace, just knocking off 40-second splits every lap, while the rest of the field is knocking off about 41s or at least high 40s. So that's where she's gaining about a half a second a lap, and therefore gaining about 3 or 4 meters per lap. Pretty much the entire field, you can see, is well behind her. They're all content to run with each other. So there's about 2 packs in that field. One that's trying to hold on in the back, and the other ones that are starting to think, wait a minute, this race is getting away from us very quickly. Hyla Meissner, Mission Mountain Mercury, as well as Grace Murphy now, the leaders of that Peloton pack that will be in charge of trying to run down Saunders if she does not slow down. A little under 6 laps to go for Saunders and the rest of the field. And that is Grace Murphy now, St. Louis, Missouri athlete, the junior, trying to chase down the other junior, Saunders. A little over 1,000 meters to go for Saunders here. Five laps for Isabel Saunders. She's also got Saunders also has a 2:20 PB in the 800 meters indoors, so she's got some speed. So if this pack does have to spend a lot of energy to run her down, she's going to have some speed at the end to possibly hold on for the win. She's part of her high school team's 4x800 meter, and has even run some 400 meters during the outdoor season, some 4x4s. So speed and strength in this young lady as she controls this field now by over 50 meters. Those pace lights, again, set at 10 minutes, 52 seconds. Saunders well ahead of that as she gets ready to lap one of the other athletes here in the field. 3 laps to go. 600 meters. And now extending that lead, looks like to be about 40, 50, maybe 55 meters. Grace Murphy leading the chase pack, but nobody seems to be making that move to go after Saunders. Isabel Saunders 400 meters away, and it just looks like that might be too much for the rest of the field to catch up. Somebody would have to make a move right now, and Saunders would have to go backwards somehow. And she looks very strong there up front. 9:22.78 with 2 laps to go. Flannery O'Daniel, Bentonville, Arkansas. 9th grader, now in charge of trying to run down Saunders, but doesn't look like it's going to happen. So might be settling for that second place. Sophia Bain as well joining. Saunders less than a lap to go. Bain now taking over for second place over the freshman O'Daniel. But it's all Saunders now coming off the final turn here and down the home stretch to take Heat 2. Williamsport Area High School. Not too bad to come in here and run a big personal best here. Again, her only time close to this distance, 3,200 meters outdoors. Her personal best was 11:09. That converts out to about an 11:12 2-mile. So to now run 10:40 indoors, huge accomplishment there for the junior from Williamsport Area High School. Sophia Bain comes in second, running a New York number 12 time for the season. And the freshman O'Daniel coming in third, new U.S. number 79 for the freshman. Pretty impressive for that young lady. She also ran the 1 mile last night, finishing 18th overall in the freshman mile. Now on to Heat 3 of our girls 2 mile. And we're off here. Heat 3, Kara, Lindley, Harns, Londrigan, Moore, Miller, Hill, Lickert, Zugelder, Mooney, Baker, Riley, Robruski, Bambick, Artabane, Alexander, Howard, and O'Donnell. 19 athletes here in Heat 3. Another freshman in this field, Audrey Miller from Aurora Greenmen, as well as Beth Baker from Upper Arlington TC. Jalen Alexander, also a freshman in this field. And Sterling Howard, 6th grader in this field. Yes, you heard that right. A 6th grader is in this field. Sterling Howard. She ran the mile yesterday in the middle school mile as a 6th grader, age 12, finished 33rd overall, ran a 5:15 mile yesterday. Right now in the lead here. In the lead here, Ari Londrigan, the junior from Springfield, Illinois. You can see in the background there, Sterling Howard, the 6th grader in the pink singlet. She gets ready to come across the line. Braided hair, pink singlet, 6th grade up here in this race with all these juniors, seniors. You also have an 8th grader here. Sophia Wobrowski from a Quick Track Club. So some younger athletes here in this field of high schoolers. Again, still leading by about 20 meters here. Londrigan, Springfield, Illinois, coming through 800 meters, right around 2:32, 2:33. And then that's Macy Moore, Webster County TC, with Artabane and Lindley, that pack of 3 behind Londrigan. You can see as the camera sometimes pans back, we've got lots of action going on in the infield. We've got long jumpers, we've got high jumpers. A lot more action coming from the rest of the day here, and still with 2 more days after this of championship action here at the 2026 New Balance National Indoor Championships here at the track at New Balance in Boston, Massachusetts. We are in heat 3 of 10 in our girls 2 mile. Londrigan with the strong lead here early. And our 8th grader, Sophia Wobrowski from Quick Track Club, is now moved up into 3rd position. So quite impressive for that young lady as well. She ran the middle school mile last night also. Finished 13th overall, running 5:08:30. So coming back here and now running the 2 mile. She now pulls into the 2nd position. Right with those pace lights set at 10 minutes and 40 seconds. Her best 3,200 meters outdoors. Wobrowski 11:01.23. That was just set in February outdoors. From California, they start their outdoor season a little bit sooner than we do here in the Northeast. We were still digging out snow about a week and a half ago. Beautiful teaser spring that we got, again, as I mentioned a few days ago here in Boston. Temperatures rose around 75 degrees, but now cooled back down to the 40s and 50s. And again, like Michael said earlier, it's not indoor track unless it's cold and wet outside. It's beautiful outside, but it is on the chillier side. Meanwhile, here on the inside, Lonergan's still leading, coming through the mile right around 5:12. So on pace for right around 10:25 for 2 miles. Her best indoor time, 11:03:28. So definitely saving things for the last race of the season. If she can maintain this pace, could be looking at close to a 30-second personal best. Lindley now back into second. Wroblewski dropping back into third. So the 8th grader might be a little tired from her race last night in the middle school mile. Gives up that second place position. And Lindley now still about 35-40 meters back behind Lonergan. Lonergan getting ready to come through here with 5 laps to go. Now that's Kajol Kara, Princeton Cranberry Track and Field. Now moving into that 3rd position over Wroblewski. Lonergan coming through here now with 4 laps to go. Just behind those pace lights set at 10:40. Which would still be a big personal best for her. Now a little over 600 meters here for Lonergan. Maddie Lindley, Battle Alley Track, holding on to that 2nd position. And Lonergan slowing down a little bit now, starting to run some 42s. But Lindley not quite making up as much space, I'm sure, as she wished she could. Kara and Wroblewski in 3rd and 4th. And now Lonergan with about 500 meters to go to hold on to win Heat 3 here and finish out the season with a big PR if she can at least keep that pace in the 42s. And now the 6th grader, Howard, powering with 2 laps to go. She'll come into the shot in a little bit here. Again, in the pink singlet and the braids. Now coming around that outside and getting ready to move into the 3rd position, the 6th grader. Sterling Howard from HP Distance has now got her sights set on 2nd place in this heat, which would be a phenomenal time and place for this 6th grader. But it's all Lonergan, Springfield, Illinois, on the backstretch here, and looks for a comfortable win in Heat 3 of the girls' 2 mile. Kara now putting a bit of a kick on Howard to try to get 3rd. And Lonergan comes across the line there, winning Heat 3, 10:49.40. Moore coming up second, 10:57. Just outlanes Cara, also 10:57. Lindley, 10:57. And then the 6th grader, Howard, 10:59. Breaks that 11-minute barrier for a 6th grader. Running a new Indiana number 7 for Sterling Howard. Very impressive there for that young 6th grader. And now coming up next will be heat 4 of 10. Another large field here, 18, 19 athletes. Looks like they're gonna make sure they get the jitters out here before they get this thing started. And we're underway here, heat 4 of 10. Dunlap, Chu, Bryce, Anderson, Tamburo, Clinton, Davis, Reed, Martinek, Kwiatek, Tyson, Harmeyer, Wortman, Welts, Nietzsche, Brennan, Ayer, Ritter, and Desamiro. Heat 4 underway. Again, 19 athletes. Heat 4 clock time. The lights set on 10 minutes and 40 seconds, just like the previous heat. And that is Emerson Ritter, CrossFit Crew, the senior, taking things out 39-41. Harmeyer, Bryce, Brennan, and Davis also in that top 5. Nobody going out exceptionally fast in this, wanting to break away too early here. Previous field, most of their splits in the first couple of laps, right around in the high 39s and then settling into some 41s. Couple 42s in there. That's the times that you want to hit if you want to hit that 11-minute barrier. Emerson Ritter still out in front. Harmeyer, Davis, Bryce, and now also Samantha Nietzsche. Ritter's coming into this event having run 10:56 for 3,200 meters last December. Also runs on her 4x8 team. So again, some speed, runs 1,000 meters indoors as well. Ran 1,600 meters in 4:56, so safe to say she could break a 5-minute mile here from the Virginia area. Field now starting to string out over about 20-25 meters, still ahead of that 10:40 pace. Ritter, Harmeyer, Davis, Tyson, Bryce, Kwiatek now also up in there in the top 6, representing the Spartans. Unlike the previous race that contained an 8th grader, a few freshmen, and even a 6th grader, we've all got sophomores, juniors, and seniors in this field. So all athletes with at least a couple of years experience running at the high school level.
You know, Mark, when we talk about having the upperclassmen mixing it up here, how much advantage do you think you have just in terms of race IQ as an upperclassman?
Well, there's definitely, you have a little bit of knowledge, and you have I guess you have those mental scars of those disappointments, which in this sport people need to realize when you get in it, there's going to be probably more failures than successes for 99.9% of the athletes that race. And you have those scars that heal, and if you heal properly, if you learn from the mistakes, that's where the knowledge comes from. That's where the IQ comes from.
Absolutely.
But some athletes, honestly, can continue to fail, but not really learn from those mistakes. And I've recognized those athletes. I've raced against those athletes that I have thought, my gosh, he could be really good if he could just stop doing that, or if he could start doing that, or if he could have learned from the 5 other times that he did that weird thing, or went out too fast or went out too slow, whatever it may be, and they just can't seem to learn. So just because you're a senior, I've seen professional athletes keep making the same mistakes. They get away with it because they're still better than a lot of other athletes, but they could be so much better if they could just learn from the mistakes, the ruts, and that mental issues that they're still constantly having and not letting go within the sport.
Absolutely.
But I would say certainly at the high school level, you would have seniors expected to have, as you put it, race IQ or performance IQ that's better than our younger class.
When you talk about recovering from those scars, I do think that there is occasionally an advantage to naivety. Like if I don't know how bad this is about to hurt in the last 4 laps of a 2 mile, I might go out a little bit faster than I maybe should, and I might get rewarded for that effort.
Yeah, there's definitely that aspect of it, because the old cliche of distance running or running in general is it's 90% mental, and sometimes you have to find ways to break through that mental constraint that holds you back. You do have to be aware of your physical capability and not try to over-exceed that too much. But at the same time, sometimes you've got to let go in the mind and just say, I'm feeling it today. I don't care what maybe I don't care so much about my body says or what my body's done so far in the season. But so maybe I just need to let go a little bit. Mentally, I'm feeling really good and I can do this.
And I mean, speaking of letting go and just letting these laps come to her, Emerson Ritter is just clicking off 40-second laps. Still ahead of the pace lights. And like we said, those pace lights are set at the current leading time of 10:40.64, which is 40 seconds, give or take, per lap in this 2 mile. So Ritter is in perfect position to take over the outright lead, and she looks calm. Now, the pace lights are now in her view. She can see them, but as long as she closes well, she's going to be our outright leader, and she looks comfortable up front.
Well, the interesting thing is you see her pull away from the field. She didn't do anything. She kept running 40s. The rest of the field started running 41s. So that was the big change in it going from a pack of runners to a solo runner out front. Was all of a sudden 2 or 3 laps where the field started running 41s while Ritter kept running 40s. Now, she ran a 41.48 that last lap, but again, from laps, the 4 to 5 laps prior to that, she was running 39 high and low 40, and the rest of the field started running 41.5.
And now that we're inside this last half mile, Samantha Nitschke is running 40.30 per lap right now. I think that we might see this come down to the final turn again. We've seen a lot of that where the person in second is just running their own race, running a smart race, and then saving it for that kick. Emerson Ritter had been running 40 seconds per lap, and she's slowing down slightly. Now her lead is at about 10 meters. You can see Samantha Nitschke running in second in frame now. I think that she's going to have a big kick here.
That was a 42.25 for Ritter and a 39.25 for Nietzsche. So that's where you saw
That's
that
where it
gap
is, yeah.
just
3 seconds, the gap is
absolutely
gone.
shrink in one lap. And so now it's not a point. I mean, and again, Nietzsche, all of a sudden, she was running 40s with the pack, slowed down a little bit for 41s, and then just started clicking off 40s like crazy. So she didn't make a huge move.
But a smart one.
She picked it up at the right time, just a little tiny bit. And for her, thankfully, Ritter now is starting to go a little bit backwards in her pacing.
Yeah.
Another 39.5 for Nietzsche, and Ritter another 42.5. So again, just clipping off. And for her, thankfully, Ritter is no longer running those 39s and 40s. Otherwise, she would still be with Nietzsche.
I mean, look at how smooth she is running up front, coming into the bell. A confident race. Just, again, running her own race, making up the pace when it really counts. She was all the way back in 9th place, right around halfway, and now she is in first.
And going to run a very solid time here. Her best coming in at 10:57 for 3,200 meters, right around basically 11 minutes flat for 2 miles. And she's going to run well under 11 minutes here as she comes down the home stretch to cross in 10:40, just about 10:40 there, right with those pace lights. So maybe she used those to make sure that she ran that time and that big PR, 10:39.96, so just underneath that time. She'll also be running in the mile on Sunday. So the 16-year-old junior running a new Virginia #1 time.
10:39.96, top time of the day. And we're only through section 4. This is only going to get faster from here. We've already seen the fastest time in Virginia. We've seen the fastest time from Maryland. We've seen the fastest time from California. We just keep seeing these #1 marks for each state fall one after another. And at some point, it's going to be worth talking about the U.S. top 10 list. And we know that it's not slow to move into the U.S. #1 spot. 9:44.
Well, if we've got a 6th grader who can run 10:59, can you imagine what some of our top juniors and seniors, and there may even be some sophomores in there as well, what kind of times they're going to run?
I'm excited to see it. And now moving on, we're on section 5 of 10.
Heat 5 here. Curtis, Furry, Bishop, McKenzie, Loudon, Ross, Aiello, Prebaz, Juanesedo, Vesser, Staton, Crum, Coisel, Thompson, Nelson, Buckingham, and Delaney. Again, 19 athletes. Getting close to halfway through these heats. And that's Lauren Thompson, Ralvis Raptors, junior from Jonesboro, Arkansas, taking this field out and now putting a little bit of distance between her and the field. Her personal best coming in 10:52 for 2 miles, set just this season in February at the Louisville Indoor Games. Also has a mile PR of 5:10. So not too much experience at the mile. Looks like she runs mainly 3Ks and 2 miles. Much more of a distance runner. She does have a 800-meter time from a couple of years ago, around 2:35. So not as much speed as strength, and she's trying to push that strength here early in heat 5, but she's now getting joined
by the field, but the entire field is still ahead of those pace limits. We are going quick. We're strung out, which I like to see it a little bit more strung out, because when it is that strung out, no one has to go that wide. No one's running the extra distance, and I do think that we're going to see a good time here. And it's not necessarily going to be the people up front. The people who are sitting mid-pack are running very comfortable, again, running their own race. We've talked about how important that is. Run your own race. Run a consistent pace. Eventually, you're going to float back up to the leaders. And keep an eye on hip number 7. That is Dea Ross of Easley, South Carolina. The senior running just under 40 seconds per lap. And she has now floated up. She was in 11th. Now she's in 9th. Continue to float towards the front. And as my good friend Chris Callahan always says, to win a race, you're going to have to be in front at the finish line.
That seems pretty simple. That's, to win a soccer game, you just have to score more goals than the other team.
Exactly. That's it. Just
Yeah.
score more points and you're going to win.
Yeah, that's kind of how it works. So we got Thompson, Lohman, Delaney, Vesser, and Juaniceto. Juaniceto, local athlete here from Cambridge Ridge and Latin. That's your top 5. Kira Lohman out of Clifton Forge, Virginia. Morgan Delaney out of Polson, Montana. That's a nice long trip all the way from Montana out here for the national championships. She runs on her 4x4 indoor team. Got some solid 800-meter times. Outdoors, run 2:30 outdoors as a sophomore. 5:09 indoor mile for Delaney.
Now we're bunching up a little bit. That's because we've fallen off the pace just a little bit. We're now higher in the 40-second range. So the field bunching up because no one really wants to take it right now. We're now at 41.06. Lauren Thompson up front with Kira Lohman. No one wants to go to the front and waste that mental energy. Now we're going 3 wide. First to make a move there, going into the lead and taking control of the race. I believe that is Morgan Delaney.
Yeah, interesting. Also, Lohman, looking at her times from last year's indoor season and this year's indoor season, she made a little bit of a shift, moving to some shorter distances. So to come out here and run a 2 mile when she's got a 500-meter time from this indoor season, as well as a 1,000 and some 4x8s and 4x4s. This is a little bit longer distance. I mean, she has run 3,200 meters in 10:48 for the season. So that's still well under 11 minutes. I'm sure dabbling in the speed is good sometimes when it doesn't really count. Hey, the coach says, hey, you know what? This week or this weekend, we're going to have you run a 500. Just treat it like a speed workout, and then we'll do a light workout afterwards. So I get that, but it's still interesting to have an athlete, because sometimes you wouldn't want to have a 2-miler do a 500, several 1,000s, some 4x4s and 4x8s too much when they're going to be running a 2-mile at a national championship.
But I like it because, I can only run the 2 miles so many times a year.
Right.
You can put me in the 500 once a week. I'll be fine. So it gives you more opportunity to race again, working on that race IQ. Hey, this is when you make the move. Maybe you do a workout the day before or the morning of the meet.
Train
and say,
through it.
Let's
train
through it.
Yep.
Let's work out, get the legs a little tired, get used to running on tired legs. And there is also something to be said about sprinting on fresh legs. As a distance runner, how often do you get to sprint on fresh legs? A lot of coaches are like, oh, we're going to put the strides at the end of our easy day. I've seen a new trend emerging. Let's do our strides before we do our threshold work or our tempo work for the week. That way, you work the kick out of the legs, and now we do the threshold work. Maybe that's what the coach was doing. Put her in a 500, and then let's go do some tempo run. But Morgan Delaney, 40 seconds per lap now, running up front for Mission Mountain Mercury. The junior looking very comfortable, 1,000 meters left to run.
Should be mentioned, Delaney's coming off of running that 5,000 meters last night, finishing 15th overall, running 17:02. So not out here on the freshest of legs, but looking very strong there in front of this field.
17:02, we should point out, is the 19th fastest time in the United States. So not a slow race, not a slow runner. This is only section 5 of 10. So
yeah,
that speaks to the depth.
Those 5,000s last night were just absolutely on just a ridiculously new level. And it's amazing. I think you find that happens often in a 5,000 at a high school level because a lot of these kids don't get a chance to run a 5,000 that often. A lot of them got entered into the meet using a 2-mile time or a 3,200 meter time. So you didn't have to run a full 5,000 meters in order to get an entry time into this meet. So for some of them, that was the first opportunity to really show what kind of strength that they had possibly from the cross country, recent cross country season.
Absolutely. Morgan Delaney still up front. Again, looking comfortable inside the final 600 meters. We do have to keep an eye on Ross and Nelson. They're both looking very strong now, running a little bit faster than Morgan Delaney. It's going to come down to the kick once again. We're going to come into the final quarter mile. And we have 3 athletes that are in perfect position to move into the outright lead. And, look at the move. Morgan Nelson swinging wide. Now making that move. A smart move. But Dea Ross will hold off the charge down the stretch. And now Morgan Nelson will make another move and pull into second. Morgan Nelson in second. Morgan Delaney still up front with the pace lights. But man, oh man, is it going to come down to this final 300.
There's a billboard that's here in the Boston area for a law firm called Morgan & Morgan. And that's what we have right here.
Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan. It's going to come down to those two. Which one will have enough here in the final lap as Delaney approaches that bell. And Nelson now starting the kick. And did Delaney possibly go a little bit too soon? Nelson looking a little bit more smooth. Her stride certainly quicker.
Look at that move.
On the backstretch there. Get around her before that turn, and she does. And it's going to be Morgan Nelson now pulling away in the final turn here. Very strong. Keep an eye, she did run a 37.96 prior to this lap, and she's coming down the home stretch here. Very strong, good knee lift, and comes across the line there. Very impressive victory, 10:34.72, a 33.58 last lap.
You know what I loved about Morgan Nelson's race there is the timing of her moves were perfect. Because if you pass on the turn, you're running all that extra distance. She timed the moves so that when she made her move, she was in front of the person that she was going around by the time she hit the turn. And it really paid off, winning that by nearly 3 seconds because she timed those moves perfectly. And to have that level, again, of race IQ at this age is impressive. She knew get in front, come into the turn with the lead. Even if you back off the pace once you make the pass, now the person has to go wide to go around you. Just impressive moves, and she is rewarded 10:34.72. Your new leader, Morgan Delaney of Mission Mountain Mercury, 10:37.69. She will be in second. Samantha Nishi of Standardsville, Virginia, 10:39.96 out of Section 4 will now be in third. Morgan Nelson, the second fastest time in Texas, a U.S. number 26 in the 2 mile. She's got to be happy with that run, and that has to give her some confidence coming into the mile later in the meet.
Yeah, she'll have about 48 hours to get ready for that mile on Sunday. And, running essentially a 30-second PR. Again, 11:04 for 3,200 meters, comes out to about 11:05, 11:06. So that was over 30 seconds for PR, essentially, for 2 miles. That's going to take a little bit out of your legs running that much faster than you've ever run. But again, 48 hours, if she's, coaches know what they're doing again, like we were talking earlier. Get those legs on ice, get the fluids in, get the right food in, get the right rest in. And
absolutely. And we talked about the super shoes and the bicarbs in terms of performance, people running faster, but I think the thing that we neglect to talk about when we talk about the super shoe era is recovering is easier. When you have these high stack heights, these super foams, and I was checking out the new shoes that New Balance is putting out, but these super foams that you have, it allows you to recover quicker. So I would think that 48 hours with these new shoes is more than enough time to be ready for a mile.
Michael, yes, the design makes it a little bit faster. The materials that they use make it a little bit faster, but the carbon is everything.
Absolutely.
It is literally, it is making such a change in the sport of distance running, everything from 800 meters and up, so middle distance through the marathon. The athletes, and I mentioned this yesterday with Serenity, the athletes now at every level, high school, college, professional, what have you, are able to do more training in about a week and a half than I could in a month. And in the sense of being able to go out and running a really, really hard workout and 48 hours later running another really, really hard workout when I would need another at least day to do a semi-hard workout.
Absolutely. It's a different sport.
You used to have to recover from at least 48 hours up to 72 hours and sometimes 96 hours before you could go as hard as you went in that previous workout. And on top of that, now you have athletes that do 2 workouts in one day. They're doing a very hard tempo run in the morning, and they're doing speed intervals in the evening, and they're recovering so well because of these shoes. And yes, the shoes make you fast when you race, but the athletes are becoming so much better as a whole when they're wearing these types of shoes and training in them on a daily basis.
Absolutely. And we can look back at the shoes of the generations, right? They have some old New Balance shoes on display here, and you see what the shoes were back in the day. And now these shoe designers, they're listening to the athletes. Like, we just saw the Quincy Wilson Fuel Cell Supercom MDX V3. He has his own shoe now. He sat down with the shoe designers and he said, hey, this is what I like, this is what I need. And they came out with a shoe based on his feedback. For these companies to be able to do that, to be able to look at what the athletes actually want, that's really just making a huge difference for these athletes. And you can see it. A lot of these athletes in the top seeded section will be wearing those New Balance spikes. And oh man, if they've been running fast. And on the track now, we're clicking off 40-second laps here in this girls' championship 2 mile.
Yeah, that seems to be the standard in these early heats. We've been throwing out that number 40 and maybe 41. That's about the pace that most of these young ladies are able to run at this level. It's just a matter of how many 37s and 38s can they then throw in the latter stages to separate themselves from the rest of the field. And The ones that can't do it are the ones that are going to be finishing behind the ones that can, and certainly like the previous race, Nelson running a 33 in the last 200, that definitely separated her from the field.
Absolutely.
You got Brugman, Lana Brugman, HP Distance, leading this large pack here, along with Macy Thompson, Briley Crass, Sophia Belcher, Arabella Duffel, and Cecilia Wright. Also up in there, Emma Stanley, Kayla Devine, Maggie Beller, Lily Lyons, Anna Tasic, Hazel DeLuca, Samantha Schmersall. So majority of the pack all within about 10 meters there. But it's Brugman leading this field halfway through. St. John, Indiana athlete.
And here comes the halfway split. And it is unofficially 5:17 at halfway. So we are right on to see that 10:34.72. Again, I'm not worried that the pace lights are pulling ahead just a little bit, because we know these athletes are saving something for the kick inside the final 600 meters. And, you know, the interesting thing to me when we look at times from the previous generations is how much quicker these athletes are able to go in that final 600. You know, you can tell that their legs are feeling a little bit fresher because, like the conversation we just had, there is something to be said about the fatigue built up in the legs is less now because of those super shoes. So they're running these races differently. They're pacing them differently than you would have 5 or 10 years ago.
Well, and I think that, you know, just kind of a side thing is, it should be noted, problem is once you get in those carbon shoes, you better keep being able to afford to buy them and get them, because A, they don't last as long as the shoes from my generation, the old school, polyurethane and double polyurethane were basically the support system for our shoes. And you can run 500, 600, 700 miles on them. Now these carbon fiber shoes, not quite as long, and they're almost kind of like, once you get in orthotics, you're not going to get out of them.
Yeah.
So you're going to definitely have to rely on them. So, they're going to be making them for a long while.
If my college coach knew how many miles I ran in my trainers in college, I think that he would be a little upset with me. But yeah, the old shoes, they last forever. But I've noticed that these new generation carbon fiber shoes that have come out in the past year or so, they're lasting a lot longer. I've gotten a lot more miles out of them, been comfortable in them.
So Brugman, the Lake Central High School athlete out of St. John, Indiana, coming in here with a personal best of 10:51.15 for 2 miles, set in January, just a couple of months ago. Trying to get a little bit of separation there. Those timing lights set at the previous mark of, from the heat before, 10:34. So all the lights will be set at whatever the fastest time is, and that is 10:34 from that previous heat.
Now, if you're Lana Brugman, when do you decide that it is time to chase the pace lights and not worry so much about the pressure from behind? Because at some point, you're gonna have to take the Steve Prefontaine mentality of, look, I would rather go out swinging than settle to move into second.
Yeah, again, it goes back to that discussion about whether they're a benefit or a hindrance. And in this situation, it could be a little motivational to see them just in front of you. But then it could be a hindrance once you just start losing more and more contact. You start losing more and more mental strength, possibly. It just kind of chips away at you, possibly a little bit. And at some point, you really just kind of have to run how you feel and how the race is going. And honestly, yes, you want to look at your overall placing after 10 heats, including that championship heat, the 10th heat. But at the same time, you don't want to come into your final race of the season run well above your possibility and then blow up and go from leading the race, trying to sprint away from it too early, to having a pack of 5 or 6 runners catch you at the end. You finish 6th, and it's kind of a big disappointment. So she's going to have to think to herself, I still need to run within my means of how I feel today, not necessarily what the lights are saying or what the clock is saying. Right now she wants to race. I'm sure she wants to finish the season on a high, winning her heat. To be able to say, I finished the season with a victory, whether it's Heat 5 or Heat 10 or whatever heat at the national championships, that's a great thing to take into the outdoor season.
No, she is behind the pace lights here, but so is Morgan Nelson at this point, because Morgan Nelson, like you said, closed in 33:59. So are we going to see her match that performance? Well, we're about to find out. It is Bell Lap Lana Brugman of HP Distance coming into the final turn with the lead, trying to run down the pace lights and move into the outright lead. Coming off the turn, turning towards home. Morgan Nelson's time, 10:34.72. Lana Brugman coming down the stretch, looking to do it. But unfortunately, she will not close fast enough. Brugman will win section 6 of 10. 10:36.36. So she will be second overall at the moment. That is the number 1 time from Indiana. So she's got to be happy with that. And she beat her fellow Indianan of Macy Thompson. So Indiana number 1 and number 3. So she's got to be happy with her race.
Well, again, literally just like what I was saying a minute ago, to be able to now sit down with your coach and say, look, we went out on a really good note. She ran the number 1 time this season in Indiana, won our heat at the New Balance National Indoors. Where she ends up finishing in the overall top 20, top 25 possibly, remains to be seen. But, don't worry about that. Worry about the bigger picture of a good end to probably a long season. And again, a lot of these 2-milers, they also went through the cross-country season, went right into the indoor season, and now her indoor season has been extended by luckily qualifying for the national championships. And outdoor is going to start in 2 weeks.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. She'll be back in the mile.
Yep. So her weekend is not over as we get underway here. Heat 7 of 10. And we've got another full field of 19 athletes. That pace light going to be set again at 10:34, which is our current best time overall. But in this Heat 10, Higgins, Bautista, Saunders, Fouts, Barton, Wenth, Baltershot, Carney, Shepard, Hardy, McNabb, Scapitice, McCartney, Reed, Godsell, Zepp, Kennedy, and Pearson.
Again, for those of you following along at home, the field event's currently underway. You can follow them with the live results at live.athletic.net. You can see all of today's field attempts, at least the live results, are Championship Boys High Jump, Championship Boys Long Jump, Championship Girls Long Jump, and the Championship Boys Shot Put, all well underway as the action continues here on the oval with the Championship Girls 2-mile.
In this field, I mentioned the names there. Scapitice, the freshman, ran not only the freshman mile yesterday, but also the freshman 800 yesterday. In the 800, she finished 28th overall. In the freshman mile, she won, setting a new meet record of 4:54 for freshmen, and now is coming back and running the 2-mile. So this is her third event of the meet, and the meet's only been going for about 24 hours.
How do you think that conversation goes? Is it, hey, coach, I want to do the 800, the mile, and the 2 mile? Or does the coach say, hey, I think you could be national champ in the mile. I think you have a pretty good shot at the 800. And you know what? Let's throw you in with the big dogs in the 2 mile.
Yeah, it's one of those things. I think sometimes athlete or coaches need to be cautious about how many races athletes. Just because you qualify for 3 races doesn't mean, as a freshman at the end of a long season, you should be going and running 3 races. When again, you have outdoors coming up as well, and 3 more years of this. But it's up to the coach and the athlete and how fit and strong and tired or not tired said athlete is. But Scapitici, Northville, Michigan, maybe they just make them a little different up there in Michigan. A little tougher.
Different, a little tougher.
A little tougher up there in Michigan.
A little tougher from 6 mile.
Yeah.
But I also think it's good experience. When you're a freshman, you come into the championship section, you get really good experience, and I don't think there's that much pressure on you because it's, again, you're racing the big dogs, run your own race, see where you are, and if something magical happens, you have the race of your life. Hey, I'm just a freshman, and I'm running with the big dogs.
Higgins leading this field. She's coming into this meet with a personal best of 10:47.41 for 2 miles, set at the Circuit Chicago just about 3 or 4 weeks ago. Also has a mile personal best set this season, running 5:10.42, and has ran the 5,000 meters last night, finishing 20th overall in 17:14. Again, another solid time there. But the Lapel, Indiana athlete is leading this pack of about 10, 12, 13 athletes in the early stages here of Heat 7.
I like this bunched up pack because they've broken away from the field and no one's going crazy wide. We're mostly inside of lane number 1. And that really shows that we're going for the pace here. Again, well above the pace lights. We're on pace to be our fastest opening mile. We'll find out in about 200 meters. But it looks like we're going to be on pace for our fastest opening mile.
That's Emily Reed now taking over the lead, coming through in about 4:32 for the mile. And the aforementioned Scapitici made a big move on the home stretch just before the finish of that lap to put herself into second place. Again, all the races that she already has in her legs, she's probably got to be a little bit careful about any sudden big moves.
So look at this. We're through the mile now, about 5:12 through the full mile. And that is the fastest full mile by about 4 seconds. So assuming that we didn't do anything crazy and go out too fast, we're going to be a whole new top 8 on the other side of this section.
Well, again, just kind of looking at the splits, all those previous heats, all you could see was the number 4. 40, 40, 40, 40, 41, 41, 40, 40, 41.
And Reed hasn't gone
on here,
40 yet.
And it's now you've got on here, all you've got is 3.
Yeah.
39, 39, 39, 39, 39. And so you do that every lap. That's a second a lap.
I mean, 39.
Over 16 laps. That's, we do the math, folks.
We really start to pull ahead of the pace lights, pull ahead of that lead time. If we were to run 39 flat, that would be under 10:30. So I think every athlete in this field would be very happy going home breaking 10:30 in the full 2 mile.
Tegan Kennedy running a very solid 38.97 in that previous lap to take the lead over Emily Reed. Scapitici now in third. Avery Barton from Ogden, Utah in that 4th position. Addison Bautista, HP distance, holding on to 5th. 6th, 7th, and 8th is Fouts, McCarney, and Higgins.
And I don't know if the folks at home can really get a sense of how crowded this venue is, but Boston showed up today. Boston is here. On the home stretch, the stands are nearly full. On the back stretch, people are crowding the fence. For a 2-mile on a Friday afternoon, this is a very good crowd. This crowd really helping the field here. And, the crowd is going to give the love back by running a quick one. Really strung out now for our lead 7. 7 athletes still ahead of the pace lights, meaning we will have a brand new top 7 if we keep this up. We're coming into the final 800 meters now. Tegan Kennedy, again, doubling back from that 5,000 last night, where she ran 16:35.31 to take 7th. Tegan Kennedy of Mommy Track Club. Just watching her form, just that drive, the way that she really uses the arms. It looks a little bit more labored than the rest of the field, but it pays off. She keeps running quick times.
Mommy high school athlete. Again, as you mentioned, very fast time in the 5,000 last night. Comes in with a personal best for 3,200 meters of 10:22, which comes out to roughly about a 10:25 for 2 miles. So this is definitely within her range to be running this fast, and is now just starting to clip off low 39s. And with 3 laps to go,
that was one of the fastest laps of the day so far. Tegan Kennedy of Mommy Track Club really just moving well. And now, like we said, the last 600 of all of these sections is where we have seen the pace pick up. Tegan Kennedy, Avery Barton, Emily Reed, all right there in the mix. And let's not count out the freshman from 6 Mile. Alexander Capatici is throwing down. We talked about, running with the big dogs as a freshman. This is where it's going to show.
Well, it's gonna be interesting between these two, because Barton's got a 4:58 mile PR and Kennedy's got a 5-minute mile PR. But it looks like Barton's trying at least now to show that she's got a little bit more speed, even if it's only by a couple of seconds in the mile, as she comes up on the bell lap. A big move there with about 250, 300 meters to go to get around Kennedy. Avery Barton now pulling away on the back stretch.
I mean, look at the form, just really opening up that stride, looking strong, coming around the turn, and off the turn. Look at her go, flying down the stretch. A ton left. Avery Barton of Ogden, Utah. Wow, what a finish there. Avery Barton of Ogden, Utah. The junior will be our top runner here in section number 7.
Just made that whole race in that second to last lap, running a 36.74 to pull away from Kennedy, and then finishing it up with a 32.80. Very impressive time for the junior from all the way from Utah. Definitely made the trip worthwhile for Barton. We'll be coming back as well in the girls' mile on Sunday at noontime.
So that was U.S. number 16, U.S. number 22 for our top 2 in that section. And at the top of our screen, it says that was section 7 of 10. And we're already approaching the U.S. top 10 list.
Well, I mean, the types of times that we're going to be seeing in that championship race are going to be pretty incredible. I mean, Abigail Hennessy, it's like we're going to be talking about her all day long, probably after watching that race. I mean, coming in with a PR of 9:02 for 3,000 meters and a 4:37 mile. I mean, she's going to be definitely somebody to watch. Natasha Dudek, a 9:52 3,200 meter runner. So I mean, it's going to be some pretty impressive times we're going to see. But still, within these heats, still already getting down to the low 10s. That's impressive.
And Sirois is going to be pacing that top-seeded section through the first 1,000 meters. Obviously, she was our 5,000-meter champion last night. More than capable of pulling this field through however fast they want to go. So whatever these athletes want to do, she's going to promise them, hey, at least 1,000 meters, I will take you where you want to go.
Meanwhile, Heat 8 is off and underway here. Ray, Huddle, Hastings, Bird, Flanagan, Bird, Mazzoni, Vermani, Martin, Alvazi, Furman, Flagg, Parrott, Mahoney, Trent, Nicholson, Bucksbaum, and Bashirs.
This is an aggressive opening quarter mile. Like, we're going to be right around 70 seconds for a quarter mile here. That's quick. That is 35 seconds per lap. That'll be our quickest pace at this point. Now, settling in a little bit, 36.65 on that last lap. Sawyer Nicholson was under the meet record in that freshman mile last night. She ran 4:56.49. She only took third, but that was under the previous meet record. To come back in this championship 2 mile a day later, knowing, hey, I got the leg speed, I got the strength. She's going for broke here. She has nothing to lose. She's already an All-American. Let's see what we can do.
You got the two Bird sisters from Fairfax, Virginia in there, representing James Robinson High School. Both with impressive mile and 2 mile personal best coming into this meet.
Sawyer Nicholson running by herself out front. She's not chasing anyone. She is not chasing any lights. She is running her own race. She is leading by approximately 20 meters.
And the freshman as well. This is a freshman pulling away from this field. She was third in the freshman mile yesterday, also underneath the old meet record. So, again, confidence coming into this race for Nicholson.
Now, again, we've had this conversation already today. Maybe being a little naive here about the 2 mile, not having those scars is going to pay out in her favor, because she is showing no fear. She is opening the gap. The gap is now at about 25 meters. So the gap is growing. The pace lights are now catching the chase pack. That chase pack led by Elizabeth Trant. The senior out of Virginia is leading the chase pack. At some point, as the senior leading the chase pack, you're going to have to decide, hey, is that freshman going to come back, or do I have to start pulling the field up?
Well, she's also a very strong athlete as well. She's already run as a freshman an indoor 5,000 meters in 16:53, which is her personal best from Etobicoke, Canada, in the Toronto area. My wife from Toronto would be very familiar with that area and that high school, or at least that track club. Gladstone Track and Field Club.
And now she is slowing down slightly, but she's still running significantly faster than that chase pack. So this is going to be interesting, to say the least. Sawyer Nicholson, again, comfortably out front, keeping an eye on the gap. The gap about the same as it was on that last lap of 40.27. So she is slowing down, fading, which this is early to fade, and Lauren Parrott deciding to make the move. The sophomore saying, you know what? You guys are going too slow. If we want a shot at reeling in the freshmen, this is when we're going to do it. 38.80. Sawyer Nicholson 40.27. So this is going to come down to the second half of the race. Sawyer Nicholson is strong enough to comfortably continue to run about 40 seconds per lap. A mile to go, 5:07 on the clock. So she is on pace to run something special here.
And that's Parrott, as you mentioned, in second from Glastonbury, Connecticut. Not too far away from here, coming in with a 2-mile personal best of 10:36.83, set at the New England Track and Field Championships. She's also got a mile season best of 5:03.74, set here at the Beantown Winter Classic that I was here announcing at. So I remember that young lady racing that mile just last December. But meanwhile, it is all Sawyer Nicholson, still well out in front, though those lights are catching up on her. The field is still running 39s, and Nicholson might be starting to run some high 40s, which is why you start to see maybe that gap shortening a little bit.
Nicholson just continuing to run 40 seconds per lap. I like the strategy. I know that the field is coming back on her, but she went out quick. She knows she's strong enough to do this. Now the field is going to reel her in, but they're running quicker right now. If Nicholson paced this correctly, once they catch up with her, she's going to respond to the field, and she is going to give them a run for their money. Sawyer Nicholson, Lauren Parrott, 1 and 2. The field now within 10 meters of Sawyer Nicholson, and we're going to have a very interesting final 1,000 meters here. The pace lights are ahead. Pace lights leading by about 20 meters at the moment, but we've seen the field reel in the base lights from further out already this meet. So don't count out the field to move into the outright lead. Your current leader, Avery Barton of Ogden, Utah, 10:19.96. That is the 16th fastest time in the United States. Sawyer Nicholson now caught by the field. Again, keep an eye on her to respond to this move. I think that she's going to go with this pack now. She's going to settle in for about third, and then she's going to go with them. Lauren Parrott in control of the race. Gwyneth Huddle out of Ohio. And like I said, Sawyer Nicholson just latching on to our leader. And we're coming into the final 800 meters. Sawyer Nicholson sitting on the outside shoulder of Lauren Parrott. Again, I like this strategy. She went out hard, settled into the pace, and now all she has to do is continue running 40 seconds per lap, save it for the kick, and I think that she could get this done. That'll be an incredible double for the freshman. What a way to end her freshman season. Now the field very bunched up. Pace lights are nearly gone now. They're almost entirely around the turn. And leading up front, Lauren Parrott, followed by Gwyneth Huddle, Amelia Alvazi, your current top three.
Yeah, Nicholson now just kind of getting swallowed up by that chase pack, that, as I've said before, that Peloton pack that just came a-marching, running 39s, and when she started running 40s, and now unfortunately fading back behind the second pack.
But we should mention that last night in the mile, she faded halfway through the mile and then started picking it up again. So still, I wouldn't count her out. This is going to be the deciding factor here. If down this back straightaway, she can go wide and start picking people off, she has a shot.
I think if she was in front of this pack, at the front of this pack, yes, but that pack now of 4 is starting to get some distance, and even that second pack is stringing out. So I really think it's going to be one of these 4 up front. Bashirs And that's Alvazi now trying to run away, and now Parrott taking back over the lead. But Alvazi holding her off on the backstretch. Doesn't want Parrott to get around her on the turn. And that might have been the decisive move, is just making that stronger sprint as she held off Parrott. Ended up putting some space between her on the turn and coming down the home stretch to run approximately 10:25 to take heat 8 of 10. Just too much for Parrott in the last 150 meters. And just runs very, very strong. 33.96 for her final 200 meters. Parrott 34.99 for her last 200. Huddle comes up in third, so it's 10:25.07 for Alvazi, 10:26.46 for Parrott, and 10:26.99 for Huddle.
And that'll be the second fastest time of the day so far, the fastest time in the state of Massachusetts this year.
And you can see the times here for Section 8 up on the screen. And again, Nicholson, the freshman, comes in 8th, 10:36.04.
And that's the third fastest time by a freshman this year. So,
yeah,
again, that
very
is
solid.
Very solid, especially
performance.
after that mile last night.
Yes.
So a great freshman campaign. Can't wait to see what she does next year. Or I should say outdoor. We still have a whole outdoor season. I'm getting ahead of myself, getting ready for indoors next year, but she still has a whole outdoor season to go.
Toronto would be proud of that young lady. All right, the penultimate heat here in the girls 2 mile. Heat 9 on the line, getting ready to go.
And we're not going to pace these lights at the current lead. Okay, we're gonna pick it up a little bit because these girls are good. They're fast. So we're gonna put the lights at 10:08 pace, and we're gonna see if anyone wants it.
Well, it's going to be one of these athletes who are going to want it. Marcellus, Governor, Miller, Dingman, Lech, Demorit, Lindsay, Pollard, Lotta, Lane, Muller, Kaiser, Dawson, Skelly, Guerin, and Garmer. That's your field of 18 athletes here in Heat 9. We've got 2 freshmen in this field as well.
We should talk about Mackenzie Skelly. She is a meet record holder here. She showed up as a middle schooler and dominated last year. She ran in some championship sections last year, and I believe that she was second in that 5,000 championship last year. And now she's going to be in this championship 2 mile, and she is the fastest freshman in the nation right now.
Well, and she was also on her 4x800 meter team that set a new Pennsylvania #1, finishing runner-up in the 4x8 yesterday, and she'll also be running the mile on Sunday. So she's definitely getting her weekend's worth of New Balance National Indoors.
A busy, busy weekend indeed for Mackenzie Skelly.
So clearly has some speed, being on that 4x8 team that ran 8:55.20 last night.
And I should correct myself. Mackenzie Skelly was second in the championship 2 mile last year. She ran in section 7, so penultimate section, and she won that section and managed to take 6th overall. So this is shaping up again to be the same situation as last year. Win the section, but I imagine that stung a little bit to not make the top section last year, to win it and then take 6th overall. I think she's going to come back with a vengeance here and really go for it early.
Well, she's got the lead over Garmer, Dawson, Muller, Lindsay, Guerin, and the rest of the field.
4:48 last year to set the meet record in the mile, in the middle school mile. Mackenzie Skelly.
William Penn Charter High School athlete from the Philadelphia area is keeping this field ahead of those pace lights again. Michael, as you mentioned, set for 10 minutes and 8 seconds.
And so that we can get ahead of it here, let's talk about the pace lights for the top-seeded section, because there's a little bit to talk about here. So
we're going to have the various lights.
We have
like
a lot
the
of
boys
different
race.
colors.
Yes, yes.
We have a lot of colors going around. So we're going to have 3 separate colors. We're going to put one at the national record. So if anyone wants to go for 9:38, let's let them go for that national record.
Mary Kane from 2013, 9:38.68.
And those lights will be white. So if you want to go for the national record, follow the white path. Let's see if we can get Mary Kane out of that record seat. But maybe you want to go a little slower. Maybe you want to go 9:44.
The meet record.
The meet record. We're going to put them green. And then blue, we're going to pull the field through in 5 minutes. We're actually going to have a rabbit who will go through 1 mile and then drop out. And then we'll turn off the blue lights to not confuse anyone. But 5 flat. So if you want to run a good time and you like to negative split, let's go through in 5 flat and let's see what you can do. So that'll be the situation in the top-seeded section. And again, right now on the track, the green lights set at 10:08.
So blue, 5 minutes is our pacer.
Correct.
Green is our meet record,
Yep.
9:44. That was set by Natalie Cook back about 4 years ago. And then follow the white brick road instead of the yellow brick road will be the white lights, 9:38. If you want to follow that road and go for it, then I guess go for it.
You know, I like it. I've heard people go back and forth on the pace lights. Oh, I want to see a race. Well, I want to see a race. Don't get me wrong. I want to see the best in the nation race each other. But growing up, I was a big Steve Prefontaine guy. Just go for it. The only way to win a race is to win it the right way. Go to the front. Run it from the front. None of this sit and kick nonsense. Let's go to the front and let's see what you can do. So let's see if anyone chases those white lights in our top-seeded section. But on the track now, Jaslyn Garmer of Knoxville, Tennessee, Mackenzie Skelly of Penn Charter. We are just over 5:05 at halfway. Again, Skelly running a smart race. We talked about what happened last year with Skelly, winning the penultimate section and then taking 6th overall. I imagine that she sees those green lights now and she's saying, you know what? I want to trip atop the podium. And now she is in the lead, looking at the pace lights, and she's going for them. She is picking up the pace. We're now through 18:18, and Mackenzie Skelly, the freshman, is looking to take down her current U.S. 1 mark of 10:20.57. That is the top time by a freshman this year, and it is Mackenzie Skelly, 10:20.57.
You see Jaslyn Garmer from Knoxville, Tennessee, trying to open up a little bit of distance there, coming down the home stretch, trying to get a couple of meters on that field.
But Skelly she looks comfortable at this pace. But those pace lights starting to get away. Remember, those are at 10:08. So Mackenzie Skelly can still take down her U.S. freshman number 1 mark of 10:20, and she can still move into the outright lead because the outright lead is only 10:19. And I say only. That is not slow. That is a U.S. 16 mark. So Skelly is on pace to move into the outright lead. She's on pace to be the top freshman in the country. She is on pace to move very close to that U.S. top 10 list. And this is not the top-seeded section.
So that's Lindsay now making a big move on the outside as she starts to see Skelly getting a little bit too much room on that pack of 5 of Skelly, Garmer, Lotta, Dawson, and Lindsay. And so that's Lotta actually now moving up into second, not wanting to let Skelly get too far away here. And we got 4 laps to go, 800 meters to set a mark that will hopefully hold up to our championship race coming up next. So right now it goes Skelly, Lotta, Garmer, and Dawson. That's your pack of 4. After that, you got Mueller, Lindsay, and Kaiser in that chase pack.
And I think we should add, Mackenzie Skelly is not just a runner. She's also a swimmer. So when we talk about increasing the volume, your training load, Mackenzie Skelly's doing a lot of that in the pool. So a lot of cross-training, and you really see it paying off here. She looks comfortable. She looks strong. There's something about getting in the pool that I think really pays off for these distance athletes.
Yeah, I mean, it gives you the opportunity to get the cardiovascular and the body movement of using both your legs and your arms with zero impact. I mean, that's obvious. That's an obvious when you're in the pool. There's zero impact. So it's a great benefit. A lot of people, harken back to Alan Webb, the famous miler, high school miler, running 3:53 in the mile back in the day at the Prefontaine Classic was a big swimmer, and
Absolutely.
he touted a lot to being able to get into the pool on recovery days instead of just going out there and getting in junk miles. Go get in the pool and can get a lot done from the cardiovascular system. But right now, I mean, Skelly's got her work set out for her here as Lotta starts to pull away here.
Coming in to 400 to go, Skelly looked over her inside shoulder. I have never seen Mackenzie Skelly look back, but it was almost like Mackenzie Skelly was making a decision, do I kick now? But she looked back over her shoulder. She saw that there were other athletes that were within striking distance, so she's gauging her effort. Look, you saw her do it again there. Look over the inside shoulder.
Yeah, just
I don't
a
know if
little
she even
concerned.
sees that move on the outside because she was looking inside, and now she's going to have to respond. She's currently in third as Iris Latta of South Texas Heat will go around the final turn with the lead. Iris Latta of South Texas Heat, a great final 400, going to the lead there in the final 400 and not looking back. And she'll comfortably win our penultimate section. Iris Latta of South Texas Heat. That's the fastest time from Texas. And Mark, I don't know if you see that. We're inside the U.S. top 10 now. And we still have a whole section to go.
And we have now coming up next is our championship section. But looking back there, that's Ellie Dawson, who was able to get around Skelly on the backstretch there on that final lap to run a new U.S. number 12, the sophomore,
and
out of Ragsdale, from Ragsdale, TC.
Mackenzie Skelly, third in that race, but that is the fastest time by a freshman, 10:17. The next fastest freshman, 10:32. So Mackenzie Skelly, you gotta be happy with that race. An impressive season for the senior. Excuse me, for the freshman. For the freshman, an impressive season, and she's not done yet. She will be back for the championship mile on Sunday. But the music just lowered, and Mark, I think you know what that means.
That means it is our championship race for our girls 2 mile. They are going to line up.
They're going to line up. They're going to run them down the stretch. You see the lights that they're setting up. The lights are going to dim a little bit in here. It's still bright out, like you said. This is an open venue, so we do have the windows, but we have these lights on the straightaway. There you go. You see the lights coming down. Now we have the columns lit up, and we are ready for our field. From Romeo, Michigan, Annie Hrabowski. She has run 10:13 for the 3,200 this year.
Up next, hip number 3, Eleanor Voikin from Blue Devils Athletic Club TC.
That is the NAU commit, and she is ready to run quick. Wearing hip number 4, Sloan Wasserman of John Jay High School. She's a BC commit, so she'll be back up here in Boston.
From Seattle, Washington, wearing hip number 5, it's Cassidy Armstrong.
Wearing hip number 7, it is the Duke commit, a 10:16:40 PR, Sonny Weber from Sandwich, Illinois.
Wearing hip number 8 from Athens, Ohio, Sophia Zolisi.
A Duke commit, she's run 10:10. She ran that at the Chicago circuit. Wearing hip number 9, the 3-mile national record holder, Summer Wilson.
And wearing hip number 10, she'll be running the mile on Sunday from Knoxville, Tennessee, Callista Gardner.
She's currently 5th in the nation, 10:06:83. And wearing hip number 11, Adriana Adlar. Making the trip down from Canada, she's run 9:20 in the 3K.
And wearing hip number 12 from New York, also going to be running in that mile championship on Sunday. Let's welcome Maggie McCormick.
Number 2 in the nation this season, 10:02:71. And wearing hip number 13, the Michigan State cross-country meet record holder, Natasha Dudek of Purple Track Club.
And next up, ladies and gentlemen, a high school local hero here, running the mile championship on Sunday, but going to take it out in the 2-mile today from Westford, Massachusetts, Abigail Hennessy.
And hip number 15, she's run 9:42 in the 3200 to win the Ohio State meet, Caddy Zhang of Terry's Valley High School. And our rabbit will be our champion from the 5,000 last night, Mia Sirois.
Really looking forward to this race. I mean, obviously, being a local announcer here, I see Hennessy all the time racing, cross-country, indoor, outdoor. Such a great athlete. Dudek is going to give her a little bit of a challenge. The sophomore, Brooks national cross-country champion, undefeated in cross-country this past year. But I tell you what, the New Balance NIL athlete, Hennessy, is coming in with some very impressive times. Season best of 4:37:46 for the mile. And I said 9:02:77 for 3,000.
And again, very capable rabbit. She ran 15:58:06. She'll be pulling the field out in 5 flat. Mia Sirois.
And again, you see the multiple now colors on the track. They're very close to each other right now, but they'll start to separate. Again, the white light will be set at the national record of 9:38. The green light will be set at the meet record of 9:44. And then the blue light will be set for our pacer right at about 5 minutes. So no matter what, they want to try to at least get under 10 minutes for 2 miles.
And right now, every single athlete is ahead of the white lights, the national record pace. So we are going for it early here. Caddy Zhang of Ohio out in the lead. She's running very quick, but she looks comfortable at this pace. Summer Wilson of California running there in second.
And then there's Abigail Hennessy sitting comfortably there in third place. Again, she will be running that mile championship on Sunday, like a lot of these top 2-milers. Westford, Massachusetts athlete coming in with not only some impressive distance times, but also ran a 44:42 300 meters this year at a dual meet, and 1:35:55 personal best of 600 meters at that same dual meet. So clearly that was the meet that the coach said, you know what, we're going to back off on the distances. Let's just get some sprinting in.
Absolutely. Like we said earlier, there's a big benefit to having those wheels. If you know that you can sprint, running this pace is going to feel a lot easier. And my, oh my, Caddy Zhang of Ohio, she's crossing 800 meters in 2:20. The pace lights for the national record are 40 meters behind her. Summer Wilson, 2:23 at 8:18. Abigail Hennessy, 2:26 at 8:18. This is shaping up to be a quick one.
What's interesting is watch Zhang when she gets ready to come down here towards the finish line. She's reaching down onto her wrist and clicking her watch, which I find fascinating because there's these huge clocks everywhere.
Huge
that are
clocks.
telling your times.
Some of the best timers in the nation are in this building.
Yes, but apparently she
wants to make sure that she gets those splits, which we
you
have
know,
them on our screen in front of us.
and she'll have them afterwards, and her coach is maybe looking at them right now.
I see people situated throughout the building calling the splits out.
Yes, yeah. So I'm not sure who told her that she should do that.
But you know,
if it wasn't
if you have
her.
routine,
maybe it's a
just
good luck charm.
Don't change anything. Why change anything today? The other interesting thing about her form is she's leaning into these turns kind of like a sprinter. She's leaning into the turns as though you would see someone running the 400.
And we can see here in the other box there, third and fourth place there, Hennessy and Dudek. Those are our two athletes that we certainly wanted to talk about ahead of time as being some of the faster runners that are entered in this race. But right now, Zhang and Wilson certainly have something to say about those two faster runners in Hennessy and Dudek. And right now, Zhang still well out ahead.
This is a gutsy way to run, but as I said when we were introducing the event, I like it. I think that this is a great way to do it. You go to the front and you say, you know what, if you want to beat me, you're going to have to hurt. And she is well ahead of the base lights. 4:41 unofficially at the full mile.
Very, very impressive.
I mean, 4:41, excuse me, that is... I don't even see a mile time for her anywhere near that. And she is going for it. This is going to be a very interesting back half of the race. She is going for it. The fastest time that I can see is 5:02. Mark, I don't know if you have any stats that I'm not seeing, but I only see a 5:02 mile for her.
I don't know if this young lady knew that she was going to be able to go out this fast and hold on. But that is a very impressive mile split. I mean, she's just ticking off 35s and 36s like it's going out of style, pulling away from very experienced athletes. Hennessy now has moved up into the second position with Dudek right off her shoulder. But Zhang is so far out ahead. I mean, it's amazing how well she is running out ahead.
I mean, this 2-mile record has been around since 2013.
13 years now. 13
I don't know
years.
that we thought that we would see this ever go down. I mean, she said it at the New Balance Indoor Grand Prix. And I don't know that we thought that anyone would break it, let alone in a field of high school athletes. Because Mary Kane did that finishing third against a professional field, and that shattered the previous record. Record 9:55.
I think we should notice, though, however, she just quickly went from running 35s and 36s. She just ran a 37. She is noticeably slowing down a little bit. She's not quite as smooth. Some of those early 34 and 35-second laps maybe now starting to catch up to her. Her stride is opening up a little bit in a bad way in the sense of overextending, and that was another 37.07. And so now it's going to be on Hennessy and Dudek to see if they can continue to run perhaps 36s and chip away at this lead. But it's now almost 100 meters, so I don't really know much more what they can do unless Zhang just basically starts walking.
Well,
especially with 3 laps to go.
Here comes the pace lights. But again, we've seen the last 600 be insane by a lot of athletes. But you do see that she is looking around the venue almost like she's looking for coach or someone to kind of give her some advice here. And at this point in the race, the only advice is make it hurt.
37.5 for that last lap. So the last 3
meters.
laps, 37, 37.07, and 37.48.
Those pace lights sneaking up on her. She still has about 10 meters on the pace lights.
And again, those are the pace lights for the national record.
National record.
She's still well out ahead of the meet record.
And you know what? She looked like she picked it up just a little bit there.
37.50.
This is going to be interesting.
If she can maintain that speed and have a little bit of kick at the end, she's going to flirt with this national record.
I have faith. I believe that she can do it. It's going to be tough. The pace lights are sneaking up on her.
So Katie Zhang now is coming off this turn, getting ready to go into the bell lap. There is nobody in sight. If you look at it, Hennessy and Dudek are on the other side of the track on the backstretch. Zhang now going into the bell lap is just meters ahead of that national record as she goes into the second to last turn, starts to go into the backstretch. She's got other athletes that she can pass to hopefully help motivate her. The lights are sneaking up on her. 100 meters to go from glory here and a national record. Mary Kane, 2013, 13 years ago, ran 9:38.68, and Katie Zhang is going to break the national record as she comes down the home stretch and breaks the tape.
I never thought I'd see the day, and oh my, what a way to do it.
9:37.15. She broke the national record by over a second. The look on her face at the finish line is what the heck just happened? And I'm having to tell you right now, I'm saying how the heck and what the heck just happened.
I think that we need to back up 1 mile here, and we need to say, she went through the mile in 4:41. How do you go out in 4:41 and hold on? That is 4:41 and holding on. That is ridiculous, to be quite honest. I did not think I would ever see Mary Kane's record go down, and to see that would be the fastest mile this year, 4:41, and she then finishes the 2 mile in a national record time.
This is just I'm so impressed with this young lady. I mean, we were joking before the race about, okay, those the white lights set at a national record, but let's maybe focus on the meet record, 9:44. That's definitely within range. And then just out of nowhere, she was just clipping up splits early on as she's dancing here with joy on the home stretch, meeting Mary Kane and taking photos with her at the finish line. And it's just absolutely amazing to have her break that national record in front of this amazing, appreciative crowd. And I'm just in awe.
Look at this replay. So, she went for it from the gun. Unofficially, that would be the 6th fastest mile time in the country this year. And, looking around at her coaches in the venue, people were telling her to calm down, saying, hey, this is a little spicy. But oh my, Oh my!
Look at the look on her face. She cannot
She couldn't believe it.
what she just did.
I mean, we can't believe it.
I mean, it's just, I love that look of just, there's the look of
There it
confidence.
is.
There's
There
the
it
confidence.
is.
There's the joy. There's the excitement. But that initial moment of crossing that line and just going, oh my word, what did I just do?
I, again, never thought I'd see Mary Kane's record go down. 9:37.15.
Wow.
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 Wow. Wow.
And like we'll say often, this is only day 2, Michael.
This is only day 2.
This is only day 2. We got to pace ourselves here. We still got 2.5 days left of coverage here.
We say that it is the fastest party on the planet, and it really is. That was insane. Just absolutely insane. Congratulations. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. I can't say it enough. Have I said wow yet?
Wow.
Wow, there's supposed to be another event on the track. The boys 2 mile. They're short 4x2 words. Boys 4x2. They're going to try and match the energy, but that's not going to be an easy feat. So we are going to have 17 heats. We're going to bring back the 8 fastest times. And in this section, Connecticut, Villa, Angel, Boston Jesuit, Springfield Township Track Club, and Motor City Track Club. And just like we saw earlier today in the 400, our top seeds are going to be in lane number 5. We're doing basically collegiate seeding. So if you've been following the NCAA this year, you put your top teams in lanes 5 and 6, and then you fill out the inside lanes. Oh, and some chaos there. Not lined up in the right order. And they're going for it. And trackside, Serenity Douglas is with our new national record holder, Katie Zhang.
Attention infield.
All right, Katie, you absolutely killed it. I gotta know your race strategy coming into the race today.
Honestly, I have so much anxiety, so I've just been trying to tackle that and just run off of vibes. That's just what I've been doing. Obviously, I come in with a plan. I want to hit these splits, but if I can't, I'm not letting it get in my head. So I just came in, wanted to race off vibes. I was jumping around before the race. I was lip syncing. So yeah, I just wanted to come and have fun with it today.
Straight off of vibes, beating national records. You love to see it. And then you were congratulated by Parker Valby. What was your reaction?
Honestly, Parker is one of my favorite people in this world. That sounds crazy. But she is such an inspiration to me. People have compared my running form to me and my dad talk about her so much. And it's like, be Parker, she's amazing. So yeah, Parker has been a really big inspiration and drive for me and my family and my parents, and I just love watching her. So meeting her after winning that was just insane to me, and it really just warms my heart.
Well, congratulations, Katie.
Thank you.
All right, y'all, let's hear it again for Katie Zhang.
Katie Zhang, your new national record holder, 9:37.15. Serenity Douglas there with the interview. I know I've said it quite a few times, but wow. 4:41 through the opening mile and hanging on to run the national record, 9:37.15. And she gets to meet her hero, New Balance athlete, Parker Valby, holding the finish tape there. You know, athletes train and train and train, and you know, everyone dreams of that moment of coming down the home stretch, getting the national record or getting the win or achieving that thing that you've been training for. And to have one of the athletes that you look up to holding the finish tape, I mean, that has to be a moment that Katie Zhang has dreamed about numerous times, and to have it happen here, what a day. That's one that we will be talking about for a long time. The new national record, 9:37.15. Now back on the track, it is the boys' championship prelim. We'll be bringing the top 8 times back for the final. Sky's the Limit Track Club, West Centennial Track Club, the Carolina Cavaliers, and the Mavericks Run Club. We're 43.87 at halfway for the Mavericks Run Club. The Mavericks Run Club looking very strong. We are 3 teams together at the exchange. Championship boys 4x2 coming off the turn. Whoa, coming up from third. Big move by the Carolina Cavaliers. Will be Sky's the Limit. Sky's the Limit Track Club taking section 2, heat number 2. That was Mavericks Run Club. A little confusion there with the results, but let's watch how they got it done. And look at the move. Trying to move up there. Wow. West Centennial Track Club, the big move to move into second. Mavericks Run Club will be your leaders at 128.20. On the screen now, that is the Sprint Factory. They'll be running in lane number 3. Carmel Cast Track and Field in 4. Moore United Track Club and North Track. I would keep an eye on North Track on the outside. He stumbled a little bit there coming out of the blocks, but he is out well on the outside there. That is North Track. North Track coming into the exchange. North Track handing off in the lead. A good stick by North Track to their inside in lane number 3. That is the Sprint Factory. The Sprint Factory, a really good turn there in the lead, clear of the field. That's going to be a key advantage as we come into the halfway exchange because you want to be clear. You want to avoid the chaos on the exchange. North, a good stick, but you see they're kind of merging into each other there. That is North Track and Moore United battling for second. Sprint Factory clear of the field. This is the Sprint Factory's race. Sprint Factory coming into the exchange. They will be in the lead. The final exchange, it will be Sprint Factory, but don't count out North. North, a great stick there. I think he can make up the gap here. North down the backstretch in second, trying to close it down. It's going to take a big final turn by North, and keep an eye on Moore United, but it is Sprint Factory off the turn in the lead. Sprint Factory down the stretch. It'll be Sprint Factory across the line. Sprint Factory will be your new leaders at 126.93. Moore United 128.27 for third. North Track to sixth place at 128.67. Watch that replay. Look at that form down the stretch, just strong. I mean, he could have made it another 100 meters running like that. Titan Elite, Liberty Track Club, Walsh Jesuit, and Penn Charter all scheduled for this section. A nice little shot of the high jump there. Again, go to live.athletic.net and you can see all of the field event results. Here we go. Heat 14. That's right, we do have a final of this, so it'll be Heat 4 of 17. Top 8 times will be back for the final. On the outside, that is Penn Charter. Penn Charter looking good at the exchange. Penn Charter, but look at lane number 2. Titan Elite. Now, our preferential is the outside lanes, but Titan Elite is in control of the race and the pace. Titan Elite on the rail, running a really strong race here. Again, on an indoor track, it is very, very important to be out front at the exchange. So it'll be Titan Elite, Liberty Track Club, 1 and 2. We're 44.61 at halfway. So we're doing well here at halfway, on pace to be inside the bubble time of 129.55. Liberty Track Club coming on strong. And man, oh man, all 4 teams still in it at the final exchange. Oh, you hate to see it. He was out a little too quick for Penn Charter. So that's going to open it up for Liberty and Titan. Liberty Track Club and Titan. Liberty, a good turn. Liberty off the turn with the lead. Liberty Track Club. I think he surprised himself there that he hung on 129.08. That'll be inside the bubble time. Titan Elite just outside of that bubble time. Walsh Jesuit in third, but Liberty Track will be inside the bubble time. The bubble time now down to 129.54. The Sprint Factory is still the leader at 126.93. Look at this coming off the turn. And we're talking about an event that it is going to come down to maybe a few thousandths of a second to make that final. There is no automatic qualifying. It is only times. So you got to give it your all. There is no, oh, it's a prelim, let me save something for the final. No. Because if you do that, you're going to be sitting in the stands, eating popcorn, watching the final, watching the show that's going to be put on. But if you want to be on the track, give it everything you have here. Don't save it for the final. Worry about recovering after you secure a lane. Crofton Track Club, St. John's Prep, Windsor Track Club, Marauders, and Newton North. So our lane preference, again, lanes 5 and 6 will be the top seeds, and then we'll go 4, 3, 2, 1. So we should expect to see lanes 5 and 6 really go for it. But that hasn't always been the thing. And then chaos on that exchange. And, again, this is a USATF meet. If you want to be able to protest, you have to finish. So it is good that he picked up the stick, and he's going to keep going, because if he didn't, there wouldn't be any recourse. It's just, hey, you didn't finish the race, you're out. But if you finish, you can try and protest and get in, and we will be doing a 2-section final, so there is the possibility that if you protest, you could earn a lane. We'll have to see. But for right now, Newton North clear of the field. But wow, look at this close. Oh my, can he make it up? Coming around the turn, down the stretch. What a close. I can't wait to see the split on that one. Newton North, 128.75. Marauders, 20.55. Oh, wow. A 20.55, but that'll be on the outside looking in. Marauders only 129.26. The bubble time is at 129.08. Wow, look at that. That is just, you hate to see it. You hate to see it. But they go back, they get the stick, and woof. What a close. To recover the baton like that and then run 20.55. Wow. Junior Tiger Elite, E59 Elite, Oakton Track Club, Upper Darby Track Club, Gorefield, for the boys 4x2, heat 6 of 17. Upper Darby Track Club, your favorites coming in. Oakton Track Club will be your second best team in this section. Well, this is interesting. Oakton Track Club is going to be out in the lead here. It's going to come down to this exchange. A blind stick. That is gutsy, but Oakton Track Club, they know that they need every advantage they can get to earn a lane in the final. So Oakton Track Club going with the blind exchange there. Curious to see if they go blind again here. Oakton Track Club coming down the stretch. Let's see. Eyes on the stick, eyes on the stick. And no, all right, see, I like that. Blind when you know you're in your lane, but now that we're out in front, let's make sure that we get the stick into our hands. So Oakton is out in 44.61. 44.61. It's quick, but it's going to be tough to make the final out in 44.61. Right now, it's right around 44 mid is what it's been taking at halfway. So let's see. We're 3 teams now together coming around the turn. Oakton Track Club with the advantage. 2:59 Elite on the outside. And that will not be quick enough. Oakton Track Club 129.88. So they'll be on the outside looking in. So you see it there. Oakton Track Club 129.88. Team's got to be happy with that. It's a good way for your relay to end the season. Look at this. The stick goes down. You have to turn around and get it. You hate to see it. What a close there, though. I mean, 3 teams that close together. I've already said it. I'll say it again. This is going to come down to a few thousandths of a second to make this final. So every second counts here. We saw Oakton. They realized that they were going to be very close, going for the blind handoff on the first exchange to try and give themselves every thousandth that they could. On the track now will be the Sauterton Black Cats, the Carolina Pirates, Holy Trinity Track Club, Team War, and Malvern Prep Track Club. So this is a crowded heat. Team War and Malvern Prep really going to war here. They are out well. They're clear of the field early. It'll be Malvern Prep handing off in the lead. Team War, a little rough on the exchange, but he's now out well. So Team War will pull into the lead. It'll be Team War and Malvern Prep 1 and 2. Malvern Prep tucking into the rail. He's going to try and swing wide coming off of this turn. Now down the stretch, coming into the exchange, and lined up out of order, which, interesting. You got to pay attention. Team War should have been on the rail. They were well in the lead coming into the turn, so they should have been lined up on the rail. Always got to pay attention as the receiving runner to make sure that you are properly in position. But it'll be Team War. Team War looking like they can do this. Team War has a shot. They're currently the second fastest team at that 600-meter split. So 65.93. Sprint Factory, the only faster team. So Team War coming around the turn, driving. I mean, look at the gap they have. 30 meters on the field. Team War, a great race by Team War. 127.94. That is the second fastest time of the day so far. Carolina Pirates, 129.59. They're in 14th. But Team War will be second. That's a pretty good spot to be. There are no guarantees in this. There is no automatic qualifying. You could win your heat. Doesn't mean you're going to the final. But Team War, they can maybe breathe a sigh of relief saying, hey, we're in second. We're on heat 8 of 17. Bethacton, Zavarian, Livingston, Riverdale Baptist, and Hartley Track Club will be in heat 8. There's nothing guaranteed, though. You could run the U.S. number 1, and that's still not guaranteed. You got to make sure that you run what you have because you got to be one of the top 8 teams. Archbishop Carroll is currently the US 1 at 125.22. We're gonna bring it back. Waiting to see what the call is. Looks like we had a block slip, which that should be a green card. We're gonna wait and see. But let's watch this replay. Look at that pedal. I mean, the amount of force that you have to put into your blocks to have the pedal shoot backwards like that. Wow. And this meet, you are using the blocks at the venue. These are very good blocks. We've seen very good meets come through here. But as an athlete, it's worth learning how to set these blocks, make sure that your pedals are set. I'm going to be keeping an eye on Riverdale Baptist. I'm looking at his blocks here. I'm standing directly above lane 5. I'm looking to see, he does have his pedals set. His foot is pretty high up there. He has them set pretty steep. So when he goes and he pushes that back foot back, you want to see, there it is, a much better start that time. The pedal did not slip on him. He had him set well. And, sometimes athletes will have a mishap on the start, and it really shakes them. But Riverdale Baptist, he's running his race. He's running well, didn't phase him. He's just moving. He's just doing his thing. I like it. But Riverdale Baptist did not like that exchange. That was a little slow. He's making up for it now. But as we said, this is going to come down to the 1,000th. You need every single 1,000th of a second that you can get. So to have that slow of an exchange, again, that exchange could have been a little bit better, but we're 43.78. So I'm being a little nitpicky here because that is certainly fast enough at halfway. Riverdale Baptist is currently the third fastest team at halfway. So it's going to come down to this back half. I like where we're at. Wow, that was lucky. He got the stick off. Doesn't matter. Stick is in his hand. 65.91. That is the second fastest team at 600. Riverdale Baptist, I like it. I like it. It doesn't have to be pretty. It just has to be fast. Riverdale Baptist off the turn, down the stretch. Riverdale Baptist, I'm happy with it. If I'm coach, I'm saying, you know what? Guys, we are currently sitting 4th. Not as comfortable as I would like. Maybe we can iron out a few things coming into outdoor, but we're in 4th. We're in 4th right now. That's a good spot to be. Let's see where we fall. But this is absolutely brutal qualifying. There's that crew, Wallingford Panthers, Lentney Knights. Bubble time at 1:28.67. That is lane number 5. The Knights very comfortable through the opening 200. Now good tangent coming into the turn. But our chase duo, they're moving quick. They're catching up. Everyone's going to be in it as we come through halfway. Oh, that is not what you want to see. Not what you want to see at all. Because 44.37, that was fast enough to potentially make the final. We were on pace halfway, but now we're in a different order. We no longer have the Knights in contention here. Final exchange, bell lap, and we are led by the Crozet crew. But the Panthers coming on strong. The Panthers now into the lead. It'll be the Panthers around the turn. The Panthers will take heat number 9, but they'll be on the outside looking in. $129.66. O'Connell Track Club. Jerome Track Club out of Ohio, Clinton High School, AOA, and Amherst Steel. Your field, heat 10 of 17. And this is heat 10 of 17. Good start here. Again, it's going to come down to a few thousandths of a second. So we have to get every thousandth here. And I really like this race out of lane number 4. Clinton High is looking very strong. Amherst Steel, obviously one of the favorite teams to take this heat. But Clinton High will be your leader at the break. Amherst Steel, a big push to pull into the lead coming around the turn. Amherst Steel, 44.83. 44.83. It's going to take a big back half here by Amherst Steel. Amherst Steel coming around, coming into the final exchange. Amherst Steel taking the bell. Amherst Steel 67.95. Let's see if they can do it coming around the turn, opening up the stride, looking strong, now turning towards home. Amherst Steel coming, stopping the clock, but it'll be on the outside of qualifying. Amherst Steel. So we are now on to heat 11 of 17. Bubble time, 128.67. It is North Track currently in the hot seat. If you want to keep an eye on qualifying, you can head to live.athletic.net. You can see all of the results, all of the splits that we have. Just keep an eye on it. Academy Charter Track Club, Osborne Park Track Club, Tech Track Club, South Riding Running Club, and House of Sales. Lane number 5, South Riding Running Club. Out well, now in the lead, South Riding Running Club. Your early leader. Nice exchange. Clear of the field. Coming on strong, that is Osborne Park Track Club. Break for the rail. Comfortably in the lead. Again, we've talked about how important it is to avoid the chaos here. This is a crowded race. This is very crowded here. But South Riding Running Club, clear of it. But now Osborne Park is closing in. South Riding Running Club was out very quickly, but Osborne Park making it up now into the lead. This is it. It is going to come down to the final leg. Here it is. It'll be the bell lap. Osborne Park, 66:29. That is on pace to qualify. So Osborne Park, South Riding Running Club. This is going to come down to the wire here. Like I said, it is going to come down to a thousandth of a second to make this final. And at the line, Osborne Park will be. Waiting to see what that official time was. I don't want to get it wrong here. Bubble time is 1:28.67. $1:28.55 for Osborne Park. So they're currently the last team in. Currently sitting in the hot seat at 1:28.55. Nice replay there of the finish. That'll be the last team in as of right now, but we still have quite a bit of running. Bubble time is 1:28.55. We still have in Heat 12, Wizard Track Club, Garnet Running Club, West Springfield, Virginia, Hoover Elite, and Abington Track Club. Your field for Heat 12 of 17. Really liked that start there from Abington Track Club. Out of the blocks well, but now making up the ground, that is Hoover Elite. Hoover Elite now in the lead. It'll be Hoover Elite at the exchange. Hoover Elite. And now this is the fastest party on the planet. So, when we talk about the times here, we know they're going to be fast. These are fast athletes here in the Championship Boys 4x2. How fast is it going to be? Well, if we want to take a guess at how fast this is going to end up, Archbishop Carroll, 1:25.22, is currently the U.S. #1. And Wizards Track Club trying to make some magic happen, 43.92. Wizards Track looking for magic here, coming in to the final exchange. Wizards Track Club still with the advantage, but now wide. Hoover Elite in second. Wizards Track Club 66.63. 66.63. Wizards Track Club looking for the magic here, but Hoover Elite into the lead. Hoover Elite, what a monster anchor. Woo! Hoover Elite, 1:28.66, but man, oh man, we have the best in the nation here because 1:28.66 is going to be on the outside looking in. That's right, 1:28.66 will be on the outside looking in. Just to put into perspective how fast these athletes are running. 1:30 could win a lot of state meets. 1:28.66. Sorry, you're not dancing in the final. Mari Track Club, Nyack Track Club, New Trier Chicago, KTC, and the Blazing Bobcats lining up for heat 13 of 17. I like KTC right now. KTC, a really good turn here. Dangerously close to that line, though. KTC. KTC now in the lead. It'll be KTC, but now in lane number 3, Nyack Track Club. Nyack Track Club pulling the field around. 44, waiting for the official split, but New Trier Chicago 44.05, KTC 44.45. And here it is. This is going to be the determining factor here. This turn and exchange is really what's going to decide if any of these teams can make the final. 128.55, the time to beat. There is the bell. Down the backstretch, KTC. Wow. A really good backstretch. Now KTC pulling away on the turn. Keep an eye on the clock. We know what they need to do. 128.55, and they're in. They're on the inside. $127.55 for KTC. So that moves our bubble to 128.42. Again, we've talked about how fast this is going to be. We know that it's going to be tight, and now we're really getting down to what I talked about, where it's going to be a few hundredths, maybe a few thousandths to get into that final, because West Centennial Track Club, 128.40. The Carolina Cavaliers, 128.42. So 2 100ths between 7th and 8th right now. And we have a lot of very capable teams coming up, including the teams in this section. New Providence, Hunterdon Central Track Club, the Whippets Track Club, and Minisink Track Club. Again, all more than capable of making that final. Really liking the start there from Minisink Track Club. Out of the blocks well. Whippets now coming on strong, but it will be Minisink with the lead at the moment. Now Whippets into the lead. Whippets down the stretch. Again, let's look at this exchange. Any of these teams brave enough to go blind? And they're both going to go blind. So Minisink and Whippets, the blind exchange. Again, we talk about how important those hundredths or thousandths of seconds are. Minisink now in the lead. Minisink followed by the Whippets. They're together around the turn. Again, this is as expected. 5 and 6 should be our top teams. So Minisink and the Whippets. Minisink 43.75. That's what you want to see. If you're a coach saying, hey, I want to make the final, you got to be out in about 43 mid. So Minisink and the Whippets both in position as we come into this final leg. Here it is. Minisink and the Whippets racing around this final lap, looking for a lane in the final. We're 66-17 there. Woo! There it is, the big move. The Whippets coming around the turn. The Whippets, now Minisink coming back. Minisink trying to make it happen across the line. The Whippets followed by Minisink. The Whippets and Minisink 128.04. Minisink 128.26. And they're both on the inside right now. Like I said, that section more than capable of making the final. But now we're getting down to the business. Look at the qualifying list right now. If we look at the last time, and it is 128.27. Minisink is in 7th at 128.26. Riverdale Baptist 128.25. 3/100ths separate our last three teams in right now. And look at this final stretch. Mini Sync just pouring it on there down the final meters. The Whippets are in fourth right now with that 128.04. Wow. All right, here we go. XBC Track Club, Hamden Dragon Track Club, the Tigers, the St. James Academy, and Warrior Track Club. Let's keep an eye on lane number 5 here for the start. The St. James Academy. Expect to see a very, very quick block start here. And as expected, the St. James Academy out of the blocks. Well, it is the St. James Academy already into the lead. So now the St. James Academy racing the clock. Again, we need clean handoffs. It'll be the St. James Academy coming down. The St. James Academy handing off in the lead. That is a very fast opening two, but ladies and gentlemen, there is a yellow flag on the infield. And I'm not going to make any calls here. I'm not going to say, but a yellow flag. So the St. James Academy, they still need to try and run quick. But there is going to be a discussion after. So it's the St. James Academy. They were 43.10 at 400. So it's the St. James Academy, the second fastest team at halfway. The Sprint Factory, the only faster team, 42.98. At halfway. It is the St. James Academy clear of the field, but again, they had that yellow flag. So they're running one of the fastest times of the day, but there's going to be a conversation. The St. James Academy down the backstretch, coming into the final turn. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a quick one. This is the race. The St. James Academy off the turn, coming down the stretch. The St. James Academy. Woo! 1:25.39. That is the top time of the day. We're going to look at the replay. The St. James Academy, 1:25.39. Waiting to see if we have that replay because, again, the yellow flag did go up. They are the top qualifying time. And we're not going to know, I guess, for a little bit here, whether that'll stand. So now it'll be heat 16 of 17. Some more fast teams lining up. Rams Track Club, Bergen Catholic, Grassfield Track Club, Bergen Catholic, and LaSalle Academy. Right, lane number 3, that's Bergen Catholic, adjusting the blocks. Again, we saw that pedal slip earlier out of lane number 5. So Bergen Catholic, I think making the right decision there, saying, hey, I'm not ready yet. Let me get these blocks right. Because again, it's going to come down to maybe 1,000th of a second here to qualify for the final. Unofficially, the bubble time, 1:28.26. The St. James Academy, the fastest time of the day so far, 1:25.39. 1:25.39. That is the second fastest time in the United States. Again, there was a yellow flag, so we're going to wait and see. But now on the track, our penultimate section. And we're going to have a race here. LaSalle Academy and Bergen Catholic. Bergen Catholic, 2 teams in this section. I should say 2 teams from Bergen Catholic in this section, but it is LaSalle Academy and Bergen Catholic battling for the top spot. LaSalle Academy, Bergen Catholic. Perfect exchange by LaSalle. That is what you need. You want to make a final, you need a stick like that. LaSalle Academy, Bergen Catholic. Bergen Catholic running very well here. LaSalle Academy, 42.89. Oh, that is the fastest opening yet. And we're neck and neck. Ladies and gentlemen, it is race time. It is showtime. Let's do it one more time here at the track at New Balance. LaSalle Academy by on the outside. It is LaSalle Academy and Bergen Catholic 1 and 2. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is LaSalle Academy's world, and we are just living in it. LaSalle Academy down the stretch. Final 10 meters across the line. LaSalle Academy. Excuse me. That was Bergen Catholic. Very impressive. A 20.87 anchor. 1:25.58. 1:25.58. That is the second fastest team behind only the St. James Academy. But again, yellow flag for the St. James Academy. Still waiting to see where that goes. But Bergen Catholic, 1:25.58. And here is the show. Here is what we've been waiting for. It is Danbury Track Club, the Spirit of Pre, Unity Track Club. In lane number 5, you might know this name, Archbishop Carroll out of Washington, D.C. They're currently your U.S. #1 mark. At the Virginia Showcase, great Nolan Jez production, they ran 1:25.22. And Deptford Township, I would never count out Deptford Township. So this is going to be a spicy one. It's green card. We're going to stand them up. We're going to let everyone calm down, get the jitters out, reset your blocks. That is Unity Track Club in lane number 4, resetting the blocks, making sure that they're good to go. Again, we saw that pedal slip earlier. You don't want that. You want to make sure that your pedals are good, you're ready to go. You earned a lane here at the fastest party on the planet. Make sure your blocks are good. Get them right, get them ready, and let it rip. All right, Deptford Township, a great start. So Deptford Township, early leader. Archbishop Carroll out of Washington, D.C., top team in the nation this year. Now they're into the lead. So it'll be Archbishop Carroll and Deptford Township together at the exchange. Archbishop Carroll, a good stick. I like it. Archbishop Carroll, Deptford Township 1 and 2. Archbishop Carroll at the break. The tangent, now they're in control of the rail, the pace, and the race. Archbishop Carroll clear of the field. Archbishop Carroll now just looking to get the stick around the track safely. Archbishop Carroll through halfway, 41.92. It is Archbishop Carroll way out front. Deptford Township trying to come back, but it'll be Archbishop Carroll looking to set the top time here at New Balance Nationals, indoor and in the nation. Archbishop Carroll coming into the final exchange. Archbishop Carroll, a great final stick. They are clear of the field. Archbishop Carroll, 63.92 at 600. By far the fastest opening 600. Archbishop Carroll around the turn. The race for the top qualifying mark. The race for the top seed, Archbishop Carroll out of Washington, D.C. 1:25.15. That is the fastest time in the United States of America. Archbishop Carroll out of Washington, D.C., anchored by a 21.23 to run 1:25.15. They're your top qualifiers. And with that, your qualifiers for the final. Well, let's watch the replay first. Look at this start here. A good start out of lane number 4, but then Archbishop Carroll never looked back. They started in lane number 5. They went to the front of this race, and they never looked back. Archbishop Carroll, your top qualifying time at 1:25.15. Makes the final bubble time 1:27.94. It'll be Team War, KTC, Deptford Township, LaSalle Academy, Sprint Factory, Bergen Catholic, the St. James Academy, and Archbishop Carroll. Again, assuming that everything stands, those are your qualifiers. 1:27.94 to make the final. And with that, I pass it off to Serenity Douglas, coming up from interview duty on the infield, now ready to carry you through the girls' championship 4x2 prelim. Welcome back, Serenity.
Well, thank you, Twist. I'm happy to be back. I mean, these ladies are off. We have 17 sections, just like the boys. We have the St. James Academy in 2. We have XBC Track Club in 3, Mustangs in 4, Bloomfield in 5, and then Forge in 6. And right now, getting a really great start is Bloomfield out of lane 5. And they're going to hand off first. Now, if I have these heat sheets correctly, Bloomfield Track Club, that Sapphire Brown who's running second leg, and she just got done long jumping. So she literally went straight from the pit, straight to the, and right behind them is Mustang Track Club. Those first two came through in 50.37, but those leaders came through in 49.90. All right, the final exchange. It's still all Bloomfield Track Club. Bloomfield is killing it right now. Look at the gap that they have just formed ahead of the rest of the field. They're going to come in running 1:40.39. They're going to take section 1 out of 17 for the 4x200. That final leg was Deasia Duncan. And right behind them was XBC Track Club with 1:42.08. Let's take another look at it, though. Look at the gap that Deasia Duncan had on the rest of the field. She looked so confident coming through the line. We're going to see if their time will be able to stick to make them into the final. It's always really difficult when you have 17 sections of an event, and you're in one of those earlier sections. You're running your heart out because you really want to make it into the final, but you don't have the luxury of having the competition all in the same heat as you. So you got to run your heart out and hope that your time is just able to stick. As we are heading into section number 2, we have Duxbury Track Club, Corning, West Centennial, Courageous, and Premier. All right, and a clean start. These ladies are off. Still pretty even with about 100 in. But moving really well on the outside right now is Courageous Track Club. And also Premier, looks like that's Alani Dennis. And the first exchange was almost even, but it would be Courageous who ends up handing off first. But Premier is still in the lead. A nice little advantage of having that outside lane as these second leg ladies now cross in. Courageous now trying to make a move. Hand it off to her teammate. It'll be Premier right now. And that first 400 was 50.01. And then Courageous with 50.15. That's Ayana Guttrick from Premier Track Club. As they're about to head into that final exchange. That's all Kaylin Jackson from Premier. She's looking to open up the gap that they have now made on Courageous Track Club. But moving really well right behind her is Kaylin Ivy, hunting her down. And here she comes, Courageous Track Club, using that bank to her advantage. And Courageous is going to take section 2. Looks like that was Melise Brown. That was 1:39.68. That's now the fastest time. And right behind them was Premier with 1:40.22. Let's take another look at it, though. Here's the start. And they handed it off to their lad's legs. And she brought it home for Courageous Track Club. They now have the fastest time. The time to beat is now 1:39.68. As we now head into section number 3. In lane 2, it's Medford. Lane 3 is the Western Carry. 4 is IMG Elite. 5, Windsor. And 6, Guilderland. All right, and these ladies are off. Section 3 of 17, moving really well out of lane 4. That's IMG Elite. They have the darker blue top, but moving well to her outside in the lighter blue top. That's Windsor Track Club. They're pretty even coming down that home stretch. Who's going to hand off first? Looks like it's IMG Elite who hands off first. Looks like that's Nia Watkins, moving really well down the home stretch. And IMG hands off first. They're out of Florida. She hands off to Regan Clutter. But Windsor is still chasing. Anything could happen. They still have one more leg left. But right now, Regan Clutter run a really great leg. And she hands off to her teammate. Priya Wilson from IMG Elite anchoring this relay. Does she have enough track left, and does she have enough speed to take this one home for section 3? And it looks like she does. She's about 10 meters ahead. 1:39.55. IMG now takes the fastest time. All right. We're headed into section number 4 out of 17. All right, section 4 out of 17 is Hillsboro Red Devil Nation, Riverdale Baptist. And right now leading out in lane 6 all alone is Riverdale Baptist. Looks like that's Alea Martin. but they're hunting her down. Now the time to beat is 1:39.55 from IMG Elite that was seen in the last heat. But right now it's all Riverdale Baptist. They come through the 400 at 51:32. I don't think it'll be faster, but they're still moving pretty well as they now have one more leg to go. All right, final exchange for Riverdale Baptist. And it's all Riverdale Baptist. And this one is tight now. Coming up to Riverdale Baptist is outside. Looks like that was Red Devil Nation, and they're going to take it with 1:43.05. That time won't be enough to put them in the lead, but still a really great run. All right, we're heading into section number 5. We have Springbrook, Winslow, Greenwich, Penridge, and Wolverine. And these ladies are still pretty even. That's the thing about these 4x2s is that they hand off staggered, so it's hard to tell who's technically in the lead until they hand off the baton. But moving pretty well to the inside. Looks like that's Winslow Township, but leading right now. It's still Wolverine. That's Wolverine Track Club. That's a Ivana Ane. Coming through the 400 at 50.17. But she's getting that pressure. But now coming up for that final exchange, things got kind of crazy. But it's still Wolverine Track Club. Look at Wolverine Track Club moving really, really well right now. All right, she's coming down the home stretch. Will she be able to beat the fastest time we've seen so far? It was a good run, but it was not enough to take the rank. That was 1:40.68.
Who's coming up to take up the mic?
All right, this start will stall just a little bit for a high jump. The high jump competition has been heating up. It's a competition between Will Noren and Ryan Buskey. They're going height for height at 7.5 meters. And they have been going bar for bar. The crowd is into it. We will be seeing national marks. But we're heading back to the track for section number 6 of the championship girls 4x2. We have Tritos, Carolina Cavaliers, Batalnai Knights, Lancaster City Track Club, and Griffin's Track Club. But we got to take a look at this crazy high jump competition. This is the boys championship high jump. And he will not get it. So it is now Ryan Buskey. He has jumped 215, 7.5 meters. 7.5 feet, excuse me. But we're headed back to the track. For the girls 4x2, they have now handed off. Looks like it's Lancaster Track Club in the lead right now. They ran 49.68 for the first 400. They are moving. It is all Lancaster. Now, this is the Lancaster I know about. It's pronounced Lancaster out of Texas, but some say Lancaster if you're not in Texas. But they're moving really, really well right now. She's coming down the final home stretch. What will the time be? The time to beat is 1:39.55. Will she do it? Fantastic run, but this is 1:40.93. A really good run from Lancaster City Track Club, and she's happy with it. But we're going to skip back over to the championship boys high jump. This has been an absolutely fantastic competition. We're going to take a look at it. It's the boys championship high jump. Just a reminder that it is track and field, so trying to show some love. This is Ryan Buskey. Oh, it will not be enough. That was 2:15. That's 7 feet. But what a fantastic competition from the both of those athletes. All right, but we're back trackside. Section 7 out of 17. These ladies are off. Looks like there's a pretty big gap. Looks like Elizabeth Seaton is not there, but Upper Darby, out of lane 6, is moving really well. But like I said, with these handoffs, because the handoffs are staggered, you can't really tell exactly who's leading until they actually hand off to their teammate. And it looks like it will be Upper Darby who hands off to Jay Powell. She is now getting some competition as they're about to head into their third leg. But they still were able to hand off first. Looks like that's Jones from Upper Darby. And it's still Upper Darby. That's to Jay Powell. No, excuse me, that's actually Messiah Jones. She is now about to hand off to her final leg. They were through 600 at 1:16.85, which is moving. And they have now opened up that lead for about 5 meters. They're hunting her, but it's still Upper Darby. All right, that was 141.96. That puts them in 7th. Still, the leading time is from IMG Elite, who was seen in heat number 3. But we're going to check in with some more field events. Here's the boys' championship shot put. And this is what I love about this track. They have their own section for the throwers. They have stands and everything for all the fans to see. All right, heading back over to the track. This is now section 8 out of 17. It's Trotter, St. Charles, Nittany, Grassfield, and Riverdale Baptist. Running well out of lane 3, that's St. Charles. She has opened up her lead completely. She was able to get over real clean into lane 1. And it's all trotters. Correction, St. Charles. 50.92. All right, they're now heading into the final exchange. Oh, looks like she got caught up in the rail a little bit, but she was able to catch herself. And she's still trying to power through that finish line. The St. Charles was 142.37. Then second is Grassfield Track Club, 143.25. Yeah, like you saw her stumble just a little bit. We're going to take another look at the exchange. The exchanges were really smooth. I will say something you see for the ladies as opposed to the men is that the ladies' handoffs are pretty smooth. Not as much drama. All right, we're about halfway there. A little over halfway there now, heat 9. All right, the time to beat is 1:39.55, but the bubble time, just to keep you guys' mind on that as well, is 1:42.05, held by Griffins. All right, these ladies are off. It's Connecticut, Paramus Catholic, Hampton Dragon, and Archbishop Spalding. Moving really well in that outside lane is Archbishop Spalding. And it'll be a pretty even exchange. And now finally starting to make up a stagger. To her inside is Hamden Dragon. And she has now opened up their lead for about 5 meters. As she is now seeing her teammate about to hand off to third leg. It's the Dragons. They came through 400 meters at 50.71. And they're still moving really well. As she now sees her teammate and they're going into the final exchange. Pretty clean handoffs. They're 1:16.64 through 600. It's still the Hamden Dragon Track Club commanding this race. They're looking to beat 1:42.05. And will they do it? Oh, they'll be just outside of it with 1:43.40. That'll go down to 1:43.39. We're going to head back to shot put. They're ending round 5. Right now our leader has already set a meet record. His name is CJ Williams from Momentum Throws. But on your screen right now, who just threw, looks like that's Colin Sturgis. He's sitting in third right now. He set a new U.S. number 5. So all of these shot putters have just been killing it. But right now your leader is still CJ Williams, who ended up passing his second, third, and fourth throw. But he's leading with 20.54. That's 67 feet. Now, if you want to continue to keep up with these results, make sure you guys go to athletic.net. So we're now heading back to the track for Girls Championship 4x2. We're now in section number 10. It's Odessa, Newton North, Archbishop Carroll, Maury, and the St. James Academy. All right, they're going 1, 2, 3, 4. And now moving up, making good gains. That's Maury Track Club. They're trying to come up on the St. James Academy, but she says absolutely not. She gets over first. As they're about to hand off to their third leg. It's getting tense down here. A beautiful handoff, seamless. That's Italia Mason running really well, but she is being hunted down by Maury Track Club. All right, the final exchange. A little stutter with that handoff, but they're looking pretty good. The time to beat is 1:42.05. It's still all St. James Academy. But looking really good behind her is Maury Track Club trying to hunt her down. Will she do it? And no, she will not. Raya Cooper was able to hang on. 1:38.65. That is now the fastest time to beat. And right behind her, Maury Track Club was 1:39.18. And look at that finish from Raya Cooper. And they just stamped themselves as now the fastest time. All right. As you guys can see, we're back to the championship boys shot put. We're down to our final 7 throwers. Still leading is CJ Williams. It looks like that was Jackson Kurth from Kerrville, Texas, on his 6th attempt. He's trying to throw himself into at least the top 3. As we're waiting for these results of that throw. Like I said, the leading throw is still CJ Williams, who threw 20.5. And he set a meet record. All right, that last throw from Jackson Kurth was 1880. Won't be enough to get him into the top 3. Right now, about to throw is Joseph Mecalini. Well, he's happy with it. That was his final throw. And there's also a battle on the track going on right now. In heat 11 of 17 for the 4x2. But man, what can I say about these boys championship shot put competition? The meet record was set on his very first throw by CJ Williams for momentum throws. Right now on your screen, that's Colin Sturgis. He's out of Pennsylvania. Will it be enough to set him over that 20.54 mark? He's sitting in 3rd right now. All right, we're going back to the track. CJ Williams was still from Frisco, Texas. He passed on the rest of his throws. I wonder if he'll come back for that final throw. But right now, about to make his final throw is Nicholas Ashjar. Can he take down CJ Williams? Ooh. All right, then these are off for the 4x200. But here's your leader in the shot put ring right now. That is CJ Williams. He's a senior out of Frisco, Texas. He set the meet record with his very first throw, mind you. He's looking to improve it. Ooh, he takes a little tumble. He's committed to Ole Miss. He's going to be a Rebel in the fall. And my gosh, has he had a meet. He set the meet record in his first throw. All right, but we're heading back to the track. Looks like it's Motor City Track Club in the lead right now. That's Aubrey Douglas. Motor City always brings out such a great group of athletes. As this Union Catholic, as this Easton area, these times are continuously getting faster. And this is just the prelim. Look at the gap that she has opened up. Nobody else is even in camera shot right now. That is all Aubrey Douglas anchoring her relay to victory. And that is now the time to beat 1:38.04. They are going into the final in the lead. If their time holds up, that was just section 12 of 17, so we got to see. And what a fantastic run for Motor City Track. But here is that winning throw That is CJ Williams from Momentum Throws. This was his first and only attempt. I mean, when I throw like that, that would be my only attempt too. That's 20.54, 67 feet. He's going to be a rebel in the fall. Fantastic throwing competition from those guys. All right, we're heading back trackside. We have Needham, DF3, West Orange, and Westlake Village Lions. And making up the stagger already out of lane number 4. Looks like that's West Orange Track Club. Handing off to Celeste Owens. Opening up that lead. She's able to comfortably merge over into lane 1. That's always a good sign. She's opening up her lead, but these ladies are chasing her. A lot can happen with 2 legs to go. They are going to hand off first, though. But it's still all West Orange. But Westlake Village is coming up strong. Looks like some things happened with the rail a little bit, but that is none of West Orange Track Club's concern. They're coming up on that anchor leg. It's all West Orange Track Club. They're looking to beat the bubble time of 1:40.68. Will they be able to do it? Really great run, 1:41.42. That will be just outside of the bubble. All right, we're heading into section number 14 of 17 here at the track at New Balance. We have some DMRs coming up next, and then some SMRs, so a lot of relay action tonight. And for these lane assignments, lane 2 is West Springfield, and then Crofton in 3, MTC in 4, St. James Academy in 5, and then Scorpions in 6. These ladies are off and moving really well. It's the St. James Academy. She made up the stagger already with a 150 in. It's all about who hands off first. And they were able to hand off first. It's kind of like she was asking her teammate, wait for her, don't take off too fast. They're going to be able to very comfortably get over. As they're now going into their third exchange. Oh, looks like some drama happened with the baton exchange, but our eyes are all on St. James Academy Track Club. They came through the 400 at 48.53. This is going to be fast, guys. All right, they're now on their anchor leg. Just St. James Academy, this is all theirs. And it is all St. James Academy. Easy. And that is the new top time for them. 1:36.97 from St. James Academy. She's pretty pleased with it. We're hoping that that time can stick as we now have about 3 more sections of the 4x2. We are now in section 15. So the bubble time is now held by Bloomfield Track Club. It's 1:40:39. Looks like lane 6 will be empty right there on your screen. And lane 2, that's Lower Maroon Athletics. All right, and these ladies are off. Lower Maroon Athletics in 2, Milton in 3, Dunbar in 4, Clayton in 5. And out there by herself is Clayton Track Club, but moving really well on the inside in that white top is Lower Maroon Athletics. Who will hand off first? Looks like Milton will actually get the handoff first, but Clayton Track Club is still well into the lead. And it's all Clayton. No competition right now. It's just them versus the track because they're looking to beat the time of 1:40:39. Not having competition is not always the best thing, especially when you're looking at making it to the final and you still have a couple heats to go. They came through that 400 with 49:39, which is pretty good. As she now hands off to her anchor leg. That's London Atkinson. And the rest of the field isn't even in camera shot. It's just them versus the time. Will they be able to do it? Run their way into the top times. Very commanding run, 1:39:41. That goes down to 1:39:44. That takes them up to 5th, which is a pretty good spot given the fact that we have 2 more heats. So will their time stick? Clayton Track Club, 1:39:44, and then Dunbar, 1:44:93, which will not take them into the top 8. Now the bubble time is being held by Premier at 1:40:22. And lane 2 will be empty. We have Lexington Elite in 3, Montgomery in 4, Mount Verde in 5, and then Patriot in 6. Mount Verde always brings out a pretty great squad. If you guys can remember, they had sprint phenom Deja Hodge, who is now at UGA. They've always had the best of the best sprinters out here. Looks like this year is no different as they're making up the stagger pretty well. Now, getting the first exchange, she handed it off to Adriana Rodriguez, opening up that lead as she now has the freedom and the will to cross over into lane 1 pretty easily. They are racing against the time right now because nobody is close to them. That's all Adriana Rodriguez. And she hands off to Nakira Hudson. They came through that 400 at 48:67. That is fast. They know what time they have to beat. There's still one more section of girls behind them, so they're looking to race themselves into the lead. It's all Mount Verde Academy. Looks like on that anchor leg is De'Asia Reed. That last leg was 23.99. These girls are blazing. All right, keep your eye on the time. (1:37.55). That now moves them up to the second fastest time. It is safe to say that they are into the final as of right now. We still have one more section left. But because Mount Verde Academy just raced themselves into the second fastest time, they should be in a pretty cozy spot. But anything can happen. Still one more section to go. And lane 3 and lane 6 will be empty, but we have Trinity Track Club, Elizabeth Seton, and Bullish Track Club. Now, Bullish is a fantastic team. They're home to Quincy Wilson, but this team of Maya Rendell, Ada Joseph, Kennedy Brown, and Cassidy Hopkins, that quartet alone is really fast. They set the current national record of 134.26 last year. Now, they might have switched up some of their runners. It looks like she just handed off to Soleil Russell, sister of Masai Russell. And that's all Soleil Russell right now running that second leg for Bullish Track Club. And they're just killing it right now. And she handed it off to Dwyer. Yes, so Bullish Track Club did switch up their order, probably for the prelim. When you have a team as big as Bullish, they are able to do that. That is Malaya Dwyer. But she's being hunted down right now by Elizabeth Seton Track Club. But on that final leg, looks like it's Kennedy Brown, who was a part of that national record-setting relay just last year. The bubble time was 1:39.68. And I will say right now, they are moving really well. And here they come. The final 20 meters, 1:38.70. And that makes it so that is the 5th fastest time. Bullis is into the final. So we're going to take a look at that final for the final standings, that top 8. It goes St. James Track Club at 1, Mount Verde at 2, Motor City at 3, St. James again at 4, Bullis at 5, Maury at 6, Clayton at 7, and IMG Elite that was seen all the way in section number 3 will get into the final of 1:39.55. But on your screen right now, that is Kennedy Brown from Bullis. Bullis switched up their order a little bit for that prelim. But now some more relay action as we are now heading into the championship boys distance medley relay. I'm going to hand it back over to Mark Davis and Dave Milner.
All right, folks, so we're getting ready for the first of 4 sections of this boys distance medley relay. Mark will be joining us in just a moment. He's putting on his headset on. We have 16 teams ready for this first section. We should be getting faster as we go. So our 16 teams in this first section are as follows: Newton North, Lancer Track and Field, Windsor Track Club, Manalapan Track Club, Quakers Track Club, the Dashing Dragons, Watchung Hills, Fairport, Shipley, St. John's Preparatory Track Club, Cedar Crest, Chomp City, Parker Charter Central Track Club, Corning Track Club, Gonzaga Eagles, and the Carolina Cavaliers. Carolina Cavaliers, better known as Cuthbertson High School out of Waxhaw, North Carolina, are regulars here. In fact, their female counterparts are the national record holders in the girls' DMR. So nice clean start. This is section 1 of 4 of the boys distance medley relay. If you're unfamiliar with the DMR, they run the following distances: 1,200 meters, then 400 meters, then 800, and then finishing with 1,600 meters. So for a total of 4,000 meters, 2.5 miles. So it looks like Shipley Track Club is your early leader, and we think that's Leo Viscardo. So coming around to the completion of 400 meters, pretty swift opening pace. They're through in 62 seconds. So right around 4:08 mile pace. So if you're just tuning in to hit a runner space, we just started the DMR, so we've got 4 boys sections, getting faster as we go, and then the girls will follow that. So St. John's Prep have moved into the lead. So we are almost 700 meters into this first leg. So if you can see just at the bottom of your screen the green pacing lights, they are set for 10:26 for this first heat. So next time they come around, they'll have 1 lap remaining before they hand off to the quarter milers. Right around 2:41 at 1,000 meters. So 1 more lap for these boys. The 400 meter runners are waiting in the wings. And this is always a fun handoff because you see these 1,200 meter runners that are kind of dying, and the 400 meter runners that are taking off at speed of lightning by comparison. So a nice clean handoff, and it's let's see what that opening split was. .312 opening split. So Gonzaga Eagles out of DC, leading the way currently. So quarter mile is finishing up. They're going to hand off to the 800 meter runners. It's Manalapan that are in the lead. That was a 50.03 split for them, following a 3:13 opener. Manalapan have about a 18-20 meter lead over a chase pack of 5. Manalapan looking pretty good right now. Nice and controlled running here. And that lead, he really hasn't changed very much. Corning Track Club are leading that chase quintet, but they're about 25 meters back now. So a little over 100 meters left for these half milers before they hand off to our anchor runners. And that lead by Manalapan getting eaten into a little bit now. Now it's down to about 13 meters or so. Manalapan Track Club are going to be first to hand off to their anchor. Clay Stevens with the stick for Manalapan. He's the one with the target on his back. So Clay Stevens out in front, looking controlled. He's got himself about a 15-meter lead. Looks like St. John's Prep and Corning are the two teams that are in pursuit. That's a 61 opening quarter for Stevens. So we are 600 meters in to this ankle leg. Manalapan, the lead is about 12, 13 meters. It's Corning in second and St. John's Prep in third, and a big gap back to fourth place. And that's Watchung Hills currently occupying fourth. So we'll get an eyeballed 800-meter split here for our anchor runner Stevens. Slow down a little bit, about 2:07.5 through halfway. So chugging along at 4:15 pace. So when Clay Stevens enters the home stretch now, he'll see 3 on the lap indicator board, meaning he has 600 meters remaining. It looks like he's pulled away a little bit, looking strong. It's Clay Stevens leading from Manalapan for Corning in second place. It's Nick Ferratella on anchor duty. Two to go now, a little under 400 meters. And Clay Stevens has himself about a 25, 30 meter lead now. And Manalapan sitting pretty with 300 meters to go now. So entering the home stretch for the penultimate time. Clay Stevens with a stick from Manalapan, who look like they're going to get the victory here in this first section of the Boys Championship DMR. So there you see Stevens in the headband into the final turn, looking strong. He's going to bring Manalapan home for the win. 10:20.04 with a 4:16 carry. So a solid win for Manalapan. Corning did hang on to second place, a 4:22 carry for Nick Ferratella. And it looks like St. John's Prep was third. Or were they? I think Quakers Track Club came in third, 10:30.92 with a 4:14 carry by Jonah Montanez. We welcome Mark Davis onto the stream now. He's going to walk you through the next heat, but that was a good start.
That was a great start. It's a solid time to put out there. We obviously expect those times to get a little faster as we get through the heats and get close to that seeded final section, but certainly a very solid time there. Good splits from all the athletes there from Manalapan. Coming up next year, we got Heat 2 of our boys DMR Championship race. Racing City, Nova, the Steed Track Club, Woods, Western Carry TC, Dobbs Athletic Association, Gladiator Track Club, Carmel Chaos Track and Field, West Windsor Plainsboro North, Hawks Track and Field Club, Bullis TC, more known for their sprinting, but we'll see how they can do here in the DMR. Davidson Distance Disciples, Regions 5 Track Club, East Lyme TC, and Plymouth Whitemar Colonials. Large fields that we have here in the distance medley, 15 teams each. And they're underway here in the second section of the DMR. We expect those lights on the track there to be set right around 10:20. But again, a lot of these athletes, not only are they racing for their team, but they're racing for their own time. They want to get a good split. Opening 1,200 meters, they're going to get a good idea of what those opening 1,200 meters were in the first heat, and going to want to try to run a little bit faster. Those were times right around 3:12, 3:13 in the first heat. So these athletes might be trying to look at getting closer to under 3:10. They want to make sure that they get their finishing time a little bit higher up on the leaderboard. Again, these opening athletes will be running 6 laps, so they've got 4 to go at this point. Still a tight pack, probably waiting for a little bit more of a kick as they get ready to hand off to the 400-meter runners in about 3.5 laps. That's Chipley TC currently in the lead there, trying to get a little bit of room on the pack. But soon we'll probably start to see some moves from some of these athletes wanting to make sure that they get their 400-meter runner off to a good start. And now that is Cedar Crest taking over the lead from Shipley. So Cedar Crest, again, trying to position themselves a little bit better than the rest of the field here as they get ready to hand off to the 400-meter runners in just a little over a lap.
In fact, I think that's Bullis in front now, Mark. Like you said earlier.
That is Bullis, yeah.
Better known for that sprinting.
much more widely known for their sprinting, but hey, runners know how to run. So here they go on the backstretch, getting ready to position themselves. We'll see at the line some of the runners shifting around so to make sure that they get a clean handoff as they come down the home stretch here. Handing off to those 400-meter runners. And that's Racing City now in front over Nova, and Bolus now in third. We expect a pretty good 400 meters from the sprinting sensation club known as Bolus. And they are making the effort to get them back into this race, closing down that distance on Nova. But it's Racing City out front. 3:09 for Racing City for that opening 1,200 meters. So again, they were looking at just that sub 3:10 time. And now Bolus getting into second, and now taking the slight lead here at the handoff. But now we're going to get the 800-meter runners underway. Racing City still holding on to that lead. Bolus coming up very close there to taking the lead. But Racing City able to hold them off. And now we'll have 4 laps from our middle distance runners here. And now Bolus taking back over the lead.
Yeah, Mark, that was a 48-7 400 split to bring Bolus right back into it.
Very impressive split there. They I'm sure going into this race, they thought to themselves, that's where we're going to get back into things, no matter what happens in that opening 1,200. And definitely running a very solid 800-meter split here as well, opening up some distance over Racing City. And that's now St. John's Prep getting into the picture here and coming up and moving into the second position with sights set on Bolus. One more lap for our 800-meter runners before handing off to our 1,600-meter runners. And Bolus still holding on to about a 5-6 meter lead over St. John's Prep TC. So here we go, final leg. St. John's Prep inching up, trying to close that gap before the handoff. Having to go wide there in lane 2. The handoff pretty close. That final stretch there for St. John's Prep gets their anchor leg right on the shoulder of Bolus.
Yeah, Hawks went 155.6 on that 800 carry to get them right back into contention and off the shoulder of Bolus.
Still tight, these two runners out in front with about a 40-meter lead.
That's Ewan Conroy on the carry for Bolus.
That's Nova in third, with more and more space getting opened up between these first two runners and our third place team currently. It looks like it's going to be a battle between these two teams, and we'll have to see if Bolus can take advantage of that lightning 400-meter time that their athlete put down there to get them up into the front here. As we approach 5 laps to go, 1,000 meters for Heat 2 here.
the Hawks, it's Jude Olson on the carry, and he just seems content just to sit on Ewan Conroy for a while.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of effort to get up onto that athlete. You would have thought if they wanted to press it, they could. But like you said, clearly just wanting to wait until possibly the last couple of laps to make the move, get a little feel for Bullis's anchor leg here, and just make it a challenge at the end.
It does look like Conroy's sort of dictating things, and every time Olsen tries to get around him, Conroy just puts in a little surge and holds him off to make him run wider.
Just that little extra effort to control the lead. .600 meters to go, and now that's Newton North, or sorry, not Newton North, Racing City back into the lead here. What an amazing anchor leg we got here. Isanovsky putting on a clinic here in the 1600 meters to come out of nowhere and take over from Hawks and Bullis, and now open up a decent lead here with 2 laps to go. Very strong mile time here.
You think he went too soon, Mark?
He may have. That was a lot of effort, and now Bullis coming back into this. Ewan Conway now making the surge, almost seamlessly kicking into the finish here, but he's still got a lap to go himself. And yeah, Racing City, a little bit too much in the middle there, but now also challenging it.
That's Region 5 Track Club, Mark.
Region 5 Track Club.
I can't wait to see their split. They were way back.
They were way back, and they really got on it, but look at Conroy. Conroy very strong here in the final 2 or 3 laps to bring Bullis team the win here in Heat 2. Like he said, an amazing split as well from Region 5 Track Club.
Yeah, I see 4:15 anchor leg for, I think that's Luke Cushing.
4:15, by far the fastest split for 1600 meters amongst the entire field. Conroy a 4:22. West Windsor anchor with a 4:17 was the closest time to that, but 4:15, a very impressive final 1600 meters.
Yeah, to your point, that's by far our fastest anchor we've seen so far. Next up on the track, we see now Conroy bringing it home for Bullis. May see confirmation of Bullis' winning time, 10:21.06, ahead of Region 5 Track Club, 10:22.92. We're getting set now for Section 3. .15 teams ready to slug it out.
Got to be thinking that some of these teams probably have an opportunity and thoughts, certainly, of trying to get into one of the top overall times. With only 4 heats, that second to last heat has always got eyes on possibly having a faster race than they came in, entered, and possibly get into that top 8.
Yeah, and to your point, I mean, what did that last team ran 10:20? Up to this point, before this meet, only 10 teams in the nation had broken that time. Now, admittedly, a lot of teams haven't actually run a DMR before they get to this meet, but still, this is pretty solid running out of these first 2 heats. fact, for a lot of teams, the New Balance Nationals is the only DMR they run during the indoor season, and they enter with composite times or, you know, times from individual performances.
Yeah, they're more used to running, 4x8s.
Right.
When you kind of combine most of the athletes that are on this DMR team, it's probably comprised of a lot of your 4x8 teams throughout the regular season. But, you get into an invitational here and there and jump into a DMR and throw in one of the 400-meter runners that want to run an extra race, and you've got yourself a decent DMR.
So the teams in this third section are Oregon Distance Project, the Valley Track Club, Carolina Cavaliers, Union Catholic, Valley Project, Red Tide, Bernard's Track Club, Lancaster Central, South Farms, St. Johnsbury Academy, Reagan Elite, Charlotte Country Day School, the Trotters Track Club, Cow Harbor, and Voorhees. So leading right now, it's the Oregon Distance Project.
And that's Valley TC in second. Obviously, Oregon Distance Project. Oregon being often known as the running mecca. Now that's Voorhees TC moving into second. But all Oregon Distance Project out in front, about 10-meter lead there.
So one more lap to go for these opening leg runners before they hand off to the quarter milers. 2:37 through 1,000 meters. You can see just in your picture right now those green lights. They're set for 10:20. That was the time to beat from the previous two heats.
So the lineup had Preston Schmidt with the opening leg, but that looks like that's Nathan Good, who is leading off in this 1,200 meters. Often sometimes the coaches will switch that 800 and 1,200 meter runner.
So Good is going to hand off with about a 2-second lead.
And that is Maxwell Miracle for the Oregon Distance Project.
Actually, Mark, I think it's Reese Haval. I spied his bib number as he's by me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good call.
He's been hunted down right now. So that's Bryce Gatlin for Carolina Cavaliers, Cuthbertson High School.
Again, a real solid 400-meter runner to really get your team up into the lead.
And Gatlin's opening up a nice lead. He's going to hand off here with about a 10, 11-meter advantage. There's a 48-9 split. Carolina Cavaliers, better known as Cuthbertson High School out of Waxhaw, North Carolina. In fact, their girls program holds the national record in the DMR. We'll see the girls DMR after these boys heats. That looks like John Weber.
It is.
Weber with a nice lead for the Carolina Cavaliers.
And the second, third, and fourth place is just constantly changing.
Nice split shot you're getting right now in the stream. You can see the gap nicely. It's about 15 to 16 meters right now.
So that chase pack consisting of Valley Project Track Club, Cow Harbor TC, and Voorhees TC coming on strong here, though, pretty solid. Cow Harbor TC trying to make a break and run down that leader as we get ready to head into our 800 leg.
No, handing off to anchors now, Mark. This is
Anchors.
This is the 800.
These were the 800s.
Yeah, anchors are away. here in a
Anchors
minute.
away. Anchors away.
So here we go, 6 minutes exactly on the clock. This is a solid time.
157.87 for the Cavaliers, 156.86 for Oregon Distance Project. So both those times very, very solid. That's Joshua Palmer for Carolina Cavaliers.
Now Oregon Distance Project now back into the lead. Looks like Oregon Distance Project made some changes to this squad, because that appears to be White carrying for them right now. Joshua Palmer has the stick for the Cavaliers. So there you see our leaders, Oregon Distance Project and the Carolina Cavaliers.
That is, in fact, Ryder White, 5th place in the boys freshman mile, and 51st overall earlier today in the 2 mile. New Oregon number 4 time with that 2 mile time of 9:13. Looks like they threw him in this anchor for Oregon Distance Project. Give him another race for the day.
Or he lost a bet.
But 15 years old, and he's been given the responsibility to take Oregon Distance Project to hopeful victory here in the second to final heat in the boys DMR.
Well, he's looking wise and strong beyond his years. So we got about 700 meters remaining now in this ankle leg, and it looks like Carolina Cavaliers is going to take the lead again. So Joshua Palmer moves into the front. And when they come around, they'll see 3 on the lap indicator, meaning they have 600 meters left.
You just wonder how much is still in this young man's legs. White for Oregon Distance Project, having run the mile yesterday and the 2 mile earlier today. And it seems like it may just be a little bit too much for him as the Cavaliers start to pull away in these latter stages of this heat.
Yeah, 3 races in 24 hours for Ryder at this level. At
Well,
any meet,
for a
that's
freshman,
tough.
yeah, for that's a lot. That's a lot, especially after a long season. And we're technically in the extended part of already what is a long season. But Palmer looking strong. Arms look solid. Stride looks solid. Hasn't really overextended his stride. So he looks pretty solid there. And the rest of the field outside of White is still about 50 meters behind, maybe 40. They're going to have a lot to do here if they want to catch him in this final lap.
Palmer looking good. Looks like the only company he has is the green pacing lights. So 200 meters left for him.
And now that pack starting to catch Ryder White. And that is
Bernard's Track Club just moved into second, Mark. But it's old Joshua Palmer. So Joshua Palmer is going to bring home the Carolina Cavaliers just outside 10:20, 10:21.13.
So all 3 of those races, 10:20, 10:21, 10:21. Very even how they set up those heats. But we suspect this final one to be a little bit more of a barn burner and faster time. One more heat to go here. And again, from heat 1, Manalapan TC currently with the fastest time at 10:20:04. And then it's very tight for the next 2 or 3 teams, all 10:21 and 10:22.
All right, Mark, we're getting set for our 4th and final section, the fast one. They're going to dim the lights, I think.
Yes, they are. Looks really nice now with a little bit darker outside.
All right, so we are almost ready to introduce our teams. So there you see our first team, Lower Merion Athletics. That's Lower Merion High School out of Pennsylvania. As we get a little bit of AC/DC going here. So it's Mazzio, Cook, Davis, and Mazzio for Lower Merion High School out of Pennsylvania, and they are going to wear a hip number 1.
And wearing hip number 2, Council Rock North High School out of Newtown, Pennsylvania. Policino, Pay, Derchuk, and Falk.
Wearing hip number 3 from Uniondale, New York. It's Kellenberg Memorial High School, better known as Firebird Track Club. Zach Paggi, Meenan, Ajanish, and Hopkins.
And then wearing bib 4, Poa TC, Paul Lawrence Dunbar High School out of Baltimore, Maryland. Falks, Meekins, Parker, and Carazana.
Wearing hip number 5 out of Virginia, it's Gainesville High School. Gavin Daniels, William Hammaker, Isaiah Foster, and Trent Daniels.
Wearing 6, Cougar Track, Chatham High School, Chatham, New York. Byrne, Tierney, Gabarra, and Valenzuela.
Wearing hip number 7 out of Birmingham, Alabama, is Vestavia Hills Track Club. Jackson Mize, Carson McInnes, Ethan Meadows, and John Hayes.
And now some local boys here. Natick High School, Natick TC, Vandervelden, Chewy, Doyle, and Bianchi.
Wearing hip number 9 is junior out of Valley Striders, better known as Mifflintown County High School out of Pennsylvania. They're currently the national leaders at 10:07:66.
Wearing 10, Bishop Hendricken TC, Bishop Hendricken High School, Warwick, Rhode Island, 10:07:66 time.
DC Cadets will wear hip number 11. That's St. John's College Prep out of DC. They're seated at 10:05, one of our faster teams here.
And the big dogs here coming in with a seed time of 9:50:19. Let's welcome Harriman TC, Harriman High School, Harriman, Utah. These are the boys to beat here. Harriman coming in ranked number 1 in this field. We're expecting a very strong performance from them, as well as DC Cadets, Bishop Hendricken TC.
And our national leaders, junior out of Valley Striders, that's Mifflintown County High School out of PA. So they've actually run a DMR. Some of these teams haven't run one yet. Harriman's 9:50 is a composite seed time, kind of an estimate, if you will. But Harriman probably come in as the favorites on paper. They are the more established, dominant national distance program.
So we're expecting, we saw times of around 3:08, 3:09 for the opening leg, 48:49 for the 400, some 156s for 800, and right around 4:17 to 4:20 for the mile. I'm thinking something like lower 3s for the 12, 48's not going to change too much. Half mile, maybe around 152, and possibly a mile times closer to 410 to 412.
Yeah. So, I mean, 10 minutes is kind of the magical barrier for a lot of these programs.
Right.
Only 7 schools have ever broken 10 minutes historically in the United States among high school teams. Just to give you a sort of an example of a 10-minute breakdown, that would be like a 305, 1200. If somebody ran a 50 for a 400, maybe a 153 and a 412, just to give you some idea of what 10 flat looks like. Our pacing lights, which you see in the shot right now, those green lights, they're set for 10:07, and that would be the U.S. national lead for 2026.
So that's Firebird Track Club taking things out early. Vestavia Hills Track Club in second. Tight pack here. It's good for this championship that there's only 12 teams. Kind of cuts things down a little bit rather than having 15, 16 teams in here all kind of bumping into each other.
Yeah. Vestavia Hills is actually the school that Ethan Strand went to, and Scott Strand, his dad, who I'm guessing you probably ran against a few times.
I ran against Scott many times and have been very, very impressed with Ethan's performances throughout his collegiate career there at North Carolina.
Of course, now he's gone on to run professionally. Pretty tight pack so far.
Looks like they're allowing Firebird Track Club here to maintain, but there is Harriman getting into position. Cameron Johnson.
So we're coming up to 800 meters now.
A lot of bumping around there into that turn as Johnson was trying to get some position.
It's not particularly fast, only 2:06 through 800 meters. So you can see we're well behind when we widen the shot, you may see the green pacing lights, but we're well behind them right now, those pacing lights for 10:07.
Johnson still having troubles there. He was getting bumped again in that second curve, having his arms up in the air, and that seemed to really affected him as he's dropped back behind all the action up front.
So now Firebird moving back into the lead. Firebird leading with a little under 100 meters left before we hand off to our quarter milers.
Mazio, though, making a challenge there for Lower Merion Athletics. Try to give them the baton there. Didn't quite give Cook enough to get into the lead for this 400 meters.
So it's a 3:05 opening split. So they did pick it up quite a little bit. In fact, they ran a 60 last 400 after a fairly sluggish opening 800.
And that's Cook. Grayson Cook, Lower Merion Athletics, once again showing the prowess of our 400-meter runners within these DMR distances and opening up a very nice distance on the rest of the field. Handing off now to Owen Davis, who's going to try to hold on to this lead for Lower Merion Athletics. DC Cadets, Ian Rosenberg. That was a 49.67 for Grayson Cook.
And he came in with a 51-second personal best. Ran out of his mind.
Very impressive. Sometimes, running for the team that, it gives you a little extra motivation. So now 3 more laps here for our 800-meter runners. And that's Firebird Track Club. Amir Ajinashi trying to hold on for second, but now loses that second position. Owen Davis still holding strong here out front. And that's Juniata Valley Striders, your pick earlier. Wyatt Kaufman trying to get them back into this race. But it's still Owen Davis holding on to the lead here. 1 lap to go here in the 800-meter leg.
So Lower Marion are going to have Nick Mazzio waiting in the wings. He's a 4:13 miler, University of Pennsylvania commit. His brother Alex led off for them and gave them a really strong start. These guys slugging it out around the final turn.
Let's see what Carter Smith from Juniata Valley can do here as well against that 4:13 PR time from Mazzio. So 1:54
for Kaufman.
For Kaufman there in that 800. Very impressive to get them up into contention. 1:56.03 for Owen Davis.
So it's Carter Smith tucked in behind Nicholas Mazzio on this final leg.
That's Firebird Track Club holding on for third. Bishop Hendricken TC. Russell on the anchor legs looking pretty good. But he's going to need to make a move soon. Mazzio and Smith still with about 10-15 meter lead over Aiden Hopkins from Firebird TC and Fred Russell, Bishop Hendricken. They're starting to close that gap a little bit. It's almost kind of like Mazzio and Smith have settled a little bit.
Right.
They're not really kind of battling, just maybe feeling each other out.
Yeah, they're really letting these other two teams right back in here. I don't think they know that these other two teams are as close as they are.
You would think they would maybe take a little peek on that giant screen here at the track and get an idea.
So it's Firebirds in 3. Is that Bishop Hendricken?
Bishop Hendricken. It's not Russell. It's Flynn anchoring for Bishop Hendricken. So now it's a 4-team race, and there's 3 other teams not too far behind who probably got eyes set on getting up into the mix here. And that is Vestavia and Gainesville.
So keep an eye on DC Cadets. They're just now latching onto the back of that pack, but for them, that's Caleb Brock, who's ran a real measured effort here. He's a 4:12 miler, and he's just now latched himself onto the back with a little over 600 meters remaining. This race is wide open.
This is wide open. I mean, it was a 2-person race 3 laps ago, and now you've got 7 teams that all want to try to win this thing. But as Mazzio still controlling from the front, it's really going to come down to who's got the strength and kick and speed here at the end. But more importantly, they need to pick up their time if they want to make sure that all of them can get ahead of those 10:20 times. And here they start to all bunch up and get ready to make moves here with 400 meters to go. Anybody's race here as they're starting to go into lanes 2.
9:07 with 400 meters left. We could see a new U.S. #1 here. If they can catch those lights set for 10:07, could see a new national lead. So Mazzio leading, but he's got people queuing up behind him. There are 6 teams right behind him.
I'm a little worried for Mazzio controlling too much in the front now. And now this explosive kick from all of these runners.
That's Smith.
There goes Smith. Carter Smith. Juniata Valley Striders with an explosive sprint with 200 meters to go. Now 100. What a finish this is for Carter Smith and Juniata Valley Striders. Wow. What a final 200 meters. Just like clicking gears and completely changing the race. In the final 200 meters there. 4:13. Final split there for Carter Smith. 10:05:09. Gainesville TC 10:07. Lower Merion Athletics 10:07. Vestavia Hills 10:07. So as you said, Juniata, having that experience of having run a DMR really paid off as opposed to just the collective times from some of these other teams.
Absolutely.
And Harriman, like you said, Harriman, that collective time to get into here ends up unfortunately finishing last.
Well, I think Harriman ended up pinning in a sort of B team of sorts. They were missing Jackson Spencer, the
Yep.
5,000 meter champion.
Yep.
I don't think that was a full strength Harriman team by any means that we saw. Also noteworthy in that race, Gainesville out of Virginia got third, and Trent Daniels clocked 4:08, which I think was the fastest.
By far the fastest
out
split.
of any of the heats.
Yes. 4:08:43. Hayes for Vestavia, 4:09. So some pretty fast splits there on those anchor legs in that final heat.
So 4:09 miler for Vestavia Hills. We have another Ethan Strand.
Possibly.
They're cooking up down in Birmingham. So you're watching the first of 4 heats of the girls DMR. Pretty fast opening clip here. It'll be about 34 seconds through the opening 200. So we've got 18 teams, big field here in this first heat. 704 Elite, Brentwood Track Club, Dobbs Athletics, DC Cadets, Bridgewater Raritan Track Club, Braintree Track Club, Lunenburg Track Club, Bobcat Track Club, Racing City, Guilderland, Shipley, the Patriot Athletic Club, Marple Newtown Track Club, Kujitola Track Club, South Farms, Warrior Mindset, New Canaan, and Top of the Hill.
All right, we're going to take it down to the track to interview Juniata Valley Striders, your DMR champions.
All right, track and field fans, I'm here on the infield with your champions in the boys distance medley relay, the Juniata Valley Striders. Incredible anchor there. It was a tight race, 6, 7, 8 teams there with 600 to go. What was going through your head?
I knew if I could just sit, I could easily, I could outkick them, so my game plan was just sit and kick.
Amazing, and the distance medley is such a dynamic race. It brings together long sprinters and middle distance runners. What is it like to be able to take to the track and not only compete, but win with this group?
This group of guys is so good. We're so deep 400 through mile. I think this event matches us perfectly because we just blend together and it just works out really well.
Amazing, and it's a long weekend ahead here. You got to refuel. Most important question, what are you eating tonight to celebrate?
Oh, I'm probably going to go steak and noodles.
Steak and noodles. This is my last day. I'm getting cheesecake. Steak and noodles.
Thank you to Coach Alex. Coach Alex is our coach.
Thank you, Juniata Valley Striders, for making this trip possible.
Amazing. Well, congratulations to your team, the champions in the boys distance medley relay.
Very good performance there from Juniata Valley Striders, getting honored there on the infield for their championship win. Meanwhile, we're back to the girls DMR Heat 1. That's New Canaan and South Farms TC out in the lead here in the early stages. We've also got Brentwood TC from Tennessee holding on for third place here. And they're getting ready to wrap up the opening 1,200 meter legs here in Heat 1.
So right about 3:45 on the clock at the first handoff, almost exactly 5-minute pace.
That's Lauren Casey taking off there for the 400 for New Cannon.
It's that 7:04 Elite that's moved into the lead.
Kayla Lanik having an amazing 400 meter split here for 7:04 Elite. Just came out of nowhere in third or fourth place and now has got about 20 meters on the rest of the field.
Yeah, I'm going to guess this is a 54 or 55 second carry here for her. Let's see what split pops up. Oh, no, 56 seconds.
Molly Barber now taking the baton for 7:04 Elite. 800 meters. And that's the biggest 400 meter split difference that we've seen even amongst the boys' races. That opened up literally 30 meters on the entire field for 7:04 Elite.
Yeah, she was the only person under 60.
Very impressive. That's still New Cannon holding on to second, but losing a little bit of ground there. You can see that lead now is right around 30, 35 meters at least for 7:04 Elite. Molly Barber. Sienna DeCanter, sister of the opening leg, Bridget DeCanter, trying to hold on here for second place, but it's all Molly Barber, 7:04 Elite, now with about 60, 65 meters on the rest of the field. Between their 400 meter runner, Kayla Lanik, and now Molly Barber, they're just making this two different races at this point.
Yeah, this team from Charlotte, North Carolina, absolutely dominant so far.
We expect Kate Willett to be anchoring for 7:04 Elite. So not too much pressure on her with this kind of lead, but you still want to run your own race, run the pace you're supposed to. So that's a good 75 meters now that they have on New Cannon and Guilderland. Sorry, not Guilderland, Brentwood TC. So it's really a race for second place here. With Brentwood TC out of Tennessee and New Cannon trying to hold on for second and third here, but all out in front, 7:04 Elite. That's Zabel there anchoring. Lina Zabel. She'll be running tomorrow evening in the girls' 800 meters. So this is a little bit of a warm-up. It's probably best that she can come out here now and just run a comfortable 1,600 meters with that 800-meter race tomorrow waiting for her.
And she's got those nerves out of the way. She's got familiar with the setup here. She knows where all her warm-up area is. It's good to have one done and dusted and then go into your individual race with one under your belt, especially if it's a relatively relaxed run like she's having here.
Well, it's kind of the most ultimate comfortable litmus test. You know, you go through the motions of warming up, figure out where it is you're going to warm up with all the crowds here around, what you're going to be eating that sits right. Zabel now with 4 laps to go, very comfortable. She looks very relaxed out there. Zabel now coming down the home stretch here. 3 laps to go. And again, I'm sure her coach is just, yelling at her at this point. It's like, look, just shake it out. You don't see her really having to strain. The other athletes are still fighting for those positions. And Zabel's just kind of out there. Now, don't get me wrong. They've cut that lead down now. Decanter's now cut that lead down to about 50, 55 meters. But with 2 laps to go, I mean, you got to figure an 800-meter runner, even if all of a sudden Decanter got within, say, 20 meters, she can just kind of change gears really quickly, Zabel.
Yeah, it doesn't appear to me that Zabel's struggling at all. She's just having a relaxed run. Her coach has probably told her to shut it down a little bit.
Yeah. Just run smart, run safe. I mean, you want the team in the end to run a good time, but Heat 1, the times that you're going to probably run, you've got other athletes running other events. Let's get a win. Let's close out the season with a team win, and then get ready for the weekend for either 800s or 400s or whatever the other distances that some of the runners are going to need to do.
So a little over 200 meters left for our leader. It's Elena Zabel from 704 Elite, the outfit out of Charlotte, North Carolina. And they're going to get the bell at 11:46.
And so that is New Cannon now challenging with Marple Newtown Track Club. And that's your second and third coming on in here. They're clear of 4th place, but it's all 704 Elite. Zabel bringing it home nice and easy, nice and smooth to get ready for her 800 meters tomorrow. And looks like Marple Newtown might have just nipped there for 2nd place. And they do. So 12:27 for 704 Elite, 12:32 for Marple Newtown. And New Cannon, leaders at one point, settling for 3rd overall in this heat.
So 2 more heats of this girls DMR. Oh, sorry, 3 more heats.
3 more
That
heats.
was-
Well,
that was
4
heat one.
heats. That fourth heat will be that ultimate championship heat with our top seeded teams. Some of those teams you'll be hearing about in that championship fourth heat: Oregon Distance Project, West Springfield, and Union Catholic. All powerhouse teams in many distance and even sprint events.
But we get set now for section 2. And we have 16 teams lining up here: Richfield, Lions, Lexington Elite, Charlotte Country Day, River City Finish, Burr and Burton Academy, Golden Flashes, Roberts Track Club, North Track, Riverdale Country Track Club, North Kingstown Track Club, Tubgater, Green Track Club, and Huntington Valley.
That looks like that's Roberts Track Club and North Track trying to pull ahead of this field early stages of this 1,200 meter opening leg. So Roberts Track Club, North Track, and then Tubgater now joining that twosome there to make it 3 runners ahead of the chase pack.
So we're halfway through this opening leg. Looks like North Track are in the lead.
Field really strung out here in this opening leg for 1,200 meters. So 2 laps to go, 400 meters. 400 meters to get yourself in the right position for that quarter miler. Madeline Metter, Tubgater sitting in second place, right off of North Track's 1,200 meter runner there. Now Metter takes the lead here in the final lap of her leg. Green Track Club now getting into the mix here. Metter trying to hold on here to give her 400 meter anchor some room and the lead. Is unable to do that.
3:44 at the handoff, almost the exact same time as in the first section. The Green Track Club was first to hand off, actually 3:43.65, 100th of a second ahead of Tubgater.
And that's Marin Grieve, Green TC. The very strong opening 200 of her 400 meters. Having to go through handoff traffic. And our leaders now getting ready to hand off here to their 800-meter counterparts. And that's Harper Schwartz, Charlotte Country Day TC. Schwartz now with 800-meter responsibilities.
So we saw a team from Charlotte, North Carolina win the previous section. Could the Queen City go 2 for 2 here?
That is Sophia Ricento from Tub Gator, trying to keep as close as she can to Schwartz here in this 800 leg to give those anchor legs a little bit of help, but they're far out ahead of the rest of the field. So Schwartz and Ricento. Schwartz with about 3 or 4 meters. And Ricento now making that move. Just over 2 laps to go here in the 800 meters. And so Sophia Ricento for Tub Gator now pulling away.
Sento looking strong, and now she has a lapped runner to chase after. It's going to help her pull away even further. Now Ricento turning on the jets. So about 60 meters left before Ricento hands off to what we think is Erin Healy on the anchor.
That is, in fact, Erin Healy. Tub Gator now getting that anchor leg handoff. About a good 25-meter lead there over Charlotte Country Day TC.
Yeah, thanks to a 2:16 carry by Sophia Ricento on that 800-meter leg. Really solid running by her.
And a lot of that was all in the last 400 meters of that leg. So very, very good split there for Ricento. Put her team in a very good position here. But we still got 1,600 meters, or now 1,400 meters. And that athlete on Healy right now is, in fact, a lapped athlete. So that's not second place behind Healy. Second place is still about a good 25, 30 meters behind Mary Reinhardt, Country Day TC.
So Healy came through the first quarter of her leg in about 74 seconds. And now that lead mark looks like it's more like 30, 35 meters and growing. So there you see Healy in your shot, leading the race. Mark's point earlier, the girl right behind her is a lap behind.
Reinhardt seemingly losing more and more time. And it's almost like Healy is able to use that athlete that's been lapped just to kind of say, okay, you know what, almost somebody's on my shoulder. It's going to keep kind of pushing me a little bit. the other athlete's probably thinking, hey, this will give me a little motivation.
Hitching a free ride here.
Yeah, right? That's North Track back into second place here. But again, 50 meters behind Healy from Tub Gator. Vanda Geiger, North Track, with a lot to make up here with 3 laps to go. I tell you what, that lead just shut down to about 25 meters in the last lap and a half. And Healy needs to really start thinking about what she's going to be able to do here in the last 2 laps, because her lead is dissipating quickly and she still has 400 meters to go.
Yeah, Erin Healy's a 5'10 runner. And she's running just about maxing out right now and holding on, but the team in third place is making very fast inroads. That's North Track in third.
North Track in second. Again, that's the lapped runner.
Oh, absolutely, yes.
Yeah,
sorry.
that's the lapped runner that was running with Healy for a while. So now that's actually North Track has cut that lead now down to about 10 or 15 meters. But perhaps a little bit too much there for North Track's anchor leg, because Healy needs to build up a head of steam here to kick.
But North Track closing with every stride.
Now going into the backstretch. North Track now trying to hunt down Erin Healy from Tub Gator. 100 meters to go.
And I think Healy overheard our PA announcer, Michael Twist, and senses this danger, but I don't know if she can do anything about it. Because North Track is coming like a freight train now with a little over 200 meters left.
Very impressive closing stage there for North Track's anchor leg to take the win there in Heat 2.
5:07 anchor.
5:07, very impressive when you consider a lot of the other runners, including Healy, running 5:19. Reinhardt for Charlotte Country Day, 5:22. Roberts TC's anchor ran 5:14. Helena Zepp from Lions TC with a 5:05 anchor leg. That's actually a little bit faster than North Track's anchor, but only able to come in about 5th place in this heat and currently sitting 9th overall. So up next on the track, we're going to have Heat 3 for our girls DMR. Finish up a couple athletes here from Heat 2, and then we'll get the girls lined up here. Heat 3, Springfield Delco TC, West Lake Village Lions, Bedford TC out of New Hampshire, Paul VI TC, Astros, Carolina Cavaliers, Guilderland TC, Falmouth TC, Clarksville Track Club, Kingston TC, Eagles Distance, Runners High, Duval Rogers Track Club, Cavalier Track Club, and Glastonbury Track Club.
All right, so Heat 3 is underway. Those pacing lights set for 12:23. That's the time to beat from the previous heat. And there you see the teams on your left-hand side of your screen. Time to beat, 12:23.68. Rogers Track Club, I think, has moved into the early lead.
It is Rogers, followed closely by Glastonbury TC, as well as Duval. So those are those top three in the early stages here. There's a strung out 5 athletes there, and then the bulk of the rest of the field about 5 meters behind. That's Rogers Track Club.
So Rogers out of Arkansas, just down the road from University of Arkansas, just outside of Fayetteville.
That's Anna Scudder representing Rogers TC, opening up a bit of a gap there on the rest of the field, about 5-10 meters. Scudder now having strong opening 1200.
Scudder's got a 4:52 mile personal best, so I would think that's probably, if not definitely one of the faster mile PBs on this first leg in this heat.
That's Braylon Cornell from Guilderland. He made a real strong surge there in that previous lap, and now has taken over the lead. Put Guilderland in front. Cornell, Guilderland leading. Clarksville TC now also in the mix. The first 3 teams here opening up quite a big distance there from the rest of the field. That's Vermani, Lauren Vermani, Clarksville TC now in the lead. Getting ready to come into the 400-meter handoff here.
And Rogers handoff for a little cleaner handoff for Rogers than it was for Clarksville.
And that's Malaya Johnson surging well ahead here in the opening 200 meters of her 400-meter leg. Johnson getting some good distance on second place here. This will be a pretty solid 400 meters for her.
It's Nikita Moen for Clarksville, the outfit out of Maryland. But to your point, Johnson has really opened this up. So Malaya Johnson is going to hand off, we think, to Kayla Eggers for Rogers.
That is Kayla Eggers, Rogers TC. Now the responsibility of holding that lead. And that is Alyssa Matz.
Clarksville had another poor exchange, lost even more time there on that handoff.
Yeah. I mean, it's amazing how little they practice the handoff compared to obviously like 4x2s, 4x1s, even 4x4s. But a lot can be had in that handoff exchange, especially when you got a 400-meter runner coming in very fast. I think that's probably the most important is that 12 to 4, and probably even more important is that 4 to that 8.
And I think a lot of these,
the 400-meter runner is coming in very fast.
And a lot of these teams are made purely of distance teams, and it's an 800-meter dropping down to run a 400-meter. So they're not used to doing high-speed exchanges very often.
Well, either that or, the other side of it is you've got 3 middle distance runners and you've got one of the sprinters running a 400, they're doing handoffs with all the sprinters all the time.
Right.
They're doing workouts with the sprinters all the time. Distance runners are out on the trails and running up hills and what have you. And so where are they practicing that handoff?
I've definitely seen teams practicing their handoffs for the first time at the airport on the way to these meets.
I've seen them do it in the hotel lobby or hotel hallway.
Right.
When they're getting ready to go to the meet.
Yep.
But again, Kayla Eggers holding things strong here for Rogers TC. Coming down here with 1 lap to go in the 800-meter leg.
So Rogers has a lead of probably 75 meters or so now.
That's Peyton Blake of Paul, the 6th TC, and Julia Beyer, Guilderland TC, currently in 3rd and 4th, respectively. But it's all Kayla Eggers now coming on in here to exchange for the final 1,600 meters.
So it's Samantha Schmersal with the stick for
That
Rogers
is
now.
Mariella Vermani, sister of Lauren Vermani. Got a lot of sisters on the teams.
Yep.
And a lot of them doing the opening leg and anchor leg.
Yep. We saw that with the Mazzio brothers.
Yep.
For Lower Merion.
Again, I was saying earlier, it's amazing to think when a high school coach who only has the assets that happen to be the families that happen to live in the town that he's coaching, you can't recruit. You just, whoever happens to grow up in your town, that's who you get on your team. And so you're lucky if you get that one really good runner. But if you can now get a pair of sisters, or twins, or a pair of brothers, then you've got, got a dynamic duo there.
Or sometimes you get incredibly lucky where the Salmon brothers and the Young brothers all landing in the same high school.
Are you kidding me?
As with Newbury Park in California.
Yeah. So again, Schmersal with a very nice lead here for Rogers TC.
It does look like Vermani is catching up ever so slightly for Clarksville.
Five laps to go for Schmersal. Yeah, the distance definitely has been cut down now to about 35 meters, maybe 40 meters there. So Mariella Vermani having a strong 1,600 meters to at least give Clarksville TC a shot at this third heat. Halfway point here in the anchor 1,600 meter leg for Samantha Schmersal. So 800 meters to hold on to take this third heat. And again, that lead cut down by about 5 meters in that lap. But again, if she's only cutting down 5 meters a lap, 4 laps to go, 20 meters. Schmersal's got a little bit more than 20 meters. So Vermani's going to have a little bit more than just 5 meters a lap to cut down that lead.
I agree. I think she's going to run out of real estate. But there's something to be said, like once you're on the same section of the track, once you're on the straightaway, that goal seems a bit more attainable all of a sudden.
Yeah, you're not just looking across the track at the leader. You're looking straight at them at the back. And Vermani trying to make a valiant effort here as both Schmersal and Vermani are passing lapped athletes.
So we've got now 500 meters left for our leader.
Just about. That is, Giovanna Mantuana and Tegan Davis for Paul VI and Gilderlin, respectively, exchanging leads for third and fourth. Schmiersal with 2 laps to go. And that lead now about 20 meters with 2 laps to go, 25 possibly.
Now, Vermani has noticeably started her kick, but I do think she's left it too late. Or not necessarily left it too late, just had too much to do.
Yeah, she's only, I mean, if she's chipping away, it's a meter here, a meter there. And it might just not be enough here as Schmiersal gets ready to go into the bell lap. Vermani would have to have an amazing final 200 meters. Schmiersal trying to kick, overstriding a tiny bit here, which sometimes could be signs of fatigue. But she's still pumping her arms there, still with a lead of about 15-20 meters over Mirella Vermani. And it's just going to be too much for Vermani to catch up to Samantha Schmiersal as she brings home the victory for Rogers TC here in Heat 3, the Girls Championship DMR. 5:08 for Schmiersal, 5:01 for Vermani. So that is, so far, we'll see some of the other athletes coming in. Fastest time, fastest anchor leg that we've seen. Lauren Parrott from Glastonbury, 5:03, a 5:02 for Cavaliers anchor. So again, Mirella Vermani doing just about all she can, running almost a 5-minute mile, but just wasn't enough, especially after those 400 and 800 legs from Johnson and Eggers, respectively, for Rogers.
Yeah, it was an impressive run by Vermani. Just had too much to do to overcome that kind of margin. But Rogers Track Club, there you see confirmed as your winners of Section 3, 12:08.17. Clarksville Track Club, 12:13.03. And Glastonbury, 12:23.69.
So that gives Rogers Track Club the top time. Clarksville second and North Track third. But it's time, or just about time here now, for our championship heat in our girls DMR. And again, we're going to give these athletes their due attention here. Dim down the lights, and all focus now will be on these star athletes here. As we get ready here for our championship section of the girls DMR, leading things off here wearing hip number 1 will be West Windsor Plainsboro North A team. Dixit, Yang, Lee, and Sakara. Those will be your ladies from Plainsboro, New Jersey.
Wearing hip number 2, all the way from Central Point, Oregon, is Crater High School, better known as Oregon Distance Project. Bryn Davenport, Hannah Pigman, Patty Barcelo, and Gwendolyn Van Wart.
And wearing hip 3, Carmel Chaos Track and Field out of Carmel High School, Carmel, Indiana. Taylor, Foley, Oshimura, and Foley.
Wearing hip number 4, it's Lancers Track Club out of Central High School in Philadelphia. Zeta Palermo, Sophia Mobley, Zoe Olson, and Ryder Lee.
And then wearing hip 5, Williamsport Area High School out of Williamsport, Pennsylvania.
Valley Project Track Club, whereas hip number 6, Rich High School out of Basking Ridge. The boys team actually holds a national record in the DMR.
And then 7 is South Fayette out of McDonald, Pennsylvania. DeMartini, Gibbs, Stock, and Zing. Zing has that personal best of 4:47.
Wearing hip number 8 is Cadet Distance Project, better known as Concordia Lutheran High School out of Fort Wayne, Indiana.
And now wearing hip 9, Mavericks Run Club, Sumis, Bukowski, Gentile, and Caston out of Waxhaw, North Carolina.
Wearing hip number 10 is West Springfield Track Club, West Springfield High School out of Springfield, Virginia.
And then wearing hip 11, Legacy out of Clifton Park, New York, Lynch, Coleman, Koricki, and Brucey.
And last, but by no means least, Union Catholic High School out of Scotch Plains, New Jersey. They are the national leaders in this event. And they'll have Sophia Thompson leading off, Sydney Chadwick running the quarter, Abigail Robiski, just a 9th grader, running the 800, we think. And then hopefully Paige Shepard anchoring. This is going to be interesting because they are the national leaders. They ran 11:18.75 this year. That's only 1 second off the national record set by Cuthbertson High School.
Yeah, and a 50-second time on Rogers' top time right now of 12:08.
Yeah.
So this is going to be a significant change in pace.
This is a whole different level, this heat. So we are on, national record watch here. So the record is 11:17.50 set by Cuthbertson High School, aka Carolina Cavaliers, at New Balance Nationals in 2024, when we were over at the Reggie Lewis Center for a couple of days during that meet, when we were going back and forth. It was an interesting time.
Yeah, I mean, no banks. I mean, the 400-meter runners can't really take advantage of the banks here.
So when that record was set, 3:29 was the opening split set by Justine Persano. So we'll see how this one rolls on this opening leg. And we think Sophia Thompson is leading off for Union Catholic. Union Catholic, of course, the alma mater of one Sydney McLaughlin-Lavroni.
Yes. No slouch going to a school that produced that type of athlete.
And they're just a complete powerhouse program of regulars here at New Balance Nationals, both indoor and out. Always a factor in the relays along with Bullis. It's actually Paige Shepard leading off. Interesting move.
So Union Catholic, and then that's Legacy. About 5 or 10 meters behind there after the first lap.
Mike, I really think this is going to end up being Union Catholic against the clock or against the pacing lights. They're just at a totally different level. When you've got a 2:02 800-meter runner and a 4:35 miler on your leadoff leg, I think they're going to hand off to the quarter miler with a massive advantage. So those pacing lights are set for, well, the green lights, if you can see them on your screen, are 11:17. That's a national record. The white lights are set for 11:06, which is just, well, madness.
A random madness time that they're going to try to go after.
It's just incredibly fast.
So it's Legacy's Riley Lynch trying to hold on here to Sophia Thompson from Union Catholic.
Paige Shepard just looking very, very relaxed here out in front, and she's with those whitelists. I'm guessing 11:06 was the time that the Union Catholic coach thought that they could run if all things went well. When you got a 2:02 runner on your opening leg and you have a 54-second 400-meter runner and another 2:08 100-meter runner that you can just slide in, you have so many options to play with.
And a 4:30-something anchor in the mile, possibly.
Well, no, Paige is the 4:35 miler, so she's leading off here, but I would guess that Sophia Thompson is anchoring now, and they've swapped those two around.
They've just switched that from the original lineup of Thompson leading off and Shepard anchoring. It seemed they switched that.
So Shepard coming up to 1,000 meters, so 1 lap left before she hands off.
Look at this. They've already got a 50-meter lead on the field in the opening leg. This is team against clock 100%.
And she's ahead of those white lights. Remember, those white lights are for 11:06. That's a time that would take 11 seconds off the existing national record. You're watching a remarkable performance here. Let's see if they can keep this up.
So we're suspecting that Sydney Chadwick to be taking this baton here for 400 meters. And it is, in fact, Sydney Chadwick now with responsibilities of keeping ahead, and she's well ahead now of those white lights. The green lights aren't even in the race anymore. But again, it really is about the race up front and the performances of these athletes up front, regardless of the pacing time.
So I said earlier, when the national record was set, the opening split was 3:29. Paige Shepard just split 3:19, so 10 seconds up on national record pace. Now granted, that was their strongest runner to start with, but they have themselves a nice little margin right now.
So Union Catholic now getting ready to hand off here. Robisky expected to be taking the baton, and it is in fact Abigail Robisky, 55:31 for Chadwick.
Again, up on the national record. So when Carolina Cavaliers set their record, they only had a 58-second quarter miler. So another 3 seconds up on national record tempo.
13 seconds already ahead of the national record.
Now the difference is, when Cuthbertson set the record, they had a 4:37 anchor.
That's the anchor. It will come down to that. Robisky there now passing just in front of us. And you can see Paige Shepard on the infield encouraging Robisky to keep it up. Because right now it's not about winning this race, it's about what type of immortality can you set here at this track at the national championships. Robisky now with 2 laps to go here in the 800 leg.
So Mark, when that national record was set, Stella Kermis ran 2:12.
That's what I was just about to ask. You read my mind.
I don't know if Robisky is running quite that fast right now. But as we stated earlier, Union Catholic has a big cushion.
But
over
again,
that
with that
13-second
cushion, I mean, even if she runs 2:15, 2:16, they've still got a decent cushion. It'll just come down to that anchor leg. Robisky now with 1 lap to go before handing off, in fact, to that anchor leg.
So
Robisky now coming off that turn to get ready to hand off here to the anchor leg. So we'll get an idea of that 800-meter split any second now.
Yeah, she's finished strongly. 6:24 at the handoff.
2:09.
Wow.
2:09. So that just added another 3 seconds under.
Well, here's the thing, Mark. Like, Sophia Thompson just is coming off a 4:37 1600 last week at the New Jersey Meet of Champions. So
even if she runs 15 seconds slower than that, they're still going to get the national record.
This national record is almost a certainty at this point. Something would have to go horribly wrong for Sophia Thompson for Union Catholic to not pick up a new national record, and not just pick it up, absolutely annihilate it.
And again, not to overemphasize the pacing lights, but Thompson is still a good 10, 15, 20 meters ahead of that 11:06 time. So right now, she's right on pace possibly to bring this team in and them run around 11:03, 11:04.
I mean, that's the kind of time that's knocking on the door of making it to NCAAs for a collegiate squad. It's just crazy, and these girls are young. I mean, Abigail Robisky, the 800-meter run, just a 9th grader, a 2:09.
wealth of riches there at Union Catholic TC.
So we're even ahead of those white lights still. The white lights, remember, were set for 11:06, so just
That's what
out
I was
of your
saying.
shot.
As far ahead as Thompson is right there, just having passed, she's still, right now, it looks like if she stayed that same distance, we'd be looking at something around 11:03, 11:04, which would take 14, almost 15 seconds off the national record set again 2 years ago by Carolina Cavaliers.
And now we have this wider shot. You can see the white lights about 3 seconds behind Sophia Thompson.
And she's just constantly lapping athletes out here. So don't think that anybody is even anywhere close to this team, especially as fast as they're running. And again, Thompson still staying very strong here.
So when Sophia Thompson comes around the home stretch here in just a moment.
There'll be 3 laps to go, 600 meters for Thompson. And again, immortality for Union Catholic TC. This is going to be one of the most impressive performances. Zhang earlier breaking that national record in the 2 mile was pretty impressive. But this will equal, if not surpass, because no matter what, the national record's gone.
Absolutely.
I mean, Thompson would have to step off the track at this point to jeopardize that national record. It's just how far under is she going to help make it? And again, all due respect to Robisky, Shepard, and Chadwick, who set up Thompson to bring this home as a team and set what is going to be an absolutely amazing time here.
Yeah, she was 9:53 with 400 meters to go. I mean, it's going to be somewhere in the neighborhood of 11:04, 11:05, I would think.
So Thompson coming around here, bell lap.
So here we go. So Sophia gets the bell, and she's chasing immortality. Union Catholic are going to absolutely tear apart this national record. There you see Paige Shepard cheering on her teammate from the infield. And Thompson has lapped runners to chase after and negotiate. She's got 100 meters left.
The cameras are lined up at the finish line to catch the magic moment.
And there I see got a couple of New Balance stars holding the tape, ready for her. And here comes Thompson to bring home Union Catholic, absolutely annihilating a national record, taking 11 seconds off of it.
11:06, a 4:41 final mile there for Thompson. 11:06, breaking that record by over 11 seconds. My goodness.
Yeah, so ignore the time you see on your screen, 11:07.94. That's not quite right. 11:06.13 is the official time. And Thompson, a 4:41.58 carry. So let me summarize this amazing performance for you. Paige Shepard ran a 3:19.27, 1,200 meters. Then Chadwick ran a 55.31, 400 meters. Robisky 2:09.97 for the 800 meter carry, just a freshman, mind you. And then 4:41.58 carry for Sophia Thompson on the anchor. And there you see, records are meant to be broken, absolutely. So what an absolutely dominant performance there by Union Catholic. We saw an amazing national record earlier in the girls 2 mile.
Yeah, I mean, that was impressive. If you really think about those opening 3 legs, there was nothing that they were going to lose other than more time underneath that national record.
Yeah.
So it was just impressive. No matter what, like I said, no matter, probably after the second leg, that record was gone.
Absolutely.
Amazing. And how special is it to come out and not only be back-to-back champions, but come out with the meet record?
Yeah, I think it's something that we're always striving for. This was our second DMR of the season. We opened at Melrose and ran a second off the national record, so getting a chance to kind of close off our indoor season with a national record on the DMR is a great feeling.
How does it feel to kick things off here and have this momentum as you're continuing into the weekend?
I mean, first race for me, some of the second races for everybody else, so really excited. Nice start off with the national record, and I think that it will kind of carry into the rest of the season and eventually outdoor.
Amazing. Last one word to describe the race for each of you.
I guess I would say executed. We all kind of did our thing.
I mean, I know amazing's kind of boring, but fun, confident.
Amazing. Congratulations, Union Catholic, the girls DMR champions.
Thank you, Kylie O'Connor.
All right, we're headed back trackside. But this time it's Serenity Douglas. And I have a very special guest, joined by Devontae Ford. He's a two-time Big 12 champion, an All-American, also known as Ford X Hurdles. All right, Devontae, you're going to help me call these sprint medley relays. We're going to start off with the boys. You should know a thing or two about a nice relay.
Oh, yes, Serenity. I know I've had my fair share of relays. It gets really crazy down there on the track in these relays, especially indoor.
Especially indoors, for sure. Especially for the guys. I can say that confidently. The guys' handoffs are always a lot shakier than the girls. True or not true?
Very true. It's because it's so much power, and the curve feels so tight indoors, and it's just so much harder to navigate.
I can see that. I can see that for sure. I mean, and a lot of these guys, you know, once they hand off the baton, then the other ones are still in the way. You don't know where to go. You're indoors. Everything is so tight. But look, it's gonna be really fast. You guys know how it goes. It goes the best one last. Every heat is fast. So I don't want to say slowest to fastest. That's not politically correct, Devontae.
Yeah.
However, the last heat is in that final heat, which is heat 14. But starting us off strong in heat 1, we have LaSalle Academy, Memphis University in 3, Patriot Track Club in 4, Union Catholic in 5, and then 6 is Hackensack Track Club. Now, Union Catholic, I mean, they just saw their girls run an insane DMR, and I know that probably encourages them as well.
Yeah. Keep an eye out for them. They've been known to take it from the start and really just never look back.
These guys are off. And it's one of those things, because the handoff is a little bit staggered, you can't really tell who's leading immediately, but it looks like it's Union Catholic who's going to hand off first.
As expected.
Now, those of you who are not familiar with an SMR, it goes 2248. So this is their second 200 leg, and it's all Union Catholic right now. And according to our records, that should be Jaleel Williams running that second leg.
Man, he's really starting to blow this thing open, but that's where it really starts to matter. That 400 leg is really important. See, yeah, that 400 leg is really important. See, the 200s put you in a really good position for the 400 leg, get you in front of the other competitors. But now this is where it really starts.
You know, I agree. I mean, the 2 and the 2 is cool, but the 4 is really where things start to shape up, and that's exactly what's happening, because Union Catholic is starting to get some company now. Looks like that's LaSalle coming up really strong, and he now takes over as your new leader.
And he is fighting for that. But Union not giving up at all.
as you're now heading into that 800-meter leg, and this is the final leg.
You know, some people kind of argue, is the 800 really a sprint, you know? It's a sprint medley. That someone asked, why is the 800 on there? But I think it's considered a sprint.
I mean, in this current climate, they have turned it into a sprint, for sure. They're running 141s, 144. Like, it is definitely a sprint. All right, he's going into his 400-meter leg. This is Keandre Kelly. All right, this is where they really start to feel that lactic. Now, Devonta, you competed in the 400 hurdles, and you're a short hurdler. But have you done an 800 before?
I actually have done 800 before, despite many people's beliefs.
How did it go?
I'd prefer to save that for whenever there's another heat going on where they can distract us a little more, because it was not pretty, I promise you.
All right, well, he's making it look pretty easy. That's DeAndre Kelly from Union Catholic. Like I said, I mean, just seeing their girls, DMR, do really well right before them, I'm sure they gave them a lot of encouragement.
And the look back.
And he is now done. They take the first heat with 3:25.41. Yeah, let's talk about that look back. I mean, these guys have been coming out with a lot of confidence.
Well, he's really fired up. Starting to think maybe there were some conversations before the race. I know coach is over there really happy, though. 2 races back-to-back, just dominating.
Well, that'll now be the bubble time, 3:25.41. Bubble time, not because this is a final, but more so because there's 14 heats. And when you're in the first section, you're hoping that your time can, you know, still have you in the top 3 at the end of all of these heats. But it's usually unlikely because the next heats that are coming are extremely fast.
But hey, like we mentioned earlier, it gets really chaotic indoor. You never know what's going to happen. And relays, sprinting fast, and between all the DQs and the zones, we've seen 10 DQs almost in the 4x2, so anything could happen.
We did. You're absolutely right. I mean, you got to think, not a lot of these athletes have run on such a national stage like this before. So sometimes the lights, the camera, the action, I mean, the DJ's going. I know when I ran at New Balance, I was nervous. I was extremely nervous. I didn't even know where to start. I was running against Kendall Ellis, which is a sprint phenom now for New Balance. So I commend all of these athletes coming out here and giving it their best shot. I mean, this is where it starts for them.
Yikes. Well, speaking of starts, we have our second heat underway, and look at them go. Wow, from the inside. You have to be really aggressive in the beginning. Like I mentioned last heat, positioning is the most important part. If you get behind on these 200s, it's really hard to make up the stagger. It's really hard to get in front of someone when you're sprinting full speed, no matter how fast you are.
You're absolutely right. We have North Track, Middletown, West Springfield, Hamden Dragon, Richfield, and Sky's the Limit. Looks like lane 4's empty, though. But they are on their second 200 and their second leg as they now come around the curve. Looks like leading right now is in lane 6. That Sky's the Limit Track Club.
Nice handoff. Everyone's smooth, everyone together. No big separations, but this is where the real men have to run.
Exactly. The quarter horses. All right, so those two 200s ended up coming out to 44.78 as a total 400 time.
Is it crazy to think there are people out here who can run that?
There are people out here who could run 44.7 in the 400 alone, yes.
We just seen
but
that,
it took 2 athletes to run that out here. But he is moving really well from Sky's the Limit Track Club.
One day, one of these athletes will be running 44. These are the future.
these are the future athletes indeed. As he is now coming down the home stretch, he's finally about to hand off to the last and final leg, which is the 800-meter leg. The 800-meter leg is being run by Conley. Owen Conley from Sky's the Limit. He's going to be anchoring this.
Conley coming on strong in the beginning. Now, we talked about me running the 800 last heat, and it was crazy. You know, you kind of get through. As a sprinter, I had never crossed the finish line to continue running. And so as I'm crossing the finish line for the first time, I'm like, wow.
You still got another one to go. Okay.
I have to continue. And so I had a newfound respect for these athletes come out here, especially look at athletes like Conley. He's going out. He's attacking the first half. He's not slowing down. He's looking beautiful back there. Look at that stride.
I know he still has 400 left to go as he is now finally about to cross the finish line, like you said, and then he has to cross and think, oh, I have 2 more laps. Yeah. I mean, I wonder about how we saw so many distance events. I wonder how some of these distance athletes feel where, you know, those 2 miles is now 16 laps and it's not just 8.
Yeah.
It's a mind thing.
They attack it very differently. I think it's easier for them, honestly.
Possibly. I mean, it really depends. Owen Conley looks really good coming through on his final lap. It's starting to hurt, though, and he is being chased.
But he's looking determined. Bail out.
He's being chased by North Track and West Springfield. But it is all Owen Conley. And we're going to see what his time is going to be. Like I said, the time to beat is 3:25.41, and he just went all to his legs. They end up running 3:26.56 for Sky's the Limit Track Club. And, man, you could just see it hurt right there at the end.
And that just goes to show how hard that 800 truly is. But in situations like this, it matters so much. You have the team riding on for you. You know, they're cheering for you. They're rooting for you. They're hoping that you get the job done. And it's all on you at this point. The short sprinters have done their job. Now it's time for you to bring it home. And that's exactly what he did.
Yeah, I agree. And what I like about the DMR and the SMR is that it helps to maybe get the nerves out for some of these athletes, especially before they go and they do their individual 200. You never know, or their individual 800s that they haven't run yet. So you could see it just started to hurt for him towards the end. I mean, what can you say? This is the 800, you guys. But something I do want to touch on, especially with the SMR, that adrenaline the next athlete must feel, especially like coming from those 200 runners. You're like, oh, they're coming at me so fast. But you're like, oh, I have the 400 leg, though. I don't need to start that fast. And then the 400 guy bringing it into the 800 guy, he's like, oh, he's coming in pretty fast. But you can't start that fast. You're running the 800.
Well, we actually talked to some of the top 400 runners on these SMRs, actually, and they told us that a good method, something they like to do, is get out fast, actually. They like to get out faster. And so that 200 leg coming in, it forces them to push out a lot harder without thinking about it as much. And so maybe that SMR does help the 400 runners, you know, get a faster split.
I can see that. It definitely makes them be more comfortable with getting that fast start. But all right, now we're on section number 3 out of 14. We got Archbishop Carroll, Western Carey, Carolina Cavaliers, Astros, and Valley Project. Looks like handing it off first right now is going to be lane number 4, and that's the Astros. And running that second leg for the Astros is Dahl.
Ooh, and big hiccup there in lane 3.
And now the lead has been taken over. Looks like hit number 6 is Motor City Track. And running this leg, the 400 leg for Motor City Track, is Alex Patterson.
That's another team that's been having a great meet. You've seen a lot of athletes around here just with the Motor City on their back.
Yeah, Motor City always brings out a really great group. I want to say they're out of Michigan. They always bring out a great group of athletes. You hear the same repeated clubs like Motor City, Mount Verde Academy, Archbishop Carroll, Bullis. So they always bring out such great athletes. But now he is being hunted by the pack with about 100 left to go.
He's not giving up, though.
He's not.
That's true fight. it's something about when teams are relying on you, you have to push harder, give a little extra
A little extra for sure. He handed it off to his final leg. That's Shondell Warren from Motor City Track. He's now going into the 800-meter leg. Now the 800 indoors, 4 laps as opposed to 2 outdoors. If you're just randomly wondering what the heck indoor track is, this track is 200 meters. But they're being chased by Very Nice Track Club. So it's Very Nice Track Club and Motor City Track leading the pack right now. All right, we got about 400 left to go. Shondell Warren is looking pretty good, but Very Nice Track Club is not looking to be very nice. He's looking to hunt him down.
And don't forget the time to beat is 3:28.
The time to beat is
3:28 from the first heat still. Or 3:25.
Yeah, 3:25.41.
And it's not often you see that first heat last that long.
Yeah, it's not very often, but they are still in just section number 3 as he is now headed into his bell lap. Shondell Warren just looking to hold on to the lead that is now shrinking a little bit for him. That's when that lactic acid starts to kick in.
And this just goes back to that conversation we've been having all night, the 800, the pain of the 800. But it's a relay. He's not giving up. He's coming up with fight.
But now here comes Very Nice Track Club, who takes over as the new leader. That's Kyle Prayson, who will now take the win. A very good run with 3:31, but it will not be good enough to place them in the top 3. The goal for a lot of these sections in the earlier rounds is to run as fast as you can, obviously, but it's so that your time can stick by the end of it, because we still have 14 sections. Technically about 9 sections left, but you want your time to last as long as possible.
Yes.
But it's really difficult to do.
Very. And I'm starting to feel very positive and optimistic for Union Catholic.
All right, well, next up, section 4:14. Looks like we got everybody on the track here.
Archbishop looking to get some revenge. All that drama early in the 4x2s. They had a really fast time, crazy time. Went through all the trouble of getting DQ'd, protesting, all of the above. And hopefully they can bring it back here, come home with some more hardware.
Yeah, I agree. And something that I have noticed, Archbishop Carroll always brings out such a big squad. So I'm going to hope to get some of these names right, but just from looking at some of their bibs, it looks like they switched out a lot of their runners, but they're able to do that when they have depth. Looks like they're having them stand up again, though. Just want to make sure everything is situated with them correctly.
That's the good thing about being deep, though. You don't have to drain your athletes consistently. They don't have to run everything, because some of these athletes are out here running 200s, hurdles, jumps, 4x4s, 4x2s. So sometimes it's best to switch them up and take them off what they were originally going to run.
You're absolutely right. I mean, at this level especially, you see these athletes in basically every race known to man. But these guys are off, as we're finally in section 4 out of 14 and moving really well out of lane. Looks like lane 5 is Dobbs Athletics Associate. Correction, lane 4. As the Astros once again. It's one of those things where it's like they move well, but it's about who hands off the baton first.
Yes, and Archbishop also in the hunt really well. Lane 1 did not stop them at all. Oh, he doesn't know to cut in.
I don't think he knew to cut in. That is, and he is now cutting in. Archbishop Carroll, that did not involve them at all, as they are now handing off to their 400-meter leg. I mean, like I said, this is a lot of these athletes' first time running indoors or even at this track. The rules are different wherever they run.
Yeah. And, you know, that's a kind of a tough thing because some SMRs you do cut in on the first leg. Others you stay in your lane the whole entire race up until the 800 leg or the 400 leg. And so, you know, it's a kind of hard thing. You know, you're young. There's more experience to get out there. But Archbishop really kind of taking this thing away. I told you they're coming with a chip on their shoulder now.
Yeah, for the team, those first 200 legs split a 44-35 together. We're going to get this split from this athlete's 400 pretty soon here, as he is now finally handing off to his 800-meter leg. Looks like this anchor leg is Fletcher for Archbishop Carroll. But a pretty solid split from Archbishop Carroll. He split 48-37 on that 400-meter leg.
But getting relaxed with a lead like that, you just got to stay on your feet. Remember, they're racing against the clock. You have to beat that 325 if you want to go home with the championship medal. And I wonder, how often do these athletes think about that? Because the big focus whenever you're at these championship meets, such as New Balance Nationals, is to just win your heat. That's what you're taught. Beat who's around you. The only time we really think beat the time is when you're running solo.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where it feels like it's a blessing and it's a curse because they know that they need to run fast because they need their time to stick throughout the rest of these sections. But they are running alone, so it's also pretty difficult. I do wonder if Archbishop Carroll has another relay that's coming, maybe in one of the later sections. That would be just like them to do it. Like I said, they always travel pretty deep. But right now, it looks like they're running away with it. But right behind them, eating up at their lead as they go into the bell lap, it looks like right behind them, that's hip number 5, which is Dobbs Athletics Associate. He is eating away at Archbishop Carroll's lead.
And Dobbs is coming on strong on the bell lap. 100 meters left to go, and he makes the pass.
He does.
And he's not slowing down. Archbishop looked like he's pulling a little more out the tank.
All the way down the home stretch. He is right on those pacing lights. It's a pretty good time of 3:30.85, and that time will end up putting them at least in the top 10. It puts them at number 7, which is a solid run from them. But a point that I do want to make, Devontae, is that when you come to a national meet and you put down a fast time, sometimes that might be the fastest time ever in their own respective state. So we've been seeing that a lot. Oh, number 1 in Virginia, number 1 in California, but it got them 4th here. And that says a lot. Well, nationals is like that. It's really fast.
These are truly the best of the best in every single state. And with each passing heat, Union Catholic is looking pretty impressive. But it begs the question, how did they end up in such an early heat?
Yeah, Union Catholic still has the number 1 time of 3:25.41. But Union Catholic, looks like that was their B team, actually.
Wow.
Devontae, they have their A team in heat number 14, which would be, according to our records, the fastest heat. So that section is coming a little bit later on, but yeah, that is really impressive at the fact that their B squad is still leading. But all right, we are now on to section number 5. We have Gonzaga, Dragon, West Springfield, LaSalle, Boston Jesuit, and Xavierin. And getting an excellent start so far out of lane 5 is Boston Jesuit. They end up handing off first.
Oh, and an aggressive cut in. You don't usually see athletes cut in that hard on the break.
I mean, some have been taught to do it quickly, do it fast, and make it sharp. Others like to do it more gradual. But these guys are handing off the baton pretty much all at the same time. And yeah, it looks like a couple of the athletes went down.
And it's funny, I actually was really good at geometry, so I learned that the farther the tangent line, the longer you wait to fully cross in, the shorter distance you end up running. But whenever you cut over quickly like that, you're taught that's actually, you're running longer, maybe a meter or two longer.
Oh, okay. I mean, I'm really surprised at how jumbled up this group still is, especially as we're into the 400 lap. But it looks like it's LaSalle Academy that's still leading. Some more fall, some more drama in that handoff.
And
looks
we
like
have
a shoe came off.
Yeah. And he's running with one shoe on, a full 800.
Goodness, you never know what could happen. You're right. He is only running with the one shoe on. You can see him. He's in third right now.
That is a man with heart.
That is absolutely a man with heart. But LaSalle is still leading.
Let's see how long West Springfield can hold on with the one shoe. He's hanging into the pack pretty well.
He is.
And he's moving up. He's making progress. I think he can win this thing with one shoe.
All right, West Springfield, one shoe on is all he needed.
And see, that's the type of athlete you can't coach. Those are athletes who are born like that. That personality, that heart, that drive, that will to continue running through adversity, you can't coach that.
All right, about 300 to go and a late surge. All of a sudden, it's just like he hit another gear. That's Gonzaga Eagles. As he is now coming around for that bell lap, he decided to go out there and take it.
But did he go too early?
Well, that's what we're just going to have to wait and see. He's behind the pacing lights. That's Jack Coogan. Now, the pacing lights are set to whatever the last section did. So he looks like he's chasing those pacing lights. That's all Jack Coogan.
And he had more in the tank. Great run from West Springfield with one shoe as well. Guy's kind of tiring up, but you can't blame him. That's a hard run. 800 with one shoe. I've done 400 with one shoe, and it was the worst thing ever.
It's tough. I believe it. And there goes Jack Coogan on the screen right now. They ran pretty well. It was 3:35.44. Won't be enough to shoot them up to the top of the compiled results, but still pretty impressive.
And you see so much variance between the top and the later times in the races, because all of these athletes are the best of the best, but some teams have 4 of the top athletes in the country. Other teams just have a great relay and a great team, so they could be one of the top teams in the country, but the other team is just so much more stacked. Everyone you see here are some of the best of the best.
Well, that's something that you can appreciate about New Balance. I talked about my New Balance experience earlier. I ran when it was still at the Armory back in 2016. And I got rolled by the very own Sydney McLaughlin, now known as Sydney McLaughlin-Lavroni. It was an honor, really. But that New Balance is really what taught me what competition really is.
It's okay. Grant Holloway really tore me up a few months ago, actually. Yeah.
It's character development, Devontae.
Yeah. Speaking of character, Fernandez with the nice intro into the blocks.
All right, these guys are off. We are now on section number 6 of 14. It's Tom's Rivers East in 2, Forest Track Club in 3, Waukegan Elite in 4, Junior Tiger Elite, and then Riverdale Country. Ooh, trying to get it in that exchange zone is really difficult because you want to get out. You don't want your teammate to run up on you, but you also don't want to run out of the exchange zone.
So, yeah, we're seeing a big issue with a lot of the athletes running out of the exchange zones, and you get DQ'd for it. If you're past the yellow cone, you get DQ'd. And so my question is, what is a good method for the athletes? Because like you mentioned, Serenity, you don't want to run up on your teammate, but you also don't want to sit there and wait. You don't want to get too far out. You don't want to run out the exchange zone. And so with these athletes coming in so hot, some of these kids can run 20 point. How do you handle passing that baton off to athletes like that, or getting the baton from an athlete like that?
I mean, honestly, it just takes practice and timing and knowing your teammate. That's what I would say. Both of us have run on a lot of relays. And I know depending on which teammate I'm getting it from, that would determine, you know, how fast I should get out. Or should I get out faster? I've had to take the baton from Olympic champion Julian Alfred. So yes, I was running for my life. But it just kind of depends on whatever athlete you're getting it from, as they are now finally headed into their final leg. This is their 800-meter leg. It looks like taking the lead now, who just passed the Tigers, is Riverdale Country. And that 400 leg from Riverdale was the fastest one. It was actually 49.46. And then for the Tiger Elite, it was 50.26.
See, unlike the SMR, it's so short. I mean, unlike the DMR, the SMR is so short and quick. What is the most important leg on these SMRs?
I mean, honestly, I think they're all pretty important, but you can't take the shine off of the fact that the anchor leg has the last and final job. However, they're only in whatever position you put them in when you give them the baton. So every leg is equally important. That's my politically correct answer. Right now, it is all the Falcons. It's Riverdale Country. But he has not shaken off the competition at all. And also, I want to say, if you have not been able to catch any of your races so far this weekend, make sure you head to the New Balance Nationals YouTube channel, where all the races are available for you throughout this whole weekend. The chat has definitely been sticking with us all day as well. All right, they're going into the final 200.
Yeah, they're looking strong, but a lot of lead change coming up. Like we mentioned, it's all about heart in these 800. It gets really tough sometimes.
All right, coming down the home stretch now. The time to beat was 3:25, and they're just not able to do it. It's 3:32.71, and it was a little bit of a lead change at the end there from Waukegan Elite.
And have you ever seen a team win out of the first heat?
Have I ever? No, but I will say I did see something pretty impressive from the 4x2s earlier. It was IMG Elite. They ended up getting, I want to say, about third place, and they were in heat number 3, and there were 17 sections of the 4x2s. But those were just prelims, so they ended up making it into the final from section number 3, so that was impressive. All right, we are now in section number 7 out of 14. Looks like it is empty out of lane 6. All right, and these guys are off. It's Hickory Track Club, Crozet Crew, DC Cadets, Gorham Track Club, and Hills East.
Hills East opening up a little bit. It's lane 6, but you can still kind of see the space between the stagger.
All right, who's handing off first? It looks like it was between lane 3 and 5, which is DC Cadets, and Hills East who handed off first. Now, this is the point where they break in, hopefully to do it pretty smoothly.
Another tough fall in lane 1. You hate to see it, but at least they get the baton off before it happens. That's all that matters. Pass the baton around.
And that's exactly what they're doing right now as they're heading into their 400
And
meter
another
lap.
tough fall in lane 1.
Yeah, these guys have been falling a lot today. I think what I kind of chopped it up to is that they're tired. And when you cross the finish line, it's a bank. So you kind of hit a hill on already dead legs, so you don't really pick up your feet. But right now, a new lead change. That's Crozet Crew taking it for this 400 meter leg. opened up his lead. But I want you to take a look at his teammate. He was ready for that baton exchange. He's like, I'm not about to get mixed up with anything y'all got going on. We're going to keep it real smooth as we are now finally in our 800-meter leg. That was a 50.17 leg from Crozet crew, though.
And big news, great news, no falls going on from that last exchange.
No falls, but another lead change yet again. Looks like this one is coming from Hills East.
So smooth and relaxed. Just an effortless pass, and those are the passes that make you a lot more confident. You're not fighting for it. You're not worried about it. You get out there and slowly take it.
You're absolutely right. It's one of those things where when you make up in your mind that you're going to pass, you just need to go ahead and just do it. And that is Dylan Harath from Hills East. So you now have about 400 left to go.
Crozet not giving up, though.
Yeah, Crozet is right there on their heel of Dylan Hurth from Hills East. He still kind of has the slight advantage being in the inside, but he now gets passed back by Crozet crew.
Crozet with a very tactical race. Maybe that was part of the strategy the whole time. Going into the bailout, but Hills East coming back strong.
Looks like that final leg.
Neither one of them want to give it up.
Well, they have a time to chase, and that is 3:25.41 held by Union Catholic, done in that first section. They're not on track to beat it, which kind of puts in perspective just how fast Union Catholic actually went in that first section. For their time to still be sticky with 3:25.41, and these guys just ran 3:35.63, it says a lot.
We've seen that 3:35 mark a lot, actually, lately.
And I just want to shout out the New Balance Nationals YouTube chat for staying with us all day. We always like to hear from you guys. Hear about the new track discussions lately. I know last year was about the pacing lights. I guess distance runners don't like pacing lights.
Really?
So yeah, that's a thing.
My sprinter mind always thought that was pretty cool.
I always thought it was pretty cool too. Turns out there's a whole war about it.
Well, okay, so the weird thing about the pacing lights is sometimes it gets a little funky because the pace that it sets out on, you typically get out faster. So let's say you're trying to run 4 minutes flat. It's going to get out at 1 minute per lap pace in the 400. But typically, distance runners get out a little faster than the pace they're trying to run.
Yeah.
So if you want to run, let's say you want to run 45 in the 400, you're going to get out faster than 22.5. And
so in a way, you're saying you need to be ahead of the lights regardless.
Yes.
I agree. And I mean, I think for a relay, it's always kind of difficult. Unless you're chasing some type of national record, I think it's kind of difficult to judge what the pacing lights are going to be on. But these guys are heading into their 400-meter leg. Looks like leading right now. That's NAC Track Club. But chasing them down. All right, they got one more lap to go. It's Milton right behind them. So it's Nyack and Milton.